I am Su Yuan, the Doomsday King, and the apocalypse bends to my will. 9 years. 9 long, bloody years I spent clawing my way through the ruins of civilization, fighting zombies, mutants, and the worst monsters of all, humans. I survived when others fell, I thrived when others starved, but in the end, it wasn't enough. I died, not at the hands of a monster, but betrayed by those I called allies. But death wasn't the end for me. I woke up, reborn, back at the beginning of it all. This time, I started with more than just desperation. I started with a second-level mantis blade, a weapon that hummed with deadly precision, and control over a god's altar, a relic of unimaginable power. The altar granted me a gift, a cruel and beautiful ability, the power to steal. Every zombie I kill, every mutant I slaughter, every extraordinary being I bring down, I take their abilities for myself. Strength, speed, regeneration, even the rarest and most devastating powers, they all become mine. With each kill, I grow stronger. With each stolen ability, I become something more than human. The apocalypse is no longer my prison. It's my kingdom. The life goddess, cold and untouchable, now kneels before me. The fighting angel, whose wings blaze with holy fire, fights at my command. The hot-tempered princess of the remnant clan, who once defied empires, now bends to my will. And the unruly heroes, those who thought themselves above the law, now serve one master, me. They call me the Doomsday King, the one who looks down on the world and sees not chaos, but order. I am the apex predator in a world of monsters, the ruler of a broken realm. But this isn't just about power. It's about control. The first time, I survived. This time, I conquer. The apocalypse tried to break me. Instead, it made me a god. I am Su Yuan, the thief of abilities, the master of the altar. The world is mine to reshape, and I will not stop until every zombie, every mutant, every traitorous soul bows before me. The end of the world was just the beginning. Now, it's my empire. What happened? Didn't I die? Su Yuan's eyes snapped open, his mind still reeling from the memory of his death. The bronze badge on the back of his hand, the symbol of his strength, was gone. Am I reborn? He looked around. This was Jinxing community in Qingzhou City, his home. But everything felt both familiar and strange, as if he'd woken from a long dream. His eyes landed on the electronic perpetual calendar on the wall. July 12, 2039, July 12, 2039? Isn't this the day the disaster struck? Su Yuan remembered. It was the evening of this day when the apocalypse began. Modern civilization, built over thousands of years, was wiped out overnight. Countless creatures turned into bloodthirsty monsters, and the world became a living hell. Only a handful of humans survived, falling from the top of the food chain to the bottom. In the 9th year of the apocalypse, Su Yuan had been lucky enough to discover an ancient relic, believed to be 65 million years old. It was filled with treasures that could only be described as artifacts. But the moment he stepped inside, a powerful soul wave shattered his body. Suddenly, his phone rang, snapping him out of his thoughts. He answered, and a hoarse voice growled, "Su Yuan, right? Your sister's in my hands. You've got 3 days to bring 3 million to Chashan in Jianbei province. If you don't, you'll be collecting her body." Sister? Linger? Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Then he scoffed. Bullshit. You're lying to me. My sister is the most promising gold-level warrior at Yunza base. She died in the Battle of the Rift not long ago. And now you're telling me she's in your hands? Who do you think you are, the god of death? He was about to continue his tirade when a muffled groan came from the other end of the line. Then a girl's voice cried out, "Brother! Save me!" The voice hit Su Yuan like an ice pick to the heart. His mind went blank. But the caller didn't give him a chance to respond. The line went dead. Su Yuan's memories came flooding back. He remembered everything. This was the year he was a sophomore in college. His parents' company had gone bankrupt, and they'd disappeared after racking up massive debts. The debt collectors, unable to find his parents, had kidnapped his sister, Su Linger, who was studying in Jiangbei province, and threatened him to pay up. Su Yuan glanced at the time, 8:40 a.m. He had 8 hours before the apocalypse began. He tried calling back, but the line was dead. Damn it! Su Yuan clenched his fists. Jiangbei province was halfway across the country from Qingzhou city. There was no way he could get there in time. All he could do was pray his sister would be safe, as she had been in his previous life. Then, he needed to use the remaining time to prepare for the coming disaster. His eyes caught a news alert on his phone: mysterious metal pyramids appear worldwide, scientists baffled by indestructible structures. Public urge to avoid approaching, ***. He enlarged the image, and a strange look crossed his face. That's it. The altar of the gods. At 7:17 p.m. tonight, an unknown force would erupt from these altars, sweeping across the planet. Over 90% of humanity would turn into zombies. Animals, marine life, insects, even plants, nothing would be spared. All would become monstrous creatures. Mutated creatures would grow crystal cores in their heads. Some would even have cores visible between their eyebrows. Killing these creatures would yield their crystal cores. Placing the cores on the altar would grant the sacrificer enhanced strength or even superpowers. This process resembled ancient rituals where people offered sacrifices to gods in exchange for power, hence the name Altar of the Gods. The altars appearing now were only the primary ones, capable of granting basic enhancements and powers. In the future, intermediate, advanced, and even legendary god-level altars would appear, each with increasingly miraculous abilities. Su Yuan's mind raced. I remember, there's an altar in Lakeside Park in Nangang District. It's less than 20 minutes from here. The thought made his blood boil. In his previous life, it had taken over a month for people to figure out how to use the altars. By the time Su Yuan gained his powers, more than 3 months had passed. And because he'd spent the first 5 years of the apocalypse searching for Su Linger, he'd barely reached the strength of a bronze 8-star extraordinary by the time he died. When he finally reunited with his sister, he'd been too weak to protect her. He'd watched her die in the Battle of the Rift. But this time, he had a chance to change everything. He could be the first person in the world to activate the altar. He could stand at the pinnacle of power, protecting his sister and ensuring her survival. This time, the Battle of the Rift wouldn't be her grave. 9:03 a.m. Su Yuan took a deep breath. It was time to act. Su Yuan quickly packed up and borrowed as much as he could from every loan platform he could think of. With no intention of paying it back, he cashed out a total of 270,000 yuan. If his parents hadn't already mortgaged the house to the bank, he would have gone even bigger. As he stepped out of his home, the atmosphere in the community was tense. The appearance of the altar of the gods had sparked fears of an alien invasion. People were panic buying, forming long lines at supermarkets and malls, stocking up on food, water, and survival supplies. But Su Yuan, who had lived through the apocalypse, knew better. Without strength, no amount of supplies would save you. In the end times, the strong hoarded resources, while the weak were left to starve or worse, trade their own children for food. After leaving the community, Su Yuan exchanged all his money for cash and hailed a taxi to the city's largest flower, bird, fish, and insect market. In times like these, cash was king. Online banking could freeze or crash at any moment, rendering digital balances useless. The market was eerily quiet compared to its usual bustle. Shops that were once packed with customers now stood empty. Su Yuan's eyes scanned the stalls, finally landing on a few flower-like praying mantises. Found it! His eyes lit up as he called out to the shop owner, "How many mantises do you have?" "I'll take them all." The shop owner, a middle-aged man with stubble and a bottle of wine in hand, perked up at the prospect of a sale. But when he saw Su Yuan's youthful appearance and cheap clothes, his enthusiasm waned. "This is a top-tier orchid mantis. Normally, they go for 3,000 yuan each," he said, eyeing Su Yuan skeptically. "But business is slow, so I'll give you a 20% discount." "If that's too much, I've got cheaper ones, green mantises for 30 yuan each." Su Yuan cut him off, pulling out 20,000 yuan in cash and slapping it on the counter. Half price. I'll take every mantis you've got, no matter the species. The shop owner's eyes widened. All of them? Do you even know how many that is? Su Yuan glared at him. What's it to you? I'm buying them for fun. Just pack them up. The shop owner, now holding the cash, smiled obsequiously. Right away, boss. Su Yuan wasn't buying them for fun, of course. In the apocalypse, mutated insects were even deadlier than zombies. Especially mantises. In his past life, he'd seen mantises grow to 3 or 4 meters long. Their blade-like legs could tear through zombies like paper, and their exoskeletons were as hard as steel but half the weight. By buying them now and keeping them in cages, he could harvest their crystal cores after they mutated. He could also use their blades as weapons, a win-win. Su Yuan added, I want every mantis in the market. Put them in large iron cages. You've got 1 hour. I'll pay you an extra 5,000 yuan for your trouble. The shop owner's eyes gleamed. 5,000? Done. Money talks, and the shop owner sprang into action, leaving Su Yuan to wait in the shop with a cup of tea. Su Yuan checked his watch. Time was running out. 50 minutes later, the shop owner returned, panting, with a list in hand. Su Yuan skimmed past the mantis species and went straight to the total, 3,756 mantises for 145,000 yuan. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. The shop owner grinned. This is every mantis in Qingzhou. All packed in iron cages, just like you asked. Su Yuan nodded, handing over the remaining 130,000 yuan. The shop owner's eyes lingered on the cash in Su Yuan's bag, but he quickly masked his greed. Brother, I've got a truck. Where do you want these delivered? Free of charge. Su Yuan smiled faintly. Then I'll trouble you. The shop owner, now all smiles, helped load the cages onto the truck. The trip home was uneventful. The shop owner even helped carry the cages into Su Yuan's basement, casually asking if Su Yuan lived alone. Su Yuan nodded, already sensing the man's ulterior motives. Su Yuan's house wasn't large, but it had a 40-square-meter basement. He cleared out the clutter and arranged the cages in rows. Next, he rigged an electric grid using wires, connecting each cage. When the insects mutated, he'd simply flip a switch, electrocuting them and harvesting their crystal cores with ease. With 3 hours to spare, Su Yuan tried calling the kidnapper over a dozen times, but the line was always dead. Su Linger's phone was no different. Frustrated, he locked the basement and headed to Lakeside Park to check the altar of the gods. The altar stood near the park entrance, surrounded by armed police enforcing a strict perimeter. Everything was exactly as he remembered. Relieved, Su Yuan turned to leave but spotted an outdoor adventure equipment store across the street. He was drawn to a well-crafted engineer's shovel on display. But the shop owner, sensing desperation, jacked up the price. 3,000 yuan, the owner said smugly. Take it or leave it. Who knows when the aliens will come? Maybe I'll raise the price tomorrow. Su Yuan clenched his fists but said nothing. In the apocalypse, survival came at a cost. Ha ha. Su Yuan smiled, okay, then I'll come back tomorrow to get it, and I won't give you a penny. After saying that, he took a taxi home and ordered a box of beer and a table full of barbecue from takeaway. Then he watched a movie, stroked his string, and waited for the end to come. In 9 years of apocalyptic life, he had never had a good meal. This barbecue meal is already a rare delicacy for him. At 19:11 in the afternoon, with only a few minutes left before the end of the world, there was a strange noise outside the door. Su Yuan listened carefully. Someone is prying open the door. He raised his eyebrows, went to the kitchen to pick up a kitchen knife, and then stood quietly behind the door. After a while, the door was gently opened a crack from the outside. A guy covering his face with black stockings poked his head in sneakily, and was immediately startled by Su Yuan holding a kitchen knife. Old Wu, people die for money and birds die for food. Have you heard of that? Although the other person's face was covered, Su Yuan still recognized the smell from the other person's body. This was the owner of the shop selling his mantis, Lao Wu. So what if you see it? Old Wu regained his composure at this time. He had long known that Su Yuan was the only one in the room. He saw a fierce flash in his eyes, took out a watermelon knife, and slashed at Su Yuan without saying a word. Breaking into a house? You're quite brave. Su Yuan casually turned to one side and dodged the fierce knife. In the apocalypse, the human heart is 100 times more terrifying than zombies and mutants. If you want to survive, you must be stronger than anyone else and more ruthless than anyone else. Having struggled in the apocalypse for 9 years, his experience in fighting people is no less than that of fighting zombies. So facing such a thief, he couldn't even bring up the desire to take action. Lao Wu's blow missed, but his hand movements were not messy at all. He was obviously a habitual offender. Hey, he's just a young man. Can he turn the world upside down? But there was something strange in his heart. Why is this kid not only not afraid, but also looking like he's not interested? Damn it! Do you look down on me? Lao Wu didn't put away the knife. He turned his wrist and slashed towards Su Yuan's stomach. You are so shameless. You don't chop people like this. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he shot like lightning, grabbing Old Wu's hair and pulling it down. Old Wu suddenly trembled. The hands that grabbed his hair were like iron pliers, and the pain that cut into his skin and bones hit him, as if the skin of his head was about to be torn off. At the same time, Su Yuan bowed his left leg, and his knee quickly enlarged in Old Wu's eyes. The latter only felt that his vision went dark and his face was hit hard. Whoa! Old Wu screamed, and his nosebleeds and tears spurted out. The knife in his hand was also snatched away by Su Yuan. As soon as he screamed, the cold blade cut into his back, penetrated his body, and stabbed out from the front of his stomach. Su Yuan originally wanted to kill this thief directly, but then he thought, maybe letting him see the cruel apocalypse would be the best punishment. He deliberately avoided the other party's important organs. Although this knife looked scary, it wouldn't kill him for a while. Old Wu was already scared by this time. He was seen covering his nose with one hand and his stomach with the other, and blood was flowing up and down. Su Yuan smiled faintly, patted Old Wu on the shoulder and reminded, don't pull it out. Leave the knife stuck in it, and you can still hold on for a while. Pull it out, but you will die. There was no other emotion in his voice, and he perfectly interpreted what it means to say the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. Old Wu was shocked and looked at Su Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. The moment he raised his head, he saw Su Yuan's eyes. There was mockery of him in those eyes. There is also a heart-stopping disregard for life. It was a look that was almost drowsy, but commanding the world, aloof. Why does this kid have such a look in his eyes? At this moment, the blood all over Old Wu's body ran cold. These are clearly the eyes of the god of death. Go away. Don't let your dirty blood attract the zombies. Su Yuan waved his hand casually, stay away, I don't want to be blocked by zombies at the door. Looking at the closed door, Old Wu was in pain and thought uncontrollably, what kind of zombie? Su Yuan turned around and took a few steps when he heard the faint sound of insects biting in the basement. He quickly walked to the basement door and looked inside through the peephole on the door. There were scattered limbs and broken claws everywhere inside, and the thin iron mesh cage had long been torn and deformed. Under the dim light, the insects are as fast as ghosts. In particular, more than a dozen bugs that are as big as a hair and have barbs on their forelimbs are killing them. The first-order mutant is about to appear. Su Yuan had no doubt that if there were people inside, they would be torn to pieces by the mutant bugs immediately. But now he was leisurely drinking beer, eating skewers, and standing outside the door with a comfortable look on his face. But perhaps even Su Yuan himself did not realize how similar his behavior was to that being who dropped the altar of the gods on the earth. Perhaps in the eyes of such beings, humans are as small and weak as bugs. Perhaps they are looking at the earth with the same eyes as Su Yuan, in a dimension that humans cannot reach. Su Yuan slept until dawn, washing his face and brushing his teeth as usual. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Circled M. It is estimated that he is the only one in the world who can sleep so peacefully this night. He came to the basement again, and heard a series of gnawing sounds coming from inside the door, and a strong fishy smell appeared from time to time. Looking inside, the scene in front of Su Yuan was like the hell of Shura. On the ground, walls, and ceiling, there was a thick layer of dark green mucus everywhere, as well as broken insects. More than a dozen mantises, each nearly 1 meter in size, were like the king of insects. They each occupied a small piece of territory and bent over to gnaw on the corpses of their own kind. These mutant insects were as hard as iron and extremely fierce. Even if the same number of velociraptors were put in, they would be torn into pieces and swallowed like cutting melons and vegetables. They found Su Yuan outside the door, immediately dropped the food in their mouths, and rushed to the door like lightning. Su Yuan was not panicked at all. He grabbed the hand of the switch and pushed it upwards. The sizzling sound of the arc sounded immediately, accompanied by the wailing of the insects. The wall full of insect body fluids created good conductivity. None of the dozen mutant mantises escaped, and all fell down in trembling. Su Yuan did not stop until he heard a smell of burnt protein coming from the crack of the door, and then he turned off the switch. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a stench that was 10,000 times stronger than an expired can of herring, which sprayed directly into his face. Su Yuan frowned. This was just him. If it were someone else, the smell alone would be enough to make him vomit for 3 days and 3 nights. The dark green mucus was smelly and slippery. It was disgusting to step on it. When he raised his foot, disgusting sticky threads would be pulled out from the sole of his shoe. Su Yuan resisted the nausea and counted roughly. There were 17 bugs that had reached the first-order mutant. This was because the mutants did not have enough food to devour and evolve, otherwise the number would be even greater. And he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a magic flower mantis in the corner that had reached the strength of a second-order mutant. Its body size was also more than a circle larger than the first-order mutant, as big as a calf. On its triangular head, the 2 antennae on the left and right are narrowly spaced and vertically upward, which makes it look like a female. In nature, the body color of female magic flower mantises is mostly beige. Only male magic flower mantises have colorful camouflage. Unexpectedly, the mutated female magic flower mantis can change its body color freely. It disguises itself to blend in with the surrounding environment. If it weren't for the wisp of white smoke coming out of it, Su Yuan might not have found it. This gave Su Yuan a big surprise. In the previous life, people divided mutant creatures into levels 1 to 7 according to their dangerousness to distinguish their strength. Similarly, humans have a clear level division by offering sacrifices to the altar of gods to strengthen their bodies and obtain superpowers. From weak to strong, they are primary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and heavenly. Each level is carefully divided into 1 to 9 stars. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary member of the vast sea of people, with a strength of only bronze 8 stars. He spent all his money and put his head on his belt to fight for his life, but he only got 2 C-level and 1 B-level superpowers. Compared with those strong people who stood at the top, one was in heaven and the other was in the ground. Thinking of this, Su Yuan suddenly thought of someone. It is said that Qingzhou City has a strong woman with the peak strength of the gold level, who is called the Goddess of Life. What she is most praised for is that this woman has an S-level medical superpower. It can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh, and it is said to be miraculous. It seems necessary to look for it. What is her name? In the end times where you may lose your life at any time, if you have such a nanny by your side, your chance of survival will undoubtedly increase greatly. Somehow, Su Yuan suddenly felt that his idea was very much like a joke circulating on the internet. It said that if you can be reborn in the early 20th century, you must go to Hangzhou to find a young man named Ma Yun. Su Yuan put this idea aside for the time being, turned around and chopped the insect head with a kitchen knife. His arms were numb from the shock, but there were only a few shallow cuts on the insect's head. This showed how tough the mutated mantis body was. In desperation, he turned to chop off the mantis's 2 blade-like forelimbs. Fortunately, the insect's joints were much weaker than other parts of the body, and after some effort, he finally cut off one. This forelimb was bone white, about 2 fingers wide on the back, and extremely sharp on the inside, and covered with hideous serrations. The front half was thin and sharp, and the end of the back half was nearly cylindrical, just enough to be used as a handle. When this forelimb was stretched out, it was a sharp blade nearly 1.5 meters long. Since there is a joint in the middle, you only need to fold up the front half to make it a very convenient folding knife. Su Yuan tried to swing it. The forelimbs of the second-level mutant mantis are indeed extraordinary. The insect head that could not be cut open with a kitchen knife almost felt no resistance under this knife, and the insect head broke open. Even the iron net under the insect head was cut off a large piece. The broken surface was as smooth as a mirror, which made people gasp. Although the exoskeleton of the mantis is extremely hard, the inside has long been burned into a ball of mud by the electric current. Su Yuan stretched out 2 fingers and searched in the opened insect head. A diamond-shaped crystal stone the size of a 1 yuan coin was picked out by him. With the help of the light, I saw that this crystal core exuded an intoxicating lavender halo, as if it was a masterpiece of the creator. The second-level crystal core was a considerable fortune even for Su Yuan in his previous life, but now it is so easy to obtain. According to his experience, this crystal core can be exchanged for at least 10 energy points. I guess those people outside don't even know what crystal cores and energy points are now? Su Yuan put the crystal core close to his body, holding the long knife made of the mantis's forelimbs, and continued to harvest the spoils. After a long time of work, he finally collected all the crystal cores. A total of 17 first-level crystal cores and 1 second-level crystal core were obtained. He also selected some regular-shaped, more than 1 foot long, finger-thick, and arrow-shaped limbs from many mutant mantises, and cut off dozens of them for use. This thing is light in weight, but extremely hard. There is a natural blade at the end. If you encounter a situation, just shoot it as a dart. The power is no less than a pistol within 10 steps. It was not until nearly noon that Su Yuan finally packed up. When he was about to leave, his eyes couldn't help but look at the insect corpse of the second-level mutant. The fleshy belly of the magic flower mantis seemed to be wriggling slightly in a very regular manner. Su Yuan walked over and carefully dug open the mutant's belly with the tip of the mantis knife. Suddenly, a bunch of white eggs came out from inside. Each of these eggs was as thick as an ordinary thumb, and it felt a bit like steamed rice cakes. The mother body had been electrocuted, but there were still some eggs in the belly that were not dead. The tenacity of life made Su Yuan couldn't help but be moved. He counted and found that there were 4 eggs in very good condition, so he collected them without hesitation. If these eggs can be hatched, it will be a bunch of crystal cores picked up for free. Finally, Su Yuan took some refined salt in an iron can, a few bottles of water, and 2 second-level mutant magic flower mantis blades on his back, and walked out of the house. Before leaving, he took a last look at this house. The scene of walking out of the house in the previous life seemed to be just yesterday. At that time, Su Yuan had been shivering and hiding at home after the end of the world. He didn't walk out until he had eaten all the food and was so hungry that his eyes turned black. But this time, he could say with great confidence that he had left everyone in the world far behind, and no one understood the end of the world better than him. After a whole night, there was no trace of a living person on the street. The ground was covered with splattered blood and broken bodies. The mobile phones that were usually inseparable from people were now thrown away everywhere, and the whole community looked like a ghost cemetery. Those hideous and terrifying zombies were either gathered in a group to grab blood and internal organs, or wandering aimlessly. From time to time, a mobile phone that fell on the ground would sound 1 or 2 short low-battery reminder sounds. Every time this sound was made, the surrounding zombies would swarm over like sharks smelling blood. Zombies have poor eyesight, but their hearing and sense of smell are extremely sharp. Even the slightest movement will attract their attention. Su Yuan took out his cell phone and called Su Linger again, but there was only a chilling busy tone on the phone. It is estimated that the communication system in this area is paralyzed. In the next 2 days, the power supply and water supply systems of the whole world will gradually fall into paralysis. Su Yuan first used the cover of the unit door to look outside through the glass. He found that so far, no zombie has evolved into a first-level mutant. If there were only 3 or 5 primary zombies, Su Yuan would not take it seriously at all. But now, there are more than 20 zombies outside. Even if Su Yuan is not afraid, he does not want to cause trouble for himself. After all, in his eyes, only zombies that have evolved to the first level and have crystal nuclei in their brains are worth dealing with. He was worrying about how to lead the zombies away, but he accidentally saw Lao Wu's body curled up in the corner of the wall. Lao Wu's face was full of fear, his mouth was wide open, his eyes were bulging, and his face was ashen. He was obviously scared to death. You must have seen the zombies biting humans, pulling out their intestines and snatching them frantically, right? Su Yuan didn't care about Lao Wu's death. He took off the car key hanging on Lao Wu's waist and pressed it lightly towards the truck in the distance. Chi, 2 prompt sounds rang out immediately. It was quiet outside, without any sound, so these 2 sounds sounded just like someone farted loudly in the quiet study room. The moment the sound rang out, the zombies' bodies immediately seemed to be electrified, and they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. Then, all the zombies rushed towards the truck like crazy. At this moment, Su Yuan opened the door of the unit, his eyes quickly scanned the surrounding environment, and in less than a second, he planned the best route for himself. He was like an assassin stalking in the dark, moving quickly between the gaps between cars and green belts. At this time, a female zombie who ran the fastest had already run to the front of the truck. She stopped and twitched her nose to look for the vitality of the living, but of course she found nothing. But in the blink of an eye, the zombies behind had already crowded up and directly knocked the first female zombie into the car door. The zombies surrounded the car and bumped into other cars next to it. Some cars equipped with alarms immediately sounded one after another like little girls whose skirts were lifted. Su Yuan immediately seized the opportunity and rushed to the gate of the community at a faster speed. Just as he was racing against time, a resident in an unknown building opened the window and shouted desperately to Su Yuan, "Hey! Help! Save me! I'll give you 1 million! 10 million! Idiot!" Su Yuan ran, turned his head and glanced in the direction of the voice, raised his hand and gave the other party a middle finger. That was a fat middle-aged man, waving a thick stack of banknotes in his hand, desperately calling for help. Ha! Su Yuan stopped. He didn't want to save people out of pity, but he found that the man's shouting actually attracted all the zombies. Su Yuan hesitated for half a second, then immediately ran to the truck. Open the door, start the engine, shift gears, and step on the accelerator in one go. The harsh sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground made people's scalps numb, and then he saw him swinging his arms and hitting the steering wheel hard, and then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. He was so strong that he almost wanted to kick his feet into the fuel tank. The truck was like a wild bull out of the cage, rushing all the way, and finally rushed out of the community. When the apocalypse broke out, it was just the time when people were eating dinner at home. Although there were many cars on the road, there was still enough space for cars to drive. Under Su Yuan's control, the truck violently knocked down one zombie after another. The sound of bang, bang, bang was endless. The zombies were instantly turned into a ball of meat paste under the crush of the truck, and the wheels kept slipping on it. Su Yuan's 2 hands tightly grasped the steering wheel. The truck was large and heavy. No matter whether it was a Mercedes-Benz, BMW or Audi, anything that blocked the road would be knocked over with 1 foot on the accelerator. Now he had to race against time. Once he was surrounded by a large group of zombies, it would be like a dung beetle going out looking for death. Shit. In the apocalypse, no one cares whether you run a red light or speed. He has hit countless luxury cars along the way. If it was before the apocalypse, he couldn't afford it even if he cut his kidneys. So within 15 minutes, Su Yuan saw from afar the Hongshan outdoor adventure equipment store that had asked him a huge price yesterday. Su Yuan saw the opportunity to stop the car, ducked into an alley, and after shaking off the zombies that were chasing him, he carefully walked back to the door of the store. At this time, the rolling shutter door of the store had been lowered long ago, and there were more bloodstains on the door than little GG. Su Yuan took out a short dart made of a mantis claw, inserted it into the keyhole of the rolling shutter door, stirred it hard, then lifted it up, and then lifted the rolling shutter door in a familiar way. He had done this kind of thing countless times in his previous life, and he had already learned that practice makes perfect. The arrogant store owner was not dead. He was shivering and hiding on top of the container. A zombie was scratching desperately below. The zombie's exposed skin was livid and black, with subcutaneous blood vessels bulging as high as earthworms. A large mouth was torn back from the corner of the mouth to the base of the ears. From the side, you could see that the back molars were messy in the wind. When the store owner saw the rolling shutter door raised, he thought that zombies could even sneak through the door and pick the lock, and he was frightened out of his wits. When he saw clearly that it was a living person, he immediately seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He shouted quickly, "Help, help, help me, eh? Are you the boy from yesterday?" The store owner's name is Lu Wei, a young man in his 30s. He hides on the cabinet and dare not come down. After recognizing that the person was Su Yuan, his face looked a little embarrassed. It seemed that he also knew how bad his attitude was yesterday. "Now you know you're afraid?" As soon as Su Yuan let go, the rolling shutter door immediately fell to the ground with a loud bang, which made Lu Wei tremble hard. The zombie who had been scratching the iron cabinet for a long time heard the movement and immediately left Lu Wei and pounced on Su Yuan. Su Yuan drew out his mantis knife and slashed diagonally. After cutting off the zombie's head, he threw it directly on the counter. "Give me the best set of equipment. I'll pay with this thing, is it enough?" "Enough, enough." Lu Wei's legs were shaking like a duck that hadn't gotten out of bed for 3 days, and he couldn't get off the cabinet despite all his efforts. "My legs are very weak. Whatever you need, you can just grab it yourself." In fact, before Lu Wei could say anything, Su Yuan had already stripped down to his underwear and put on field clothes and hiking boots. He casually opened a banner backpack and put in a compass, diving watch, climbing rope, engineer's shovel, combat gloves, and thousands of matches. Waterproof flashlights, headlamps, electromagnets, multifunctional paratrooper knives, daggers, maps, all the equipment were packed into the bag one by one. Every time he pretended to be something, Lu Wei wailed in his heart, "Stern diving watch, 12,003. Wolffang engineer shovel, 1,705. My dear, why is he so discerning? He only chooses the most expensive ones. Take." Su Yuan packed everything up and carefully checked the equipment he carried. These tools will be the basis for his survival in the future, and there is no room for sloppiness. Lu Wei gasped in pain and regretted letting Su Yuan choose. But when he thought of Su Yuan cutting off the zombie's head, he didn't even blink his eyes, and his knife hand was as steady as copper poured into iron. The indifference and calmness revealed inadvertently made Lu Wei feel that the act of beheading was as casual to Su Yuan as pulling out a green onion in his own vegetable patch. With fear in his heart, the words he wanted to stop Su Yuan from taking things came to his lips, but he suppressed them again. But when he saw Su Yuan looking like he was about to leave, he hurriedly said to stay, "Hey! Don't go. There are all cannibalistic lunatics out there. No matter how powerful you are, how many can you kill? It's better to stay here and we can take care of each other. And there is a supermarket next door. As long as the wall is cut open, the food inside will be enough for us to eat for a year." Cut the wall? Su Yuan suddenly smiled. "That's a good idea. You can dig it yourself." I saw him putting his ear against the door to listen to what was going on outside, then lifting the rolling shutter door, bending down and walking out. No matter how much Lu Wei begged to stay, he didn't even look back. People can't hide for a lifetime, sooner or later they have to come out and face this damn apocalypse. If a person doesn't even have the courage to face reality, even if he is given endless supplies to eat and drink, he will eventually collapse in loneliness. But Lu Wei is destined not to experience the feeling of loneliness. If he really digs into the wall, the sound made by digging into the wall will attract all the nearby zombies. When he cuts through the wall, what awaits him will not be bread and ham, but countless zombies waiting to eat human flesh and barbecued pork. In the last days, you can be cowardly and crazy, but you must not be stupid. Lakeside Park is located in Nangang District, Qingzhou City. The Qingzhou City Mother River, which passes through the city, makes a U-shaped bend here. Therefore, Lakeside Park is surrounded by water on 3 sides, and only the north side is open to traffic. The park, which should have been crowded with people, was eerily quiet at this moment, with not even a zombie to be seen. The sun hanging in the middle of the sky was scorching and dazzling, but the feeling the park gave him at this moment was like Silent Hill in the movie, making people feel chilled from the bottom of their hearts. The first time Su Yuan used the altar of gods in his previous life was not here, so he was a little confused about the strange situation in front of him. Standing at the entrance of the park, he could vaguely see the golden light blooming from the altar. Occasionally, a golden light would rise into the sky from the center of the altar, as if for fear that people would not be able to find it. If it were anyone else, seeing that there were no zombies here, they would definitely think that this was a very safe place to take refuge. But Su Yuan would never think so. In the last days, there are too many things that can kill people. Zombies are just the weakest among them. He would rather encounter a horde of corpses than see this bizarre scene in front of him. But the altar of the gods is already in front of him. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of him, he will kill gods and Buddhas. As far as Su Yuan knows, 9 out of 10 strong men who are so powerful that they can suppress one side by themselves are the first group of people who mastered the use of the altar of the gods. Some of them have established their own countries with their powerful strength and become local emperors who control the lives and deaths of thousands of people. Some people like to venture everywhere. Wherever there are powerful mutant creatures, they will go there, constantly challenging themselves, so as to obtain stronger resources. Even the leaders of major forces have to be respectful when they see them, and dare not offend them in the slightest. It can be said that each of them is a master in the doomsday. What they say is the truth, and their existence is comparable to that of gods. It is no exaggeration to say that a speck of dust on them is a mountain on ordinary people. In the past, Su Yuan was so far away from those people, just like an ant on the ground compared to the sun in the sky. But now, he will have the opportunity to soar into the sky and become an existence that even those strong people have to look up to. But everything must start from the altar in front of him. The entire altar of the gods was integrated, with a faint metallic luster. The surface was covered with complex and incomprehensible symbols and patterns. An array of light kept wandering in the grooves of the runes. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Mysterious, dreamy, vicissitudes, ancient. It seems that all adjectives cannot describe the kind of soul-shaking feeling that the altar of the gods gives people. Having lived 2 lives, Su Yuan suddenly felt a little uneasy. He was about to become the first person in the world to activate the altar. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. When was the altar activated for the first time in the last life? 2 months or 3 months? I can't remember, and there's no need to think about it. Anyway, no one is ahead of me this time. Su Yuan forcibly restrained the idea of rushing to the altar. Rushing forward before figuring out the situation is tantamount to seeking death. Now, just standing here, he felt a strange feeling of being pricked by a needle on his skin. That was the 6th sense that he had developed from wandering between life and death countless times, which meant that there was an unimaginable danger ahead. Su Yuan never lacked patience. He scanned the surrounding environment inch by inch, not missing a single detail, and finally he found something unusual. There were many blood-red balls the size of billiard balls on the lawn of the park, gathered together like a bunch of oversized grapes dropped on the ground. If you don't pay attention, you might think it was an artistic light used for scenery in the park. Hiss! Su Yuan stared at those things for a long time, and suddenly took a breath of cold air, thinking of a terrifying mutant creature known as a vampire. Unlucky, it's a blood-sucking tick. Ticks, also known as grass crawlers and lice, usually parasitize livestock such as cattle and sheep, or dogs. The mutated ticks carry a highly toxic mouthpart that can instantly paralyze human muscles. Just a light bite can make people unable to move. In particular, they tend to move in groups, and even if the corpses encounter them, they will be sucked dry. What annoys him the most is that these blood-sucking ticks are only primary mutants, and there is no crystal core in their brains. Even if they can be killed, it is just a waste of effort and no benefit. Countless blood-sucking ticks are like scarabs guarding the pharaoh's tomb, blocking all humans who want to approach the altar. Su Yuan cautiously stepped back 2 steps, drew out the dagger, and swung it hard in the right direction. The dagger was like an arrow from a string, and it pierced a blood-sucking tick very accurately. The swollen insect abdomen is like a balloon filled with blood. When it bursts, a large area of blood is sprayed around. Suddenly, countless dense black spots emerged from the cracks in the rocks and the bushes, greedily rushing towards the blood. Ticks are only the size of sesame seeds under normal circumstances, and the size of the mutated body is equivalent to the size of a quail egg. But their 8 long legs moved very fast, and countless ticks crowded together, forming a dark carpet of insects, like the shadow of death under the scorching sun. Bloodthirsty ticks will attack even their own kind when they see blood, as if the meaning of their existence is to fill their stomachs with blood. Is this a louse parasitic on the military dog? It's too fierce. Su Yuan cursed inwardly and had to retreat a distance again. The altar of the gods was right in front of him, but he couldn't get close. This feeling was as annoying as a human beauty lying on the bed with her pants stripped off, but he couldn't untie his belt no matter what. If only there was a tanker full of gasoline, and a big fire would burn everything clean. Su Yuan suppressed his irritability and looked around. But there is no such good thing in the world. Can you make people want to have it? Even the altar of the gods can't give people such a supernatural power to make their wishes come true. Su Yuan knew that the most taboo thing to do in the end of the world is to panic. He retreated to a safe distance, paying attention to the movements around him while thinking about countermeasures in his mind. There are many ways to deal with ticks, such as fire, flood, lightning, poison, etc. But besides a few scattered cars, he had fishing rods and fishing gear abandoned by the lake. Maybe a day ago, these fishing rods and fishing gear were valuable and rare, but now they are just a pile of useless garbage to him. Su Yuan pondered for a long time, and suddenly slapped the backpack behind him, and he had already made up his mind. He saw a gleam in his eyes, and walked quickly to the scattered fishing gear by the lake, and picked out the thickest and strongest fishing rod. Then he tied all the fish hooks he could find together to make a thorn ball full of barbs. After all these preparations were completed, Su Yuan climbed up the park wall, aimed at a large group of blood-sucking ticks, and threw the thorn ball like a meteor hammer. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had never fished since he was a child, and his accuracy in throwing the rod was much worse than that of an expert fisherman. After trying more than a dozen times, when his arms were numb from shaking, he finally hooked a blood-sucking tick full of blood. After succeeding, Su Yuan's face suddenly became happy, and then became more solemn. He took the blood-sucking tick far away, then put on gloves and carefully cut off all 8 long legs of the blood-sucking tick with a mantis knife. He also cut a 2-finger-wide wound on the insect's abdomen, which was a circle larger than a billiard ball, and thick, dirty blood like paste flowed out. Su Yuan endured the pungent stench and took out the iron can containing 4 magic flower mantis eggs from his backpack. In nature, magic flower mantises occasionally feed on ticks and are natural enemies of ticks. As long as they can be hatched, the method of one thing over another and biochemical control can be used to solve the tick problem in front of him. He looked at the eggs that were only the size of an ordinary person's thumb and couldn't help frowning. It's too small. I don't know if I can draw all the runes. In his previous life, he had dealt with a supernatural person who specialized in controlling insects and learned 1 or 2 strange tricks similar to witchcraft. He cut his middle finger and used a straw stick to carefully draw runes on the eggs. These runes are shaped like tadpoles and look like children's graffiti. There is no pattern at all. Su Yuan didn't recognize any of them. He just memorized them with his extraordinary memory. At this time, he was thinking about it in his mind while drawing. It took a whole cigarette's time to finish drawing an insect egg. According to the person who taught him the method of controlling insects, this insect controlling rune can suppress insects for 3 hours, that is, 6 hours. During this period of time, the insects will not attack the owner who drew the rune with blood, but when the time is up, the insects will attack back. At that time, they will not stop until they have eaten the rune maker without leaving any residue. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, even Su Yuan does not want to use this method that is not a solution. But according to his estimation, 6 hours would be enough for the magic flower mantis to deal with the tick, allowing him to take the opportunity to activate the altar and become a transcendent. When the time comes, even if the magic flower mantis bites back, Sayatsi will just run away at the worst. After drawing 1 insect egg, the speed increased a lot when drawing the remaining eggs. Finally, he stuffed 4 eggs along with 4 first-order crystal nuclei along the wound on the tick's abdomen. Crystal nuclei are not just as simple as sacrifices, they will be used in many places in the apocalypse. For example, the low-level insect control technique used by Su Yuan just now is said to be an ancient method passed down from ancient times in the Miao border area. This method does not work before the end of the world, and most people laugh it off as myths and legends. It wasn't until a certain Gu master discovered the combination of crystal nuclei and alchemy handed down from ancient times that insect control finally became a reality. There are many others similar to it, such as Taoist talismans and formations, spells and magic formations in the Western world, etc. After obtaining the crystal core as energy source, they have all exerted abilities that are not weaker than those recorded in myths. Many ancient artifacts buried in ruins or sealed in underground treasure houses will also show extraordinary aspects after using crystal nuclei as energy sources. Su Yuan took off his coat, randomly wrapped the tick containing the eggs, and threw it into the park with all his strength. His eyes also moved along with the package, and he murmured to himself, "I hope this thing works." Gradually, countless bloodthirsty ticks began to become restless. They emerged from the grass where they were hiding in the rocks and crawled around irritably, as if they sensed the presence of their natural enemies. Su Yuan stood on the park wall, waiting quietly from a high position. Finally, there was movement under the ball of clothes wrapped around the demonized mantis. The four colorful little guys, like chickens breaking through eggshells, tore apart the clothes that were blocking them and looked at the world around them. The four magic flower mantises hatched now are all male. Their body surface has black, red, blue, white, purple and other colors interlaced in a crisscross pattern, which is extremely gorgeous. The magic flower mantis is the largest of the predatory mantises. Under normal circumstances, the adult body length can reach 13 centimeters, and it enjoys the reputation of king of mantises. But the four mutated magic flower mantises in front of them had just broken through the eggs, and their body lengths had already reached a terrifying 20 centimeters. Soon they were delighted to find that everything around them was food that could be hunted. Following the instinct engraved deep in the genes, the demonized mantis spreads its wings and stretches its blades. Shwa! The ground. It moves so fast that it is almost difficult for the human eye to catch its trajectory. It's like teleporting, disappearing from one place and appearing in another place in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan saw this and couldn't help but clicked his tongue. As the top predators among mantises, the demonic flower mantis is already rare in number, so he has never seen how powerful they are after mutation in his previous life. Once, during an operation to search for supplies, the expedition team he was part of unexpectedly encountered 5 sword mantises that had evolved to the 4th level. As a result, only 6 of the 19 people in their team died in this encounter, and they managed to escape from the insect mouth. 4 of them were seriously injured. Even the captain, who was a 5-star silver transcendent, had an arm cut off by the broadsword mantis during the battle. Ever since that time, Su Yuan was extremely afraid of the mutated mantis, and it almost became a worry for him. At this moment, when he saw the demonic flower mantis movements being so terrifyingly fast, he couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. I don't know whether it is right or wrong to choose to hatch them. Although these 4 magic flower mantises have just hatched, they are as ferocious as hungry wolves and tigers. They flap their wings and pounce on the nearest bloodthirsty tick. The sharp blades are like 2 extremely sharp blades, piercing deeply into the body of the bloodthirsty tick. After catching their prey, they bite off the tick's head directly with their mouths and then swallow it in their belly. But he was dismissive of the belly that looked like a tick pustule. The ferocious devil flower mantises waved their death scythes and rushed into the ticks, causing a bloody storm. It was hard to imagine that a battle between a group of insects would give Su Yuan a tragic feeling. Rather than saying it was a battle, it was better to say that the magic flower mantis slaughtered the tick's head on. They only eat the most essential parts of ticks, and after killing each tick, they even take just one bite and throw it away. Killing and plundering, devouring and evolving are the eternal themes of all species in the apocalypse. The magic flower mantis grows by killing and evolves by devouring, and their size increases at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it went from being the size of a palm to being as long as an ordinary human arm. The colors on his body became more and more vivid, revealing a fatal and enchanting beauty. The blades of the forelimbs also grow longer and longer. If fully extended, its length is even longer than their body. Too fast. The magic flower mantis kills too fast. The bloodthirsty ticks that could kill hundreds or thousands of people in the entire park are now lingering under the blade of the magic flower mantis, dying in pieces. Because these magic flower mantises were specially hatched by Su Yuan using the bodies of bloodthirsty ticks as culture tanks, they have had a certain degree of resistance to the poison that bloodthirsty ticks rely on to survive since they were born. And as the magic flower mantises continue to devour and evolve, this resistance will become stronger and stronger, and eventually they will be completely immune to the toxicity of ticks. The 4 magic flower mantises are like 4 fast-moving spray insecticides. Light and shadows flickered on the lawn, and wherever they went, ticks had no power to resist. The blood flowing from the ticks' broken abdomens had already gathered into a stream, and the bloodthirsty ticks gradually turned from resistance at the beginning to a panic escape. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Yuan drew out his 2 second-level mantis knives and jumped off the wall. The moment he jumped, the 4 magic flower mantises suddenly stopped moving and looked at his position together. There was even a magic flower mantis flapping its wings and flew directly to Su Yuan's feet, raising its triangular head and curiously looking at him with a pair of huge compound eyes that made people's scalps numb. Su Yuan crossed the 2 mantis knives in front of him, and his eyes were firmly locked on the magic flower mantis. As long as the magic flower mantis showed a hint of hostility, he would have to grit his teeth and fight to the death. The magic flower mantis turned its head, and the 2 second-level magic flower mantis blades in Su Yuan's hand aroused its interest. It felt a breath of a superior from them. Devour the wolf. Su Yuan only noticed at this time that the colorful body of the magic flower mantis had many complex and incomprehensible strange stripes. If you look closely, you can easily see that the inconspicuous stripes are the runes he drew on the eggs. It is the existence of these runes that prevented the magic flower mantis from attacking him. The magic flower mantis just looked at Su Yuan for a few times, then suddenly flapped its wings and continued to kill bloodthirsty ticks. In their eyes, all creatures are divided into 2 categories, edible and inedible. Su Yuan was obviously classified as the latter, but when the runes on their bodies dissipated, this classification of Su Yuan would definitely change. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Su Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stepped on the blood plasma that was about to cover his feet, and quickly approached the altar. The bloodthirsty tick had been chased by the magic flower mantis and fled deep into the park, and he had to complete the sacrifice and leave here before the magic flower mantis lost control. At the beginning, all the altars that descended were primary altars, which could give the sacrificer various superpowers. Some superpowers can give people the powerful strength to lift objects several times heavier than their own weight like ants, or give people ears that can hear infrasound like bats, give eyes the ability of infrared night vision like snakes, etc. These physical enhancement superpowers are the most common and ordinary. The initial superpowers of primary extraordinary people are basically this kind. In addition, there are also elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness, as well as bloodline systems, but these superpowers can only be obtained after reaching the black iron level of extraordinary people. Going up, there are also extremely rare contract systems, curse systems, prophecy systems, medical systems, etc. Among them, the contract system superpowers can sign a contract with mutants, just like driving summoned beasts. The curse system often hurts the enemy 1000 but hurts itself 800, but it wins because it is weird and hard to guard against. However, these kinds of superpowers are too rare. In the 9 years of Su Yuan's previous life, he had seen no more than 10 people with such superpowers. Wherever these people go, they are very important and are looked up to by everyone. The quadrilateral altar is about 3 meters high. The overall shape is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, emitting a faint dark golden light, like a miniature Mayan pyramid. Anyone who sees it for the first time will have the same impression, a perfect work of art. The surface of the altar is covered with mysterious runes. Every stroke of these runes is so perfect, thick and thin, deep and shallow, completely consistent, without the slightest error. The golden light ripples in the runes, making the altar look sacred and beautiful, so that people firmly believe that this is the creation of the gods, and it can only be the creation of the gods. When Su Yuan took out a crystal core and embedded it into a hexagonal groove the size of a plate, the altar suddenly shone with golden light. The complex runes that looked like star maps were shining, like energy pulses that shuttled through them. A strange substance similar to the double helix structure of human DNA slowly rose from the altar and floated in front of Su Yuan. This is the God's gift that can give people superpowers. You only need to integrate the God's gift into your body to become a primary one-star extraordinary person. Sacrificing crystal cores and obtaining God's gift of superpowers is the first step that humans need to take to survive this world-destroying disaster. From weak to strong, the extraordinary people are divided into primary, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold, and each level is divided into 1 to 9 stars. Under normal circumstances, the extraordinary person can only obtain one superpower at each stage. The second superpower can only be obtained when you are promoted to a black iron level extraordinary person. As his fingertips touched the gift of God, it immediately turned into strands of light, flowing through Su Yuan's fingers and into his body. An unprecedented sense of comfort rose, as if all the pores on his body were expanding at this moment. Like a spark burning in the deepest part of the body's cells, the slightly burning feeling instantly spread throughout the body, and the bones made a slight, indistinguishable crackling sound. The burning sensation gathered into a heat flow, and every molecule that made up the human body was cheering and welcoming this leap-like life evolution. Slowly, Su Yuan's body looked a little thinner than before, but his posture was more upright, as if he had grown a little taller. His skin was whiter and rosier than before, with an extra layer of lustrous luster. Even his facial features became more handsome. Su Yuan, bathed in the light, seemed like the legendary sun god, and when people saw him, they would have an urge to worship from the bottom of their hearts. This is actually an elemental power? Su Yuan felt it and was more certain that it was a water elemental power. He was overjoyed. Shouldn't it be a physical enhancement type? Is it a benefit for the first person to activate the altar? Although Su Yuan only sacrificed a crystal core now, don't forget that there is a 99.9% chance that this crystal core is the first crystal core received by many god altars around the world. And the rewards given by the god altar also prove this point. Only a first-level crystal core gives the elemental power that can only be obtained by the black iron level. However, Su Yuan's ambition can't be satisfied with a mere elemental power. He had made sufficient preparations before the end of the world. The 17 first-order crystal cores and 1 second-order crystal core spawned by the 3,756 mantises finally came into play. Excluding the 4 used to hatch the magic flower mantis not long ago and the one he just used to activate the altar. Su Yuan still had 12 first-order crystal cores and 1 second-order crystal core left in his hand. At this time, he made up his mind and put all the remaining crystal cores on the altar for sacrifice while the divine fusion was not over. The whole altar was shaken immediately, and even the golden light flowing on its surface became chaotic at this moment. It was like the altar was a brothel, and a customer broke in just after it was opened. And this customer didn't just listen to a little song, but threw a lot of money on the face of the old procuress, asking to buy the most beautiful girl in the brothel directly. The crystal core sank into the altar like a stone sinking into the water. Then, a powerful energy emerged from the altar, forming a halo after a halo, which enveloped Su Yuan and then penetrated into his body. This change was so detailed that every cell, molecule, and atom that made up Su Yuan's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. It was this kind of change that could make an ordinary human become a superhuman and have the qualifications to drive the power of nature. I don't know when it started, but the air around Su Yuan's body became chaotic and agitated. At first, it was just a breeze, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a strong wind, whistling and sweeping everything within a radius of dozens of meters. The ordinary water attributability, under the infusion of the energy transformed by the crystal core, completely transformed into another form attribute. And this form attribute is called air. It's a special form of ability. Su Yuan jumped down from the altar lightly. He raised his palm, and the air around his palm was rapidly compressed under the guidance of the ability, like a layer of glove attached to his palm. Then, he casually waved his hand and chopped a willow tree next to the altar, which was as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. The trunk was immediately cut with a 2-inch deep cut, but his hand was intact, not even a hair fell off. Feeling the surging power in his body, Su Yuan's mouth curled up, and he wanted to laugh out loud. He had been suppressed for too long. Although he was reborn, it also meant that he had to face the terrible doomsday world again. In his previous life, he was already a Bronze 8-star extraordinary person before his death, and he was used to the extraordinary power contained in his body. When he was reborn, his body was completely restored to the appearance of an ordinary person, which made him always feel a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. It was like an old soldier who had fought all his life and was inseparable from his gun was suddenly confiscated of his gun. But now, everything is different. Although this special attribute of the supernatural power is also an elemental system, it controls the ubiquitous air. I remember that in the movie Wind and Cloud, the hero dominates the world. Bu Jingyun's Payun palm needs water to exert its power. Xiangba deliberately followed Bu Jingyun to the desert with yellow sand for thousands of miles before he appeared. As a result, Bu Jingyun had no water to use, so he broke his left arm and used blood to perform Payun palm. But Xiangba's Sanfen Guiyuanqi has no so many restrictions, and it can be used wherever you go. The same is true for the air element's supernatural power that Su Yuan obtained this time. As the divine power penetrated Su Yuan's body more and more thoroughly, the transformation of Su Yuan's body by the altar of the gods also reached the final critical stage. At the moment when the divine power touched Su Yuan's soul, something strange happened. A strange wave suddenly appeared from the depths of Su Yuan's soul. The moment this soul wave appeared, the energy of the entire altar suddenly became violent. The golden light expanded rapidly, and the color changed from golden to dark gold, mixed with a trace of heart-pounding blood red. Finally, a solidified column of light was formed, reaching the sky, as if warning a mysterious existence. The remnant soul of the escapee of the fifth era was found and wiped out. This is the information contained in the column of light. Unfortunately, this method of communication is incomprehensible to Su Yuan and even the entire human civilization. Su Yuan, who was shrouded in the column of light, felt as if he was suddenly in the deep and vast universe. Up and down, left and right, in all directions, the dreamlike star cluster mist was in sight. Compared with the vast universe, Su Yuan is like a tiny dust floating in the void. Countless starlights interweave and shuttle around him, forming an extremely huge hexagram pattern that seems to encompass the entire universe. This pattern is extremely large, but it also seems to be extremely small, so small that it seems to exist in the pupils of Su Yuan's eyes. What's going on? Su Yuan muttered to himself, feeling that the mysterious altar was even more mysterious than he had imagined. In his previous life, he only knew that if he placed the crystal core on the altar for sacrifice, a strange substance similar to the double helix structure of human DNA would appear. If you touch it with your hand, you can be given supernatural powers. After the sacrifice, the god's altar will return to a silent state, waiting for the arrival of the next sacrificer. Or it will turn into golden sand and drift into the sky, and then randomly appear anywhere in the world, and will not stay in one place forever. There are many elusive rules in the god's altar, but no matter what, this situation has never happened before. The six-pointed star interwoven by the starlight suddenly gathered towards Su Yuan in an instant, as if even the void was cut apart. Su Yuan felt a murderous intent from the starlight. That feeling was like the despair and powerlessness of a person facing an avalanche, tsunami, or volcanic eruption. The six-pointed star pattern was reflected in Su Yuan's pupils, making his eyes seem to contain the entire brilliant galaxy. The light and shadow flowed, and the sea of stars was like clouds and waterfalls, as if there were countless mysteries contained in it. Su Yuan felt as if his soul had been expelled from his body. Facing the six-pointed star pattern with murderous intent, he couldn't even move his fingers. When Su Yuan was about to be cut into pieces by the six-pointed star in the next second, the strange fluctuation hidden in the depths of Su Yuan's soul suddenly broke out. The six-pointed star pattern that was almost in front of him was forced back from in front of him. As soon as this strange wave appeared, Su Yuan immediately recognized what it was. Even if he had died once before, he would never forget it. Because in his previous life, he died under such a soul wave. At that time, he had just stepped into the ancient ruins. In less than 1/10,000th of a second, he was swept by this soul wave, and his body and soul were completely annihilated in an instant, without even a trace of ash left. When he woke up again, he had been reborn to the day when the doomsday broke out. The initiator of all this was this mysterious soul fluctuation. It appeared again at this time, and it was able to compete with the God Altair. It seemed that even the space was distorted where these two forces collided. Su Yuan felt as if his eyes were about to explode, and there was a tearing pain in his mind. Countless starlights were like countless red-hot cow hair needles, piercing his body fiercely. If the pain of a woman giving birth is the highest in the world, then Su Yuan's pain at this moment is probably equivalent to giving birth to 8 babies in a row. The two forces of starlight and mysterious soul fluctuations were in a stalemate. At this time, for Su Yuan, 1 second seemed as difficult as a century. This situation was completely beyond Su Yuan's expectations. He had never heard that the God Altair would kill the sacrificer. But he had a vague understanding in his heart. Perhaps it was because of this strange fluctuation hidden in the depths of his soul that the God Altair burst into murderous intent against him. It was unknown how long it had been, but the mysterious fluctuations that had been lurking deep in his soul suddenly erupted violently, as if all the energy had been consumed in an instant, and finally the starlight was completely driven back. The starlight instantly became very soft, and penetrated into Su Yuan's body like rain turning into spring breeze. Finally, a blank pattern in the shape of a 6-pointed star the size of a coin was left on the back of Su Yuan's right hand. This pattern is the supernatural badge, which is a symbol of the identity and strength of the supernatural, and also a link between the supernatural and the God Altair. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Everything just now was extremely dangerous. If he made a mistake, he would be crushed to pieces by the God Altair. From now on, he will continue to collect crystal cores to improve his strength. It is not difficult to upgrade the 9-star levels of the primary supernatural, which is equivalent to the novice welfare period in the game. The energy contained in a first-level crystal core is generally between 1 and 9 energy points. It only takes about 15 to 20 energy points to upgrade from a primary 1-star supernatural to a primary 2-star. The difficulty is that at this time, the end of the world has just arrived, and the mutants that have evolved crystal cores are rarer than living people. Although the crisis is over at this moment, it has left a bigger mystery in Su Yuan's heart. What exactly is this strange soul fluctuation that has followed him from his previous life to the present? Why did it cause the God Altair to want to kill him? Su Yuan thought about it, but he still couldn't figure it out. Remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan Novel Network. All the abnormalities returned to calm, and the altar of the gods suddenly turned into a floating golden sand, ignoring gravity and drifting vertically towards the sky. As the golden sand was floating all over the sky, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a colorful afterimage that was incompatible with the surrounding gold, coming from the other side of the golden sand mist. It turned out to be a magic flower mantis. The size of this magic flower mantis has grown to the height of an 8 or 9-year-old child. It has a slender body, a flat body, and the front chest can rotate freely. There are colorful wings on the side of the body, which usually cover the back of the abdomen. Its appearance is elegant and beautiful, but also full of murderous intent. Once it is firmly grasped by its sickle-shaped forelimbs, the mouthparts with sharp barbs will follow. If it bites, even a great immortal will not be able to escape the doom. When Su Yuan noticed the magic flower mantis rushing over from the other end of the golden sand, the opponent was already close to him. With the extraordinary speed of the magic flower mantis, it was too late for Su Yuan to dodge. The 2 second-level mutant mantis knives as weapons were carried on his back, and he had no time to take them out in a hurry. Su Yuan cursed inwardly that it came so fast, so he had to kick the backpack at his feet towards the magic flower mantis and resisted it slightly. Seeing that the backpack was about to hit the body of the magic flower mantis suddenly flapped its wings, and the insect body drew an arc in the air, and sideways to avoid the backpack that was hitting it. But with the precious time bought by the backpack, Su Yuan had already taken off the mantis knife on his back and blocked it in front of him in a cross shape. At the same time, Su Yuan saw from the corner of his eye that 3 other relatively small magic flower mantises were also surrounding him. It was really a case of misfortunes never come singly. Su Yuan was already struggling to deal with a first-level magic flower mantis, and now 4 of them were attacking him together, which was simply going to kill him. Su Yuan thought to himself, could it be that these 4 magic flower mantises had eaten too many blood-sucking ticks and were now on the verge of being promoted to second-level mutants, and their strength had increased too much in a short period of time, so that the low-level insect control technique could no longer suppress their ferocity? But at this time, the magic flower mantis had already rushed in front of him, so how could he have time to think more? Su Yuan hurriedly used the mantis knife to protect the vital parts in front of him. The reaction of the magic flower mantis was indeed terrifyingly fast. It actually vibrated its wings in a millimeter, causing its body that was about to hit the sharp blade to pause for a moment. At this moment, Su Yuan saw a group of golden hexagram patterns vaguely in the honeycomb-like compound eyes of the magic flower mantis. Su Yuan immediately understood. The damn entity was upgraded too quickly, causing the insect control technique to fail. This was clearly the work of the God's Altair. Su Yuan cursed in his heart, how come the God Altair is like a dogskin plaster that sticks to me and can't be shaken off, and must kill me? Unfortunately, Su Yuan didn't know that the soul fluctuation in his body was defined by the God Altair as the remnant soul of the escapee of the fifth epoch, otherwise he would be even more crazy. He can't afford to offend the God Altair, but he can hide from it, but this remnant soul is inside his body, and he can't hide even if he wants to. It seems that the huge hexagram formation on the altar couldn't strangle me before, so it injected energy into the body of the magic flower mantis. It accelerated the evolution of the magic flower mantis, and then broke through the control of the talisman, and killed me with the hand of the magic flower mantis. These thoughts flashed through Su Yuan's mind like lightning. He shook his shoulder, and the mantis knife was as fast as the wind, slashing the magic flower mantis. There was a crisp sound of click, and the hard shell of the magic flower mantis suddenly broke, and the dark green juice sprayed everywhere, splashing on the ground, and even corroded the grass into pieces of black. It seems that its blood is poisonous. Su Yuan's knife was very heavy. The magic flower mantis is an assassin-type player with high attack, low defense, and thin blood volume. At this time, with such injuries on its body, the huge insect body struggled to flutter on the ground, but it couldn't stand up anyway. There is a saying that you will die when you are sick. Su Yuan did not hold back, and drew an arc with the mantis knife, slashing directly at the head of the magic flower mantis. He knew that insects have strong vitality. Many insects can live for 10 days or half a month even if they lose their heads, and they may even attack and hurt people. So he was going to split the magic flower mantis in half with one strike, not giving the opponent any chance to turn the tables. Although he was fast, the other three magic flower mantises were even faster, and suddenly they changed from slowly surrounding to sprinting. Su Yuan was attacked from three sides, but he did not retreat but advanced. The mantis knife slashed along the middle of the two tentacles on the top of the magic flower mantis's head, splitting the head of this strange insect that looked like an alien creature into a Y shape. Then he reached out and took out the crystal core from the half of the insect head covered with green mucus, and then used the same trick again, kicking the insect corpse that was split in half to block the other three magic flower mantises. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and retreated quickly, rushing towards a nearby tree. Because mantises have always had the habit of cannibalism, Su Yuan expected that the three magic flower mantises would definitely be attracted by the insect corpse, so he dared to do this move that could be called pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. As he expected, the magic flower mantises also scrambled to devour the corpses of their own kind that were delivered to their mouths. This advance and retreat, if he hesitated for a moment, he would be surrounded by three magic flower mantises. Su Yuan leaned against the tree trunk as a support, and his eyes quickly swept around, trying to find a favorable terrain that could limit the movement speed of the magic flower mantises. But the park is open, and you can see from south to north at a glance. Where is the terrain that can be used? Do I have to climb up the tree? Su Yuan looked up at the treetops, and suddenly his eyes fixed. Out of car windows I saw a shriveled corpse wearing a police uniform, half hanging on the treetop. The two pale eyes were wide open, as if they would fall out of their sockets at any time. You scared me. Su Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and raised his hand to close the corpse's eyelids. This should be the soldier responsible for guarding the altar of the gods. A standard rifle and 2 magazines were still hanging on the corpse by the belt. Su Yuan saw at a glance that the corpse was killed by blood-sucking ticks. The skin of the corpse was gray and it was obvious that all the blood in the body had been sucked out. I'm sorry. Su Yuan hooked the corpse down with a mantis knife, took the rifle and magazine in his hand, and then took a deep breath. In the end times, firearms must not be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Because the sound of gunfire will attract all the zombies and mutants nearby. For them with very keen hearing, the sound of gunfire is like the bell for dinner in the cafeteria. The rifle's safety was on. Su Yuan skillfully removed the magazine and replaced it with a full magazine. After adjusting the rifle to burst mode, he aimed at the 3 gathered magic flower mantises and pulled the trigger. The distance between Su Yuan and the magic flower mantises was only a dozen meters away. 30 bullets poured out instantly. The bullets with powerful kinetic energy immediately hit the magic flower mantises and made them fly. After one magazine was emptied, Su Yuan used the recoil to stand up the gun body, pressed the spring to replace the other full magazine, and continued to shoot. Under the continuous firepower, the relatively soft abdomens of the 2 magic flower mantises were torn into pieces by bullets, and the insect bodies covered with hard shells were also full of big holes, like rags. The last magic flower mantis also fell in the mucus and did not move. Su Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief, reloaded the magazine, and rushed towards the magic flower mantis. The gunfire just now would definitely bring more trouble. He had to collect the crystal cores of the 3 magic flower mantises as quickly as possible and then leave here. The park is surrounded by water on 3 sides, shaped like a natural pocket. If the zombies or other mutants blocked the entrance of the park, Su Yuan would have to grow wings to escape. While thinking about the retreat in his head, he was already within 3 meters of the magic flower mantis. At this moment, Su Yuan felt his heart pounding, and a feeling like a needle piercing his back suddenly rose. Not good. Su Yuan rushed too fast, and there was no time to retract his strength. He leaned to the left and rolled on the ground. Almost at the moment when he dodged, one of the 3 magic flower mantises that should have died suddenly stood up, raised its knife feet, and grabbed Su Yuan's shoulder at lightning speed. If it caught him, Su Yuan's neck would be bitten off half by the 4-petal mouthparts of the magic flower mantis. But Su Yuan's early sense of danger saved his life, and as he fell to the ground, he had already raised the muzzle of his gun and fired at the flying magic mantis. Who would have thought that insects would pretend to be dead? Although there were several bullet holes on the body of the magic mantis, the injuries were not enough to affect its movements. With the unique strong vitality of insects, it could still hold on for a while. It seemed to know how much damage the gun in Su Yuan's hand had done to it. After the attack missed, it did not entangle again, but flashed its wings and fled far away. Su Yuan fired all the remaining bullets in the rifle, but once the magic mantis flew up, it was so fast that only a residual image was left, and it didn't even hit a hair. From the completion of his sacrifice to the sudden counterattack of the magic mantis, there was almost no gap in between. So he could only use force in a hurry, and he didn't have time to use his supernatural powers. But he couldn't use his superpowers whenever he wanted. It took time to study, explore, and comprehend. Then, based on his own situation and understanding of superpowers, he could develop his own usage. The time required was long or short. It only took a dozen minutes for the easy ones, and it took more than 10 hours for the difficult ones. In his previous life, Su Yuan had heard that a top-level expert spent a lot of energy points to upgrade his superpowers to S-level, and then he comprehended for 3 days and 3 nights before he could barely mobilize a trace of S-level power. But if he was not careful in the current situation, he might be buried in the mouth of insects. How could he have time to calm down and develop superpowers? Seeing the magic flower mantis fleeing in a panic, Su Yuan couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. The situation was dangerous at the moment, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately picked up his backpack and left the place. Although he was sure that there must be other rifles in the park, he didn't go to search. Using a gun in the end times is like drinking poison to quench thirst. The sound of the gun was like using a loudspeaker to tell the mutants, "I'm here, come and eat me." When Su Yuan rushed out of the park and onto the road, dozens of zombies had gathered around. They rushed from all directions to where the gunshots came from. When they saw a living person, they immediately roared and pounced on Su Yuan. Su Yuan, who had just escaped from the wolf's den and was in a tiger's den, gritted his teeth, smashed the window glass of an SUV on the roadside, cut off the head of the owner who had already turned into a zombie, and pulled him out of the car. This was a beige Toyota 8900, with a solid body and a very spacious interior. The spotless leather seats were covered with dirty blood sprayed by the original owner. When Su Yuan grabbed the steering wheel and started the ignition, he found that the original owner's head was still in the car, just blocking the accelerator pedal. He quickly kicked his head aside with his foot, then put the car in gear and stepped on the accelerator pedal to the bottom. The engine speed pointer soared instantly, showing the car's extreme acceleration in an overloaded state. In the crazy friction between the wide tires and the ground, Su Yuan was like the protagonist in the movie Mad Max, and started a game of speed and passion with the zombies chasing behind him. However, driving a noisy car outdoors cannot completely get rid of the entanglement of zombies, but may be surrounded by the zombies. What he needs now is a solid building, solid steel bars, concrete walls and closed entrances and exits. But the road is not unobstructed, and there are broken down cars everywhere. Some of them were abandoned on the road by their owners in the chaos, and more of them were drivers who turned into zombies. These roadblocks caused great trouble to Su Yuan. The collisions again and again made the originally shiny car paint quickly rotten, especially there was a human head rolling around under Su Yuan's feet. Su Yuan took 2 seconds out of his busy schedule to pick up the head and threw it out of the car, where it hit a sign that read "No throwing objects out of car windows." It is not difficult to find a building to hide in a city full of skyscrapers. After Su Yuan distanced himself from the zombies, he quickly locked his target on a luxury hotel called Galaxy Treasure House. The reason for choosing a hotel is that it was still evening when the apocalypse broke out, and there should not be too many guests in the hotel. There are fewer zombies in places with fewer people. Su Yuan drove the car directly to the door of the hotel, opened the door and put one foot out, and suddenly a black shadow attacked from the diagonal back, and the half-open door was instantly knocked away like a broken cardboard. This hit Su Yuan's bones seemed to be broken, his throat was sweet, and his chest was even more stuffy. Before he could see what the other party was, the black shadow came back, turned flexibly in midair, and 2 sickle-like forelimbs had already swung down viciously towards Su Yuan's shoulders. It's the magic flower mantis. It actually chased here, and it's not going to stop. Su Yuan could see clearly at this time that the magic flower mantis was a whole circle bigger than before, and it had grown to the size of a calf. It was only 1 step away from being promoted to a second-level mutant, and the hexagram pattern in its 2 compound eyes became clearer. The 2 sickle-shaped blade feet of the magic flower mantis were as fast as 2 lightning bolts. The sawtooth blade feet directly buckled Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan, who didn't have time to draw his sword, only felt a burning pain in his left shoulder, and the warm blood immediately soaked his clothes. Then, the magic flower mantis split into 4 petals and had a mouth full of barbs, biting his neck all over his head. Su Yuan's shoulder was clamped by the magic flower mantis. If he tried to dodge, he would probably tear his entire arm off. He didn't want to be a one-armed hero, so he got ruthless and rushed forward instead of retreating, crashing into the arms of the magic flower mantis. The mantis's big mouth bit his ear closely, making a click sound. Su Yuan didn't just sit there and wait for death, he kicked the relatively soft and fragile abdomen of the magic flower mantis with his toes. As a result, the magic flower mantis suddenly flapped its wings and took him to the sky. The knife foot that pierced Su Yuan's shoulder hung on him tightly like an iron hook. The wound was torn apart immediately, and the severe pain made Su Yuan's eyes black. Su Yuan thought to himself, "This is not good." Eagles often catch their prey and fly up, and then let go, and directly drop the prey to death. It seems that this magic flower mantis is also planning something similar. He knew that if he didn't fight hard, he might have no chance, so he pulled out the mantis knife and cut off half of the wings of the magic flower mantis with one knife. The magic flower mantis was like a helicopter out of control. The man and the insect swirled and crashed through the glass of the hotel building's exterior wall and rushed into the building. Su Yuan took this opportunity to break free from the magic flower mantis's knife feet, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. If he had not become a primary extraordinary person, his body would have been strengthened by the altar of the gods, and this collision alone would have killed him. At this moment, he and the magic flower mantis were almost face to face, and suddenly found that there were dots of golden sand in the crystal core at the center of the magic flower mantis's eyebrows. This golden sand is exactly the same as the golden sand transformed by the altar of the gods. Su Yuan even noticed that the crystal core of the magic flower mantis in front of him had begun to change from white to purple. This undoubtedly means that it is only one step away from being promoted to the second level. The color of the first level crystal core is milky white, and the color of the second level crystal core is dark purple. This faint purple color is the dawn of hope in Su Yuan's eyes. Su Yuan thought to himself, I can't beat you, I'll eat you to death. Su Yuan suddenly made a crazy move. He pressed the head of the magic flower mantis with one hand, and took out 3 first-level crystal cores from his pocket with the other hand, and stuffed them into the mouth of the magic flower mantis. At the entrance of the crystal core, the magic flower mantis, which was struggling desperately, suddenly stiffened, then left Su Yuan behind and spread its wings to escape. Su Yuan rode on the magic flower mantis like a hungry tiger. Want to escape? Dream on. The identities of the hunter and the prey were instantly reversed. He grabbed one of the mantis's wings, twisted his waist and turned around, and used all his strength to pull the wing off alive. Then he rode on the magic flower mantis and pressed it down tightly. The magic flower mantis struggled violently for a few times at first, and after a while, a pair of huge compound eyes gradually lost color. The colorful carapace also turned gray, as if it had been hit by a fixed body spell. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang. The energy contained in these 3 crystal cores directly made the magic flower mantis break through the limit of the first level and began to evolve into a second-level mutant creature. Su Yuan, who was familiar with the habits of mantises, knew that the magic flower mantis would shed its original shell when it advanced. The magic flower mantis at this stage was like fish on the chopping board, and he could cut it however he wanted. It took only a few seconds for the outermost layer of the magic flower mantis's shell to gradually fade. Su Yuan immediately pulled out the mantis knife and cut off the mantis's 2-blade legs and head. Su Yuan was still not at ease, and he fell several more knives in succession, cutting the magic flower mantis trapped in its shell into 6 sections, and dug out the crystal core, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The magic flower mantis was already extremely fierce, and it was forcibly catalyzed by the power injected by the GOD'S Altair. Its strength was at least 30% higher than that of ordinary mutant creatures. With Su Yuan's strength as a beginner, it was still too much for him to deal with the second-order mutant creatures. Even though the energy contained in the second-order crystal core was as high as 10 to 50 energy points, it was far more than the amount contained in the first-order crystal core. But before being greedy, you have to consider whether you have such a big appetite. According to his estimation, the crystal core of this mantis can be exchanged for at least 20 energy points, but the result disappointed Su Yuan. He aimed the extraordinary badge at the lavender crystal core, and then a white light flashed, and the crystal core disappeared instantly. A symbol that looked like the Greek letter sigma immediately appeared in the white blank space of the extraordinary badge. This symbol seems to have magical power. It does not need to be learned specifically. Anyone who sees this symbol will think of the number 10. Su Yuan was stunned. Damn it. Such a fierce mutant mantis is worth 10 energy points? Is it because it is catalyzed? This thing also pays attention to wild and farmed? Only then did Su Yuan have time to look around and found that after all this tossing, he was standing in a large bedroom on a certain floor of the hotel. Under his feet was a thick and soft cashmere carpet, and the solid wood double bed was covered with a spotless white duck-down quilt. A huge European-style chandelier hangs from the ceiling, and there are several medieval classical oil paintings on the walls, all of which demonstrate the luxury of this 5-star hotel. The whole room was spotless. If it weren't for the calf-sized corpse of a magic flower mantis lying under Su Yuan's feet, it would feel like the end of the world had never happened. After confirming that the room was safe, Su Yuan first took off his bloody coat and threw it out of the window. Then he went to the bathroom and simply rinsed the wound. As soon as the cold water touched the wound, another burst of severe pain came. He found that although the wound looked horrible, it did not hurt the main blood vessels and bone ligaments. At most, it was a flesh wound, which could be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Then he found a medicine box under the TV cabinet in the living room, which contained iodine, disinfectant, bandages, antibiotics, quick-acting heart pills, asthma spray and other first-aid medicines. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Su Yuan was already familiar with how to deal with the wound, and it took only a few minutes to bandage it. After finally finishing the work, before Su Yuan had time to let his exhausted body rest for a while, he returned to the window and picked up the head of the magic flower mantis. After peeling off the outer hard shell, he suddenly found that the two slender tentacles of the advanced magic flower mantis were actually covered with a layer of light gold. The mark of the king. Su Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. The so-called mark of the king is something unique to the king of a certain mutant biological group, which is extremely rare. At present, this magic flower mantis has been catalyzed by the altar of the gods, and has devoured 3 other similar ones that have also been catalyzed. In addition, Su Yuan stuffed a mouthful of crystal cores, and it must be considered that the mother of several of them is a second-level mutant. All these factors combined together eventually led to the transformation of this magic flower mantis into the king of mantises. If it successfully advances, then it will not only become a second-level mutant, but also become the king of the group, with the ability to control the group. Su Yuan immediately carefully collected the 2 tentacles. Special items like this are very rare and precious trophies in the end times. They can be sold to extraordinary people who specialize in studying insects in exchange for energy points, or they can be used to make, fuse, and strengthen weapons and equipment, etc. However, this requires finding an intermediate altar. Weapons with the king's mark often have unexpected special effects when facing the species of creatures to which the mark belongs. In short, the value of this pair of tentacles is no less than the second-level crystal core in the insect head, and even more. It is said that the greater the risk, the higher the return. Su Yuan, who got a pair of tentacles containing the king's mark, felt refreshed suddenly, and it seemed that even the pain in the wound was a little weaker. At this moment, as soon as his mind relaxed, he immediately felt a burning hunger in his stomach. Su Yuan had not even had time to drink a sip of water since he came out in the morning, and he had been fighting fiercely with the magic flower mantis, and his physical strength had long been exhausted. Fortunately, there are refrigerators in such top suites. Su Yuanqing opened them hurriedly, and found that they were filled with all kinds of fruits, drinks, and alcoholic beverages. Su Yuan opened a bottle of mineral water priced at 300 yuan and took a few sips. Later, he found that except for the beautiful bottle, the taste of this water was no different from that of a certain haha that cost 3 yuan a bottle. Su Yuan needed a lot of protein and carbohydrates to replenish his physical strength, and there happened to be the most suitable target in front of him, the magic flower mantis that he had cut into 6 pieces. He took out the salt he had brought with him from his backpack, and kicked a seemingly valuable unpainted solid wood coffee table into pieces. Then he lifted up the carpet near the windowsill, and a fire rose on the marble floor tiles. He cut off the legs of the magic flower mantis and the insect meat on its chest and abdomen and roasted them on the fire. As for the insect abdomen that looked fat but was actually full of digestive organs and other inedible parts, Su Yuan threw them downstairs directly, leaving only a pair of quasi-second-order mutant mantis blade feet. The protein-rich insect meat sizzles on the fire, exuding a strong and tempting aroma, which tastes like the fried grasshoppers we ate when we were young. The bodies of mutants contain an energy called source quality by the extraordinary people. This source quality is an indispensable necessity for the evolution of extraordinary people. Both source quality and energy points can be used to improve the strength of extraordinary people. The difference is that while source quality improves the strength of extraordinary people, it will subtly change the physique of extraordinary people, and even give extraordinary people some unexpected special abilities. And energy points are hard currency in the end times. It is needed to upgrade the level, strengthen the superpowers, exert powerful superpowers, strengthen equipment, explore secrets, and buy everything you need. Becoming a primary extraordinary person through the altar is just a starting point. If you want to become stronger, you must constantly plunder source quality and crystal cores to strengthen yourself. When the energy in the body is gradually saturated, that is, after evolving from a primary 1-star extraordinary person to a 9-star extraordinary person, you can reach the black iron level through the altar. If ordinary people were not unable to absorb the essence, Su Yuan would definitely bring the half-cooked second-level magic flower mantis with him when he left home. Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, eating with relish, 1 mouthful of insect meat and 1 sip of red wine. Every time he ate more, his strength would increase a little. He also wanted to be like some immortal cultivation novels, where he could advance by just sitting cross-legged and absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. But reality is always harsh. Whether it is a superhuman, a zombie, a mutant, or even a mutant plant, the only way to evolve is to plunder and devour. The city with skyscrapers is like a huge jungle made of reinforced concrete. Human civilization collapsed overnight. This world has never been as equal as it is now. All life forms have returned to the same class, either hunters or prey. The click sound of a door lock turning suddenly sounded. Su Yuan immediately jumped up like a spring, pulled out a piece of wood with flames from the fire, and stared at the place where the sound came from with his eyes. That was another bedroom in the suite. In the smoke and fire, a young girl of 18 or 19 years old, wearing a one-piece leather pants and plastic mechanical armor on her arms and legs, carefully poked her head out. The two looked at each other. When the woman saw Su Yuan, she was immediately startled, and then immediately raised her hands and said repeatedly, "I am a living person, I am a living person." Su Yuan curled his lips. Of course he knew the other person was alive. After all, zombies had not evolved to the point where they could open door locks. The girl had black sassoon short hair, the left side of her hair was just as flat as her chin, and the right side was tucked behind her ear, making her look full of youth and vitality. A pair of eyes as big as an anime character from the second dimension, with two horizontal lines of blood red dye under the eyes. Combined with her one-piece leather jacket and leather pants, and bionic mechanical armor on her knees and arms, Su Yuan immediately thought of an anime movie. This girl should be cosplaying as Alita, the battle angel. Beauty, I don't seem to have called for special services, right? What's the matter with your uniform temptation? Su Yuan, who was half full, made a joke. The girl was stunned. Hey! This is my room, okay? She had heard the noise Su Yuan made in the room a long time ago, but she didn't dare to come out. It wasn't until the whole room was filled with smoke that she was worried that the house would catch fire, so she mustered up the courage to come out and take a look. She looked at the 1.5-meter-long mantis sword in Su Yuan's hand, and was immediately attracted by the hideous sawtooth and strange patterns on the sword. I wanted to ask how Su Yuan got in, but when the words came to my lips, they turned into, Your knife is so realistic. Are you also going to participate in the anime exhibition? Su Yuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Where did this silly girl come from? Why are there so many strange questions? Doesn't she know that it's the end of the world now? The fake Alita felt uncomfortable under Su Yuan's surprised eyes and couldn't help but turn sideways. The one-piece leather pants are like a thin layer of skin, showing her figure in the most perfect form. It must be said that this silly girl's restoration of the role is definitely more than 99%. Whether it is the figure or the appearance, even with the most critical eyes, there is no trace of fault. Su Yuan found that under the thin one-piece leather pants, there was not even a trace of underwear. Could it be the leather pants were worn with bare buttocks? Su Yuan immediately thought of an unsolved mystery about leather pants. Will it bulge when you fart while wearing this? At this time, Su Yuan suddenly noticed the key point in the other party's words, the anime exhibition. Su Yuan hurriedly asked, "What's your name? Which floor is this? Where is the anime exhibition you mentioned? How many people are there?" When Su Yuan was in high school, he went to an anime exhibition with his sister Su Linger. The huge crowds of people left a deep impression on him, which was comparable to the train station during the Spring Festival travel rush. In other words, there must be at least a few reinforced zombies at the exhibition site. My name is Chung Shui, and this is the 8th floor. The copycat Alita said uncertainly, the exhibition is on the 1st floor of the hotel and in the central garden of the hotel. The number of people, about 3,000 or 4,000, maybe more. Su Yuan's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. How big can the 1st floor of the hotel be? It can be imagined that the zombies there must be packed like sardines in a can. He was now very glad that he was caught up by the magic flower mantis at the entrance of the hotel, otherwise he might have run into the group of corpses. Even if the Virgin Mary appeared and gave him the holy light healing spell, he would be dead. Chang Shui handed Su Yuan a promotional poster and brochure for the anime exhibition. The poster was beautifully printed, with a panoramic view of the hotel on the cover, and the words Galaxy Treasure House sponsored by Love in Chinese and English in exquisite gold-plated small letters in the lower right corner. Opening the brochure, there were several close-up photos of the Galaxy Treasure House Hotel from different angles, including a bird's-eye view from the air. It can be seen that the hotel is in the shape of a U character, with a shaft-like open space in the middle, about the size of 2 football fields. It is a landscape garden with a considerable area, and there are even 2 open-air swimming pools in it. There is a 22-story skyscraper in the east, west, south and north of the central open space. There is a gap of about 30 meters between each building, and they are connected by a glass plank road, which looks like an oversized courtyard. TSK, strange. Su Yuan closed the brochure and looked at the distant view of the hotel on the cover again. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. The Galaxy Hotel in the photo is tall and magnificent, more than 1/3 higher than the surrounding buildings, like a majestic castle in the Middle Ages, and looks magnificent. The content of this distant view photo is very similar to a scene in his memory that is very far away. When he first saw the picture on the cover, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if the scenery in the picture had left a deep impression on him. But after a careful look, he always felt that something was missing. Indistinctly, this missing point seemed to be extremely important, but he couldn't remember it. This feeling was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Finally, Su Yuan put down the brochure with a puzzled look on his face. The already nervous mood was even more overshadowed at this time. But the most urgent task before him was to comprehend the supernatural power as soon as possible, otherwise he would have to risk his life with the mantis knife the next time he encountered danger. Based on his experience in his previous life, the time required for the first comprehending supernatural power was not long, 1 or 2 hours would be enough. It is better to comprehend supernatural power sooner rather than later. Su Yuan directly wrapped the fire and the remaining insect shells with a quilt and threw them out of the window. Moreover, during the period when he comprehended supernatural power, he would be immersed in the spiritual world, and he hated being disturbed the most. He picked up his backpack and said to Cheng Shui, "I have no ill intentions, but I need to borrow your room. You must not disturb me before I come out." Otherwise, Su Yuan said this, deliberately looking at Cheng Shui deeply with a threatening and slightly lecherous look. The latter immediately crossed her arms and took a small step back. But this action not only did not play any protective role, Su Yuan directly pushed her aside, walked through the living room, pushed open the door of another bedroom and was about to go in. But suddenly her whole body was shocked. Her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and the muscle fibers in her body immediately tightened like a bowstring, and the mantis knife was raised. It turned out that there were 3 people hiding in this bedroom. These 3 people were about the same age as Cheng Shui, and the key was that they all had strange shapes, including knights in armor, necromancers with skeletons, and a guy whose shape was exactly the same as a zombie. The rotten skin, the exposed bone bridge of the nose, the tattered clothes, and the dark red blood on the clothes were extremely lifelike. If she didn't have the disgusting smell of zombies, Su Yuan would have chopped her down with that knife just now. As soon as the woman cosplaying as a zombie saw Su Yuan coming in, she immediately covered her face with her hands and let out a piercing scream like a needle pricking her butt. Supernatural power. Fortunately, the necromancer next to him quickly covered his mouth with his hand. "Shut up, Ding Nan. You will attract zombies." The fake zombie named Ding Nan nodded, but his body was still shaking. Cheng Shui also caught up from behind and said to Ding Nan, "From your appearance, it seems that you should be afraid of others, right?" At this time, the tall and strong boy wearing plastic knight armor pushed the necromancer away and said coldly, "Wang Bin, I warn you, stay away from my girlfriend." After saying that, he hugged Ding Nan, who was dressed as a zombie, and asked about her well-being with a nervous face, and kissed Ding Nan gently on the forehead. Su Yuan saw it, and with his strong nerves, he couldn't help but look sideways. Ding Nan's appearance is definitely at the level of special effects of Hollywood blockbusters, and is almost exactly the same as a real zombie. So the scene of the 2 kissing is so weird. I really don't know how this knight brother can eat this. How strong is the taste? Wang Bin seemed a little dull. After being pushed away by the night man, he didn't dare to say anything, just lowered his head and walked aside. What kind of weirdos are they? Seeing this, Su Yuan lost interest in changing rooms and simply returned to the bedroom at the beginning. After warning Chang Shuatian again not to disturb him even if he fell, Su Yuan directly locked the door, simply covered the broken window with curtains, and began to try to mobilize the mysterious power in his body. As time passed, Su Yuan, with his eyes closed, was like an old monk in meditation, and his mind gradually sank into the spiritual world. Gradually, a slight breeze began to flow in the closed room, circling around Su Yuan's body. In the spiritual world, Su Yuan only felt a gray area in front of him. Not far ahead, a ball of light emitting a faint white glow was floating, as big as an 8 immortal table. This ball of light is not energy, but more like a certain materialized external manifestation of countless information. The moment Su Yuan touched the ball of light, it was like opening the door of truth that contained all the truths in the world. A huge amount of data and information entered his mind, and all the information about Qi flashed through his mind. Qi is a state of matter. It has substance and formlessness, is everywhere, can be compressed, and can also be diffused. Most substances in the world have 3 forms: solid, liquid, and gas. Even hard steel can be turned into gas as long as the pressure and temperature meet the conditions. It is both simple and complex. Even the air that people breathe every day is composed of nitrogen, oxygen, helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, radon, carbon dioxide, water vapor, impurities, and other elements. It releases heat when it contracts, absorbs heat when it expands, transmits sound when it vibrates, and generates wind when it flows. The process of perceiving a superpower is to understand all the information involved in the superpower through this way full of science fiction and magic. If such a huge amount of information is instilled into the human brain in an instant, the fragile human brain will be directly burned due to data overload. That's why it takes so long to comprehend superpowers. How much you can comprehend in the end, how much you can integrate and transform into your own understanding, and how much you can display in the form of superpowers, all depends on your personal ability. Time passed by, and the sun outside the window set and rose from the horizon. When the first ray of sunrise appeared in the morning of the next day, Su Yuan finally opened his eyes. I saw the glow in his eyes, like a wise man who was full of knowledge and saw through the origin of all things. This divine light gradually faded and dissipated after he opened his eyes. Then, a look full of burning fighting spirit rose from Su Yuan's eyes. He held his right hand in the air, and a group of air currents that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye gathered from all directions to his palm, and a slight whistling sound came from the air. Overpressure explosion. Su Yuan pressed the compressed air mass in his palm towards the coffee table in front of him. With a dull sound like a ball exploding, the 2-finger-thick marble tabletop instantly broke into pieces. The stone fragments were even more so. The power of the air compressed to the extreme suddenly expanded, and they flew everywhere. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He was quite satisfied with the power of this move, but it consumed too much mental power. With his current mental strength, he could only fire 3 moves at most before he had to stop. Then he took another deep breath. He took this breath for a full 30 seconds, as if there was no end. Then he suddenly puffed up his mouth, and with a puff sound, a mouthful of compressed air with saliva sprayed over and hit a big-bellied blue and white porcelain vase 5 meters away. The porcelain vase immediately shattered into pieces as if it was hit by a high-pressure air gun. Wow, the power of this mouth cannon is not bad. He was like a child who had just got a new toy, constantly testing the new ideas in his mind and having a lot of fun. He stopped only when he felt his head heavy and his body tired. At this time, he suddenly realized that his perception had taken a full 14 hours. Su Yuan thought to himself, even if it's an A-level ability, it's only this good. But one thing is certain, that is, the longer it takes to comprehend an ability, the greater its potential. The wound on Su Yuan's shoulder torn by the magic flower mantis has begun to scab over. As long as he doesn't make 2 big movements, he will be fine in 3 to 5 days. Of course, the premise is that there is no infection or inflammation. In the end times, with a lack of medical care and medicine, perhaps a small cold or tetanus can kill a person. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the residual soul that fought against the power of the altar when he sacrificed the crystal core. Almost at the same time when Su Yuan had the idea in his mind, the residual soul appeared again and instantly pulled him into the spiritual world. This time, there was no gray in front of him, but a dead silence. There was nothing around, even the light did not exist, as if he was floating in the endless void. There was no direction and no gravity here. Su Yuan's sense of his own existence became more and more vague. In the end, he felt that his body had turned into an infinitely small point of light. But he still did not receive any information in his mind, and even time had no meaning here. He had no idea how long he had been immersed in the spiritual world. It was as if the whole world was annihilated in loneliness. Just when Su Yuan was completely immersed in the spiritual world, a golden light appeared above the Galaxy Hotel without warning. Then, the golden light fell rapidly, and it turned out to be a God's Altar. The God's Altar was like a falling sun, falling directly into the central garden of the Galaxy Hotel. Then it suddenly turned into golden sand, and a golden sand grain separated from it and flew towards Su Yuan. The remaining golden sand grains were all integrated into a small tree that looked inconspicuous. These golden sands gradually condensed into a crystal core composed entirely of golden sand grains in the body of the small tree. The moment the crystal core condensed, the branches, leaves, and even roots of the small tree trembled, and then began to grow wildly. Its root system was like a winding tentacles, spreading wildly around in the land. Once it encountered other plants, it would pierce its roots into the bodies of other plants and then devour them greedily. Every time it devoured a plant, a branch would grow on the small tree. This new branch would have the characteristics of the plant it devoured. Soon, a branch on the small tree grew buds, and then quickly bloomed into gorgeous flowers. A strong bloody smell emanated from the flowers, and the zombies around were immediately attracted like flies smelling shit. Whenever a zombie ran near the small tree, it would be tightly entangled by the vines growing from another branch of the small tree. Then these vines would branch out countless slender branches, drilling into the zombies' mouths, nostrils, ears, and even eyes, and actually devour the zombies' blood. There would also be a branch with sharp thorns on the tip, which would inject a liquid similar to digestive enzymes into the zombies' bodies, turning all the zombies' flesh and bones into a pool of pus and blood, which would eventually be absorbed by the roots under the ground. Not long after, the area around the small tree had been flooded with pus and blood from the zombies, turning it into a swamp. This small tree, which had been integrated with the altar of the gods, was growing and evolving rapidly in this horrifying way. At the same time, the separated golden sand grain penetrated the glass curtain wall of the hotel building and the thick and solid reinforced concrete wall as if nothing in the world could stop it. Finally, the golden sand grain floated directly in front of Su Yuan and went to the mark on Su Yuan's forehead without any pause. It even penetrated his body directly and left a mark on Su Yuan's soul. Su Yuan only felt that an extremely strong murderous intent was instantly locked on him, as if someone had pierced his head with an awl, making him fall into an ice cave in an instant. The residual soul hidden in his mind immediately erased the mark and sent a strange and bizarre picture to Su Yuan. In the picture, it was the small tree that merged with the altar of the gods. Su Yuan woke up from the spiritual world and found that he was like a fish thrown into the desert, and the water in his body was almost exhausted. His lips were chapped and his throat was so thirsty that it seemed that he could spray dust with a cough. His body was even thinner. Su Yuan raised his arm with difficulty, and the diving watch on his wrist showed that less than 2 minutes had passed. 1 minute and 46 seconds. But his body seemed to have been hungry for half a month. If he had not been transformed into a superhuman by the God Altar before, and had not eaten a lot of mutant mantis meat rich in source essence, he would have been left with only skin and bones at this moment. Ha! Su Yuan suddenly noticed that the superhuman badge on the back of his hand had become different from before. The badge that was originally a hexagram pattern has now turned into an altar-shaped emblem. After a slight sense, this altar-shaped superhuman badge was actually connected to the God Altar in his body. The relationship between the two is like that of a host and a client. Although Su Yuan still doesn't understand the purpose of this change, he found very sadly that the 10 energy points he had finally obtained were also cleared. Golden sand, residual soul, and that little tree, Su Yuan muttered to himself, his head was completely messed up. The gold sand is closely related to the altar of the gods, and the residual soul is closely related to the cause of his death in his previous life. The last small tree. Su Yuan felt that it was not a tree at all, but a cold-blooded killer. Just like the alien in the movie, the meaning of existence is killing, and the target that the tree wants to kill is undoubtedly him, Su Yuan. Where did I offend the altar? What Su Yuan hates most is this unknown feeling that everything is out of control. At this moment, Cheng Shui suddenly banged on the door frantically outside, and shouted something loudly. But Su Yuan's physical condition is now extremely poor, and his spirit is a little dazed. He feels that he is out of touch with the whole world and can't hear what Cheng Shui is shouting at all. He picked up a bottle of mineral water on the bedside table and gulped it down. A whole bottle of mineral water poured into his mouth, finally pulling him back from the state of near death. But this alone is obviously not enough. At this moment, he is already hungry and red-eyed, and there is only one thought in his head, that is food. A lot of food. Help! Help! A zombie broke in. Su Yuan finally heard what Cheng Shui was shouting, and immediately rushed over to open the door. Cheng Shui looked terrified and pointed at the door. Without Cheng Shui's guidance, Su Yuan noticed that the knight and Wang Bin were holding the door of the room. In addition, there was a beautiful young woman who was crying anxiously. Two zombie arms with festering skin and sharp nails were caught in the crack of the door, scratching randomly. The festering sores on the zombie's arms exuded a strong stench, and the nails covered with black dirt seemed to be able to dig out the eyeballs of the three people blocking the door with a little more force. Seeing that the crack of the door was getting bigger and bigger, Su Yuan picked up a bottle of high-proof vodka on the cabinet, smashed the bottle mouth against the corner of the wall, and then poured the whole bottle of vodka on the zombie's arms. The zombies outside the door were completely unaware. Under the flushing of white wine, a lot of dirty blood immediately flowed out of the festering parts of the zombie's arms, and was thrown everywhere by it. The night man was surprised and said, "What are you doing? Invite them to drink?" Before he finished speaking, Su Yuan had already lit a lighter and threw it over. With a bang, a blue flame suddenly ignited on the zombies' arms. As soon as the fire started, the zombies roared and retracted their arms, and the door was finally closed successfully. His mental strength was completely exhausted now, and he could not activate his supernatural powers. He could only use this method to force the zombies back. But this behavior was like drinking poison to quench thirst. The flames ignited by the strong liquor could not kill the zombies at all, but only made them more violent. Moreover, the struggles and roars of the zombies would attract more zombies to gather here. Classmate Su Yuan frowned and asked, "What happened? Why did zombies break in?" Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The Nightman and others were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they slumped down on the ground completely exhausted. They were just panting heavily, and it seemed that they would not be able to recover for a while. Su Yuan reminded, "This wooden door cannot stop zombies. It won't take long for them to break the door." When several people heard this, they quickly rolled away from the door. Especially the nightman, who was almost knocked to the ground by a zombie just now. Now his mind is filled with the blue and black veins on the zombie's face, the white eyes, and the disgusting stench. "Yes, I opened the door," the nightman said with lingering fear. "Ding Nan's father is also in this hotel, and the room is on the 12th floor. We want to go up and find him." "Stupid," Su Yuan sneered, "you just rush out empty-handed? That's not looking for someone, it's looking for death." "You!" The nightman wanted to retort, but the fact was before their eyes. They opened the door and walked out not far before they were blocked by zombies. At this time, the roars and bangs of the zombies outside the door became more and more intense. Even a fool could hear it. There must be more than one zombie outside the door now. The doors of 5-star hotels are exquisite and luxurious, but they are also very strong and are made of high-quality logs. But the crashes one after another were still like a death knell hanging over several people's heads, and even their hearts beat violently to the rhythm of the sounds uncontrollably. At this time, Wang Bin, dressed as a necromancer, cried and said, "Quickly, give me the medical kit, my arm was scratched by a zombie." As expected, there was a bright red bloodstain under his loose robe sleeves. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui hurriedly went to the medical kit and took out bandages and iodine. Wang Bin also rolled up his sleeves. On his left arm, there were 5 scratches more than 3 inches long. The wounds rolled to both sides, which looked shocking. While Chang Shui was disinfecting the wound with iodine, she comforted Wang Bin with tears and nonsense. They are all alumni of the same school, otherwise they would not come to the Comic Con together.
Don't worry, everything will be fine. So many people turned into zombies yesterday, but we didn't. This shows that we all have antibodies.
Your wound is not deep, it just looks scary, just wrap it up and you'll be fine. Wang Bin nodded quickly. Chang Shui's words were like his life-saving straw.
Yes, this is just a skin injury. It must be fine, it must be fine.
At this time, the Nightman was also watching with a frown. The pretty girl next to him was hiding behind him. Only then did Su Yuan notice that the girl with delicate features was probably Ding Nan, who had taken off her makeup. The wounds on her body and face that looked real were all made of silicone.
Now after washing my face, I actually look quite pretty.
Ding Nan quietly pulled the Nightman aside and whispered in his ear, "Let's stay away from Wang Bin. If he turns into a zombie later, be careful to get hurt by him." Although the voice was low, Wang Bin still heard it attentively.
Wang Bin suddenly stood up and yelled nervously, "Why are you so far away from me? I'll be fine. I'll be fine." You saw it yesterday, the people bitten by the zombies didn't change at all. Become a zombie.
He even raised the unbandaged wound to Ding Nan's eyes, glared and shouted, "Look, the blood I shed is still red. The wound is not black and pus-filled, so it must not be infected. Look. The shadow of death has completely destroyed Wang Bin's sanity. He couldn't help but tremble at the thought of turning into a rotting zombie.
That's enough. Ding Nan, who seemed weak, slapped Wang Bin's arm away and shouted, "Yes. Those who were bitten yesterday did not turn into zombies. That's because they haven't had time to change yet. Just got eaten." Wang Bin laughed miserably and said, "Ha, if I hadn't protected you just now, would I have been scratched by a zombie? Are you doing this to me now?"
"I don't care what you say, you get out of here right now, or I'll ask Zheng Xin to throw you out."
Ding Nan pushed the tall Nightman. "Zheng Xin, say something to him, or do you want me?"
At this time, there was a click and a crack was knocked out of the door. The three of them were so frightened that they all shrank their necks.
Cheng Shui stamped her feet and said anxiously, "We are all classmates, can you stop arguing?
Besides, the zombies are about to break in.
Everyone, please think of a way."
"But what can they do? This is the 8th floor, and we can't jump out of the window to escape." Su Yuan knew that Wang Bin would definitely mutate, unless he found the altar of gods within 10 minutes and sacrificed the crystal core to make Wang Bin a transcendent. Otherwise, as long as ordinary people are injured by zombies, they are destined to become one of them. So while everyone was arguing, he was taking the time to regain his strength. But he found that all the food in the refrigerator had been packed by Zheng Xian and others. At this time, Wang Bin was despairing. He took out 2 1-kilogram boxes of caviar from his backpack and handed them to Su Yuan. "Eat mine. I originally bought this to give to my parents, but I guess I won't be able to do it." When you open the metal box lid, you can see the fish eggs inside, each one as bright and dark as a black pearl.
"Thank you." Su Yuan was not polite and patted Wang Bin on the shoulder after taking it. "You can probably survive for 5 minutes. Cherish the last time."
Wang Bin was stunned, and an awkward smile appeared on his face that was uglier than crying. The slightly elastic fish egg slid into his mouth and immediately collided with his tongue and teeth. When biting, it would make a pop sound that only the eater could hear, and it tasted fishy. Caviar is rich in a large amount of protein, fat, vitamins, mineral salts, amino acids and other nutrients, and is known as black gold.
For Su Yuan, who was in urgent need of nutrition, it was the best choice.
There were zombies outside the door, and Wang Bin, who was about to mutate, was in the room, so Su Yuan swallowed 2 kilograms of caviar and water like porridge. His body, which had been transformed by the altar of the gods, immediately started to work, transporting the nutrients inside to various parts of the body through the blood. The efficiency of supernatural people in absorbing energy is much higher than that of ordinary humans. For the same food, if humans spend 2 hours, they will finally get 10% to 20% of the energy of the food. Then it only takes a few dozen minutes for a primary superhuman to absorb 50% of the energy from food, which is twice that of an ordinary human. As the caviar was decomposed and absorbed in the body, Su Yuan felt the weakness in his body gradually dissipate.
At this time, Wang Bin curled up in the corner.
His body temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius. His heart was beating at an unprecedented speed. His blood vessels were dilated, so that the capillaries that were originally hidden in the subcutaneous fat became clearly visible. His lips were trembling. If you listen carefully, you can barely make out that he was muttering, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Cheng Shui stood 7 or 8 meters away from Wang Bin, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Zheng Xian and Ding Nan looked for everything in the room that could arm themselves, and their eyes were always vigilantly looking at Wang Bin.
Suddenly,
Wang Bin's body spasmed violently for a few times, and then he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Then, he suddenly bent up again, his pupils had turned a dead gray, and his skin was ulcerated on a large area. That was the manifestation of his body cells being unable to withstand such violent mutations and divisions, and large-scale death. Ding Nan pushed Cheng Shui out and shouted, "Quick, kill him.
He's turned into a zombie."
But it was too late. Wang Bin, who had completely lost consciousness, seemed to have a lot of hatred for Ding Nan.
He actually passed by Cheng Shui and rushed straight towards Ding Nan. "Ah! Zhang Xian, protect me quickly. You said you would protect me forever." Ding Nan shrank behind Zhang Xian, using Zhang Xian as a shield.
Zheng Xian relied on the plastic armor on his body to barely resist Wang Bin. But his armor was not made of steel after all, and some parts were even spliced with cardboard. It was torn into pieces by Wang Bin in a few strokes, and Wang Bin's nails were also turning black and longer at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like the claws of a beast. Grabbing Zhang Xian's armor immediately made a numbing sound. Zheng Xian cried with a sad face, I can't do it. This is our classmate, we eat together and live together. If you don't kill him, he will kill you." Ding Nan picked up the bottle that Su Yuan threw away from the ground, hid behind Zheng Xian, and suddenly smashed it on Wang Bin's head. But Wang Bin seemed not to notice, just desperately trying to bite Ding Nan. Just when Zheng Xian felt his arm was sore and numb, and was about to be unable to resist Wang Bin, Su Yuan walked over and kicked Wang Bin on the knee. The latter immediately fell to the side, and Su Yuan took advantage of the situation to pinch his neck and pressed him face down on the ground. The zombie that could make Zheng Xian, who was 1.85 meters tall and weighed 200 kilograms, so flustered, was actually powerless in front of Su Yuan, just as easy and casual as an adult picking up a child. In Su Yuan's opinion, among these people, only Cheng Shui looked good. He wanted to train Cheng Shui and asked her to come and give Wang Bin a quick death. Cheng Shui was unwilling to do anything and shook her head like a rattle.
Wang Bin is dead.
Although his body can still move, his soul has long been annihilated. Now he is just a walking corpse.
The end of the world is so cruel. If you don't want to die, you must learn to face it.
When Su Yuan said this, Cheng Shui felt like an iron-blooded general teaching a new soldier who was about to step onto the battlefield. Every word was like a mountain, steady and unshakable, making people unconsciously feel obedient.
What should I do?
Cheng Shui was at a loss, and had no idea how to give the so-called quick death. Su Yuan's right hand was like a pair of iron pliers, pressing Wang Bin firmly to the ground, and the other hand pointed at the back of Wang Bin's head and cervical vertebrae. The most effective way to kill zombies is to destroy their brains or nerve centers. In addition, fire, lightning, and freezing are also very effective.
After the mutation of the zombie, each body cell contains a perverted vitality.
Even if you chop it into a dozen pieces, it cannot make it fall into the true sense of death. Just like the tail of a snake or a gecko, even if it is cut off from the body, it can still move for a long time. Su Yuan had seen a special kind of zombie in his previous life, which could deprive other zombies of their flesh and blood organs. This deprivation is not devouring, but tearing it off and putting it directly on its own body, which is very similar to the Western legend that uses different parts of many corpses to splice together to become a hateful butcher.
In other words, we have to smash their heads?
Cheng Shui felt her stomach churning. Even thinking about that scene can make her shudder, let alone asking her to smash her friends who have been with her day and night? Just as Cheng Shui hesitated, Ding Nan suddenly gritted his teeth and lifted a flower pot as thick as a bucket and smashed it on Wang Bin's head. There was a sound like a watermelon falling to the ground, and a stream of red and white brain matter immediately flowed out from under the flower pot, followed by dark red blood spreading like a stream. After Ding Nan smashed it, his face was pale, and he was still cursing, "I told you to stare at me and bite, I told you to stare at me and bite." Su Yuan's face was cold. He wiped the blood spots on his body and said to Ding Nan expressionlessly, "There is only one possible reason why Wang Bin stared at you, that is, you smell of blood." As soon as these words came out, Cheng Shui and Zhang Xian immediately looked at Ding Nan in shock. "You, what do you mean by this?" Ding Nan grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and explained anxiously, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not injured at all, how can there be a smell of blood on my body? You have to protect me, you said you would protect me forever." Zhang Xian nodded unnaturally and said, "Don't worry, I will protect you." But he was also scared. Besides, which man wouldn't say "I will love you forever and protect you forever" when confessing to a girl? Now Ding Nan recited this sentence like a tight spell. It has only been a few minutes, and he has said it twice. Cheng Shui's brain is still quite smart, and she asked Ding Nan if she had her period. Ding Nan said no, but she reached into her pants and when she took it out, there were a few strands of blood with mucus on her fingertips. The zombie's sense of smell is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. In their eyes, Ding Nan, whose crotch is stained with blood, is as conspicuous as the butt of a firefly in the dark. What should I do? What should I do? Ding Nan pleaded with Zhang Xian in a crying voice, "I don't want to do it either. Who knows that my period will come at this time? Please don't abandon me." After getting Zhang Xian's assurance, she found a sanitary napkin and changed it, but she still looked like her father had died. "Okay." Su Yuan clapped his hands and asked Cheng Shui and others to look at him. "Now do as I say. Cheng Shui, go to my room. There are 2 mantis knives by the windowsill. Go and get them for self-defense." Ding Nan, pull down the curtains and twist them into ropes. Zhang Xian, find a way to fix the ropes made from the curtains at the door and adjust the height to the middle of a normal person's calf. Vegetables. After the scene of easily subduing Wang Bin just now, Zhang Xian and others almost obeyed Su Yuan's words. And even if they didn't listen to Su Yuan, they didn't know what to do. Ding Nan seemed to have something to say, but as soon as she met Su Yuan's eyes, she immediately felt like she was pricked by a needle and hurriedly avoided his gaze. Su Yuan looked only 1 or 2 years older than them, but Ding Nan felt that the tall and strong Zhang Xian and Su Yuan were like a little boy wearing open-crotch pants in kindergarten and a mature man as calm as a mountain. The difference was not a little bit. It seemed that Su Yuan had a very fascinating sense of security. At this time, Cheng Shui had come back with 2 mantis knives. She thought that this thing was just scary in shape, and it felt light in her hand, and it felt like both bone and agate. She immediately thought to herself, how can this thing be used for self-defense? It would be better to remove the steel pipe on the coat rack. At this time, there were more and more cracks on the door. If ordinary zombies did not act only according to instinct, with the zombies' strange strength and fearlessness of pain, they would have broken the door long ago. Zhang Xian quickly followed Su Yuan's instructions and tied one end of the rope firmly to the furniture next to the door. He held the other end in his hand and squatted on the other side of the door. And Ding Nan, the firefly, was arranged by Su Yuan to sit on the ground more than 10 meters away from the door, and she had to spread her legs. Ding Nan certainly would not agree to such an embarrassing request. But when she met Su Yuan's silent eyes, she did it obediently. It seemed that any words spoken by the man in front of him had an unquestionable power. After everything was ready, Su Yuan picked up the huge flower pot that had just killed Wang Bin, and the soil inside was estimated to be at least 30 or 40 kilograms. He swung his arm and smashed it on the door with a clang. The wooden door, which had been destroyed by zombies for half a day, was suddenly smashed into a basin-sized hole, and the zombies blocking the outside immediately rushed in through the hole. The wooden door, which could not bear the weight, finally broke into pieces, and 4 zombies rushed in like a swarm of bees. They took a step and were knocked down by the trip rope pulled by Zhang Xian. Just when the zombies were in the air and had not yet landed, Su Yuan had already swung the mantis knife, and chopped off the head of a zombie from bottom to top. Then he lowered his shoulders and elbows, twisted his waist, and chopped back with a knife, chopping off another head. When the remaining 2 zombies fell to the ground, Su Yuan had already taken a step sideways and cut the 3rd zombie with his knife. This is not a cosplay knife. Cheng Shui stared blankly at the 2 mantis knives in her hand.
No matter what, I didn't expect this thing to be so sharp.
Killing zombies is like chopping melons and vegetables. At this time, blood rained down in the room. The necks of the 3 headless zombies were fountains of blood rain, and a large amount of dark red and smelly blood sprayed all over the walls and the ground. The broken spine of the headless zombie oozed blood, and the blue trachea spasmed slightly. After the 4th zombie fell, he did not get up, but used his hands and feet to crawl directly between Ding Nan's legs. His eager appearance was like a pervert who had been holding back for half a lifetime and pounced on a naked lamb.
Get out! Get out of here! Don't touch me!
Ding Nan shrank back with his hands and feet, and all the hair on his body stood up. Zhang Xian was also kind and righteous.
He roared and pounced on the zombie, grabbing the zombie's ankles and pulling it back.
Cheng Shui also went up to help, swinging the mantis knife and slashing.
Don't move! Su Yuan stopped Cheng Shui, then grabbed the zombie's head and dragged the zombie in front of Ding Nan.
The surrounding air instantly gathered in his palm, forming a kinetic energy comparable to that of an explosive explosion, and released it instantly. The zombie's head exploded like a balloon filled with water under the bombardment of compressed air. The foul-smelling brain matter and dirty blood sprayed all over Ding Nan. Especially her legs spread apart, as if she had just been fished out of a pool of blood. She cried uncontrollably. She had never been so scared as today. In those few seconds just now, she felt that she was extremely close to death. A pool of orange-yellow liquid flowed out from under her body, and she was actually scared to pee. Ding Nan wiped the blood on her body with her hands like crazy, and while wiping, she neurotically shouted, "Water! Give me water! Help me wash these things off!"
Nan Nan! Nan Nan, don't be afraid, it's okay.
It's okay, the zombies are all dead. Zheng Xian rushed over and hugged Ding Nan in his arms, trying to calm her down. He knew that Ding Nan had a serious obsession with cleanliness. Even when she stayed in a hotel, she would bring her own towels, sheets, bedding and other daily necessities from home, and she never used the hotel stuff. Now she was sprayed with dirty blood and brain matter, which was more uncomfortable than killing her. Unexpectedly, Ding Nan slapped Zhang Xian in the face, pointed at Su Yuan and yelled at Zhang Xian, "Are you still a man? He is obviously bullying me on purpose, can't you see it?" Zhang Xian covered his face and was speechless.
"And you?" Ding Nan gritted his teeth and questioned Cheng Shui, "Why did you listen to him? He told you not to move, but you didn't move?" "Enough." Su Yuan said coldly, "I have my reasons for doing this. If you can't stand it, you can leave. Go if you want to." Ding Nan didn't know where the courage came from, and he actually walked away without looking back.
Zhang Xian hurried to chase him, but at this moment, 2 people suddenly appeared at the door, almost staring Ding Nan and Zhang Xian to death. The man who suddenly appeared was a slightly bald uncle. He had a big belly, as if a pot was placed on him. A pair of shiny leather shoes, deep eye sockets, and a look of excessive drinking and sex.
"Who? Professor Who?"
Ding Nan was overjoyed when she saw that the person who came was actually the school's department head, Hu Qiming.
Anyone would feel sincerely happy to meet an acquaintance in this situation.
Then, she looked at a young woman in a short skirt behind Professor Hu, and her eyes lit up.
"Teacher Bai. You are here too."
"Yes. Yes. Teacher Bai just turned 30 this year, and she looks fair and clean.
The whole person is like a ripe peach, very feminine."
She was wearing a black fishnet stockings under the bright red short skirt, but at this moment she was barefoot, and even her shoes were lost. She hid behind Professor Hu, and her eyes were evasive when she looked at Zhang Xian and Ding Nan. Professor Hu and Teacher Bai were also frightened when they saw Ding Nan covered in blood. After they finally recovered, they saw the bodies lying all over the room, and they were even more frightened.
"Zombies. Are these all zombies?"
Professor Hu felt a chill running down his tailbone to his head, and his voice was split when he spoke. He didn't bother to look closely at the moment, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran.
Ding Nan had intended to leave, so he naturally followed.
Zhang Xian saw that his girlfriend had left, so he hurriedly asked Cheng Shui to leave together. What people didn't expect was that Cheng Shui pursed her lips and shook her head, and her eyes were on Su Yuan. At this time, Su Yuan was pressing down on a zombie's head and prying its teeth with a Swiss Army knife. Taiwan Novel Network. Fortunately, he had his back to the door, otherwise if Professor Hu saw this scene, there was an 80% chance that he would be scared to death and lie on the ground.
Zhang Xian watched Ding Nan and the others running farther and farther away. He gritted his teeth and followed Cheng Shui without caring what she wanted to do. When the footsteps of Ding Nan and the others faded away, Cheng Shui pondered for a moment, tilted her head and asked Su Yuan, "You just deliberately sprayed Ding Nan with zombie blood to cover up the bloody smell on her body?" Su Yuan stopped moving. Using the smelly blood of zombies to cover the blood of living people looks like taking off pants to fart, but in fact it is the experience that Su Yuan gained in his previous life. It's ridiculous that Ding Nan thought Su Yuan was deliberately targeting her. Dog bites Lu Dongbin, don't know good people. But this copycat Alita is still a wise person. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't respond, she continued to ask, "Can the blood of zombies really cover up the smell of living people? Will the zombies stop biting her if she does this? You can try it yourself." Su Yuan threw away the zombie head with all the teeth pulled out in his hand and reached out to pick up another head. Cheng Shui felt that the man in front of her was becoming more and more mysterious. First, he had two extremely sharp knives, and then he lost a lot of weight overnight. Even when there were zombies knocking on the door outside, he was still in the mood to eat. When facing zombies, he was not panicked or afraid, and killing zombies was even more casual. Now he was holding a terrifying human head to extract teeth. Who is this person? What kind of hobby is it to extract teeth from zombies? Is there any deep meaning? Cheng Shui was thinking wildly there. Su Yuan on the side was very fast, and he was not much inferior to a professional dentist. In a short while, he had already extracted all the big teeth from the two zombie heads. He wanted to extract Wang Bin's teeth as well, but then he thought that Wang Bin was Cheng Shui's friend and classmate after all. Doing this in front of others was somewhat suspected of desecrating the corpse, so he just gave up. Anyway, 2 teeth are enough for a while. Now the world lacks everything except zombies. At worst, I can just find a few unlucky guys to extract teeth later. Su Yuan tore off a piece of jeans from the corpse and wrapped the zombie teeth. Then he found a large piece of Shashan stone ornaments in the room and used it as a hammer to smash the zombie teeth into pieces. He also removed 2 steel pipes from the coat rack, found a bed sheet and tore it into strips. He wrapped the steel pipes with the drunken powder made from the zombie teeth. Soon, he made 2 things that looked like oversized cotton swabs. Cheng Shui thought Su Yuan would stop there and was about to ask what these things were used for. Su Yuan dragged over another corpse that looked the fattest, cut open the belly, and fished out 2 large pieces of fat from it. Even though Cheng Shui majored in pharmacy in college and occasionally saw seniors from other disciplines taking dissection classes, where had she seen such a scene? Her face immediately turned green, and she screamed, then turned her head, bent over, and vomited, all in one go. At an angle that Cheng Shui couldn't see, Su Yuan's mouth slightly raised an arc. In his opinion, Cheng Shui was already quite courageous. If it were an ordinary girl of 18 or 19, she would probably urinate out of fear. Cheng Shui was able to vomit and scream, which was already a very brave performance. After vomiting, Cheng Shui no longer dared to stand aside and watch, and hurriedly ran to the door of the room with only a doorframe left to keep watch, alert for zombies that might appear at any time. On the other side, Su Yuan found some things to start the fire, then built a bonfire and roasted the 2 large pieces of fat he had dug out on the fire. Then Su Yuan used the extra-large cotton swab to absorb the grease flowing from the fat until the cotton swab could no longer absorb even a drop of grease, and then he put out the fire. The powder made from the crushed zombie teeth and the corpse oil made from the zombie fat. The torch made from the 2 things emits a special smell when burning. This smell is a bit like the stench emitted by the ultrasonic vibration pen when people wash their teeth and clean tartar in tartar. If it is said to be smelly, it is not too smelly,
but it is extremely disgusting. Fortunately, as long as you don't get close and take a deep breath to smell it, it is not a big problem. The reason why Su Yuan spent so much effort to make these 2 torches is because this smell can effectively drive away zombies. Wherever this smell exists, zombies will be like living people passing through an open-air public toilet, wishing to stay as far away as possible. Unfortunately, this method is only suitable for use in relatively closed spaces with little wind. If it is placed outdoors in the wild, the smell on the torch will be blown away by the wind and will have no effect at all. It didn't take long for Su Yuan to complete the production of the torch. This kind of torch has a nickname in the apocalypse, called Stinky Torch. If we use the game setting as an analogy, the functions of these 2 torches are lighting +5 and survival coefficient +30. For Su Yuan, the memory of the previous life is an inexhaustible treasure. If the apocalypse is compared to a game, then Su Yuan is equivalent to a super player who is familiar with the game strategy when the game is just launched. Su Yuan threw a stinky torch to Cheng Shui and told her that if she encounters zombies, lighting the torch can temporarily resist for a while. Cheng Shui witnessed the whole process of making the torch. At this moment, when she got the torch, she immediately felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. It felt like holding a handful of caterpillars in her palm. But when she heard that this thing could actually deal with zombies, she immediately put it away as a treasure. Before the 2 of them walked out of the door, they saw Ding Nan and Zhang Xian and a few others running back like crazy. Then there was a thunderous sound of chaotic footsteps, accompanied by a group of zombies chasing after them. "Help! Help!" Ding Nan and the other 4 even threw their shoes off at this moment, and the great terror stimulated all the potential in their bodies. Su Yuan and Cheng Shui were shocked when they saw this scene. They thought to themselves, did Ding Nan and the others blow up the zombie nest? How did they attract so many zombies at once? They saw a group of zombies, like a wave rolling and surging in the corridor. The fast-running zombies kept pushing the zombies in front to the ground, and then stepped on the bodies of their own kind to continue moving forward. Unexpectedly, the person running in the front was Professor Hu with a Mediterranean hairstyle, followed by Zhang Xian and Ding Nan. It can be seen that Ding Nan relied on Zhang Xian to pull away from the zombies. And the young woman, Teacher Bai, who fell behind, was almost knocked down by the zombies several times. Su Yuan looked around and found that there was a public toilet 5 steps away on the left. Although there was no door in this toilet, Su Yuan had his own way. He first took out a lighter and lit a smelly torch. The torch soaked in corpse oil was extremely flammable. As soon as the flame approached, it immediately ignited a ball of black flame with a boom. This flame was black with red, and people would feel a sense of evil at a glance. At the same time, it also exuded a faint fishy smell, which was very similar to the smell of spitting saliva on a red-hot iron block. Su Yuan pulled Cheng Shui behind him, and he himself stood in front of the door of the public toilet with a torch. Professor Hu was also smart. When he saw Su Yuan hiding in the toilet, he also dodged and went in. Then he ran directly into the women's toilet in a panic, like a wild boar chased by a hound. Professor Hu found a cubicle and wanted to go in, but it didn't matter when he opened the door. There was a young fat man wearing a flowered shirt and a beard hiding inside. The 2 looked up at each other, and cursed each other in their hearts as perverts. Professor Hu knew that there were zombies chasing him, and he didn't care to find out why there was a fat man in the women's restroom. He hurriedly changed a cubicle to hide. On the other side, Cheng Shui took into account the friendship between classmates and pulled Zhang Xian and Ding Nan in to hide. Only the young woman, Teacher Bai, who was running at the back, was left. Her face was as pale as a sanitary napkin that had just been unpacked. Her face was distorted by fear, like a little girl watching The Ring for the first time. When Teacher Bai was still more than 10 steps away from Su Yuan, she was finally grabbed by the zombies by her ponytail floating behind her. Teacher Bai was grabbed by the hair from behind while running fast, and she immediately cried in pain, but it might also be because she was scared. She screamed, her body suddenly stopped, and she fell to the ground with her back facing the sky. Cheng Shui shouted anxiously, "Teacher Bai!" Then she picked up the mantis knife that Su Yuan gave her and wanted to rush over to save people. Ding Nan grabbed Cheng Shui's arm and said, "She is hopeless. Let's hide while the zombies are eating her."
Chang Shui was eager to save people. She was held by Ding Nan and could not break free for a while. She was so anxious that sweat beads appeared on the tip of her nose. What frightened her even more was what Ding Nan said. Chang Shui's eyes were filled with surprise and shock. The Ding Nan in front of her gave her an extremely unfamiliar feeling. Is this still the gentle girl who was highly respected and sought after in school? How could she become so selfish? While the two were pulling, Su Yuan had already rushed into the zombie pile like a flash of lightning and snatched Teacher Bai back. And when Su Yuan pulled back, he threw Teacher Bai and the stinky torch to Chang Shui, and then rushed into the zombie group again. Chang Shui and others exclaimed immediately. In their eyes, Su Yuan's behavior was no different from seeking death. Su Yuan would naturally not seek death. He saw a sturdy zombie with a body comparable to that of an NBA star in the zombie group. Strictly speaking, all his attention was on the right arm of the sturdy zombie. After Su Yuan rushed into the zombie group, he ignored the crazy bites of the zombies around him, swung out the mantis knife and chopped the right arm of the tall zombie. There was a clang sound. The blade was blocked by a layer of white bone armor on the zombie's right arm, as if a knife was cut on an iron plate, leaving only a shallow white mark on it. Su Yuan was not surprised but happy, even his eyes lit up. It's really a white bone zombie. White bone zombies are extremely rare. Once they grow up, they are big bosses equivalent to lords. The hardness of their bone armor is comparable to alloys. They can be used as natural defense equipment without laborious processing. The white bone zombie in front of him has just begun to evolve, and only the forehead and right arm have bone armor on his body. Just by looking at the second-level mantis knife that could only cut a shallow mark on it, you can know how hard the bone armor is. Even if a small caliber bullet hits it, it is difficult to hurt the zombie under the bone armor. Su Yuan's first knife was just a slight test, and the second knife was the real killer. He deflected the blade, changed from slashing to stabbing, and thrust the mantis knife to the armpit of the tall zombie, and then lifted it up. The whole zombie arm was broken at the shoulder, and Su Yuan immediately picked up the broken arm, but he was also surrounded by the zombies. Su Yuan inserted the stolen broken arm and mantis knife into the carrying strap of his backpack, then stretched out his hands and posed in the posture of Sun Wukong performing Kamehameha in Dragon Ball. Although this pose was so naive, in order to maximize the power of his supernatural power, he didn't care about his image. The air around Su Yuan quickly gathered towards his hands, as if the air in the entire corridor had been sucked out at this moment. Even the stinking torches on Chang Shui's side showed signs of extinguishing. With a muffled sound of gudong, a milky white air cannon burst out from between Su Yuan's hands, and the zombies blocking him were immediately scattered. Su Yuan himself also retreated from the group of zombies with the recoil of this attack. His movements were as fast as lightning, and the degree of danger was no less than taking chestnuts from the fire. Moreover, this air cannon almost exhausted his mental strength, and he would not be able to fire a second one in a short time. Every time at this time, he missed the firepower he had in his previous life. How could the explosive lethality be compared with the current air power? But in the long run, the air power is more promising. Although Su Yuan's movements were fast, he could not withstand the large number of zombies. There were still several scratches on his arms and back, and the old wound on his shoulder was bleeding. And the way he rushed out looked like he was thrown out or hit by a zombie, plus he was covered in scratches. He looked extremely embarrassed. Seeing Su Yuan being scratched by a zombie, Ding Nan immediately pushed Zheng Xian and told him to block the door and not let Su Yuan in. Women's restroom Zheng Xian also wanted to stop Su Yuan, but the zombies following closely behind Su Yuan made his legs weak. How could he still have the courage to stand at the door? I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. He hurriedly pulled Ding Nan to follow Professor Hu and hide in the women's restroom. In a flash, only Cheng Shui and Teacher Bai were left at the door, and they were so anxious that they didn't know what to do. The door of the public restroom was as wide as 4 adults' shoulders, and there was no cover. The two women were even ready to close their eyes and wait for death. But Su Yuan took the torch back from Cheng Shui and lit another torch together. His legs seemed to have taken root, and he turned around and faced the zombies with the torch. The stinking torch that exuded a disgusting smell seemed to be the holy fire of light in the endless darkness. Wherever it shines, miracles will come.
In the shocked eyes of Cheng Shui and Teacher Bai, the zombies that chased to the door avoided the black flames as if they were avoiding the plague. When they were 3 or 4 meters away from the torch, they stopped and kept roaring on the spot, but they did not dare to cross the line. After surviving the disaster, Cheng Shui's first thought was that this thing actually worked. Teacher Bai was completely stunned. In her eyes, Su Yuan's not-so-broad back was like a giant standing tall, blocking dozens of zombies out. When Ding Nan, who was hiding inside, heard the roar of the zombies, she was so anxious that she turned around like a fire on her butt. What should I do? What should I do? I don't want to die, Zheng Xian, think of a way. She wiped the cold sweat from her face and ran to the window to look out. The bathroom window faced the central garden surrounded by the hotel. The zombies in the garden were densely packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. All of them were people who came to the anime exhibition on the day of the disaster. It's over. There are more zombies outside. If they come in, we'll be dead. Ding Nan looked around, trying to find a place to hide. But the bathroom was only the size of a palm, and the wooden board of the compartment was only 1 finger thick, which could not stop the zombies at all. Professor Hu also felt that hiding in the compartment was useless, so he hurried to another window and looked down. Just then, a vine as thick as a chopstick, which looked like a creeper, came in through the gap in the window like a poisonous snake and directly wrapped around Professor Hu's neck. Although the vine was thin, it seemed to be extremely tough and strong. At this moment, it was like a living thing, pulling Professor Hu, who was entangled by it, towards the window. Professor Hu's face suddenly turned the color of liver. The vine on his neck was so tight that he couldn't even breathe or cry for help. The vine was very powerful. Professor Hu, a living person, was actually lifted up from the ground by it and was about to fall out of the window. Ding Nan shouted for help. The fat man in the cubicle heard something wrong outside, wiped his butt randomly, and rushed out. What the hell? Even plants have mutated, are we going to let people live? The fat man exclaimed, but his movements were not slow, and he hurriedly rushed forward. Just as he was about to reach out to tear off the vine, he suddenly saw that the vine had a layer of fine thorns like fluff. And the maple-like leaves also had serrations, which looked very sharp. Professor Hu's clothes were cut into strips by those serrations. The fat man rolled his eyes and turned to grab Professor Hu's ankles, then sank down hard, relying on his own weight to fix Professor Hu, who was about to be pulled out of the window. Professor Hu was squeezed hard by the fat man and the vines, and his eyes rolled back and his tongue stuck out a long way. The fat man wanted to call Ding Nan and Zheng Xian to help, but no one responded after calling twice. Looking back, he found that the two had already run away. Thanks to Professor Hu's strong neck, he managed to survive the fat man's brute force until the vine broke first. The place where the ivy-like vine broke actually shed black blood like a blood vessel. This black blood was not smelly, but had a strange smell of sweetness and bitterness. The vine was severely damaged and immediately shrank back like a frightened python. Professor Hu immediately pulled the broken vines wrapped around his neck, but when he touched his neck, he found that the vines were gone. Professor Hu, who was lucky enough to survive, gasped heavily, and stood up with a crawl, trying to close the window first. Unexpectedly, the vine that retreated back actually came back, and this time it became 3 vines at the same time. And it stretched out from the gap just before Professor Hu closed the window. The vine shook its leaves, like a cobra ready to attack, and then pounced on Professor Hu, who was closest to the window again. Professor Hu suddenly jumped up more than a foot high as if he had received an electric shock. How could he care about the window? He ran away. The fat man also knew that the vines were powerful. Just now, the strength of a vine was enough to tie with him. Now 3 vines came together. He knew what to do with his toes. The fat man cursed inwardly. If he had known earlier, he would have hidden in the men's bathroom. Maybe he would not have encountered this life-threatening vine. Although he was fat, he was not slow. He caught up with Professor Hu in a few steps. Just as he was about to flee from here in one breath, he saw dozens of zombies blocking the corridor. Ding Nan, Zheng Xian and others who escaped first also stood there with despair on their faces. At this moment, there are zombies in front and vines behind.
There is no way to go up to the sky and no door to enter the earth. The fat man wailed and sat on the ground. With so many zombies, even if Captain America leads the charge with a shield, he won't get out. Then he found that something was wrong. The zombies he had encountered before would desperately pounce on and bite people as long as they saw living people, and would never just block the door like now. What's going on? The fat man scratched his head. The quality of this group of zombies is quite high. They know to queue up when eating people. Do they treat this as a canteen in the agency? Professor Who gritted his teeth. He might have gone crazy with anxiety. He actually wanted to lift the sink and use it as a weapon. The fat man quickly pulled Professor Who. You are old and weak, you can take a break, the sink is glued on. Su Yuan had already learned from Professor Who that vines appeared. He handed the stinking torch to Cheng Shui, then took the zombie's severed arm that he risked his life to snatch back and looked into the women's bathroom. At this time, the three vines were very close. When Su Yuan saw the vines, he was not surprised but happy. He immediately stepped back lightly and asked everyone to hide in the men's bathroom. The fat man hurriedly shouted, "Don't go there, there are ghosts in there." Su Yuan raised his finger to his mouth and asked the fat man to speak more quietly. "What ghost? Did you see it?" The fat man shook his head and said, "I didn't see it, but two people went in to relieve themselves and didn't come out for a long time. I went in and found that two living people disappeared out of thin air." Disappeared? Su Yuan hesitated for a moment, but this was not the time to think too much. He took back the torch and led everyone to retreat quietly into the men's room. At the same time, he lowered his voice to explain to the person next to him, "This is called tooth-leaved iron wire vine. They are very sensitive to sound and vibration, and they hunt prey by sensing the vibration of the air and the ground. As long as we don't make any sound, they won't attack us, so from now on, no one is allowed to make any sound. Whoever makes a sound, I will throw him out. Do you understand?" Professor Who had suffered from tooth-leaved iron wire vine, and he didn't dare to trust Su Yuan easily. He couldn't help asking, "I have taught biology for half my life, and I have never heard of a plant like tooth-leaved iron wire vine. How do you know? What phylum, class, and family is it?" Ding Nan also asked, "Yes. What if you make a wrong judgment?" She judged others by herself, and she was even more unwilling to believe Su Yuan. This is like encountering a brown bear in the wild, and then someone tells you that you can escape by lying down and pretending to be dead. How many people dare to believe it? Very good. Su Yuan didn't waste any words and threw Professor Who and Ding Nan out directly. He is not a bad guy, but he is definitely not a good guy. He did not stop these survivors from following him, but they had to put themselves in the right position. Professor Who and Ding Nan did not expect Su Yuan to do what he said, and they immediately ran back in a hurry. This time, they did not dare to fart, and they kept their mouths shut and squatted in the range covered by the stinking torches. At this time, as Su Yuan and others retreated to the men's restroom, the zombies in the corridor had followed them step by step, and all stood in front of the wash basin in the public area. The rest of the people were also silent, and even subconsciously slowed down their breathing rhythm, trying not to make any sound. The front desk space of the public restroom was small, and the zombies were next to each other, like a can of sardines. The smell of corruption emanating from them mixed with the stinking torches, plus the aromatherapy sprayed in the restroom, several smells superimposed together, indescribably disgusting and unpleasant. But thanks to this narrow space, the smell of the stinking torches can be condensed and not dispersed, otherwise the hungry zombies would have broken through the defense line and torn everyone into pieces. At this time, there was a muffled sound of plop. It should be that a certain unlucky zombie was entangled by the wire vines, which frightened everyone and shivered. Teacher Bai trembled and her teeth chattered. The fat man squatting beside her immediately reached out and covered her mouth. The fat man felt the soft jade and warm fragrance in his palm, and couldn't help but feel excited, and his eyes glanced at Teacher Bai's snow-white collar. Zheng Shen looked at Ding Nan and Professor Who squeezed together, and wanted to pull Ding Nan back, but was afraid of making a sound, so he could only bear it. At this moment, apart from Su Yuan, only Cheng Shui could barely keep calm. She believed that Su Yuan would never shoot without purpose.
Since Su Yuan said that as long as there was no sound, she would be fine, then she believed that as long as she did what Su Yuan said, there would be absolutely no problem. At this time, more tooth-leaved iron wire vines crawled in, and one zombie after another was knocked to the ground and quickly dragged away. But this zombie, with only instinct left in its head, didn't know what fear was. It grabbed the tooth-leaved iron wire vine and put it in its mouth to bite it, which made it even tighter. The number of zombies gradually decreased. But everyone was still afraid of being careless, and became more afraid, fearing that the tooth-leaved iron wire vine would drag them over. A zombie was dragged down by the iron wire vine and fell less than a foot away from Ding Nan. Even if the zombie turned over at this time, it could press Ding Nan under it. Ding Nan's hair stood up all over her body, and her face was as white as a dead person. Fortunately, the zombie was dragged away in a blink of an eye, otherwise she really didn't know if she would scream. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his girlfriend escape. But he had only half of this breath out when he saw Ding Nan's whole body shaking violently. His face turned from white to red, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Professor Hu angrily. The latter looked dull and lifeless, as if she hadn't noticed Ding Nan's abnormality. Ding Nan twisted her body as if there was a nail under her buttocks. The fat man had sharp eyes, and the angle of his position was just right to see Professor Hu's hands. It turned out that Ding Nan suddenly made such an abnormal move because that old guy Professor Hu was actually touching her buttocks. The fat man thought to himself, what an old pervert. He's more daring than me. The crisis was gradually eliminated, and the fat man was holding Teacher Bai, a young woman who was much more feminine than Ding Nan. He followed suit and secretly rubbed Teacher Bai's willow-slender waist. Teacher Bai didn't understand, and thought that the fat man was reminding her to hide a little here. So she followed the fat man's hand strength and moved closer. Teacher Bai was white and tender, as if she could squeeze out water. Seeing that Teacher Bai didn't resist, the fat man was immediately itchy. If there weren't zombies in front and vines behind him, he would have wanted to find a place to have a simple and easy-to-understand discussion with Teacher Bai. On the other side, Ding Nan felt that the days were long. She finally waited until the last zombie was dragged away by the wire vines. Her face was so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out. But the hands of the old pervert Professor Hu never left her buttocks from beginning to end. When Ding Nan twisted her body, Professor Hu's hands followed her. This period of time was neither long nor short, at least 7 or 8 minutes. Zhang Xian's face turned green, waiting for the tooth-leaf iron wire vine to retreat, and then he rushed over to beat the old pervert's shit out. Su Yuan saw that dozens of zombies were all dragged away by the iron wire vine, so he threw a smelly torch that was about to burn out into the women's bathroom with all his strength. There was a bang, and the moment the torch fell to the ground, it was entangled tightly by the tooth-leaf iron wire vines that swarmed in. Su Yuan waved his hand, and the people around him immediately threw everything they could find into the women's bathroom, making noises and walking out of the corridor quietly. Ding Nan also hurriedly stood up, but she didn't expect that the hands of the old pervert Professor Hu seemed to be stuck to her. Zhang Xian felt that the only thing between him and the Hulk was a pair of shorts. His girlfriend had been touched for such a long time in front of him, even Wu Dalon could not bear it anymore, and he immediately ran over and kicked Professor Hu in the face. This kick was fierce and accurate. There was a series of creepy bone-breaking sounds, and Professor Hu's head was kicked into a position with the back of his head facing forward. Ah! I killed someone? Zhang Xian's heart trembled suddenly. He originally just wanted to teach Professor Hu a lesson, and didn't want his life at all. At this moment, seeing Professor Hu's head turned 180 degrees, Zhang Xian was panicked and was so anxious that he used his hands to turn Professor Hu's head, trying to turn his face to the front. Taiwan Novel Network. The fat man threw things into the women's bathroom and shouted, "Do you think you are Hua Tua? Don't waste your energy." Ding Nan was also scared, and what scared her even more was that even if Professor Hu was dead, his hands were still tightly attached to her buttocks. At this time, Zhang Xian had already turned Professor Hu's head back with trembling hands, still muttering that he didn't mean it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let go, Professor Hu's 2 eyeballs fell out of their sockets and rolled directly onto Ding Nan's feet. Ding Nan jumped up with a cry of ah, but Professor Hu's hand was still hanging on her body. Professor Hu's skin was like a dry paper shell, and Ding Nan pulled it hard, and the whole person was torn into pieces. A large group of slender tooth-leaved iron wire vines burst out from his body, like a group of entangled fishing nets. It turned out that Professor Hu had died a long time ago, and even the flesh and blood in his body were absorbed by the iron wire vines as nutrients. And his hand was not touching Ding Nan, but dozens of slender iron wire vines as thin as hair came out from Professor Hu's palm and entangled Ding Nan. Zhang Xian was really shocked by the sudden change, but he immediately rushed over to help Ding Nan pull the vines entangled with Ding Nan. The fat man only remembered at this time that the iron wire vine that had entangled Professor Hu at that time had sharp thorns. Maybe from that time on, Professor Hu had been drilled into the body by the iron wire vine.
Don't touch it. If you touch this thing, you will die. Everyone stay away.
The fat man did not forget to pull Teacher Bai when he fled, so he did not take advantage of it in vain. This chaos happened suddenly, and everyone had long forgotten to throw things into the women's bathroom. In addition, Zhang Xian and Ding Nan and others shouted repeatedly, and the toothleaf iron wire vines that had swallowed the zombies also crawled over. Zhang Xian's eyes were red, and he didn't care that the iron wire vine had cut several deep cuts on his palms that could see the bone. He gritted his teeth and pulled the iron wire vine off Ding Nan. Ding Nan finally got rid of the toothleaf iron wire vine. She wished she could grow wings and run as fast as she could. How could she care about lightening her footsteps? As soon as she ran, the vibration caused by her heels landing on the ground immediately attracted the iron wire vine to chase her. Zhang Xian also hurriedly threw down the vines, took 2 quick steps, and ran with Ding Nan. At this moment, Ding Nan suddenly kicked Zhang Xian hard. As a result, Zhang Xian was caught up by the vines the moment he fell, and was wrapped in the iron wire vines with serrated leaves. In a blink of an eye, he was cut all over by many leaves. Blood flowed all over the ground like a stream, and some vines even drilled into Zhang Xian's flesh, greedily sucking blood. At this time, Cheng Shui led the way in front, and Fatty and Teacher Bai were in the middle. They had to try to slow down their steps when running. Su Yuan held a mantis knife in his hand, facing the iron wire vine, and retreated to cover the rear. The scene of Ding Nan pushing Zhang Xian out made Su Yuan frown. Even he couldn't help but smack his lips at the selfishness and ruthlessness of Ding Nan. Zhang Xian risked his life to save her, but she turned her kindness into enmity and used Zhang Xian as a scapegoat, just to ensure that she could escape. But if Ding Nan was allowed to run like this, no one would be able to escape the pursuit of the tooth-leaved iron wire vine. Everyone else was tiptoeing, trying not to attract the attention of the iron wire vine. How could they compare to Ding Nan's fast stride, and Su Yuan was still retreating to cover the rear, and was almost behind Ding Nan in the blink of an eye. Ding Nan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He saw Su Yuan facing the vines, with the door wide open behind him, and actually pushed Su Yuan's shoulder again. Since you have been bitten by the zombies anyway, it is better to let the vines eat you and buy us more time. Su Yuan has a B-level air ability, so he is extremely sensitive to the airflow around him, and any movement cannot be hidden from his detection. Not to mention that after he saw Ding Nan kill Zhang Xian, he deliberately kept an eye on Ding Nan. So before Ding Nan's hand pushed him, he had already turned sideways. Ding Nan, who had exerted too much force, lost her balance and fell forward in a dog-eating shit posture. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Su Yuan grabbed her. Ding Nan begged for mercy. Don't let go, I was confused just now. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to save you, I just want you to die farther away. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he kicked Ding Nan's butt and kicked her directly to the place where the iron wire vines were most dense. That was where Zhang Xian's body was. The tooth-leaved iron wire vine naturally accepted the prey that was delivered to its mouth, and immediately wrapped around Ding Nan like a python. Why? Why? Ding Nan roared like crazy, anyway, you are about to become a zombie, why don't you die? Su Yuan retreated calmly and showed Ding Nan the place where he was scratched by the zombies. The wound had already scabbed over and there was no sign of infection. As long as you become a superhuman, your body will naturally be immune to zombie infection when it is transformed by God. Otherwise, Su Yuan would not have rushed into the zombie group rashly for a pair of bone armor arm guards. Ding Nan was shocked and said, "You are immune to the zombie virus?" Su Yuan sneered, "Are you stupid? If you were not so annoying, I could give you this ability." Unfortunately, you chose the wrong path. And the reason why humans become zombies is not the virus, but a certain power that exceeds the limits of human cognition.
No. I don't want to die, save me. Save me.
Ding Nan's eyes were filled with blood and tears. She immediately realized what it meant to be immune to zombie infection, which would mean a survival rate several times higher than that of others.
You can even live forever in the end times. But as Su Yuan said, she missed it.
Cheng Shui, Fatty and others also saw what Ding Nan did. When they saw that she actually wanted to push Su Yuan to die, they were all scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If any of them were in Su Yuan's position, they would inevitably be killed by Ding Nan as a scapegoat.
Anyone would be terrified to have someone around who could stab you in the back at any time.
When they saw her being thrown into the tooth-leaved iron wire vine by Su Yuan, they did not feel any pity in their hearts, but felt very happy instead. Again, when Ding Nan was dragged by the wire vine, the heart-wrenching wail he made attracted all the wire vines.
Su Yuan took this opportunity to leave with everyone.
Cheng Shui was not familiar with the terrain here, and she just ran forward with the smelly torch. Where else could she run to in the hotel? She soon ran to the end of the corridor.
The fat man shouted from behind, I said, can you do it? Why are you running into a dead end? Su Yuan was staring out the window in a daze.
Just now, Cheng Shui and others were only concerned with escaping and did not notice anything unusual outside the hotel. Seeing Su Yuan's heavy expression at this moment, they also looked out the window. The three of them were shocked when they saw this. It turned out that there were countless tooth-leaf wire vines outside the hotel, spreading wildly in all directions with the hotel as the center, like a green wave. Wherever the naked eye could see, there were tooth-leaf wire vines like countless poisonous snakes. With the Galaxy Hotel as the center, the area within a kilometer radius became a Jedi. As far as Su Yuan knows, the tooth-leaved iron wire vine can only reach the level of a second-order mutant creature. A mature tooth-leaved iron wire vine can only cover an area of 80 to 100 square meters at most, and will never grow to such a scale. And looking at the direction of the iron wire vine spread, this endless iron wire vine actually grew from the same place. Su Yuan hurriedly turned around and looked at the south side of the building. They were in the north building of the hotel at this time, and the south side was the central garden of the hotel. In this city full of reinforced concrete, only places like gardens can grow mutant plants. After just one look, everyone, including Su Yuan, was stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw that at the 2 o'clock direction in the center of the central garden, a towering tree as tall as a 4-story building had grown out at some point. It was called a tree, because apart from the word tree, I really didn't know how to describe the huge plant that Su Yuan saw. It was like a hodgepodge of hundreds of plants, and each branch had a completely different appearance. If Professor Hu were still alive, he would be ecstatic to see this tree. This tree alone is enough for scholars to study for a lifetime.
What the hell is this? Is the creator drunk?
Because there are also many tooth-leaved iron wire vines wrapped around this tree of chaos.
Su Yuan looked carefully, trying to find out where the main body of the overwhelming tooth-leaved iron wire vines is. At this time, Cheng Shui suddenly exclaimed, pointed out and shouted, look over there, isn't that Ding Nan? What do those weird plants want to do?
Ding Nan was dragged to the bottom of the huge strange tree by several tooth-leaved iron wire vines, and then dozens of blood vessels stretched out from the crown of the tree, hanging Ding Nan's body up. During this process, Ding Nan's body occasionally twitched a few times.
Everyone suddenly discovered that there seemed to be many zombies hanging in the crown of the tree.
From a distance, it looked like hundreds of people were hanging on the same tree. Everyone was stunned by the strange scene in front of them, holding their breath and concentrating on watching. The blood-veined vines placed Ding Nan's body in a big letter shape, and then a sharp thorn like a spear grew out of the trunk of the tree at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally pierced Ding Nan's back of the head fiercely. Ding Nan suddenly trembled violently, and she moaned unconsciously. She felt as if an ice cone had pierced into her head, and an energy that made her soul tremble began to pour into her body frantically. There was a tearing pain all over her body, as if every inch of her bones were crushed and rotten. As the energy poured into Ding Nan's body, the many zombies hanging in the tree canopy suddenly became like deflated balls, quickly becoming shriveled and corrupt, as if the power was extracted from their bodies. Gradually, Ding Nan's body became longer and bigger, like an ancient female giant. Snake-like scales grew on her skin, and her hair fluttered like antennas. Su Yuan had been in the apocalypse for 9 years in his previous life, and had never seen zombies in this form. He immediately took out a telescope from his backpack and suddenly found that there was a golden hexagram pattern in each of Ding Nan's pupils. It looked exactly like the magic flower mantis that had been catalyzed by the God Altair before. As Su Yuan looked at Ding Nan's pupils with hexagram patterns also looked at him. Su Yuan saw only one thing in those eyes, that was a pure murderous aura. It's the God Altair again. Su Yuan subconsciously touched his forehead. Why did it want to kill me? His heart was like a mess, and he vaguely felt that all this was caused by the power hidden deep in his soul, but he had no way to do anything. Ding Nan's appearance changed drastically at this time. Both her hands and feet became 3 parts human and 7 parts beast, with only her toes touching the ground, her soles becoming longer, and her heels more than a foot off the ground. Her skin also had many fine scales like snake scales, her body was 3 meters tall, and her clothes were completely torn apart. Ding Nan suddenly let out a piercing scream like piercing gold and splitting rocks. Countless terrifying roars immediately followed from the 2 outdoor swimming pools not far from the Chaos Tree. Su Yuan turned the telescope and saw that the swimming pool, which should have been clear to the bottom, was now filled with dark red blood plasma, with hundreds of zombies crowded in it, as chaotic as a pot of porridge. Moreover, these zombies all have a light white crystal core between their eyebrows. All of them were first-order zombies. They were simply a death army composed of first-order zombies. How many energy points can this be exchanged for? Based on Su Yuan's experience in his previous life, a first-order zombie swarm of this size would not appear until at least half a year after the end of the world. At this moment, under the catalysis of the Altar of Gods, it is evolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Judging from the color of the crystal cores between the zombies' eyebrows, in 2 or 3 hours at most, this group of zombies will be able to completely reach the strength of first-order mutants. You know, it took him a whole night to catalyze the mantis. This scene made Fatty's scalp numb, and he immediately wanted to escape from here. But then he remembered that he was surrounded by a carpet of maidenhair vines. There was no way he could escape unless he was given a helicopter. The fat man slapped his thigh and said, "It's over, it's over. Isn't this a case of standing upside down and having diarrhea, with shit pouring down your head? Death is imminent." The fat man shook his hands, then turned to Teacher Bai and said, "Beauty, my surname is Dugu, and my last name is Pang." "What's your name?" Teacher Bai was confused by the fat man's question, but still replied, "My name is Bai Ying. What a good name." The fat man probably didn't hear what Teacher Bai said clearly, and said impatiently, "Our lives are probably coming to an end. Why don't we do something we love together before we die?" "Ah." Teacher Bai was shocked and quickly raised her hands to cover her chest. If she hadn't been in shock at the moment, she would have scratched the fat man into a bloody gourd. The fat man didn't lose heart, and turned to Cheng Shui and said, "Sister, what do you think of my proposal? Don't look at my beard, I'm actually not much older than you, I just look more mature." Cheng Shui's response to the fat man was only one word: "Get lost." At this time, Su Yuan was thinking about countermeasures. Just when he had a glimmer of hope, he was disturbed by the fat man. He couldn't help but said angrily, "You will die with your eyes closed if you have a slap before you die? Then what else can you do?" The fat man pointed downstairs and shouted, "If you have a way to escape, I, Dugu Pang, will kneel down and call you daddy." Although he said it toughly, he actually hoped that Su Yuan could find a way. If he could really escape from this place, he would be willing to call him grandpa. Su Yuan shook his head slightly, "I don't have a son as cowardly as you." "And who said I want to escape? I want to pull up that tree before the zombies have completely evolved." Su Yuan felt like he was crazy, daring to go against the altar of the gods. But people are forced out, so what can it be even if it is a mysterious altar? Since they want to kill him, even if the gods come in person, he will bite off a piece of the god's flesh. But he won't rush over stupidly. Humans can struggle to survive in the end times, not relying on superpowers, but wisdom. His mind was full of thoughts, and he had a preliminary plan, but he needed some manpower to implement it. He pulled the fat man over and asked, "Do you know where there are survivors?" The fat man was still thinking about having a deep exchange of soul and body with teacher Bai Ying before he died.
He sighed and said, "What's the use of knowing where there are survivors?
I guess those people are almost dead now, even if they haven't starved to death." As he spoke, he took his eyes away from Bai Ying and looked at Su Yuan. As a result, when he saw Su Yuan's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble all over his fat body, and felt that the young man in front of him seemed to have suddenly turned into an ancient general who was killing people. A murderous aura pressed him so hard that he couldn't even breathe. Floor, floor, oh floor, floor, upstairs. Su Yuan didn't wait for the fat man to finish his words, and immediately stuffed a mantis knife into the fat man's hand. "Now this thing is yours.
Take me there immediately, and do as I say if you don't want to die."
At this moment, Su Yuan was in a state of excitement, and his mental power inadvertently disturbed the airflow around him. The fat man thought it was Su Yuan's momentum, and was even more frightened. Old boss, I just escaped from upstairs.
Even if I go back and find them, it's useless.
They are all a bunch of rubbish who would rather hide and starve to death than come out to find food.
Su Yuan sneered, "That's because they are not hungry enough.
If they are really hungry to a certain extent, people will do anything for a bite of food." At this moment, in a multifunctional conference room on the 9th floor of the north building of the Galaxy Hotel, the father that Ding Nan was looking for was kneeling at the feet of a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, begging bitterly.
"Old Lu, please, I'm really thirsty." Old Lu's full name is Lu Shengguang. He was Ding Nan's father's driver 2 days ago.
Now he has become the boss among this group of survivors.
Even this suit was stripped from Ding Nan's father. A bottle of half-drunk mineral water was thrown in front of Ding Nan's father by Lu Shengguang.
There were still a few disgusting pieces of meat floating in the water, and probably Lu Shengguang's saliva. When the bottle fell to the ground, more than a dozen eyes were fixed on it. The sound of swallowing saliva was even louder. Ding Nan's father hurriedly reached out to pick it up, and suddenly one foot stepped on the bottle. Lu Shengguang snorted, he picked up the bottle, turned the bottle upside down, and poured half of the bottle of water on the ground.
"Mr. Ding Yufu, how does a dog drink water?"
Ding Yufu looked at the water on the ground, his eyes were straight. He immediately lay on the ground and licked it with his mouth, but was kicked on the chin by Lu Shengguang.
"When you locked me out, didn't you think I could survive? You still have the nerve to ask me for water?"
Lu Shengguang cursed and kicked, but Ding Yufu held his head and dared not resist. If Su Yuan was here, he would definitely sigh that Ding Nan and his daughter were of the same character.
Time went back 3 hours.
Lu Shengguang and Ding Yufu and other survivors had been thirsty and hungry since the end of the world. In the end, there were 5 people, including Fatty, who couldn't stand the thirst and decided to go out to find food. As a result, Fatty and Lu Shengguang encountered zombies. In a panic, 3 people fled to the 8th floor, including Fatty. Lu Shengguang ran to the hiding place with another person. They finally escaped back to the hiding place, but they were locked outside the door.
Lu Shengguang shouted until his throat was broken, but no one let him in.
Seeing that the zombies were chasing him closer, Lu Shengguang had no choice but to continue running. Later, another person was unfortunately knocked down by a zombie, and Lu Shengguang was able to escape. There is a saying that those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. Lu Shengguang not only survived, but also killed a zombie, and found a door card from the zombie, and then he found a lot of food. And after eating, there was still some left. After Lu Shengguang was full and drunk, he couldn't swallow the breath just now, and returned to the hiding place with the remaining food. This time he had food with him, of course, he was welcomed in by the people inside like a god of wealth. Then he didn't spend much effort to find out that the person who locked him out before was Ding Nan's father Ding Yufu. After learning the result, Lu Shengguang naturally beat Ding Yufu up. He was full and energetic, while Ding Yufu was thirsty and hungry, and he was in a desperate situation.
How could he be the opponent of Lu Shengguang who was angry?
If Lu Shengguang didn't dare to kill people, Ding Yufu would have been killed by him long ago. So when Lu Shengguang abused him, none of the remaining survivors stood up to speak for Ding Yufu. After Lu Shengguang finished the fight, he felt better. He sat back and took out a bottle of water, and gulped down more than half of it. At this time, the dozen survivors in the room all looked at him eagerly. Lu Xianguang enjoyed this kind of gaze and even deliberately let some of the water spill from the corners of his mouth. Useless clear water fell from the corner of Lu Xianguang's mouth onto the ground, mixed with the dust on the ground, and the crystal clear water droplets suddenly became turbid. Several people who were too thirsty to bear it hurried over and scrambled to lick the muddy water on the ground. Lu Xianguang snorted ferociously, kicked down all those who crawled over to lick the water. More water was spilled, and those people ignored Lu Xianguang's punches and kicks, and just licked the water with their tongues like crazy. Two young men wanted to rob Lu Xianguang's things before, and they are still lying on the ground. So no matter how Lu Xianguang beat them, no one dared to fight back. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Lu Xianguang saw that these people did not dare to fight back, and he lost interest in fighting. He shook the half bottle of water in his hand and walked to a beautiful young woman with a beauty mole at the corner of her eye. He stretched out his hand and pinched the woman's beautiful face, and asked, "Do you want to drink water?" The woman was already thirsty and almost crazy, and her originally rosy lips were cracked. Hearing this, she nodded hurriedly. "If you sleep with me, I will give you water. How about it?" Lu Xianguang pinched the woman's chin, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. This woman is a hotel service staff. The specifications of a 5-star hotel are no worse than those of an airline, and all the waitresses look like models. The woman looked at the water, her expression was a little moved. Lu Xianguang continued to seduce, "Let me have a good time, and this will be given to you too." As he spoke, he took out another box of chocolates. Although this high-calorie food is not very filling, it can well replenish the energy needed by the human body. The woman bit her lips tightly, and her eyes showed a look of desire and embarrassment. She looked at the people around her, and finally shook her head fiercely. Lu Xianguang was not in a hurry. He put away the chocolate and drank the water in the bottle until only a small sip was left. Then he threw the bottle casually at the woman's feet and said with a lewd smile, "Have you thought about it? If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it." After that, he turned around and left without waiting for the woman's reply. The woman picked up the bottle impatiently and drank the clear water in it in one gulp. She even shook the bottle vigorously, not wanting to let go of even a drop of water. But she immediately realized that it would be better not to drink this sip of water. Before drinking, she was a little numb from thirst and hunger. Now that she took a sip of water, she felt as if her whole stomach and intestines were on fire. The unbearable and restrained hunger and thirst immediately overwhelmed her remaining trace of reserve. "Wait a minute." The woman took 2 steps forward, lowered her head and whispered, I agree to sleep with you. But, can't we do it here? There are so many people watching here, I'm embarrassed." Lu Xianguang laughed, then suddenly turned serious and sneered, "Get out of the way, you promised, but I didn't." Lu Xianguang glanced at everyone in the room with a cold face and cursed, "When you and that bastard Ding Yufu locked me outside the door and watched me die without saving me, you didn't expect this scene to happen now? I'm telling you. I came back to show you that I would not give you my water and food even if I threw them out to feed the zombies." Lu Xianguang pushed the woman away, pointed at his head, and said, "I'm not a fool who thinks with my lower body. Don't think I won't remember your grudge just because you look good." After that, Lu Xianguang suddenly rubbed his stomach and said to himself, "Hiss. Why does my stomach hurt so much suddenly? Did I eat too much?" He looked around and finally walked straight to the door. He unbuckled his belt as he walked, took off his pants as if no one was around, and squatted at the door to take a big dump. He said unscrupulously, "I'll give you a chance now. Whoever wants to eat, come over and clean my ass later, I can consider it." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the dozen survivors in the room suddenly turned red. They felt that instead of living in such humiliation, they might as well rush out and fight. Maybe they could find food like Lu Xianguang. But no matter how much they thought, if no one took the lead, they couldn't muster up the courage themselves. Just when Lu Xianguang's face showed a relieved and comfortable expression, the door behind him was suddenly kicked open by someone. With a bang, the door of the conference room with doors opened instantly. The force of the kick was so great that it not only broke the door lock directly, but also kicked Lu Xiangguang, who was squatting at the door to shit, flying up. Lu Xiangguang was seen with half of his butt exposed, and the whole person was hit off the ground by the door. And when he was in the air, his expression was distorted with fear, and he turned back to look behind him, thinking that the door was knocked open by the zombies.
Grain dregs and natural plant fertilizers flew up with Lu Xiangguang's twisting waist and turning.
And the disgusting things he left on the ground were also swept into the air by the suddenly opened door, splashing in a fan shape. There was no one else nearby except Ding Yufu, so all these things were taken by him. The other survivors also looked at the door with a change of face. They saw a bloody figure holding a long strange knife, standing in the middle of the open door. And the bloody figure's raised foot had not yet landed, so it seems that this person should be the one who kicked the door.
The person who came was Su Yuan.
He followed the instructions of the fat man and killed all the way, single-handedly knocking down a total of 27 zombies.
Each one was beheaded with one knife, without any drag.
Cheng Shui, the fat man, Teacher Bai and others who witnessed the whole process from beginning to end already regarded Su Yuan as a god.
In the words of the fat man, even movies dare not shoot like this.
Those were 27 zombies that eat people. Even if they were 27 dead people, lying there motionless and asking people to chop them, chopping 8 or 9 of them should have exhausted their strength. But Su Yuan was vigorous, without any signs of fatigue. As a primary transcendent, his physical strength was several times stronger than that of ordinary people. After that, he ate a quasi-second level magic flower mantis and absorbed a lot of source essence, which significantly improved his physical strength and endurance. But Su Yuan's killing of 27 zombies was not without cost, and he had 4 scratches on his body again. If he hadn't removed an arm guard from the arm of the bone armor zombie, this number would have at least doubled.
Time is extremely precious to Su Yuan.
Every minute of delay means that the zombie army downstairs may evolve 1 minute earlier. So he chose to communicate with the survivors in the most direct way, so he kicked the door open. He had just finished saying the 3 words "you want," when he saw a man with his butt exposed flying freely. The fat man was also quite surprised. When he brought Su Yuan here, he felt like returning home in glory.
He even planned to let everyone see what a fierce warrior he had found.
As a result, he opened the door and even the thick-skinned him was stunned. But then, he turned his head to see Su Yuan's reaction. He heard him shouting hurriedly, "Boss, be careful.
It's going to step on it."
Su Yuan didn't need the fat man to remind him, and he knew what the disgusting thing under his feet was. He raised his foot and put it behind his back, then took a half step to the side. At the same time, a strong wind surged from Su Yuan's side and blew into the room. The dozen survivors in the room felt a mysterious smell coming towards them. If they hadn't been starving since the disaster, and there was nothing to vomit in their stomachs, they would have worked together to make the smell in the room even worse. Su Yuan picked a clean place, took 2 steps forward, and looked up to see that there were 13 survivors in the room, including men, women, and children. Including Lu Xiangguang, there were 6 young and middle-aged men. There were also 5 young women and 2 boys who looked to be just 14 or 15 years old. These people were all so hungry that their faces were sallow and skinny, and their faces were green. The fat man had big shoulders and a round waist, and he spoke with confidence. He shouted half of what he just said for Su Yuan.
"Do you want to die or live? If you want to die, stay here. If you want to live, just follow our boss."
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiangguang, who was shot out, gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, "Fat Dugu.
You damn fat man, I think you want to die. Believe it or not, I will fight you."
Lu Xiangguang looked extremely embarrassed at this time. Not only was his tailbone painful, but his body was also stained with a lot of filth. Thinking that 1 second he was so glorious, punching enemies and teasing beauties, and the next second he was in this state, Lu Xiangguang wanted to tear the guy who kicked the door to pieces and burn him to ashes. With Su Yuan beside him, the fat man was not afraid of Lu Xiangguang's threat at all, and immediately cursed, "Fart.
My name is Duga Pang, not Duga Pang. If you dare to make fun of my name again, I will be in trouble with you." Then, he turned to Su Yuan and said, "Boss, this guy is useless, let's not want him." Su Yuan ignored the fat man,
He took a large luggage bag that the fat man was carrying and threw it at his feet. He said to the survivors in the room, "There is food and water here. You can eat and drink as much as you like. But the condition is that if you eat my food, you must obey my orders. Freeloaders will be killed without mercy." When Su Yuan said this, his tone was calm, without any hint of fireworks. But combined with the dirty blood all over his body and the cold light in his eyes, it actually gave people an awe-inspiring chill, as if someone had poured ice water on him in the cold winter. The fat man cooperated and opened the luggage bag, revealing piles of mineral water, beef jerky, lunch meat, compressed biscuits and other food inside. They dug these things out from the earthquake emergency kit stored on various floors of the hotel. Even though Su Yuan is not familiar with the Galaxy Hotel, he has survived in the apocalypse for 9 years, and it is almost instinctive for him to find food wherever he can. Perhaps the happiness came too suddenly, and all the survivors were stunned. For a while, they squatted there without moving. Su Yuan stabbed a bottle of mineral water with a mantis knife and let the clear drinking water spill out. When people heard the sound of water, they suddenly woke up from a dream and rushed over to grab food. Even Ding Yufu struggled to stand up from behind the door and joined the crowd fighting for food. Only then did Su Yuan realize that there was another one hidden behind the door. This brought the number of survivors here to 14. Lu Xianguang realized that he had been ignored from beginning to end, and he immediately laughed angrily. Can you be any more arrogant? If I don't beat the shit out of you today, my surname will not be Lu. I saw him grabbing a steel pipe and throwing himself at Su Yuan with a fierce look on his face. Fatty and Sheng Shui not only did not worry about Su Yuan, but smiled secretly and took 2 steps away. I saw a black shadow flash past, and Lu Xianguang suddenly felt a light touch on his hand. The expected blow did not come, but it was as if the blow was empty, and he almost missed his waist. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly discovered that the steel pipe in his hand was actually close to his fingers and was cut into 2 pieces by the root. Su Yuan put the blade of the mantis knife on Lu Xianguang's shoulder, and the latter immediately felt excited all over. He was not attracted by the sharpness of the blade, but he noticed that there was actually half a zombie's eyeball hanging on the jagged blade of this strange knife. There was also purple-red blood and yellow brain matter, dripping down the blade and onto his clothes. I kicked you, so I spared you a knife. It's even. Su Yuan's face remained as usual, but there was no emotion in his words. But if you dare to move again, you won't just be cutting off the steel pipe, understand? Lu Xianguang had the blade pressed against his neck, and a layer of goosebumps immediately aroused on his skin. Hearing this, he blinked his eyes quickly and said, I understand. I understand what you said. Su Yuan took back the mantis knife and nodded, very good. From now on, you are the leader of this group. Put away your little bird, and then lead them to follow. After saying that, he turned around and left. The fat man was waiting to see Lu Xianguang's joke. When he heard that Su Yuan actually asked Lu Xianguang to be the squad leader, the smile on his face immediately stiffened. Dugu Peng rushed to catch up with Su Yuan and shouted from behind, Boss, you want him to be the leader? He is not that good. Su Yuan held out 3 fingers and said, give them 3 minutes to eat, and then gather in the corridor. Cheng Shui will teach them how to make stinky torches. After 5 minutes, everyone will head to the 10th floor. The fat man asked, what if they don't obey after eating? Su Yuan sneered, no, he knows human nature too well. That little food was not enough for a dozen survivors, but it would completely arouse their thirst for food. Tell them that they will have enough food when they get to the 10th floor. When Lu Xianguang heard that he was going to take them upstairs, he was immediately shocked and said, don't go. The 10th floor is a restaurant, and there are 2 overpass corridors connecting the east and west buildings. Even if you think about it with your buttocks, you know there will be zombies up there. Are you planning on letting us die? Do you need to send me away if you want to die? Su Yuan pointed out the window, look at what's become outside. At this time, Lu Xianguang had already pulled up his pants and looked down at the window pointed by Su Yuan. Immediately, I discovered that the curtain walls of the 4 buildings in the southeast, northwest and northwest of the Galaxy Hotel were almost covered with overwhelming maidenhair vines. From a distance, it looks like the building has been painted with a layer of dark green paint. What is this?
A creeper? The fat man sneered and said, "Look at how you have never seen the world. That's called maidenhair vine. It can wrap you up like a snake, and it can also plant seeds in your belly. Don't believe it."
The fat man picked up a bottle cap from the ground and threw it at another window nearby.
The bottle cap hit the glass with a ding sound.
The nearby vines immediately twisted around like a group of frightened snakes in the direction of the sound. And when the vines are intertwined, the leaves rub against each other and make a sound similar to iron leaves. Lu Xianguang's scalp went numb immediately, and he realized that the fat man was not bluffing him. The fat man clapped his fingers and said, "Not long ago, I saw 3 people killed by that thing with my own eyes. One was strung to death by vines from the stomach, one was cut into dumpling fillings by the leaves of the thing, and one," when the fat man said this, he suddenly pointed in the direction of the tree of chaos, "the last one is right there.
Do you see it?
It's the one with a lot of wooden thorns stuck in its back, and it looks like the Queen of Blades.
It seems to be called Ding. What is Ding?"
At this time, Ding Nan's image was even more terrifying. She was 3 meters tall, and just as the fat man said, she looked a bit like the Blade Queen in the StarCraft game. Cheng Shui saw that her former classmate had become a ghost, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She sighed softly. "Her name is Ding Nan."
"What did you say?"
Ding Nan's father, Ding Yufu, was struck by lightning when he heard the name.
"My daughter? What happened to my daughter?" The fat man shook his chin in the direction of Ding Nan. "Can't you see for yourself?"
Ding Yufu's eyes widened, and the skin on his face trembled involuntarily. Even though Ding Nan's appearance had changed drastically, the induction of blood relatives still made Ding Yufu recognize her at a glance.
How could this happen?
How could this happen? Ding Yufu seemed to have lost all his bones in an instant, and his whole body collapsed on the ground. Cheng Shui wanted to go upstairs to find him, but he was blocked by zombies at the door as soon as he opened the door. Then he was saved by Su Yuan, but Ding Nan not only didn't appreciate it, but blamed his savior because he was splashed with zombie blood. Then Professor Hu was chased by dozens of zombies because Ding Nan opened the stairwell door to the 10th floor without authorization, and was saved by Su Yuan again. And when he encountered the tooth-leaved iron wire vine, how Ding Nan killed Zheng Xian, and how he wanted to harm Su Yuan at the last moment, etc., all of which were told to Ding Yufu. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lu Xianguang hated Ding Yufu to the bone. After listening to it, he spat with disgust on his face. "Bah! You are bad enough. I didn't expect that a daughter would be the same as you. Your daughter killed several people in order to come up to find you. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that her father never thought of going downstairs to find her from beginning to end." Lu Xianguang's words were like a dagger with barbs, stabbing Ding Yufu's heart fiercely. Ding Yufu burst into tears and yelled that he was sorry for his daughter.
"What the hell are you crying about?"
Lu Xianguang slapped Ding Yufu in the face and cursed, "With your character, even if your daughter is with you, I'm afraid you will sell her for food."
This sentence is really true.
It is not uncommon to sell children in the end times, and Su Yuan has even seen the tragic situation of exchanging children for food. But more often, parents would rather sacrifice themselves to protect their children, even at the cost of their lives. At this time, the food that Su Yuan gave out had been almost eaten. The survivors who had just filled their stomachs all looked at Su Yuan eagerly, and no one cared about Ding Yufu's life or death. Su Yuan asked Cheng Shui to take them along the way they came, pick up the heads of the zombies he killed along the way, and teach them how to make smelly torches. If there are those who can't do it or are disobedient, when they leave later, they will all be thrown away and let them fend for themselves. Lu Xianguang pondered the words stinky torches in his mind, but he couldn't figure it out.
A torch is just a torch, why is it smelly? Is it made of shit?
But soon, Lu Xianguang found out that the materials used to make the stinky torches were zombie teeth and corpse oil. He would rather the torches were made of shit, since the gold in his crotch hadn't been wiped clean. The fat man had seen the effects of the stinky torches, so he could accept them even if the materials were disgusting and terrifying. He was the first to cut open the zombie's belly, took out the bloody fat, and then turned around to pull out the zombie's teeth. The bloody scene made Lu Xianguang and more than a dozen other survivors spit out everything they had just eaten. If pulling out zombie teeth is a challenge to a person's psychological endurance, then opening up a zombie's belly is a great destruction of a person's physiological conditions. Just imagine, ordinary people have never killed a chicken, and they don't even know what the internal organs smell like when they are exposed to the air. Now they are suddenly asked to fiddle with the zombie corpses with festering skin all over their bodies like a professional forensic doctor.
The difficulty can be imagined. I hope it's not too late.
Su Yuan muttered to himself, and his eyes turned to the group of zombies soaking in the plasma pool downstairs. The crystal cores between the eyebrows of those zombies are still light white. When the color turns milky white, it will be the time for this group of dead army to go out in full force.
Su Yuan also saw the role of the tooth-leaved iron wire vine.
If the two swimming pools are regarded as culture tanks, then the plasma in the swimming pools is the nutrients for the evolution of the zombie army, and the tooth-leaved iron wire vine is responsible for supplying nutrients to the culture tanks. Su Yuan roughly estimated that the number of zombies in the two swimming pools is at least 1,000 if not 800. If you want to catalyze such a large number of corpses into first-order mutants in a short period of time, the source nutrients and energy required will be unimaginable. No wonder the tooth-leaved iron wire vine is not enough to cover the entire Galaxy Hotel, and spread out to the surrounding area for such a long distance.
The purpose is to plunder more essence for the two blood pools. A great man once said that whatever the enemy wants to build, we need to destroy.
With Su Yuan's rich experience in surviving in the end times, he naturally wants to try to cut off the foster line of the blood pool.
Speed. 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 Everyone make a torch. Su Yuan paced back and forth among the pale survivors. If you want to survive, you must face these things. I will give you 2 more minutes. After 2 minutes, set off immediately.
At this time, a young woman with a beauty mole on the corner of her eye cried bitterly.
I really can't do it, it's too bloody. Please let me do something else, anything.
Not only her, only one woman with glasses among the 5 young women made a torch.
The rest of them all vomited and cried non-stop with snot and tears.
They looked at Cheng Shui and Bai Ying, who were nimble and skillful, with admiration, and found that they were like useless waste compared to the 2 women brought by Su Yuan. Even Cheng Shui told everyone at the beginning that the stinking torch could drive away zombies. But some things are simply unimaginable without seeing them with your own eyes. If Cheng Shui and Bai Ying had not experienced being blocked in the toilet by dozens of zombies, and under the protection of 2 stinking torches, watching the zombies close at hand helplessly and furiously outside the influence range of the torches, it is estimated that the 2 of them would not be so enthusiastic about making stinking torches. The fat man's was even more exaggerated. Other people's torches all used mop poles, table legs and other thinner materials as the main body of the torch. He didn't know where he got a bedside post as thick as a normal person's calf, and made a giant torch bigger than a basketball. He used 4 human heads worth of zombie teeth for this torch, and it looked like an ancient weapon, the drum-beating golden hammer. This is not a torch, it's clearly a torch.
If it's more exaggerated, it can be stuck in the ground as a totem pole. The fat man seemed to be really interested in Bai Ying.
After making his own oversized torch, he smiled and came to Bai Ying to help. Of course, his help was purely an excuse, and he really took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of her. Bai Ying was embarrassed by the fat man's rough touch and said, "I can do it myself."
Otherwise, you can go and help those sisters?
I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network Diamondsuit. She was referring to the young women crying there.
Unexpectedly, the fat man's face trembled, and he said unhappily, "Who do you think I am, Dugu Pang? Am I the kind of person who was willing to help others?"
He refused to help, but Lu Xianguang had the leisure time. After Lu Xianguang made the torch, he began to look at the women around him. He found that Cheng Shui was the most beautiful in terms of appearance. But no matter how beautiful Cheng Shui was, he didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. She was the woman brought by Su Yuan. He didn't even dare to think about her, even if he had 100 courage. Lu Xianguang muttered in his heart, "Little girl. How can she be as charming as a mature young woman?" He looked around, and finally set his sights on the woman with a beauty mole at the corner of her eye. He walked over honestly and unceremoniously, hugged the woman with the beauty mole in his arms, and then asked, "Your name is Yao Hong, right?"
Let's still follow the old rules?
This sentence sounded a little inexplicable to others, but Yao Hong understood the meaning. If Lu Xianguang had not been kicked off his buttocks by Su Yuan at the critical moment, Yao Hong would probably have gotten together with him now. The so-called old rules were nothing more than asking her to exchange her body. Yao Hong was so anxious that she almost cried. She took a deep breath and was about to nod in agreement. At this time, Su Yuan suddenly said, "Time is up. Whether you have finished making the torch or not, set off immediately." As soon as these words came out, the few people who had not finished making the torches immediately became like students who had only filled in half of the test questions and had their test papers taken away by the teacher. The fat man and others who had already finished making the torches were gloating on the side.
Alas! Lu Xianguang wailed. The duck that was about to be caught flew away again. Yao Hong was also extremely sad and angry. This was like a girl who made up her mind to become a princess, but every time she was about to receive a customer, she would catch up with the anti-pornography crackdown. As a result, she jumped back and forth between being a good family and falling into trouble. The two boys who looked to be 14 or 15 years old also failed to make torches. Moreover, the teenager was rebellious. He stood up at this time and questioned Su Yuan, "Isn't it just that I ate some of your food? Why should we listen to you?" "That's right, my father can't control me." "Who do you think you are?" Someone took the lead, and others immediately followed suit. They all said that they should either be given a ready-made torch or stay here. The fat man sneered, "Who is he? I'll scare you to death if I tell you." As he said, the fat man pointed to the more than 20 zombie corpses lying on the ground. "See? These zombies were all killed by Boss Su alone. Can your necks be tougher than zombies?" After hearing this, the two teenagers trembled all over, their faces turned pale, and their tone was not as strong as before. Then we can follow you. If you give us torches, we will follow you." Some people also said that if it really doesn't work, they can give us more time. They were all ordinary people, and it was hard for them to accept that they were suddenly asked to cut open the zombies' stomachs and extract their teeth. Su Yuan's eyes gradually turned cold, and he swept his eyes over the faces of the troublemakers one by one. There were 3 women including Yao Hong, 2 teenagers, and Ding Nan's father Ding Yufu. None of these people could make torches. "You misunderstood a problem." Su Yuan sneered, "I do need manpower, but I don't take in all the garbage. You can't even make a stinking torch, so you are not qualified to follow me. Fatty, light it, and set off." Su Yuan turned around and walked away without looking back. He had said the ugly words in advance. Anyone who couldn't do it or didn't listen to discipline would be left to fend for themselves. "Okay." The fat man took out a lighter, and with a bang, his supergiant torch suddenly ignited a ball of black flames. People with torches gathered around the fat man and lit their own torches. Suddenly, the stench of smoking, drinking, eating onions, chewing garlic, drinking stinky tofu soup, and not brushing teeth for half a month came out. And this time there were many torches and the distance between them was close, so the pungent smell increased exponentially. Cheng Shui looked at the time. Su Yuan said that when they set off, the time was exactly 2 minutes, not a minute more or less. The fat man was shaking with the stinky torch in his hand. It turned out that he was a chef here and was very familiar with the terrain of the restaurant on the 10th floor, so he volunteered to follow Su Yuan and lead the way. Yao Hong was so anxious that she was at a loss when she saw that Su Yuan had really abandoned them. The key point was that she had vomited all the food she had just eaten, and now she was so hungry that she wanted to chew concrete. Lu Xianguan looked back at her unwillingly, and Yao Hong immediately gritted her teeth, ran over and hugged Lu Xianguan's arm, and deliberately rubbed against Lu Xianguan's body. "Brother Lu, I haven't even had a boyfriend, can you protect me?" The voice was soft and sticky, which could easily arouse a man's desire to protect. Lu Xianguan was nearly 40 years old, and Yao Hong was only in her 20s. The tender grass was stuffed into his mouth, so how could the old cow not eat it? Lu Xianguan was enjoying the wonderful touch on his arm. When he heard Yao Hong say that she had never had a boyfriend, he was so happy that he immediately said that Yao Hong could just hide behind him.
Although Yao Hong spoke in a low voice, Su Yuan, as a transcendent, had a keen hearing that could not be compared to that of ordinary people, and he had already heard Yao Hong's words clearly. Seeing that Yao Hong deliberately mentioned that she had never had a boyfriend, it was obvious that she was saying to Lu Xiangguang, "Brother, I am a virgin, you picked up a treasure." Su Yuan naturally did not take such a small matter to heart, but he also labeled Yao Hong as a scheming person in his heart. The remaining two women, two young men, and Ding Yufu naturally hugged each other.
Ding Yufu originally ran a large company.
As the company's CEO, his ability to control and manage people's hearts far exceeded that of the other people. So, he became the backbone of this small group with just a few words.
Ding Yufu curled his lips and whispered, "That guy is a pervert. He actually used human oil and human teeth to make torches. And he said that it can drive away zombies? No matter whether the torch is useful or not, I can't do anything to blaspheme the corpse of my own kind."
He was simply changing the concept to make excuses for his incompetence.
He kept talking about human beings and never mentioned the word zombie. However, this argument was exactly what the two teenagers wanted.
The two immediately took advantage of Ding Yufu's step to go down, saying that they, like Ding Yufu, couldn't bear to attack the corpse of their own kind.
The two women didn't have any opinions. They didn't care about face or not. They were just anxious to ask Ding Yufu if he had any solution.
Seeing Su Yuan and the others walking further away, Ding Yufu snorted coldly and said, "With them leading the way, even if there are zombies, they will be dealt with by them.
Let's just follow them. Can that guy come back and kill us?" The two teenagers immediately agreed, "Brother Ding is right. This hotel is not owned by his family. He goes his way, and we go our way."
While making excuses for themselves, the few people followed Su Yuan and the others not far behind them. Suddenly, someone in the team in front suddenly exclaimed, "There are zombies!
There are zombies!"
The fat man held a torch in one hand and a second-level mantis knife given to him by Su Yuan in the other hand, and yelled at the person who exclaimed, "Why are you yelling?
It's just a zombie, isn't it? Look, brother, let me show you one."
10 meters ahead of Su Yuan and the others, there was a room with its door wide open, and a zombie wearing a cleaning company uniform was standing at the door and wandering back and forth.
The fat man walked over with a shaky face. The smell from his giant torch immediately made the zombies retreat. He raised his eyebrows at the people behind him, and used the torch to force the zombie into the corner of the wall in a very obscene way, then swung the mantis knife fiercely, intending to imitate Su Yuan and cut off the zombie's head with one knife. Unexpectedly, his knife missed and directly cut the zombie's nose bridge, and the knife was stuck in the zombie's skull, and he couldn't pull it out in a hurry. The fat man panicked, and a layer of white sweat appeared on his back. He twisted the blade hard, and heard a pop, and actually pried off the zombie's entire nose and 2 cheekbones. A large piece of meat was immediately lost on the zombie's face. Although his knife failed to cut off the zombie's neck, it seemed to have injured the zombie's brain tissue. The zombie fell softly to the ground, as if he was really dead. Dugu Pang coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, and winked at Bai Ying complacently. Unfortunately, Bai Ying and Chang Shui, who were used to seeing Su Yuan kill people with every strike and beheading people with every move, had no feelings for the fat man's half-baked achievements. Fortunately, there were a group of survivors such as Lu Xiangguang who promptly offered their admiring eyes to the fat man, and gasped and flattered him. They saw that the stinking torches were indeed effective, and they immediately straightened their backs and became braver. Even when they encountered zombies, they did not feel their calves tightened. Ding Yufu and others who were walking behind were now regretting. In their eyes, the stinking torches were simply a golden ticket to avoid death in the end times. Looking at the people in front, each holding a stinking torch, while they themselves had nothing in their hands, they could not help but regret it. Now seeing it with their own eyes, everyone realized the benefits of the stinking torches. Only ghosts would not be able to start because the materials used to make the torches were bloody and cruel. Ding Yufu was very smart. He noticed that the eyes of several people around him were all fixed on the zombie that was lying on the ground, and he knew that others had the same idea as him. He quickened his pace, and as soon as the team holding torches left, he immediately rushed to the zombie's body, just like a scavenger on the vast African savanna.
But he was middle-aged after all, how could he be as fast as the teenagers who were jumping around all day? He was immediately caught up by the two teenagers on the left and right, and then surpassed, and finally rushed to the zombie before him. Ding Yufu was furious, rushed forward and grabbed one of the teenagers by the hair and pulled him up. Who knew that when he pushed the teenager away, the zombie that should have been dead actually sat up? Ding Yufu, who was half bent over, almost had an intimate kiss with the zombie. The bloody hole on the zombie's face was only a pout away from his nose tip, and they were about to collide. This scared Ding Yufu so much that he jumped back with a "oh my god" cry. Seeing this, how dare the two teenagers move forward? They immediately rolled and crawled, holding their heads and running away. Su Yuan, who was walking in front, heard the noise and looked back, just in time to see the zombie chasing Ding Yufu and biting him. Logically, the corridor was closed and windless, and the place they just walked through still had the smell of the stinking torch. Even if the zombie was not dead, it would not rush to attack people with that smell. But it was strange that the fat man's knife was too delicate, just chopping the zombie's olfactory system into a scrapped state. Now, even if the stinking torch was pressed against the zombie's face, it would not have any effect on this zombie without a nose. At this moment, the people in the team were immediately in chaos, and they all screamed and ran away in panic. Su Yuan frowned and shouted, "Stop right there. There are zombies everywhere in the world, where can you run to?" Everyone remembered that Fatty had said that Su Yuan had defeated more than 20 zombies alone, and they were yelled at by Su Yuan, and they managed to calm down. But they also clamped their legs tightly, for fear that their bodies would shake and a few drops of urine would leak out. Su Yuan wanted to calm people's hearts, so he grabbed a small cart nearby that was used to tidy up the room and threw it out in the air. That small car, plus all the miscellaneous things on it, weighed at least 120 to 30 kilograms. Except in movies, have ordinary people never seen such a powerful person? Everyone involuntarily turned their attention to the car, and together it crossed a distance of 8 or 9 meters and hit the zombie's head accurately. There was a loud clang sound, and the semi-disabled zombie was knocked upside down. Seeing that Su Yuan had such magical power, everyone immediately became determined. They all clenched their fists and almost shouted "okay." Dugu Pang blew into the palm of his hand and said, "Brother is kind-hearted and wanted to save your life. I didn't expect that you, a monster, don't know what a grateful heart is. It seems that I have to give you a patch." With that said, he was about to cut the zombie into pieces. At this time, Cheng Shui suddenly said "huh," pointed at the zombie that had climbed up from the ground, and said, "Look. The zombie's neck seems to have been damaged by the impact. Why is it spinning in circles?" The fat man was in no mood to look closely, and waved his hand, saying, "Who cares what's wrong with him? Let me go over, I guarantee that with one cut, all the problems will be gone." "Wait a minute," Su Yuan also called the fat man. The zombie had an iron clothes rack on its head, and its head was facing the left, always looking to the left. It would spin involuntarily when it took a step forward. "Hey!" The fat man laughed, "Interesting. Give it a steel pipe, and it can do a pole dance." Su Yuan took a look and thought that the zombie's neck might have been damaged by the car, so he didn't take it seriously. He was about to ask everyone to move on, when Baiying suddenly said, "I know what's going on. Look at the hanger on the zombie's head." Baiying used her hands to make a hanger shape and explained to Su Yuan, "The side of the hanger with the hook is just stuck on the zombie's left forehead. When the hanger is put on the head at this angle, the pressure exerted on the head by the side with the hook is slightly greater than that on the side with the hanger beam. Taiwan Novel Network. In this case, there will be two forces, one large and one small, applied to the head at the same time. The brain is in a self-protection mechanism, which will make the muscles rotate along this force. It is precisely this kind of twisting. The force of turning the head is not very strong, and it will not trigger the self-protection mechanism of the human body's muscles. In other words, the muscles will not resist this force, but will follow the instinctive reaction and turn the head to the side with greater force. So the zombie's neck will always face the side of the hanger hook. This conditioned reflex has a scientific name, called hanger reflex. The Kajimoto Research Group of the University of Electro-Communications in Japan specializes in studying this hanger reflex. The fat man laughed and said, "The little devils are full of food, right?
What's the point of studying this thing? As a teacher, Bai Ying naturally exudes a confident charm when it comes to academic issues. Then she answered, why is it useless?
There was a person who had the disease of cervical muscle tension disorder, and the patient's neck could not turn to the sides.
The Kajimoto research team used the hanger reflex to apply pressure to the patient's forehead on both sides, and they really cured it. The fat man laughed and said, putting a hanger on the head can also cure diseases?
I don't believe it, fatty. Then Dugapang walked over, and while the zombie was spinning in place and turned to face the wall, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the zombie's lower back, pressing it tightly against the wall. Then the fat man reached out and took off the hanger on the zombie's head. The moment the hanger left the zombie's head returned to normal, and began to turn around, trying to turn around and bite the fat man. The zombie was very powerful, and even with the fat man's physique of more than 200 pounds, he was unable to suppress it. The fat man was so scared that he quickly put the hanger back on the zombie's head, but he didn't expect that it didn't work this time. The zombie was holding the hanger, but its head could still turn freely.
Bai Ying reminded from behind, oh no.
No, the position you put it on is not right. You must use the inner side of the side with the hook, aiming it at the position slightly above the left or right eyebrow. The fat man barely suppressed the zombie, and in a few seconds he was already sweating all over. It was unknown whether he was scared or tired. Hearing this, he still blamed Bai Ying. Why didn't you say it earlier?
You almost let me feed the zombies.
He kept complaining, and quickly moved the hanger on the zombie's head, aiming the side of the hanger with the hook at the right eyebrow of the zombie.
The effect was immediate.
The zombie's head immediately seemed to be fixed to the right, as if it had been cast into a fixed position. The fat man was excited to see the prey, and kept moving the hanger back and forth on the zombie's head. The zombie's head turned to the right and left for a while, and it worked every time. When they were having fun, they accidentally saw Su Yuan's face turn from sunny to cloudy, and they immediately realized that they were wasting time. The fat man quickly raised his knife and sent the poor zombie back to the Western paradise. Before leaving, he did not forget to take the zombie's head away. It would be harder than climbing to the sky for others to take advantage of him.
The team continued to move forward. The fat man asked Bai Ying why the zombie didn't know to take off the hanger on his head.
Also, even if the hanger was not taken off, with such a small force of the hanger, the zombie should be able to turn its head freely, right? Bai Ying explained, if it were a human, of course they could control their neck muscles and turn their heads freely with a hanger on their heads. But zombies seem to have only instinct left to guide their physical actions, so the effect of this trick based on human conditioned reflexes is particularly significant on zombies.
As for why zombies don't take off the hanger?
You see, zombies don't know how to dodge even when facing an oncoming knife, let alone a small hanger on their heads. Finally, Bai Ying added that, in fact, it is not necessary to use the side of the hanger with the hook to apply pressure to the left or right forehead of the zombie. As long as the pressure exerted by the hanger on the head is guaranteed to be a relative force from the left front to the right back, and from the right front to the left back, it will be fine. Because the skin on the forehead is exposed and hairless, it is more sensitive to pressure, so it doesn't matter whether the hook is in the front or the back. I just told Fatty that he must use the hook to aim at the tip of the eyebrow on either side, and this is the most clear way to say it. Fatty was overwhelmed by what he heard, and he seemed to understand but not quite. His biggest headache was studying, and he didn't expect that even at the end of the world, he couldn't escape the fate of being nagging by the teacher in his ear. Dugapang thought to himself, I'm not as good at talking as you, and I'll let you taste my mobility in bed when I have a chance. Hearing Bai Ying still talking endlessly, he quickly waved his hand and said, I understand. I don't need to know the principle, I just know that the hanger head can control zombies. As the two were talking, they happened to meet a small car for cleaning the room in the corridor, with more than a dozen iron hangers on it. The fat man's eyes lit up, and he reached out and grabbed the bundle of hangers. He was obviously planning to put the hangers on the zombies' heads the next time he encountered a zombie, so as to avoid chopping it off. Su Yuan said helplessly, if you have the strength and skills to put the hangers on the zombies' heads, why don't you just kill the zombies with one knife? This remark woke the dreamer up. The fat man threw away the hanger in anger and cursed inwardly, the boss is right.
I am not taking off my pants to fart? However, even Su Yuan did not expect that the hanger that he looked like taking off his pants to fart at the moment would become his trick to win by surprise later. Z. Is it here? Does anyone hear it? We are trapped in the Yingsui Pavilion Chinese restaurant on the 10th floor. Please come and save us.
A woman's sobbing voice for help suddenly sounded near Dugopang's big fat butt. In the silent corridor, this sudden sound scared everyone and made them tremble. The fat man even covered his butt with both hands and looked at Su Yuan with a pale face. Seeing that Su Yuan did not mean to blame him, he took out a very delicate intercom from his butt pocket.
Well, this is what I just took from a zombie. I thought if I could find another one, I would tell you about it. Su Yuan nodded.
Now that the communication system is paralyzed, no matter how expensive the mobile phone is, it is no different from a brick. However, the radio equipment can still be used, not to mention that the fat man picked it up. Even if he saw a wireless walkie-talkie or a radio, he would put it away for backup. At present, everyone has walked to the door of the stairwell leading to the 10th floor. It must be said that the woman on the walkie-talkie is really lucky to receive this request for help at this time. Dugopang asked Su Yuan for his opinion, then picked up the walkie-talkie and pretended to blow a breath, and then said, "Who?" "I am Dugopang, the deputy captain of the search and rescue team. I received your request for help. Please report the current situation of your location." Perhaps Dugopang was too involved, and he even frowned at the walkie-talkie, trying to make his voice sound more serious. Su Yuan, Cheng Shuai and others all pursed their lips to hold back their laughter when they saw the fat man's funny look. A response came from the other side of the intercom, and the woman cried with joy, "We are in the largest private room of Yingsui Pavilion Chinese restaurant on the 10th floor. Come and save us." At this time, it seemed that someone snatched the intercom of the woman opposite, and replaced it with a man with a low and hoarse voice. "What do you do for a living? Why are you here now? We are almost starving to death, do you know? How many people are there? How long will it take to save us?" Dugopang raised his eyebrows when he heard it. "Which vegetable field are you from? How dare you talk to us like this?" Su Yuan sneered. There are always idiots in this world who can't recognize the situation. If you meet such a person, you don't need to pay attention to him at all. The cruel end of the world and the cruel mutant creatures will naturally teach him how to be a human being. Dugopang was about to start cursing, but the man on the other side of the intercom got angry first. "Do you know who I am? Where is your Captain Wang? Ask him to talk to me." "Where is Captain Wang?" "Our captain's surname is..." Dugopang said this, and suddenly paused, as if someone had grabbed his neck. He covered the intercom with his hand, stared at Su Yuan with wide eyes, and found that the latter also looked serious, obviously hearing the information that the other party had inadvertently revealed in his previous words. Dugopang took a breath, sucked his teeth and said, "Is there really a rescue team? Moreover, it seems that the people upstairs have contacted the rescue team, otherwise why would they ask to see Captain Wang by name?" There was a whisper in the team immediately. They were all very excited when they heard the news of the rescue team. If they could meet up with the official rescue team, it would be equivalent to completely ensuring their safety. But Su Yuan didn't think so. He didn't care whether there was a rescue team or not. Now he just waited to solve the trouble of the altar of the gods in front of him, and then he was ready to go to Jiangbei to inquire about Su Linger's news. "Hello? Hello?" The man on the other side of the intercom saw that the fat man stopped talking halfway, and couldn't help but urged, "If your captain's surname is not Wang, what is it? What's it to you?" Dugopang shouted at the intercom. Then, he asked Su Yuan, "What should we do? Should we go to save people?" Su Yuan nodded. "This disaster is far more terrifying than you think. There are not many humans left, and we must save those who can be saved." But, Su Yuan looked downstairs through the glass. The zombies in the two blood pools are still evolving under the nourishment of countless tooth-leaved iron wire vines. The tree of chaos is also much thicker than before. Every second of delay, their enemies will become more powerful. And Ding Nan, the golden hexagram pattern in her eyes is exactly the same as the 3 magic flower mantises that were first catalyzed by the God Altair to hunt down Su Yuan.
Is it the God Altair that is playing tricks in all this?
Su Yuan's heart was like an hourglass that kept ticking.
Time was running out for him.
He no longer hesitated and kicked open the door of the fire escape, leading everyone to the 10th floor by stairs.
The iron door was kicked, and immediately there was a loud bang.
Su Yuan explained to the people around him, zombies and tooth-leaved iron wire vines are very sensitive to sound. Instead of being on guard against them all the time, it is better to make a sound to lure them out. As Su Yuan himself said, too few humans survived this disaster. It is not difficult to pass on these experiences in dealing with mutant creatures, but it can greatly increase the survival rate of these people.
Why not?
This loud noise was like the pleasant bell of a school cafeteria, and dozens of zombies wandering in the corridor were immediately attracted by the sound. However, the zombies with only instinct left were obviously not very good at climbing stairs. They fell down as soon as they lifted their feet. In the end, the zombies pressed one on top of another, and the ones on top were completely stepping on the ones below. They used their hands and feet, crawling and rolling to rush towards Su Yuan and his team. Since there were zombies, it meant that there were no tooth-leaved iron wire vines nearby. Everyone in the team had a stinking torch, and encountering zombies was the least threatening situation. Su Yuan signaled everyone to stand against the wall with torches, and wait until the chaotic zombies rushed into the corridor, and then continue to move upstairs. Ding Yufu and others who followed them did not have stinking torches to protect themselves. They were ready to escape when they saw Su Yuan kicking the door. Almost when the zombies rushed into the corridor, they followed Ding Yufu and disappeared. Although Su Yuan was kind, he was not a saint. He has done his best by passing on the survival skills he knows. For those who don't believe in him, Su Yuan doesn't bother to care about their life or death. He passed through the zombies and came to the 10th floor of the Galaxy Hotel. Before he pushed the door open, he could hear roars coming from inside. Even if he used his butt to think, he knew that the number of zombies on the 10th floor, which was a restaurant, must be quite large. Wandering Dugu Pang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked Su Yuan, "Boss, this torch won't go out suddenly, right? Otherwise, let's add a wind shield to the torch before going in?" "No need." Su Yuan waved his hand, "First find the natural gas main pipeline in the restaurant kitchen, and then rescue the people in the private room. Chang Shui and the rest of the people collect food, as much as they can. Do you understand?" Understood. Everyone was waiting for this order. Except for Lu Shenguang, who had a full meal not long ago, the rest of them were so hungry that they only had one breath left. To put it in a depressing way, even if they died, they wanted to be full ghosts. "Let's go!" Su Yuan shouted in a low voice, opened the door and stepped into the door. The pungent smell of blood and the stench of rotten rats came to his face. The dull airflow made the black flames of the torch dim a little. Except for Su Yuan, everyone retched violently. This feeling is like someone sitting on your face and farting, and the person who farted has some indigestion. At a glance, at least 200 or 300 zombies of various shapes and colors were staring at them with their dead gray eyes. The restaurant on the 10th floor of the Galaxy Hotel is a high-end consumption place, and the public restaurant is on the 2nd floor. Therefore, any of these zombies in front of everyone were successful people such as social elites before the end of the world. But everyone is equal in the face of disasters, and no one will be given special treatment just because someone's bank card balance has more digits. Dugu Pang identified the direction and took Su Yuan to a corner of the hall. Cheng Shui led everyone to walk slowly among the zombies, searching for edible food and drinking water. The reason for walking slowly is that this allows people to always be within the range of the smell of the stinking torch. Once you walk faster, the smell will not have time to spread, and the person holding the torch may be attacked by zombies. This is also the reason why the stinking torch cannot be used in a ventilated outdoor environment. Even the Fat Man's supergiant torch, when blown by the wind, is useless. It has to be said that walking through the zombies is a big challenge for a person's courage and urethral sphincter. And there are not only zombies staring at them, but also human skeletons that have been bitten to pieces everywhere. Every step you take, you have to be careful. Stepping on broken cups and bowls is a small matter, the key is not to step on the blackened and coagulated dirty blood in fragmented internal organs. If you step on those things, the slippery feeling from the soles of your shoes can kill you. When you lift your feet, the dirty blood will stick to the soles of your shoes. It's like a stream of electric current, going up along the soles of your feet, numb all the way to the roots of your thighs. Lu Xianguang told himself over and over in his heart, Chang Shui is not afraid of a little girl. If he is scared to death, how can he still have the face to mix with her? Yao Hong stuck to Lu Xianguang like a dogskin plaster, wishing to squeeze her body into Lu Xianguang's skin. Everyone looked at Su Yuan, who was walking in the front, and found that he was just like walking in the market. When he encountered a zombie blocking his way, he stretched out his hand to push it aside without any pressure.
Dugu Pang's eyes were always looking at the mouths of the zombies around him, or more precisely, the bloody teeth. While watching, he also estimated how many stinking torches could be made if these teeth were pulled out. Su Yuan saw that the fat man relied too much on torches, and had to remind him that the stinking torches were only effective against primary zombies. When encountering those first-level zombies with crystal cores growing between their eyebrows, the stinking torches would have no effect at all. Dugu Pang was horrified and said, "Are you talking about the two groups of zombies taking a bath downstairs with a glass piece on their forehead?" Su Yuan nodded, yes. They are still evolving, but very fast. When the color of the crystal core between their eyebrows turns milky white, they will come out in full force. Then they will tear up everything they see and stuff it into their stomachs. Dugu Pang's face fell immediately. Then, there must be at least 1,000 or 2,000 zombies in those two pools. Aren't we doomed? Lu Xianguang and others heard the conversation between Su Yuan and Dugu Pang, and their heartbeats accelerated. They always thought that as long as they had a stinky torch, they could run rampant among the zombies. Now they heard that there were more powerful characters, and the number was huge. A zombie came up and licked them, and they could lick them to the bone without leaving any residue. At this time, Su Yuan had led everyone to the kitchen of Yingsui Pavilion Chinese restaurant. He lifted up the stove, and then followed the natural gas pipe under the stove, and found the natural gas main pipeline hidden behind the alloy gusset plate. The diameter of this pipeline was much thicker than that in ordinary residential buildings, as thick as an adult's wrist. Su Yuan knocked on the natural gas pipe, and then answered the fat man, "Just kill those 1,000 or 2,000 zombies, isn't it?" The fat man and Lu Xianguang were struck by lightning. Kill them all? Do you think you are an anti-Japanese hero who can tear the devils with your hands and hide bombs in your crotch? Even if Yin Shuangying comes, he dare not say that he can kill so many zombies alone, right? Su Yuan asked curiously, who is Yin Shuangying? Is he also a superhuman? Lu Xianguang said helplessly, "Brother, this is a fire burning your butt. Do you still care who Yin Shuangying is? Fire burning your butt?" Su Yuan held the hand of the natural gas pipe and exerted a little force. He was going to burn the butts of those zombies. The firepower that Su Yuan was most comfortable with in his previous life could be said to have been mastered by him for a long time. Unfortunately, what I gained in this life was a special form of chi power. But then again, natural gas is gas too. Finding a natural gas main pipeline is equivalent to a soldier finding a weapons arsenal. Su Yuan immediately ordered Cheng Shui to lead people to collect food and drinking water. After he went to rescue those people in the private room of Yingsui Pavilion, he climbed to the rooftop. In the private room of Yingsui Pavilion, a woman was constantly adjusting the channel of the walkie-talkie. She didn't know that Dugu Pang had already disabled the intercom in order to prevent the intercom from suddenly making noises and attracting the attention of zombies. Next to the woman was a scrawny old man with unkempt hair. He sat there calmly and said calmly, "Shaoli, you don't have to worry. Thanks to your care these 2 days, I will let them go when we meet up with the search and rescue team. I'll give you a certificate of commendation. Well, by the way, your job position can also be discussed." The woman rolled her eyes at the old man and said rudely, "Once again, my name is Su Jejia, not Li." The old man acted as if he didn't hear anything and picked up the plate in front of him and licked it a few more times. He smacked his lips and threw away the plate that was cleaner than brushed. "This dish is a bit stale. Xiao Zhang, where is my cell phone?" Call me Lou from the Food and Health Department. I want to report this hotel. Su Jia rolled her eyes and continued to fiddle with the walkie-talkie. On the other side, Su Yuan and Dugu Pang had already walked outside the private room door. Dugu Pang scratched his head and said to Su Yuan, I guess there is a high-ranking official inside. Otherwise, why is he so loud? And there is a rescue team to rescue him? It doesn't matter. Su Yuan knocked on the door directly and said to Dugu Pang, it doesn't matter how big the official is, they are just survivors. When Su Jia heard the knock on the door, she was startled at first. Then she quickly leaned on the crack of the door and asked outside, Are you from the rescue team? Dugu Pang picked up the air and said in a pretentious manner, I am Dugu Pang, the deputy captain of the rescue team. Open the door quickly. Before he could finish his words, Su Jia could not wait to push aside the seat blocking the door and open the door. When she saw Su Yuan and Dugu Pang, tears immediately flowed down her face. They looked very frightened. But the fat man yelled, Oh my God! Aren't you the big star Su who acted in the movie? Su Yuan's memory overlaps with that of his previous life. For him, such a luxurious activity as watching movies happened at least 9 years ago. Moreover, the 9 years of experience in his previous life made these 9 years seem as long as a century, so he had no impression of Su Jia in front of him. When Dugu Pang met the big star, he immediately offered his generous shoulders and arms. He hugged Su Jia like a man, patted Su Jia on the back, and comforted him, Don't be afraid, goddess. I love looking at you the most. Movies, especially the video of you competing for the beauty pageant title. With the fat and beautiful girl in her arms, all she could think about was Su Jia's graceful figure walking on the catwalk wearing only a cool 3-point style. At the same time, she was laughing obscenely in her heart. There was a rumor on the internet that Su Jia had to pay a starting price of 2 million to have a meal with a wealthy businessman. Now she was held in the arms of the fat man, hugging and touching her. In fact, Dugu Pang is not a spermatozoon. In his opinion, what he is touching now is not a beauty pageant champion or an international movie star, but 2 million banknotes. He touched it and counted in his mind, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. In the past, what Su Jia despised the most was fat guys like Dugu Pang. At this moment, I felt that the fat man's shoulders were particularly thick and warm, and he felt full of security. Even though he was being taken advantage of by the fat man, he had no intention of resisting at all. That's enough, the old man suddenly roared, hugging, how shameless. The old man pointed at the fat man and shouted, Which team are you from? Why aren't you even wearing a uniform? The fat man was immersed in the wonderful moment when his daydreams came into reality, when he was shocked by the old man's roar. Su Jia also pushed the fat man away, took 2 steps back and stood up. Dugu Pang, who hadn't touched enough, suddenly felt furious and glared, I'm a plainclothes man. Do you have any objections? The old man ignored him and turned to look at Su Yuan, who was wearing camouflage uniform and pants. Suddenly, he stood up suddenly, walked to Su Yuan, and looked at Su Yuan carefully from front to back, left to right, and left to right. Hiss. It's weird. The old man had a serious look on his face. Why, how can there be something else in your soul? As he said that, the old man used his greasy fingers to lift Su Yuan's eyelids, intending to take a good look at Su Yuan's eyes. He was still chanting, it gives you death, and it also gives you new life. But in the end, it will take away everything that belongs to you. Su Yuan was shocked. The first of these 2 inexplicable words of the old man was clearly talking about the strange fluctuation hidden deep in his soul. The first half of the second sentence corresponds to the soul fluctuation that caused Su Yuan's death in his previous life, but it also took him back to the era before the end of the world. But the second half of the sentence sounded creepy. Su Yuan couldn't guess. Su Yuan stepped forward and grabbed the old man's arm, Who are you? Unexpectedly, the old man was stunned for a moment, and the unfathomable look he had just now disappeared. I am your 7th uncle and grandpa. But in an instant, a majestic and steady aura suddenly appeared on the old man's body, and he frowned and said, Time is running out, let's hurry up and meet Dean Sheen. As long as you send me safely to my destination, no matter what level you are now, I can get you promoted to 3 levels in a row with just one report. It doesn't matter whether you are lieutenant, colonel, or general.
When the old man said these 2 sentences, his articulation was relaxed and powerful, with the air of a superior who has been in power for a long time and is used to giving orders.
Hey, no, who are you? Dugopang found that the old man was chattering, as if he had a split personality. The old man's face was stern and he reprimanded, "Are you deaf? Didn't I already tell you that I am your 7th uncle and grandpa? Let me tell you, little fat man, I don't like you. If you were my soldier, I would kill you. You can't type them all out." At this time, Su Jujia lay next to Dugopang's ear and whispered, "This old gentleman seems to be out of his mind. He can't even remember his name. Maybe he was frightened by zombies eating people. His grandma turned out to be a melon." Dugopang suddenly became angry.
The old man was furious, blew his beard and glared, and cursed with all his hair and beard, "Hey!
You fat boy, you are blind. Do you know my identity?
I am a major general. No, I am the leader of the 3rd team of the Ministry of National Security.
No, I am a scientific research academician.
Still wrong, I am a reporter for a geographical magazine." As the old man was talking, he suddenly held his head with both hands, screamed, fell on his back, and fainted.
Hey! Dugopang took 2 steps back. What are you doing? Are you trying to scam me?
You all saw it, I didn't touch him at all. Su Yuan squatted down to check and found that the old man's eyes were bloodshot, his eyeballs were full of bloodshot, and his pupils were dull, which didn't seem to be fake. He asked Dugopang to carry the old man on his back and rush back to meet up with Cheng Shui and others. Dugopang was naturally unwilling, so he simply relied on his big shoulders and waist to lift the old man up and hold him under his arm. The old man was skinny and had little meat on his body.
Dugopang held him and walked with big strides.
The group of people led by Cheng Shui were like starving ghosts reincarnated, and they had turned the restaurant upside down. One by one, they ate until the food was stuck in their throats, but they refused to stop.
When they saw Su Yuan coming back, someone suddenly shouted, "Isn't this the big star Su Jujia?"
Then, Su Jujia was surrounded by a group of people. But everyone just wanted to see what the national goddess who used to only exist on the screen looked like, and then they dispersed. At this point, no matter how big a star is, it is not as important to them as a steamed bun or a bottle of drink. Su Jujia followed Su Yuan and Dugopang through the zombies, thinking that the stinking torches were some high-tech product. When she was surrounded by a group of people and looked at like a monkey for a long time, she realized that the situation was a little different from what she expected. There were no rescue team members with live ammunition here, but only a large group of survivors like her. Especially when she saw Dugopang, who claimed to be the deputy captain, throwing the old man to the ground, and then ran to Bai Ying and took advantage of her clumsily, she felt that she was deceived. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Where are the other team members? Su Jujia asked Su Yuan with the last bit of fantasy. Su Yuan's answer to this was to confiscate her walkie-talkie directly and then call everyone to gather. We are now in the north building of the Galaxy Hotel. There is a glass corridor on the left and right sides of this floor, leading to the east and west buildings. Lu Xianguang takes people to the east, and Fatty takes people to the west. Cheng Shui, you are responsible for the north building. You will advance to the rooftop in 3 groups, and pay attention to rescuing as many survivors as possible during the process. Fatty and Lu Xianguang must remember to open the natural gas main pipelines in the east and west buildings. You have half an hour to climb to the rooftop. After half an hour, I will detonate the natural gas. As for what to do after reaching the rooftop, I have already told Cheng Shui, Fatty, and Lu Xianguang. Just follow them. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he cut off the main pipeline of natural gas with a knife in front of everyone. You know, everyone is still holding torches in their hands. Natural gas will ignite if it touches a spark. Even if everyone does not want to do what Su Yuan said, they have no time to speak, and they all swarmed and fled. I don't know who stepped on the unconscious old man in a panic. The old man grimaced in pain and woke up cursing. Before he could figure out the situation, he was lifted up by Su Yuan and rushed to the elevator.
The zombies in the two blood pools downstairs became stronger with every passing second. So time was extremely tense and precious to Su Yuan. He had previously spent time searching for survivors so that they could split into 3 groups to open the natural gas valve at this moment, and then go to the roof to make the next arrangement. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. From this moment on, all the time Su Yuan had wasted in searching for people was made up. Su Yuan ran very fast. The old man's feet were pulled off the ground, and he arrived in front of the elevator door in almost the blink of an eye with only the sound of wind whistling in his ears. Su Yuan tried to pry open the elevator door, but the old man held Su Yuan tightly and shouted, "Don't open it, there's something inside. Let's go through the garbage passage." The old man stretched out his hand and opened a small door a few meters away. Inside the door was a vertical stainless steel passage. He climbed in directly, propped up the walls on both sides of the passage with his feet, and disappeared as soon as he lowered his head. Su Yuan was puzzled. This old man was so weird. But his original plan was to go downstairs, so he followed the old man and jumped down with him. The passage was slightly wider than a person's shoulders. As long as you use your feet and legs to support the walls on both sides, you can use friction to slow down the speed of falling, just like riding a slide. Almost in an instant, Su Yuan felt a little white light flashing under the passage. Knowing that he was about to reach the exit, he quickly tightened his muscles and rolled out of the passage with a weightless body. He and the old man, one in front and one behind, smashed into a pile of garbage that looked like a small mountain. Fortunately, the quality of the garbage bags was quite strong, and the piles of garbage packages acted as air cushions in disguise. The two people slid down from the 10th floor, and they didn't even get a scratch. The light in front of them was dim, and sparse sunlight poured in through a few windows less than 1 meter square. Su Yuan found that he and the old man were in a warehouse dedicated to storing garbage. The room was not big, only about 20 square meters, and it was estimated that the garbage truck would come to clean it once a day. What was even more unexpected was that he actually met an old acquaintance here. Ding Yufu and the 2 young men were also in this room full of garbage and stench. The 2 women who escaped with them at the beginning disappeared, and it was estimated that they were in danger. And next to them, there was a soldier who was seriously injured and was about to die. Because the light in the garbage room was dim, the old man was shocked when he first saw someone here. When he found that the other party was more frightened than him, he immediately curled his lips. "Are you sick? What are you doing hiding in the garbage? You scared me." As soon as he said this, the injured soldier immediately became excited. "Joe, cough, this sound. Are you Dr. Zhou Xueqian?" The soldier may have injured his lungs, and he kept coughing up blood when he spoke. Ding Yufu was worried that his cough would attract the tooth-leaved iron wire vine, so he actually reached out to cover the soldier's mouth. The old man pushed Ding Yufu aside, squatted beside the soldier, and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Unexpectedly, the soldier took out a photo from his arms. The person on it was the crazy old man in front of him. The soldier leaned against the wall with his upper body, and struggled to lift the photo, comparing the person in the photo with the old man's face. Even the few age spots and wrinkles on the old man's face were not spared. After checking everything one by one and finding no mistakes, the soldier suddenly came to his senses and spoke fluently. "You are Dr. Zhou." "That's right. I am a member of the 6th Search and Rescue Team of Xuanwu Fortress, codenamed Lynx. Our Captain Wang has contacted you before. Unfortunately, the captain died." When the soldier said this, tears of blood appeared in his tiger eyes. The 6th Search and Rescue Team has 18 members, and now all of them have died except him. And the reason they came here is to rescue Dr. Zhou Xueqian, who has gone crazy. Su Yuan, who was standing aside, was shocked at this moment. He was not shocked that there was really a search and rescue team, nor was he shocked that the Captain Wang that the old man was looking for really existed. He was shocked by the words Xuanwu Fortress, Dr. Zhou Xueqian. He traveled back from 9 years after the end of the world, and these 2 names were simply like thunder to him. Xuanwu Fortress, the predecessor of Xuanwu Base, one of the 8 major bases in the end of the world. During the heyday of the Xuanwu Base, it controlled 13 medium-sized bases and nearly 100 small bases,
with a registered population of 230,000. And it had 4 peak gold-level masters, and it was said that 2 of them had mastered S-level superpowers. One of them was the goddess of life.
The other one was named Zhou Xueqian.
However, the image of this skinny old man in front of him was too different from that of the peak gold-level master with S-level superpowers. Su Yuan had been to Xuanwu Base in his previous life.
Although he was not qualified to see Zhou Xueqian in person due to his strength and status in his previous life, he could hear legends about Zhou Xueqian everywhere in Xuanwu Base.
The strong man Zhou Xueqian was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he had never heard of him having a doctorate, let alone being a mental patient. But no matter what, the photo in the soldier's hand was indeed of the old madman himself. Even if the old madman was not the peak gold-level strongman, he was still a key figure of great value to Xuanwu Base. No, it is still Xuanwu Fortress now, and he was a key figure of great value to Xuanwu Fortress.
The old madman took his own photo and admired it narcissistically.
Then he took out a ballpoint pen from his pocket, signed the 3 characters Zhou Xueqian on the photo in a flamboyant manner, and handed it back to the soldier.
Are there any others who want my autograph? If so, take them out. Don't be embarrassed.
Lynx laughed bitterly, his face full of unwillingness. Even if we find you, what can we do?
Everyone is dead, the captain, Maoqiu, Yezi, all dead.
Su Yuan has always admired soldiers since he was a child, and he planned to comfort Lynx. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly shed tears, gritted his teeth, and cried, I hate it. I hate that I can't complete the rescue mission. I'm sorry for the captain's sacrifice. In Su Yuan's view, the injuries on the body of codenamed Lynx were enough to take away all his vitality. Maybe he can hold on until now, all relying on his obsession to complete the mission. Now the mission target has been found. But he was so seriously injured that he couldn't even stand up, and he might close his eyes in the next second. For a moment, his heart was aroused, and he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Lynx looked like he was only in his 20s at most, but he was an Iron Man. He took off all his equipment and put it in front of him, and his eyes swept over the people around him.
Dr. Zhou is a national treasure-level scientist.
He carries the heavy responsibility of post-disaster reconstruction. When Shanmao said this, the old madman was looking for colorful bottle caps in the garbage. Every time he found one, he happily put it in his pocket.
Then Shanmao said, "Do you know the altar?"
It is the pyramid-shaped device that suddenly appeared on the earth. Su Yuan knew that he was referring to the altar of the gods, but no one used the word God to refer to the altar yet. You should know from the news that countries around the world have tried their best to destroy or decompose the altar. Dr. Zhou is a famous physicist, biologist, and archaeologist. He participated in a tentative experiment on the altar before, cough, 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 cough. Shanmao started coughing again, with blood foam flowing from the corners of his mouth. He seemed to feel that he didn't have much time left, and suddenly sped up his speech. In addition to the military, there were dozens of top experts in their respective disciplines who participated in the experiment. It is said that an unearthed artifact from 65 million years ago was used to finally make the altar respond. After the artifact was used, some incomprehensible phenomena suddenly appeared in the space around the altar. Then all the people involved in the experiment fell into a state of brain death, and only Dr. Zhou was barely conscious.
But as you can see, he sometimes seems mentally abnormal. The data from that experiment is extremely important to us. If you can escort the doctor to the Xuanwu Fortress for me.
No, even if you can hold on until the reinforcements arrive and hand him over to the reinforcements, it will be fine. As he spoke, he pulled out a map from his pocket. This map will guide you to the 6-217th military station. Once you get there, our people will escort you and Dr. Zhou to the Xuanwu Fortress. The Xuanwu Fortress is a permanent military building built to deal with nuclear war. Once you enter there, you can, just, before he finished speaking, Lynx's eyes had dimmed, and his face was still anxious. He didn't even tell any last words related to himself. It seemed that until the moment of death, he was still trying to persuade the people in front of him to protect Zhou Xueqian. Su Yuan solemnly closed the eyes of the soldier codenamed Lynx and laid his body flat on the ground. At this time, Ding Yufu and others saw Lynx die, and immediately rushed to fight for the equipment left by Lynx. It can be seen that these equipment, including firearms, bulletproof vests, head-mounted scanning mirrors, military walkie-talkies, etc., are obviously a level higher than the current equipment of conventional troops. It can be said that from the appearance alone, it has a bit of future science fiction. Ding Yufu was the fastest, grabbing the rifle and the belt. The other two young men grabbed a pistol and a bulletproof vest. The young man who grabbed the bulletproof vest didn't think it was enough, and he went to search on Shan Mao's body.
He even rolled up Shan Mao's trouser legs and pulled out the dagger stuck in his boots. Su Yuan asked coldly, "You took these things left by Shan Mao. Are you going to complete the mission for him and protect Zhou Xueqin?"
The young man who failed to grab the gun put on the bulletproof vest while glancing at the old madman who was still picking up bottle caps.
"Are you crazy? That old guy is obviously a fool. You want me to protect him?" The young man spit on the ground. "You wish. Who will protect me?"
Su Yuan's face was so gloomy that he could drip water. "Since you don't want to fulfill your obligations, you have no right to touch his relics.
Put the things back for me."
Guns can give people a sense of security at any time, especially now in an environment full of zombies and mutants.
Su Yuan asked them to put the things back, which was tantamount to killing his father and sleeping with his wife.
Although Ding Yufu and others knew that Su Yuan was not easy to mess with, things were different now. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people who have never been able to touch a gun in their entire life will develop an almost crazy obsession and possessiveness towards guns when they suddenly acquire top-notch firearms.
Dream. Impossible. Who do you think you are? Just put it back when you said it would?
The young man on the left raised his pistol, pointed it at Su Yuan, and threatened, "Don't mind your own business.
Do you believe I will shoot you to death?"
The old madman actually found it amusing when he saw the two of them at war with each other. He picked up a red wine bottle and threw it to Su Yuan, saying, "Here."
He pointed a gun at you, and you pointed a gun at him.
I saw Su Yuan pulling out the cork from the wine bottle, holding it between his index finger and middle finger, and pointing it at the young man's eyebrows in a pistol posture. Unpredictable. Although Su Yuan was just pointing at him with his finger, the young man felt as if a steel needle had been pierced into his flesh between his eyebrows, and his head involuntarily wanted to avoid Su Yuan's finger. Su Yuan's eyes were calm and cold, as if the young man with the gun was as small as an ant in his eyes, and he could crush him to death with just a move of his fingers.
Mom!
The young man was so cruel that he actually had murderous intentions. His finger on the trigger suddenly tightened.
Su Yuan is extremely sensitive to the prediction of murderous intentions and danger.
At this moment, a breeze suddenly floated in the closed garbage room.
The cork clamped on Su Yuan's fingertips shot out like a bullet.
It can be seen that the cork is pushed out by a ball of rapidly expanding compressed air. The shooting principle is the same as that of an air rifle, but its power is far beyond that of an air rifle. I saw Su Yuan's fingers move slightly, and the cork instantly shot into the young man's skull, and rolled and rotated in his head. The strong kinetic energy messed up the brain, and finally flew away most of the back of his head before leaving his body. The young man's body fell straight down like a wooden stake. Kill, kill. The other young man felt his crotch tighten, and he even leaked a few drops of urine. He quickly threw his body armor and dagger to the ground.
"Don't move. I just want a gun, I just want to live."
When Ding Yufu saw Su Yuan turning his attention to him, he gritted his teeth and pointed the muzzle of the rifle at Crazy Joe's chest. Su Yuan said coldly, "No one wants to die if they can live. But I just can't stand your fucking behavior of using other people's lives to survive in order to survive.
And unfortunately, I can't stand your strength."
What he was referring to was naturally Ding Yufu's attempt to cover the lynx's mouth just now. The soldier was seriously injured and coughing up blood. Even when a person has a cold and cough, if someone covers his or her mouth, the alveoli may rupture, let alone a person who is already coughing up blood.
Ding Yufu roared hysterically, "I don't care. I don't want to die. I'm not like you.
You are immune to zombie infection, can make torches to drive away zombies, and can kill people by flicking a wooden stopper.
I'm just an ordinary person, I want a gun, is that too much?
The old lunatic was pressed against his ribs by the barrel of the gun. He grinned in pain and shouted quickly, "It's not too much, not too much.
You are so awesome. I just don't have the goods, otherwise I will give you a nuclear warhead if you want it."
Su Yuan sneered, "I taught you how to make a stinky torch, but you don't dare to do it yourself. I can also tell you about the ability to be immune to zombie infection.
Have you seen those zombies outside?
Find one with a crystal core between the eyebrows, kill it, then dig out the crystal core, find an altar and put it on it. You can also become like me too."
But the question is, do you dare? Ding Yufu's eyes flickered. What's the use of telling me this now? He pushed the barrel of the gun hard against the old madman again, and threatened Su Yuan, "In this way, you go kill a zombie and get the crystal core, and then take me to the altar. When I really get the same ability as you, I will let him go." Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "Ha, come on. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking.
You have also heard how valuable this old man is.
As long as he can be handed over to the people of Xuanwu Fortress, it is not necessary."
What?
What? But don't even think about it. If you send me away, it will be a question of whether you can get out of here on your own.
So, we are foxes of thousands of years, so stop playing around. Put down the gun quickly, and let's discuss how to find the Xuanwu Fortress to get down to business. As Su Yuan spoke, he took both the pistol and the map into his hands, without even looking at Ding Yufu from the beginning to the end. Ding Yufu was exposed by Su Yuan and took the muzzle of the gun away from Zhou Shuetian's body. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly pointed his pistol at Zhou Shuetian. "I'll count to 3, throw your gun over to me, or I'll kill this old guy with one shot." Su Yuan's move completely exceeded Ding Yufu's expectations. He looked stunned and his mouth was wide open, big enough to fit a beer bottle into it.
You want to eat alone?"
Ding Yufu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately raised the muzzle of his gun that he had put down, intending to threaten Su Yuan again.
3.
Su Yuan shouted loudly, and at the same time, his finger instantly pulled the trigger. Ding Yufu didn't expect Su Yuan to be so cunning, skipping 1, 2 and calling 3 directly, leaving no time for him to think or hesitate. Suddenly, Ding Yufu's whole body was shaken, and he subconsciously let go of his hands, letting the rifle fall to the ground.
"Very good." Su Yuan pointed the gun at Ding Yufu and said with a smile, "Just keep this position and don't move. Kick the gun over to me."
Ding Yufu's face was ashen. He didn't expect that he would be fooled by a young man today after he had been struggling in society for half his life. He raised both hands and kicked the rifle in front of Su Yuan with his toes. Su Yuan smiled slightly, stuffed the pistol and body armor into the old madman, then looked back and kicked Ding Yufu on the chest. Su Yuan raised his fingers at the frightened young man, "Come here." The young man immediately stood beside Su Yuan with a sad face. "Brother, don't hit me."
Su Yuan said, "Who said I was going to beat you? Go ahead and beat him up."
Ding Yufu just struggled to get up, and when he saw that the Su Yuan was talking about was actually himself, he gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, "Don't push me too far. If you make me angry, I will scream at the top of my lungs, attracting those man-eating vines, and we will all die together." Su Yuan walked over, patted Ding Yufu on the face, and said, "I'm doing this for your own good.
Think about it, what did you do just now? You pointed a gun at our old man Zhou. Think about it, if we reach the Xuanwu Fortress, or meet reinforcements.
As a result, old man Zhou hates you, and he can make you work in vain with just a few words, and you may even be charged with attempted murder.
So, you have to get beaten up to let the old man vent his anger, right?"
Ding Yufu was stunned by Su Yuan's words and nodded slightly. Su Yuan turned to the young man and said, "Be more aggressive, just hit him in the face." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man swung his arm and slapped him. Ding Yufu was hit so hard that stars swirled before his eyes and half of his face was numb. The old madman was watching with great joy, grinning. Ding Yufu's muscles trembled after being hit by this slap, and his eyebrows were raised in anxiety. Su Yuan held him down and said, "Hold on, you've already been slapped.
If you regret it now, won't that slap be in vain? Besides, look how happy the old man is." And I tell you, the old man has a gun in his hand now. If he gets upset, he'll shoot you. Ding Yufu spat out the blood foam in his mouth, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and his whole face twitched together, looking like he was ready to take it. At this time, Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and he hit Ding Yufu's head with the butt of the gun. The latter didn't even make a sound and fainted directly. Su Yuan picked up Ding Yufu and threw him into the pile of garbage bags, and then buried Ding Yufu with several large garbage bags. The old madman asked curiously, "What are you doing? Why don't you fight?" Su Yuan replied, "There's a tough guy outside who is his daughter. When the fight starts later, this person might be useful. Keep him first." Su Yuan glanced at the time. It had been less than 10 minutes since they separated from Cheng Shui and the others. He looked out through the small window on the wall of the garbage room and found that there was a large green area everywhere outside. Almost every inch of land was covered with tooth-leaved iron wire vines. This feeling was like stepping into a vegetable greenhouse, and it was specially used to grow cucumbers. No one was talking in the garbage room at this time, and Su Yuan suddenly heard a very faint friction sound. The noise they made here just now was not small, but the garbage room was built very close to prevent the smell from escaping and affecting the hotel customers. Even if the tooth-leaved iron wire vines found the movement, they couldn't get in. But this slight friction sound aroused Su Yuan's vigilance. Su Yuan listened carefully and finally found that the sound came from under the ground. He hurriedly asked the young man to help him move more than a dozen garbage bags, and suddenly found that there was a drain in this small garbage room. Without the obstruction of the garbage bags, the friction sounds sounded clearer, as if someone was dragging a large bundle of branches and sweeping them back and forth on the ground. Su Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Tooth-leaved iron wire vine. These ghosts actually wanted to crawl in through the drainage channel. They are really omnipresent. But Su Yuan thought about it and thought that this was not a bad thing. Since they can come in from this place, it means that he can also use the drainage pipe to deal with them. Su Yuan picked up the intercom. "Fatty, where are you now?" Dugu Pang on the other side immediately responded. Boss, there are still 3 floors to the rooftop." Dugu Pang's voice sounded as if he had just had sex with more than a dozen women in a row, and he was out of breath. "Okay, open the window now and take people to throw things downstairs. Be careful to hide in the garbage room downstairs." "I'm here." "Okay, boss. Just watch." Su Yuan instructed, "Pick up the big things to throw." After arranging Dugu Pang, Su Yuan walked to the entrance of the garbage passage where he and the old madman had gone through, put his hand on the exit of the passage, and slowly closed his eyes. Just a few seconds later, there was a loud bang of heavy objects falling to the ground outside the garbage room. I don't know what Dugu Pang threw, it sounded like a gas tank exploded. At the same moment the sound rang, the friction sound in the drainage pipe suddenly stopped. Then it retreated at a speed far faster than when it came. Su Yuan opened his eyes. 2 silver rays shot out of his pupils, about an inch long, as if the flash of a camera was pressed in the dark. A turbulent airflow gushed out from the garbage passage beside him, carrying flying dust. The airflow turned in midair in a visible form and went straight into the drainage hole on the ground. These airflows were composed of natural gas floating in the 3 buildings in the east, west, and north. Seeing this scene, the old madman suddenly exclaimed, "What a strong spiritual power!" But the young man was at a loss, not knowing what the scene in front of him meant. In Su Yuan's perception, these airflows were like his other pair of eyes. Wherever the airflow passed, a 3-dimensional picture outlined by countless lines would form in his mind, just like the echolocation system of bats. Su Yuan didn't expect that the air ability could also be used as a perception system. At the moment, he tightened his mind and carefully felt those line pictures. The underground drainage network that was interconnected and intricate gradually became clear in Su Yuan's mind. He controlled the natural gas and rose to the ground along the dozens of drainage holes distributed in the central garden. The specific gravity of natural gas to air is about 0.65, which is lighter than air. It should drift to a high place. But at this time, it was controlled by Su Yuan's ability and deposited close to the surface. The agreed 30 minutes have not yet arrived.
Su Yuan planned to collect as much natural gas as possible before his mental power was exhausted, and then set those tooth-leaved iron wire vines on fire. But plans can never keep up with changes. What Su Yuan didn't expect was that as the natural gas layer deposited on the surface became thicker and thicker, it gradually completely enveloped the zombies in the two blood pools.
Zombies are not like the undead creatures described in some movies, who don't eat, drink, or breathe. Even if only a skeleton is left, they can still attack and hurt people.
In fact, they are like other mutant creatures.
Although they have mutated, they are still living creatures in the final analysis.
Su Yuan knew very well that primary zombies also needed to breathe and needed oxygen. It was just that their body functions were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if they were thrown into the water, zombies could get oxygen from the water.
The zombies in the two blood pools were in the process of rapid evolution.
The cells in their bodies were dividing and regenerating at a very fast speed, requiring a large amount of oxygen supply. As a result, the zombies in the blood pools were accidentally in a coma because they were cut off from oxygen by the natural gas mass. If humans are suddenly cut off from oxygen, they will first feel difficulty breathing, and then they will begin to lose consciousness in about 30 seconds to 1 minute. After 2 to 3 minutes, the glucose in the brain tissue is gradually consumed, and the nerve cells begin to die irreversibly. At this stage, even if they are rescued, it will cause loss of nerve function. Although the body functions of zombies are abnormal, their demand and dependence on oxygen at this moment are also much higher than the standard of ordinary people. Once the methane content in the air reaches 43%, people will fall into suffocation. However, the methane content in natural gas is 85%, which directly causes the evolving zombies to fall down in large numbers. He only needs to wait for another 10 minutes before he can deal with the quasi-first level zombies in the blood pool without a single blow. Su Yuan's face changed slightly, with mixed emotions. Because of this unexpected situation, his plan was directly disrupted. According to his idea, he would first accumulate a large amount of natural gas, and then let Cheng Shui and others on the rooftops of the east, west, and north buildings make noise to attract the vines to climb to the buildings, so that he could set them on fire. As long as these maidenhair vines that provide nutrients for the blood pool die, the evolution of the corpse group will inevitably be destroyed. If ideal, at least half of the zombies would fail to evolve. In this way, the number of enemies will be greatly reduced. Then, Su Yuan was responsible for attracting the monsters, and the people on the roof threw objects from high altitude to kill the remaining zombies. Finally, we faced off against Ding Nan, who was obviously very special. As for the Tree of Chaos, Su Yuan didn't believe it could grow 2 legs and chase him. If you can't beat it, you can't outrun it. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network, but now the plan is all in disarray. It is true that he is a reborn person, but he cannot predict the development of everything in advance. At the moment, he had no choice but to adapt to circumstances. As time goes by, more and more zombies fall. This abnormality quickly attracted the attention of the Tree of Chaos. The branches of the Tree of Chaos were seen swinging wildly, and Ding Nan, who was wrapped in vines by it, also let out a painful wail. The sound was as harsh as countless fingernails scratching glass, as if it could tear a person's eardrum. From a distance, the wrapped Ding Nan looked like a giant cocoon hanging on the Tree of Chaos. A dark-colored hand covered in mucus, like a ghost claw, suddenly stretched out from the cocoon, and then another hand. Then, these 2 dark claws suddenly tore to both sides. Ding Nan, who looks like the Queen of Blades, jumped out of the torn cocoon. Her eyes are as deep as 2 obsidians, and the golden hexagram pattern is her pupils. All of Ding Nan's hair turned into finger-thick vines, connected to numerous vines with toothed leaves. Behind her, there were dozens of spear-like wooden thorns piercing deeply into her body, and the other end was connected to the Tree of Chaos. Su Yuan's face was gloomy. Ding Nan's look made him feel something was wrong. In the apocalyptic memories of his 9 years in his previous life, he could not find any experience to explain what kind of mutated creature Ding Nan belonged to. The only clue was the golden 6-pointed star pattern in Ding Nan's pupils. This is exactly the same as the magic flower mantis that hunted him before. But apart from showing that Ding Nan was also catalyzed by the altar of gods, this does not explain at all what Ding Nan's abilities and attack methods will be like. At this moment, Su Yuan felt a sudden warmth between his eyebrows, and the golden sand grain that had blended into his eyebrows emerged again. But it did not leave his body, but instead bloomed with a bright golden light. Although this golden light was suppressed by the mysterious soul fluctuation in Su Yuan's body in an instant. But Su Yuan's location has also been learned by the God Altair in the Tree of Chaos. Ding Nan, who looked like the Queen of Blades, slowly pulled out the wooden thorns on her body. The blood hole left healed instantly as the wooden thorns were pulled out. Ding Nan stamped his feet hard on the ground, jumped up more than 10 meters in one step, and ran quickly towards Su Yuan. And when she was in midair, she raised her head and let out a long and shrill scream. The zombies whose evolution was interrupted immediately roared in response, crawled into the blood pool, and rushed towards Su Yuan crazily. This is rapid healing and control of the corpses? Su Yuan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and he immediately took back his ability to control natural gas. The unsuppressed natural gas immediately rose and spread into the air because of its lighter specific gravity. Su Yuan kicked open the door of the garbage room and shouted at the fat man through the intercom, "Molotov cocktail." Dugu Pang, who had just climbed to the top of the building and was as tired as a dead dog, heard this voice and immediately knew that the situation was urgent. He quickly took out his lighter, ignited the Molotov cocktail he had made with spirits and towels, and threw it downstairs with a shake of his hand. A flash of fire swirled and fell in a parabola from the top of the 22-story building. When this small group of flames fell to a height of about 2 or 3 floors, the fire spread instantly. With the Molotov cocktail as the center, a hemispherical flame swept in all directions with lightning speed, carrying dazzling firelight and scorching heat. Before the earthen Molotov cocktail had time to hit the ground, it exploded in midair. The scattered sparks ignited more natural gas, turning it into countless small fireballs that expanded and exploded. Small fireballs crisscrossed, forming a terrifying tsunami of flames. The scene was like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding air was squeezed far away by the rapidly expanding flames, forming a circular shock wave. The moment this shock wave appeared, it hit the hotel buildings surrounding the east, west, south, and north directions. The violent explosion didn't sound completely until this moment. Everyone's ears were deafened in an instant, and all the glass products in the 4 buildings of the Galaxy Hotel were shattered into pieces at this moment. Even buildings with reinforced concrete structures were distorted in an S-shape under the impact of the shock wave. Natural gas explosions come and go just as quickly. There is a special word to describe this kind of explosion, and that is deflagration, burning like an explosion. Countless tooth-leaf iron wire vines were crushed into powder in the violent explosion. Even the tooth-leaf iron wire vines that were a little further away from the center of the explosion were dried up by the flames in just a few seconds, becoming dry and broken, with burning leaves and curled vines. The power of the explosion was greater than Su Yuan had expected. Almost 99% of the tooth-leaf iron wire vines were instantly destroyed in the explosion. The Tree of Chaos, which Su Yuan regarded as the ultimate boss, was a strange plant that combined the characteristics of hundreds of plants. It might be that the tree sap resin contained some flammable ingredients, and it turned directly into a big torch with flames reaching the sky. Even if it didn't die, it would be difficult to become a climate. At least for Su Yuan, there was no threat at all. The 2 blood pools at the center of the explosion were directly blown into 2 large pits. The zombies inside were swept into the air by the shock wave like flowers scattered by fairies. The lighter ones had broken bones and tendons, and the heavier ones were directly blown into meat paste. Su Yuan looked at everything in front of him, and for the first time he felt that the lethality of air power was so impressive. The effect of the natural gas explosion far exceeded everyone's expectations. Chen Shui and others on the roof felt as if they were standing on the crater of an erupting volcano. The ground was shaking under their feet, and the wind was whistling in their ears. Countless broken limbs, torn vines, and heat waves caused by the explosion were thrown into the air like a blowout. When the explosion was over, everyone struggled to get up. They couldn't help but admire the strong materials and high quality used by the construction unit of Galaxy Hotel, so it didn't collapse. But the building also caught fire at the same time, but the fire was not big, and it would not threaten the people on the roof for a while. At this time, the Blade Queen version of Ding Nan stood up from the ruins, and even wisps of green smoke and hot air came out of her body. Ding Nan's whole body was covered with fine black scales, and the scales were as strong as iron. For Ding Nan, this explosion was like a hot bath for her, and she didn't get hurt at all. Not only that, the zombies in the blood pool were not completely dead. There were still about 200 or 300 quasi-first level zombies crawling out of the broken limbs and flesh, staring at Su Yuan with blood-red eyes. After the mutation, Ding Nan had no crystal core between her eyebrows. Su Yuan didn't know how strong she was. But from the fact that Ding Nan survived the explosion unscathed, Su Yuan knew that this battle was definitely the toughest one for him after his rebirth. The God Altair was trying to kill him, and even set up a trap in the Galaxy Hotel. If the natural gas had not exploded, Su Yuan's chances of winning would not even reach 10%. Even now, facing Ding Nan, whose pupils flashed with a golden hexagram pattern, and these hundreds of zombies, he had to go all out to have a chance of survival. Even this chance of survival, 60% depends on Cheng Shui and Dugu Pang on the roof. Su Yuan took out the intercom, put it to his mouth and whispered, "Proceed as planned." As soon as the voice fell, a deafening horn sounded from the roof. $2, you can't lose money with $2, you can't be cheated with $2. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not, go inside and take a look. All the goods in this store are sold for $2, and the original price is $10 or $8. I don't know where Dugu Pang got the big speaker, and I don't know where this fatal recording came from, but it sounded at this time. As soon as the sound rang, those quasi-first level zombies who rushed towards Su Yuan aggressively, immediately rushed to the direction of the sound at a flying speed, just like the grandpa and aunt who heard the discount in the supermarket. As soon as Dugu Pang's voice rang, Cheng Shui and Lu Xianguang also moved. For a while, the Galaxy Hotel seemed to have become a vegetable market, with people opening 2-yuan stores, beating gongs and drums, and hitting the central air conditioning outdoor unit on the roof with a broken stick. In short, you sing and I come on stage, hundreds of zombies are played around, like donkeys pulling a mill. In a blink of an eye, the enemy facing Su Yuan was only Ding Nan, who was alone. No matter how Ding Nan screamed, the zombies still rushed towards the source of the sound in a mess. And once the zombies ran to the downstairs of either side, countless high-altitude objects would hit their heads. Whenever a zombie was killed, there would be a burst of excited cheers on the roof. Su Yuan didn't expect Ding Nan to be attracted by such a simple method. He took off his backpack and raised his hand to pour all the bullets in the rifle towards Ding Nan. Facing 9 bullets in a row, Ding Nan didn't even have the intention of retreating, and stood there to resist with her body. The bullet hit her body covered with fine black scales, and only 1/3 of the power could be exerted. The torn wound healed in less than a breath. Difficult. Su Yuan cursed in his heart. But his fighting spirit and courage have never diminished. Ding Nan had been catalyzed by the altar of the gods for so long, if she was easy to deal with, that would be a miracle. Ding Nan pulled out a bullet embedded in her shoulder with an elegant movement, and a look of intoxication appeared on her stiff face. Then she shook and disappeared instantly. The whole person was as fast as a flash of lightning, and she took a step to cover a distance of dozens of meters. The speed was so fast that Su Yuan, a 1-star primary extraordinary person, could only catch some vague afterimages. But how could Su Yuan sit there and wait for death? Watch the knife. With a loud shout, a strong wind suddenly rose. Su Yuan instantly raised his superpowers to the limit, and all of them were added to the waving mantis knife. He took a step forward, and when the mantis knife was launched, Ding Nan's terrifying figure had already arrived in front of him. Su Yuan's knife looked simple, but it was filled with all his strength. The blade tore through the air in front of him and collided with Ding Nan's claws that grabbed from top to bottom. This strike was an instinctive strike that Su Yuan had already integrated into his soul after struggling for 9 years in the apocalypse in his previous life. Countless zombies and mutants had died from this move. The blade of the mantis knife collided with Ding Nan's claws. The mantis knife with supernatural powers was like a row of jet engines installed on the back of the knife, knocking Ding Nan's claws away with a crushing force, and then slashed Ding Nan's left shoulder. The blade of the second-level mantis knife broke instantly, and the front half flew far away in a whirlpool and pierced deeply into the ground. The other half of the mantis knife in Su Yuan's hand only pierced Ding Nan's body less than 2 inches deep. After the knife was slashed, Su Yuan immediately made a judgment in his heart. The information that can be basically confirmed now is, Ding Nan's movement speed is extremely fast, and he is an agile mutant. His body defense is abnormal, but his strength is not very strong. In terms of supernatural powers, apart from the super strong self-healing ability and the control of the zombie group, no other discoveries have been made. Ding Nan grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth in her mouth, as if she was laughing at Su Yuan's attack that could only hurt her flesh, or like a beast showing its fangs, wanting to tear the prey in front of it.
What are you laughing at?
Su Yuan's eyes flashed. His mantis knife was taken from the magic flower mantis that evolved to the 2nd stage, and it was hollow inside. Now half of the blade was inserted into Ding Nan's shoulder, just like a syringe needle with a special shape. As Su Yuan's mind moved, the hollow mantis knife was like a high-pressure air pump, instantly injecting a large amount of air into Ding Nan's body. No matter how hard the black scales covering Ding Nan's body were, she was still flesh and blood under her skin. A large amount of compressed air was injected into it, and Ding Nan's shoulder instantly swelled and deformed, and then burst from the inside with a bang. Half of Ding Nan's shoulder, along with her entire left arm, was blown away like Su Yuan's broken mantis knife, and blood splashed like raindrops. Even from the huge wound, you can directly see her lungs. Ding Nan was severely injured and immediately let out a sharp and shrill howl. The piercing degree of this sound was just like the description of a certain game, the howl of a banshee that could tear apart the soul. Kill each other. Su Yuan felt as if someone had hit his head with a hammer, and a sharp pain hit him. There was a ringing in his ears and his vision was blurry. He gritted his teeth and turned the blade, preparing to smash Ding Nan's internal organs with it. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from behind him. Su Yuan thought it was other zombies and immediately dodged to avoid them. Unexpectedly, the visitor turned out to be Ding Yufu. He didn't know when he woke up. Even though Ding Nan's appearance changed drastically, he, as a father, recognized his daughter at a glance. Get away! She is no longer Ding Nan, she has no consciousness at all.
Su Yuan reminded urgently.
But Ding Yufu hugged Ding Nan and stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to touch Ding Nan's face.
Suddenly, his body shook.
I saw a dark claw piercing Ding Yufu's chest and crushing his heart. Then Ding Nan opened his big mouth full of fangs, bit Ding Yufu's neck, and sucked blood. With blood filling his belly, Ding Nan's recovery speed from the horrific injury on his shoulder suddenly accelerated a lot. Even though Su Yuan is used to seeing the suffering in the world, he has long been aware of the cruelty of the apocalypse. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel touched.
Nan, in Ding Yufu's eyes, in addition to the intense fear, there was also a deep reluctance to leave his daughter Ding Nan.
But unfortunately, the reality is often so cruel. There was no tragic scene where Ding Nan regained consciousness at the critical moment and recognized his father and daughter. As Ding Nan bit off half of Ding Yufu's neck, Ding Yufu's life came to an end and he died in the hands of his daughter. Altar of gods, bullshit gods. How could any god allow children to eat their fathers and leave the world littered with corpses? Even if there is, you are still a group of devils. You can get gifts from gods by making sacrifices, bullshit. In my opinion, this is just the so-called gods who want to make this bloody game more interesting. Su Yuan held half of the mantis knife with both hands, and while the injury on Ding Nan's shoulder had not yet recovered, he stabbed it in with the knife. Super pressure explosion. A strong airflow followed the hollow broken knife and injected into Ding Nan's body. Ding Nan's body immediately swelled like a ball, and his internal organs were squeezed out from the damaged shoulder wound by the gas. Overpressure blasting is the only lethal use method currently developed by Su Yuan. It is based on the principle of compressing a large amount of air and then releasing the expansion in an instant. Even hard rocks can be crushed. But the black scales on Ding Nan's body were not only tough, but also extremely elastic. The whole body was stretched 3 to 4 times before exploding with a bang. Seeing that Ding Nan could no longer die, Su Yuan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the battle was short, it left him exhausted. The key is that nothing good was gained, and the mantis knife was broken.
The blind zombies next to them were at the embarrassing level of quasi-first order, and such semi-finished crystal cores were of no use at all. Su Yuan tried to pick one out, but couldn't even exchange it for a single energy point. Su Yuan picked up his backpack and found several iron clothes hangers scattered next to it. It was unknown which building the explosion came from. He casually picked up a clothes hanger and threw it towards a half-dead zombie not far away that had its legs blown off and was still crawling toward him. I saw the clothes hanger draw an arc, and with great luck, it hit the zombie's head, and it was firmly trapped. The zombie's head suddenly tilted to the side with the hook on the clothes hanger, and the climbing route also shifted, turned a big turn, and started to circle in place. Su Yuan burst out laughing, thinking that if he had seen these hangers earlier, he might have been able to use the hanger over the head trick when fighting Ding Nan just now. Duge Pang, Cheng Shui, Lu Xianguang and others were using the method of throwing objects from high altitude to smash zombies with all their strength, when they suddenly heard Su Yuan's voice ringing in their ears.
Everyone, come down. The natural gas on the 10th floor is still leaking. You can come down through the garbage tunnel. The voice was so close, it was as if Su Yuan was standing next to them, but Su Yuan was clearly standing downstairs. Duge Peng picked up the walkie-talkie and asked tentatively, "Boss, was it you who was talking just now?" Su Yuan's voice replied, "It's me." This is Su Yuan's new way of using the superpower, inspired by Ding Nan's howling. Sound travels through the air as waves, which are vibrations. As long as he uses his powers to control the vibration frequency of the air, he can create the sound he wants. It was in this way that he transmitted air vibrations directly to the ears of Duge Peng and others, giving them the feeling that Su Yuan was speaking in their ears. You have to be fast. The explosion just now will definitely attract zombies from more than 10 kilometers nearby. If you run slowly, just wait to be overwhelmed by the zombie tide. After hearing this, Duge Peng and the others, who had been playing with moles for a long time, hurriedly turned their heads and looked into the distance. Sure enough, I saw countless zombies emerging from the streets and alleys, rushing toward the Galaxy Hotel. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Not only was the 4-story tree of chaos not burned to death, it seemed to suddenly come to life. An extremely terrifying momentum rose instantly, like a mountain torrent and a tsunami, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. Su Yuan felt like a small boat caught in a storm in the sea, and was swept into the deep seabed by the overwhelming terrifying momentum. All his muscles trembled at this moment, and he completely lost control of his body. This is the stress response of the human body when encountering extremely dangerous situations. But Su Yuan has a strong psychological quality, and what he lacks the least is experience in dealing with dangerous situations. He immediately bit his tongue, and the strong pain instantly diluted the stiffness of his body. Su Yuan, who regained control of his body, immediately ran away without looking back. The brave wins when they meet on a narrow road. It depends on what type of enemy he encounters on the narrow road. With the huge size of the chaos tree, even if it is a dead tree standing there, Su Yuan will have to saw it for a long time with an electric saw, not to mention that this is a powerful mutant plant. So in his plan, he never intended to fight this giant tree head-on from beginning to end. Su Yuan strongly suspected that the altar of the gods that had been chasing him was inside this giant tree. He still remembered that when the golden sand from the altar merged into his forehead, a scene flashed through his mind, where the altar turned into a crystal core and merged into a small tree. Then he saw roots thicker than a human waist, pulling out from under the ground like a python twisting wildly in a swamp. Just hearing the boom sound of the roots breaking through the ground can make people feel a strong fear in their hearts. Cheng Shui and others on the roof did not have the special treatment that Su Yuan had in person. But they looked down from a high place and saw it more clearly than Su Yuan, and were already scared silly by this scene. Those extremely thick roots twisted and twitched, stirring the earth into pieces. Then the thinner roots would continue to fork and fork again, drilling into the loose soil and madly absorbing nutrients. The fertile soil was absorbed by the roots in a predatory manner, and in a blink of an eye it turned into barren sand that was blown away by the wind. I saw the huge tree of chaos with flames all over its body. Except that there was no three-legged golden crow, the incarnation of the sun, on the tree. It was exactly the same as the legendary Fusang sacred tree. The branches of the tree of chaos were not burned by the scorching flames, but seemed to be tempering themselves with the flames. The branches looked even more extraordinary under the burning flames. Su Yuan was not surprised. With the altar of the gods in its body, it would be a miracle if this tree was afraid of being burned by ordinary fire. The thick roots that plundered the earth's nutrients suddenly pulled out from under the ground and began to entangle with each other. With the sound of booming, the whole tree of chaos was like an octopus walking on the seabed, using its roots as feet and swaying to move. The direction of its movement was Su Yuan, who was fleeing. Su Yuan turned his head and saw this scene while running away, and couldn't help cursing, "It really has long legs?" The tree of chaos was like a drunk giant. Every step made of more than a dozen legs and feet made of roots entangled with each other would make the whole ground tremble 3 times. The way it walked looked like a terrifying power that made people despair. Just as Su Yuan looked back, a root as thick as his wrist broke through the soil and whipped Su Yuan like a whip. Su Yuan was like a stone hit by a car, a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and the whole person was whipped away 12 or 13 meters. If he was not a 1-star primary extraordinary person, his physical strength was about 3 times that of an ordinary person. This whip would have taken half of his life. Su Yuan, who was whipped, did not lose his momentum after landing, and slid another 7 or 8 meters on the ground before he just straightened his body. He spit out another mouthful of blood, and Su Yuan said fiercely, "Wait for me. I must chop you into pieces and make you into a bench, and sit under my butt every day." The voice was as crazy as a dying beast. The people on the roof were scared out of their wits by this earthquake, and Su Yuan downstairs ran for his life. Zhou Xueqian, the old madman, actually crawled out of the garbage dump and rubbed his eyes. It was unknown whether he had just woken up or had been knocked unconscious by the explosion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the chaos tree swinging its roots, chasing Su Yuan like a monster in an Ultraman special film. "Are you kidding me? Haven't woken up from this dream yet? It's happening again?" The old madman yelled inexplicably, and then shouted at Su Yuan, "Why are you running? Kill it, kill it." The voice was so loud that it made people wonder if he had a high-power speaker installed in his throat. Su Yuan was cornered, and he shouted in anger, "What can I use to kill it? Give me a 40-meter-long sword." The old madman leaned against the wall and shouted again, "How did you kill it just now? Why not kill it again?" Su Yuan ran and shouted, "When did I kill this thing? I can't kill it, there is no way." The old madman was stunned, and then shouted, "Ask me, I will tell you." Su Yuan said unhappily, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. Don't you see what time it is?" The old madman said, "Call me Uncle 7, and I will tell you if you call me." The shouts of the 2 people, even in such a chaotic situation, can be heard intermittently by Dugu Pang and others lying on the roof. Dugu Pang's face turned pale at this time, fearing that the building would not be able to withstand the vibration and would collapse and bury him alive. Hearing this, he shouted, "Seventh Master, my dear grandfather, please have mercy and tell us quickly. If we delay any longer, the tree will hit the building and we will all be finished." Su Yuan is not a pushover. This old madman was able to tell that there was something else hidden in his soul when he saw him for the first time. "I think he has some tricks." Su Yuan turned his feet and ran directly towards the old madman with the rampaging tree of chaos. The old madman was shocked and quickly cursed Su Yuan for having sores on his head and pus on his feet. He was so bad that he was in trouble. He cursed happily, but his feet were not slow. He was in his 60s, but he ran a little faster than Su Yuan. Su Yuan's face changed suddenly while running. As a superhuman, his physical fitness was equivalent to 3 times that of an ordinary person, but he couldn't run faster than an old man? Su Yuan thought to himself, is this old guy really crazy or just pretending to be crazy? Is it Zhou Xueqian, the peak gold warrior who will be in charge of Xuanwu base in the future? Just at this moment, another root vine came over. Su Yuan saw from the corner of his eye that the root was not very thick, so it would not be a big problem to take the risk and resist it. He mobilized his supernatural power and compressed the air to lay a buffer zone behind him. When the root hit him, Su Yuan jumped up half a step, and flew out with the force of the attack, surpassing the old madman in an instant. Su Yuan laughed and said, "Seventh Master, do you still want to listen to Seventh Uncle?" The reason why he dared to joke at this time was because he had already thought of a way to deal with the Tree of Chaos. Although this method could not kill the other party, it should not be a problem to escape with everyone.
He ran to the old madman because he did not want to abandon him and planned to take him away with him, so he deliberately frightened the old guy. Unexpectedly, the old madman was very timid. When he saw that he was the closest to the Tree of Chaos, he immediately screamed like a ghost, "You are my seventh master. Don't run away, hurry up and kill it with the thing hidden in your soul." Su Yuan was shocked. This old guy is really problematic.
Before the end of the world, the existence of the soul has never been recognized by the academic community, and it only exists in religious legends. Since the sacrifice search and rescue team members said that the old madman was a national treasure scientist, he would never open or close his mouth about the soul. Especially, he said twice that there was something hidden in Su Yuan's soul. What he was referring to must be the strange soul fluctuation that caused Su Yuan's soul to travel through time. And the phantom light. Suddenly Su Yuan remembered that the rescue team member codenamed Bobcat had said that Dr. Zhou Xuechin participated in an exploratory test on the altar of the gods. As a result, the altar reacted, and everyone died, only he survived. It was from that time that Zhou Xuechin became crazy. Could it be? Su Yuan turned his head and looked at the old madman. Could it be that he had some adventure in that accident? With the mentality of trying it out without paying, Su Yuan immediately tried to communicate with the strange soul fluctuation hidden in the depths of his soul.
This test was extraordinary.
It seemed that this strange soul fluctuation was waiting for Su Yuan to do this. Su Yuan didn't have to spend any effort at all, and the soul fluctuation was immediately released along with his mental power. I saw a translucent blurry figure suddenly emerged from Su Yuan's body, and it looked like Su Yuan's soul had left his body. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The old madman immediately shouted, it's him, it's this residual soul."
"What did you say? Residual soul?" Su Yuan stared, but he couldn't see the appearance of this blurry person.
He only felt that the other party was very tall and strong, and an indescribable majesty bloomed from the blurry figure. The pressure that came over him made everyone who saw him want to kneel down and worship from the bottom of their hearts. This figure passed through the air, and the space was distorted wherever it passed, as if time and space were disordered.
Su Yuan was shocked inexplicably.
What he felt before his death in his previous life was such a mighty force.
He didn't expect that there was a residual soul consciousness belonging to someone else hidden in his body.
At this moment, the old madman was already kneeling on the ground in a very embarrassed manner, but his face was a look of relief. Even if the Tree of Chaos only needed to take 2 more steps to crush him into mud, the old madman was not afraid at all. It seemed that he was very sure that as long as this vague figure appeared, this life and death crisis would be resolved without suspense. The figure turned into a faint light and rushed into the trunk of the Tree of Chaos in an instant. Then it came out from the other side of the trunk as thick as a city wall. In the faint light, there was actually a crystal core emitting golden light. The golden crystal core trembled wildly in the faint light, emitting countless golden sand grains as fine as dust, and condensed into a miniature altar in an instant. But this miniature altar was trapped by the faint light, and the space where the faint light was located was distorted, as if that area was stripped away from this world. Even though the energy of this miniature altar was extremely powerful, it still failed to break through the blockade of the faint light. The Tree of Chaos lost the altar, just like a running machine that was cut off from power. All the branches, roots, and vines of the giant chaos tree stopped at this moment. The old madman suddenly showed a look of relief, and he turned his head to look at Su Yuan with an expression of "Look, I was right, right?" Su Yuan pointed at the huge body of the chaos tree and shouted, "Hide quickly, the tree is going to fall." The old madman's smug expression froze immediately when he heard it, and he turned his head with a stiff neck and looked in the direction Su Yuan pointed. In fact, he didn't need to look. When the chaos tree fell, the sound of countless branches with flames breaking was as deafening as a landslide.
"Help! Help! It should have fallen over there last time."
The old madman was so scared that he peed and rolled back. Su Yuan looked up at the huge crown of the chaos tree, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the old madman. "There are many mysterious points on this old man, we can't let him die like this." At this moment, less than 2 meters away from the old madman, a strong water column as thick as a bucket suddenly rushed into the sky. It was as if more than a dozen fire trucks fired high-pressure water cannons at the same time, and the pouring water column directly extinguished more than half of the flames on the chaos tree.
Su Yuan looked at the place where the water column was sprayed. How thick must the water pipe be to be broken to spray such a thick water column? It is said to be more than half, but in fact it only extinguished the part that was about to hit the old man, but it was enough for the old man to escape death. Because Su Yuan saw that the old man's position was exactly where two thick branches forked. Su Yuan hurriedly dodged the branches that fell on him, rushed to the old madman and found that he was actually scared to faint. Although the chaos tree shook the ground, the old man was unharmed, and was just soaked by the flood. What kind of luck is this? The old madman fainted for a few seconds before he was hit in the face by the splashing water, and was choked by the water. The old madman wiped the cold water off his face, looked around blankly, grinned and kicked the tree of chaos hard, cursing, "I finally woke up from this nightmare. It's not enough to do it once, but I had to do it twice." Su Yuan's mind was so sharp that he guessed almost everything based on the old madman's words. This old guy might have predicted everything that would happen in the next few minutes while half asleep and half awake. It's just that this old guy was crazy and couldn't tell the difference between dreams and reality at all, thinking he was dreaming. If that was the case, he could understand why he said that Su Yuan had killed the chaos tree once. He remembered that the S-level ability possessed by the gold-level expert Zhou Shueqian was the prophecy system. Now the more he looked at the old madman, the more he felt that he and the future expert were the same person. Su Yuan had a harmless and innocent smile on his face, and asked kindly, "Seventh Master, are you awake? Did you dream about anything else when you were dreaming just now? If you did, tell me. I love listening to stories from old people the most." Su Yuan himself was a time traveler, so he was willing to try to believe in anything outrageous. Especially since this old madman had the same name as Zhou Shueqian, who was at the peak of gold and had S-level abilities in the Xuanwu base in the future. Who knows if these two are the same person? There are too many strange things in the end times. In ancient times, they are all kinds of natural treasures. Maybe there is a treasure that can make people rejuvenate and turn from an old man into a middle-aged man. The key is that the S-level ability of the strong man Zhou Shueqian is the extremely rare prophecy system. And the old madman can dream about the facts that are about to happen. How similar is this to the effect of the prophecy system ability? Su Yuan waited eagerly for the old man to speak, but our seventh master touched his stomach and said, "Oh. I'm hungry. I'm old, and I can't remember anything when I'm hungry." After saying that, without waiting for Su Yuan to react, the old madman got up on his own, ran to the trunk of the chaos tree, stretched out his hand and dug the trunk. Unexpectedly, the chaos tree, which was as solid as iron a second ago and was not afraid of the burning flames, was now like a rotten mushroom. The old madman dug out a large piece with his hand. While digging, the old madman looked back at Su Yuan from time to time, as if he was afraid that Su Yuan would come to stop him. It was said before that the old madman's physical strength was very strange, not worse than Su Yuan, a one-star primary extraordinary person. He moved very quickly, just like an old pangolin. In a few blinks, he had dug a big hole in the trunk of the chaos tree and got in. Su Yuan first looked up at the faint light and the golden miniature altar in the air, which were still in a stalemate. The light and shadow where they were changing constantly, just like the scenery reflected on the constantly fluctuating water surface. It seemed that the fight between these two things would not be decided for a while. Su Yuan curiously walked a few steps towards the old madman, wanting to see what the old guy was doing. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance wafted out from the tree hole dug by the old madman. The old madman in the tree hole raised his buttocks and his digging action suddenly accelerated. Su Yuan just smelled this breath and felt comfortable all over, as if he had taken a hot bath in the winter. Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and a thought that made him tremble suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be that thing? Su Yuan took 2 steps at a time and rushed over to get into the tree hole. He pulled the old madman's belt and pulled him out of the tree hole. The old madman immediately struggled hard, shouting incoherently, "Come here. It's unfair, someone is stealing the old man's things." Su Yuan looked at the old madman's face and found that he was holding a large piece of crystal clear wood and chewing it. The fragrance came from this piece of wood.
When the old madman saw that Su Yuan had discovered him, he opened his mouth wide and chewed the wood in his arms desperately. The texture of the wood was as crisp as fruit. After the old man took a bite, he stretched his neck and swallowed it hard without chewing it, choking and rolling his eyes. It was clear that he was telling Su Yuan with his actions, "Don't try to steal my things." Su Yuan looked at the wood carefully, and a smile involuntarily curved his mouth. Now he was almost 90% sure that there must be that thing in the Tree of Chaos. And this piece of wood that the old madman regarded as a treasure was just the packaging bag of that treasure. While laughing at the old guy's ignorance, he also secretly broke into a cold sweat for the old madman. It was also thanks to the old madman's ignorance. If it was that thing, the old madman would not have eaten it so voraciously, and it was estimated that if he just licked it, the huge source of the treasure would have made the old guy burst all the cells in his body and die. Su Yuan flashed and entered the tree hole dug by the old madman. He was impatient to dig with his hands, but directly condensed compressed air in his palms, and a large area exploded. In the tree hole, the fragrance was even stronger, as if he was in a fruit farm. Su Yuan breathed quickly. Even if he was 90% sure in his heart, he didn't dare to make a rash assertion before he really saw the thing. He didn't dare to have too high expectations, lest he find that the result was different from what he expected, and the psychological gap was too big. The crystal translucent wood block that the old madman regarded as a treasure was thrown behind him by Su Yuan like garbage. According to his estimation, he should be in the center of the trunk of the chaos tree now. So Su Yuan turned around and started digging along the direction of the trunk. After digging forward for nearly 3 meters, the translucent wood block disappeared. But what was revealed in front of Su Yuan was the kind of wood that rotted at the touch. Su Yuan estimated that he had got the direction wrong, so he quickly turned around and dug towards the roots of the tree. This time, he found that the color of the translucent wood block gradually changed from translucent to a layer of light green. Su Yuan immediately slowed down, pulled out the broken mantis knife, and began to dig carefully. The volume of the translucent wood was not very large. It was equivalent to the core of the Tree of Chaos. At most, it was as thick as a dining table and more than 10 meters long. The deeper Su Yuan dug, the richer the green in this wood became, and finally it turned into a green texture like jade. Su Yuan knew that this was about to show the truth, so he slowed down his digging and cut down layer by layer with the blade. Finally, a pool of dark green liquid the size of a duck egg appeared in front of Su Yuan through a thin layer of wood. Su Yuan couldn't help but tremble all over. It's big. It's big. In Su Yuan's previous life, this liquid was called God Blood of Wood. This thing is as precious as the gift of S-level supernatural power. This is something that only extremely rare mutant plants can produce. Its effect is to rewrite human genes, so that people have certain plant characteristics, which can be regarded as an S-level supernatural power. As for what kind of plant characteristics can be obtained, it depends on what kind of mutant plant the wood God Blood is produced by, and how much God Blood is taken. But no matter which one, people who take the God Blood will have a basic plant characteristic, which is the regeneration of broken limbs. But it is not just as simple as regenerating broken limbs. If it is just broken hands and feet, some powerful healing supernatural powers can also heal them, or some fruits and flesh containing special source substances can do it. The regeneration of broken limbs after taking the God of Wood blood can be described as immortal. In Su Yuan's previous life, he heard that a strong man did not die even after his heart was blown up, because he took a ball of God of Wood blood as big as a pigeon egg yolk. Later, this strong man said in person that if the amount of God blood is enough, it can even achieve the degree of regrowth of a body even if only a head is left after being chopped off. Unfortunately, God of Wood blood is too rare, so no one has really seen this miraculous effect. What is now in front of Su Yuan is not a ball as big as a pigeon egg yolk, nor a ball as big as a whole pigeon egg, but a ball as big as a duck egg. This is like the difference between the richest family in the village and the Rothschild family that controls half of the world's financial system. Su Yuan licked his lips, surrounded the ball of dark green God of Wood blood, and dug up the football-sized ball of emerald green wood around it. At this time, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel fortunate that people should do more good deeds. In his previous life, he had rescued a superhuman who specialized in reselling supplies between various bases. It was from that superhuman that he learned the true use of God's blood of wood. Treasures of this level are usually only known by those top strongmen and powerful forces.
There are many secrets.
If you are not strong enough, you don't even have the qualifications to touch them.
Stars. In fact, the word divine blood is not for wood-type mutant creatures.
Its real meaning refers to people who use divine blood. If any fool drinks the divine blood directly, it will turn into a real plant in a short time, and it will be deader than dead.
The correct way to use wood divine blood is to inject it directly into the human blood vessels like an infusion.
If Su Yuan had not rescued the extraordinary businessman in his previous life, this adventure might have become a disaster that would have killed him. Su Yuan thanked his previous life in his heart, and then cut the back of his hand without hesitation. This knife directly cut the thickest vein on the back of his hand, and blood immediately sprayed out like money. This is not because Su Yuan was too excited and cut hard, but if he wants to use the divine blood, he must first expel as much blood as possible from his body. It is said that this can reduce the pain when fusing the divine blood. The bloody red blood soon gathered into a stream in the narrow tree hole. Su Yuan was not afraid that the smell of blood would attract zombies. First, it was because the place was shrouded in a strong fragrance. Second, the remaining blind zombies were dealt with by Dugu Pang and others, so he could rest assured and complete the fusion with the divine blood. When Su Yuan's face turned pale as paper and his eyes were black so that he couldn't even move his fingers, the time was almost right. He didn't need to find a syringe needle, but directly cut the block of wood wrapped in the wood divine blood, and then used the air power to gather the divine blood into a ball and fit it to the wound on the back of his hand. Then he compressed the air around the divine blood, and the divine blood was naturally squeezed into his veins. As soon as the divine blood touched the wound, a cool and itchy feeling came immediately. Then, starting from the wound, Su Yuan's flesh and blood quickly turned into a substance similar to plant fiber.
Su Yuan concentrated and calmed down, counting the time silently in his heart.
What he is doing now is to use the veins in his left arm to transport the divine blood back to the heart. Then within 20 seconds, the divine blood will start from the left ventricle of the heart, flow through the aorta and several arterial branches derived from it, and be sent to the corresponding organs. The artery branches out several times, the diameter gradually becomes thinner, the number of blood vessels gradually increases, and finally reaches the capillaries. Here, substances are exchanged with tissue cells through intercellular fluid. In this process, all body cells except the hair and nails on the surface of the body will be transformed by the divine blood. 20 seconds, every second seems as long as a century for Su Yuan. It is not just the physical pain, but the terrifying feeling of watching his flesh and blood body turn into wood is the most heart-wrenching. Fortunately, as long as he can feel the pain, it means that he has not lost consciousness. He can also drive his arms, legs and feet at any time. These fibrous materials that are spread all over his body are the key to the regeneration of broken limbs in the future. No matter how slowly Su Yuan feels that time passes, 20 seconds is actually just a blink of an eye, just a few sips of water. After the divine blood circulated in his body for a week, Su Yuan's flesh and blood returned to normal again, and it felt the same as before the divine blood was fused. He raised his left hand in front of his eyes, and saw countless thin threads like woolen threads wriggling wildly on both sides of the wound that had just been cut. Like countless nanorobots, the wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state without leaving any scars. Su Yuan clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging vitality in his body like the sea. Although the divine blood of wood is not a treasure that specifically improves strength, Su Yuan's strength was still improved by 1 star in just 20 seconds. He became a junior 2-star extraordinary person, and the edge of his extraordinary badge also changed from 1 star to 2 stars. Just as Su Yuan was about to express his feelings, the old madman suddenly squeezed in from outside the tree hole and blocked the light tightly.
"What are you doing? Oh my God! Why is there so much blood? Are you having your period?" Su Yuan was furious. He resisted the urge to kick the old madman to death and picked up a crystal tree core and stuffed it into the old madman's mouth. The latter took the tree core and immediately started to chew it happily. This thing is rich in life energy, and it won't hurt to eat more. Maybe it can cure the old madman's mental illness, so Su Yuan let him eat it.
The rest of the tree trunks were like rotten mushrooms. Su Yuan was too lazy to push the old madman to make room, so he put the tree core that was originally wrapped in wood god blood and had the richest life energy into his bag. Then an overpressure explosion opened a big hole on the other side of the tree trunk and crawled out. At this time in the air, the dark light was still struggling with the crystal core formed by the God's Altair. The golden sand grains around the crystal core were increasing, and it had already taken the shape of an altar. But Su Yuan found that the dark light was not at a disadvantage. Many sand grains had lost their golden light and turned black. At this time, Dugu Pang, Chang Shui and others were seen running towards this side from a distance, and Lu Xianguang also joined them from another direction. The number of people behind them, except for Lu Xianguang's side, Dugu Pang and Chang Shui's side had a lot of new faces. It was probably other survivors they rescued while climbing the stairs. At this moment, these people walked with the wind, and each of them had a red face. Not counting the one killed by Su Yuan alone due to the natural gas explosion, the remaining hundreds of zombies were all killed by their own hands. A group of people who were timid, hiding and lingering, and dared not face the zombies, now can overcome their fear and kill the zombies with their own hands.
Anyone would feel like they have been reborn.
But they know who gave them this courage.
Humans are social creatures and are easily influenced by their own kind.
The first dozen survivors, led by Su Yuan, walked around in the zombies at close range with smelly torches. Then Su Yuan cut open the natural gas pipe with a knife. They dared not abandon the torches and could only run to the roof according to Su Yuan's instructions.
How many zombies did they encounter along the way?
The fear in their hearts had already been quietly disintegrated in this process. For example, a group of people who went to the battlefield for the first time, how many of them dared to be the first to pick up swords and guns and charge the enemy camp? But if there was a majestic commander who dispatched and issued orders, and personally went down to the battlefield to solve 99% of the enemies, then this group of rookies who had just entered the battlefield could gain infinite courage from this commander. There were a few people who, after killing zombies, became so arrogant that they thought that zombies and Su Yuan were nothing special. After seeing the chaos tree, as big as a hill, fall at Su Yuan's feet, they immediately put away their arrogance. Dugu Pang jogged along, looking at Su Yuan as if he were looking at an idol. But when he ran closer, his face suddenly changed. "Baby, that bus." The Dugu Pang swallowed his saliva and asked with a trembling voice, "What does this smell like?" "It smells so good." Everyone else also twitched their noses and looked around for the source of the smell, not even caring about the weird scene where the dim light overhead and the miniature altar were in a stalemate.
Taiwan Novel Network. Circled M. Could this big tree be a fruit tree? Why is it so fragrant?
Dugu Pang looked at the fallen tree of chaos. "It's a bit ugly, but the smell." As he was talking, Dugu Pang had already walked to the tree hole opened by Su Yuan. He saw at a glance the crystal-colored wooden blocks inside the tree hole, which looked like peeled lychees. I saw him take a handful of saliva, stick up his butt and crawl into the tree hole. That anxious look was like a senior official from Shiman who saw Pan Jinlian. Dugu Pang picked up a piece of tree core the size of his fist, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. His eyes suddenly opened like light bulbs. He opened his mouth and stuffed the piece of tree core into his mouth. The sweet and refreshing sap from the tree core flowed between his mouth, and the rich aroma suddenly filled his entire mouth.
Dugu Pang immediately let out a groan.
The feeling of comfort made him tremble all over, and he narrowed his eyes in comfort. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and like a black bear, he leaned down into the tree hole. He opened his hands to the left and right, and tried his best to pull the pieces of the tree core into his mouth. Lu Xianguang and Chang Shui looked at each other in confusion. After looking at each other, they also joined the fat man's action. Suddenly, dozens of people were like locusts, enlarging the small tree hole to the size of a garage, all squeezing in to grab the tree core. After Su Yuan estimated that everyone had eaten at least one piece, he raised his hand and pulled Dugu Pang and Chang Shui out of the crowd.
"Don't just eat. The explosion just now will soon attract zombies from half the city.
Find something to put those tree cores in, and get out of here as soon as possible." The two nodded hurriedly. Then I remembered that when they were on the roof of the building, they did see a lot of zombies moving this way. So the two of them immediately called to everyone, took off their coats and used them as packages to pack the tree cores.
For a moment, everyone seemed to have entered an open-air bathhouse, all taking off their clothes. Even lesbians like Bai Ying and Yao Hong took off their thin shirts without hesitation. There are even some clever ones who take off their stockings and use them as bags. This tree core has an immediate effect on restoring physical strength. These survivors, who had been hungry for 2 days, only took a few bites, and they were as ferocious as chicken blood. In a few blinks of an eye, all the tree cores have been packaged. Boss, where are we running? Dugapang only had a pair of underpants left on his body to cover his shame, and the rest was taken off to hold the tree core. Of all the people, he was the one who stole the most. Su Yuan identified the direction, stretched out his hand and pointed, "Go that way." Before the zombies gather into a wave of corpses, find a way to rush out of the city and go to the military station outside the city. Everyone nodded immediately, and then rushed out screaming like a group of thieves who had just stolen something and were in a hurry to escape. Su Yuan raised his eyes and looked at the strange remnant souls and the altar of gods that were still in a stalemate in midair, wishing that these two uncles would die together. In that case, he would not have to worry about being hunted down like a dogskin plaster at the altar of the gods, but he could also take this opportunity to get rid of that weird remnant soul. No one wants to have another unknown tenant living in their body, especially since this guy's origin is too mysterious. Its existence is a great pressure for Su Yuan. The more he thinks about his past life experiences, the stranger he feels, as if there is a pair of invisible hands controlling something. The current situation of two tigers fighting each other can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime situation, a good thing that cannot be found even with a lantern. Su Yuan smiled in his heart, said bye-bye in his heart, and then ran away without looking back. When the old lunatic saw that everyone was running away, he hurriedly followed them as if he was holding a pot in his stomach. He also had a lot of collected wine bottle caps in his pockets, and when he started running, they made a lot of noise. Su Yuan thought to himself that the old guy was worried that the zombies couldn't find him. He stopped, grabbed the old madman, and asked him to throw away all the junk. How can the old lunatic agree? He had worked hard to dig this out from the trash, and immediately covered his pockets tightly, making Su Yuan look like he was robbing a helpless old man. Little did they know, this old guy could run at a speed that was enough to overtake the Olympic sprint champion by 8 blocks. In the end, Su Yuan succeeded in seizing the old madman's entire inventory. These fatal bottle caps were thrown into the air by Su Yuan, and the goddess scattered flowers directly. But I didn't expect that the old madman's reaction was so violent. I saw him push Su Yuan hard, then took 2 steps and jumped. He raised his foot and stepped on Su Yuan's thigh to gain strength, and then kicked on Su Yuan's shoulder. With Su Yuan's height, plus the old madman's own height, and his 2 arms raised high, the old madman's fingertips were at least 3 meters above the ground. Immediately afterwards, the old madman was heard shouting, "My precious crystal!" The next second, the old madman's whole body was like a spring that was pressed to the limit. With a swish, he stepped on Su Yuan's shoulders and jumped to a height of more than 6 meters above the ground, reaching out to grab the bottle caps thrown into the air. If this set of actions was performed by an elite soldier of the Special Forces, Su Yuan would not be surprised at all. But in fact, this was an old madman over 50 years old. Su Yuan's eyes immediately followed the old madman's movements and looked up. This look was not a big deal, and he was immediately scared to death. The 2 hands raised by the old madman had already touched the area where the residual soul and the altar of the gods were located. The space there kept twisting. The 2 mysterious things seemed to be in another world, and everything around them was twisting and changing wildly. And the hand of the old madman stretched into that area was like a data model in a computer. The skin, muscles, blood vessels, ligaments, and bones of the hand were very intuitively and in a weird dimension, showing up in front of Su Yuan at the same time. Su Yuan could even clearly see the rhythm of every muscle fiber of this hand, the propagation of every nerve signal, and the flow of every red blood cell. Time seemed to be adjusted to a slow state at this moment, and the old madman rose slowly but resolutely. His wrists, elbows, arms, and then his head slowly entered the strange range. All the parts of the old madman's body that entered this range were presented to Su Yuan in a way that transcended dimensions. Su Yuan could say without exaggeration that from now on, he was definitely the person in the world who could see the old madman most clearly, and he could not see any more clearly.
even more bizarre things were still to come. When the old madman's head entered that area, what was dissected and displayed was not just body tissues such as flesh, blood, and bones. Instead, the old madman's memories were displayed in a form that Su Yuan could not describe. Madman, the picture was very messy. When Su Yuan realized that these things were the memories of the old madman, most of the memory pictures had flashed past. When Su Yuan focused his attention and tried hard to see the contents of these pictures clearly, the display of memory fragments was nearing the end, and only the last few pictures were left. These last few pictures were also the clearest ones. Su Yuan first saw the old madman with neat clothes and meticulously combed hair, holding a small metal box in his hand. Taiwan Novel Network. It must be said that the old madman in this look really looks like a doctoral professor. At a glance, it can be seen that this is a respected intellectual. There are also many people wearing fully enclosed protective clothing around him, and various instruments and equipment are placed in the distance, which looks like a huge laboratory. Then, the old madman also put on protective clothing. He took the gray metal box and walked to a heavy metal door. The door had 6 layers and was 2 meters thick. When the door opened, there was a god altar inside. When Su Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but his heartbeat began to accelerate. A question popped up in his mind. How could the god altar be in the laboratory? What exactly do this old madman want to do? What is in the metal box? He noticed that there was no golden light flowing on the surface of the god altar. From this, it can be judged that the time in the picture should be before the end of the world. The old madman walked to the altar and turned to say something to another person wearing protective clothing beside him. The man nodded and operated a few times on an instrument. A giant screen next to it lit up immediately, showing a mural painted on the rock wall of the cave with paint. The picture's structure is very simple, but it is very vivid. The content of the mural is a group of people gathered under a pyramid-shaped building. The shape of this building looks almost exactly the same as the god altar. It's called a person, but it's actually a circle with 2 lines drawn on the left and right, which are the arms. 2 more vertical lines are the legs. It's as simple as it can be. Then, the picture on the screen switches, which should be the content of the previous picture. 2 characters with more detailed lines than others lift a tied person onto the building, and then cut a piece of something off the head of the tied person with a knife. Because the picture is too small and the mural seems to be very old, this thing is just a blurry dot in the picture. Then the picture turns again, and people put this thing in the center of the building. Then everyone kneels down, and light begins to bloom on the building, that is, thin lines radiating out. At this time, the old madman in the picture has finished reading the mural on the screen. He took a few deep breaths, and seemed to be very nervous about what he was going to do next. Suddenly, the old madman moved. He was seen holding the metal box in both hands and walked up to the altar of the gods with firm steps. The staff behind him all stared at his back, as if they were all worried about him. At this time, Su Yuan suddenly remembered that a member of the rescue team codenamed Mountain Cat had said that when the old madman participated in an experiment on the altar of the gods, he used an unearthed artifact from 65 million years ago. Su Yuan took a breath gently. Could it be that the so-called artifact is in the box? Judging from the weight of the metal box, it is estimated that the things inside are probably radioactive elements, otherwise these testers would not wear such heavy protective clothing. The old madman walked to the center of the altar, put the metal box on the ground, and then slowly put a hand on it. As a bystander, Su Yuan seemed to feel the solidified atmosphere and couldn't help holding his breath. He also wanted to know what was in the box. Finally, the lid of the box was opened. What was revealed inside made Su Yuan's face suddenly change. Silver crystal core. Su Yuan felt shock like a thunder in his mind. At that time, the doomsday had not yet arrived, and there were no mutant creatures. Where did the crystal core come from? Moreover, why was this crystal core silver? Mutated creatures range from weak to strong: first level white crystal core, second level purple crystal core, third level blue, fourth level cyan, and fifth level green. There has never been a silver crystal core. The fifth level mutant creatures are already equivalent to gold level extraordinary people. What kind of mutant creatures will the silver crystal core correspond to?
How many energy points are they worth? At this moment, Su Yuan's mind seemed to be a mess, and he couldn't figure out anything at all. Before he could think about it again, the old madman in the picture had taken the crystal core out of the box and put it on the altar. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up on the altar, and all the pictures were shattered at this moment. The illusion that the passage of time was slowed down also disappeared at the same time. The old madman in reality screamed "Ah," and a silver light was pulled out of his body. After the silver light left the old madman's body, it was instantly infused into the remnant soul. Rather than saying it was infused, it would be more appropriate to say that the silver light was extracted from the old madman's body by the remnant soul. The appearance of the silver light immediately broke the delicate balance between the remnant soul and the altar of the gods. If the remnant soul and the altar of the gods are compared to two equally powerful warriors, then the remnant soul that has obtained the silver light is equivalent to suddenly increasing its power by a decade. The altar of the gods, which could barely compete with it, was almost instantly broken through by the remnant soul, and the golden light on the altar dimmed visibly. The altar of the gods without the golden light was so strange that it gave people a feeling of losing vitality. But the remnant soul was not feeling well either, as if doing so was extremely consuming for it. Its translucent body was like a snowman thrown into the fire, evaporating rapidly in the process of eroding the altar of the gods. For some reason, Su Yuan seemed to feel a deep and strong hatred and resentment from this remnant soul. This hatred was so strong that the person who felt it wanted to tear everything he could see in front of him to pieces before he would stop. It was like an unyielding soul fighting against fate. When the last golden light of the god altar dimmed, the residual soul was also at the point where it could be dissipated by a breath. The god altar became dim and dull, like a rusted copper block. The residual soul rolled up the miniature god altar and turned into a ray of dim light again, shooting towards Su Yuan's forehead. Come again? Su Yuan felt his scalp tingling. It was not a pleasant thing to be penetrated by such an unknown thing. He wanted to hide, but the light seemed to have passed through space. Almost at the same time when he wanted to dodge, it had already penetrated into his forehead. Su Yuan was shocked, as if he had been electrocuted, and then he lost all feeling. He quickly touched his forehead with his hand, but found nothing unusual. At this time, the old madman cried ouch, and fell to the ground under the action of gravity. He almost broke his tailbone, and the pain made his old face twitch like a chrysanthemum, and he was breathing cold air with his teeth bared. With these two things in Su Yuan's body, how could he care about the old madman? At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. He quickly scanned the surroundings and saw no zombies or mutants in sight. He immediately closed his eyes and his mental power sank into the world inside his body. A few seconds later, Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and a look of ecstasy rose on his face. The miniature god altar that was brought into his body by the residual soul was like a machine that had been wiped out of intelligence. And now, Su Yuan can clearly feel that there is a soul imprint belonging to him on the miniature god altar. To put it in the simplest and most straightforward terms, this god altar belongs completely to Su Yuan from today on and has become his personal property. Su Yuan has 100% control over this altar. Su Yuan was so excited that his body trembled slightly, and the muscles on his face trembled. The god altar is like a part of his body, just like his hands and feet. Even though the altar is now like a rusty piece of copper, Su Yuan knows that as long as he collects crystal cores and injects enough energy into the altar, he can restore the altar to its original state. In this world, all the altars of gods always change their positions randomly without any rules. The only way to use the altar of gods is to keep looking for altars one after another. However, Su Yuan has an altar that belongs to him alone. How can he not be excited and excited? The old madman was frightened when he saw Su Yuan's neurotic look, and retreated repeatedly. You, what are you going to do? Are you crazy too? Su Yuan laughed and pulled the old madman up from the ground, and said happily, Seventh Master, you are my lucky star. I owe you a huge favor this time. Don't worry, as long as I, Su Yuan, am here, I will protect you for a day. Even if it is to take care of you in your old age, it will be no problem. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for the appearance of the silver energy on the old madman, Su Yuan would never have been able to get this great opportunity.
The old madman looked disgusted and slapped Su Yuan's hand that was pulling him. Let go, let go. I can't die even if you die, so I don't need you to take care of me in my old age. Suddenly, the old madman narrowed his eyes again, and his eyeballs rolled around. He. Boy, how much benefit did you get? You are so beautiful? The smile on Su Yuan's face has not dissipated yet. He touched his eyebrows, and a majestic momentum of the world is so big, who else but me rose in his eyes. But soon, this momentum was restrained by him again. Su Yuan knew that no matter how great the opportunity and fortune he got, it would be useless if he couldn't grow up. The wretched development is the kingly way. So he imitated the old madman and laughed. You want to know? No comment. Su Yuan has decided that this secret must not be told even to his closest people. Otherwise, the extraordinary people in the world will come to fight for it. The old madman rolled his eyes, but was not angry. He licked his lips and set his sights on Su Yuan's backpack. Forget it, give me a bite of the delicious food in your bag. This time Su Yuan did not refuse again, and directly threw the whole backpack to the old madman. With that thing that looked like a rusty copper block, any treasure in the world was no longer worthy of Su Yuan's attention. What was a mere tree core? The old madman opened his backpack and saw the football-sized emerald green wood block inside, and his mouth was crooked with joy. Seventh Master, Su Yuan smiled, do you still have that silver crystal core? The old madman nodded immediately, yes, do you want it? Call me Uncle Seven and let me hear it. Su Yuan was overjoyed and asked quickly, where is it? The old madman put the backpack on his body and said blankly, I can't remember it. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly and was about to ask again. At this time, Dugu Pang suddenly ran back panting. Before he got close, he shouted excitedly, Boss, go and have a look, there is a good thing over there. Su Yuan was stunned, what good thing? Dugu Pang pointed in the direction behind him, it's an armored personnel carrier, very strong, like a tin turtle. Su Yuan frowned slightly and immediately asked Dugu Pang to lead the way. After walking a few hundred meters, he came out of the east gate of the Galaxy Hotel and saw a military green box-type personnel carrier parked across the road. The body of the car was covered with heavy armor plates, and even the tires were much wider than ordinary civilian cars. It was clear that it was driven by Shanmao and his team without asking. There were also 3 or 5 bodies in uniforms and helmets lying near the car. They were probably the captain, Maoqiu, Yizi and others mentioned by Shanmao. Su Yuan found that there were bullet holes in the eyebrows or temples of these bodies, and there were traces of gunpowder burns around the bullet holes. There was only one possibility that could cause such injuries, and that was the gun barrel pointing at the head. Su Yuan sighed, this is because he found that he was bitten by a zombie and didn't want to implicate his teammates, so he committed suicide. They came to rescue the old madman, but now they are all dead here. Just when Su Yuan was stunned, the old madman had already run over with big strides. No one expected him to do such a thing, and it was too late to stop him. Dugu Pang hurriedly shouted, Seventh Master. Come back quickly. The old madman ignored him and just kept muttering crazily, take me to see Lao Zhao quickly, I have an important discovery to tell him. Quick, must be quick. Su Yuan didn't say anything, picked up a sofa cushion that fell from the upstairs and threw it at the back of the old madman's head, hitting him right in the face. The old madman fell to the ground like a dog eating shit, but he didn't even turn his head, and didn't stand up after falling to the ground, but continued to crawl forward with his hands and feet. Damn it! If someone wants to die, I can't stop him. Su Yuan took 2 steps at a time and rushed over to grab the old madman's collar and lifted him up. The latter immediately struggled and yelled, let me go, let me go. I want to go to Xuanwu Fortress, why are you stopping me? Why? Are you so crazy that you can't even tell the difference between the living and the dead? Su Yuan pointed at the corpses on the ground, look at them. They are dead. You want to go to Xuanwu Fortress? Then you should be obedient. I tell you to go east, but you can't go west. I tell you to catch a dog, but you can't chase a chicken. Do you understand? The old madman shrank his neck in fear at Su Yuan's stern shout, and nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Su Yuan sighed, just for the sake of those who sacrificed to save you, you should be quiet in the future.
Don't run around so noisily, okay?
At this time, Dugapang, who was standing on the steps at the entrance of the hotel, took a breath and said, "Boss, don't catch the dog is catching us." As he spoke, Dugapang pointed to the distance, and cold sweat broke out on his face instantly.
Su Yuan also found something unusual from the vibration of the air.
He jumped onto the roof of the car and took a look in the direction Dugapang pointed. His face suddenly changed. In the distance, a large group of zombies with bared fangs and claws rushed towards them like they were participating in a marathon.
In front of the zombie group, there were hundreds of zombie dogs as pioneers.
No wonder the fat man said that the dogs were coming.
The zombie group and mutant creatures are coming.
Get in the car quickly and rush out as soon as possible. Su Yuan carried the old madman on his shoulders, and then stuffed him into the troop carrier through the car window. The car key was inserted under the steering wheel.
Su Yuan successfully started the car without using it for a second.
Wait! Dugapang rushed to the standard rifles beside the corpses. "Let me pick up 2 guns and take them away."
Su Yuan yelled, "Don't take them, they may have died here because of the shooting."
Once the gunshots are heard, the zombies will gather more and more. Even if they shoot in the head, it will be useless.
Dugapang heard this and ran back to the car with a look of pain and regret.
The group of survivors behind also saw the group of zombies. They didn't wait for Su Yuan to turn the front of the car over, and they all swarmed into the carriage of the troop carrier like bees.
Run! Tide of zombies. It's a tide of zombies.
At this time, whether male or female, they all screamed in fear, like a young wife whose pants were stripped by thugs. But the rated carrying capacity of these 2 troop carriers is only 11 or 12 people.
Even if they are crowded, they can only squeeze in about 20.
But there are more than 30 of them in total, and the car can't fit them all anyway. At this time, people were all furious. After all, no one wanted to stay and wait for death, so they all desperately climbed up by clinging to the car box. They pushed each other and looked even more chaotic than the zombies. People went crazy and used all kinds of stupid tricks such as pulling ears and hair.
People on the car were constantly pulled down. 1 person was pulled down and 2 people squeezed up. Shouting and crying were loud.
Finally, when everyone was squeezed into the car, the zombies were already close at hand. Su Yuan stepped on the accelerator hard, and the troop carrier roared towards the zombies. There were thousands of zombies staring at them with their eyes wide open, and their hideous and bloody faces were getting closer and closer. The footsteps of the overwhelming zombies running up actually gave people a feeling of powerlessness like facing an avalanche.
Not only were there zombies blocking the road, but there were also countless broken-down vehicles.
Su Yuan relied on his skilled driving skills to squeeze in wherever he could. If he couldn't get through, he would just step on the accelerator and crash into it. Everyone in the car was so nervous that they were sweating.
Dugapang clenched his fists and shouted, "We can't drive forward anymore. If we drive forward, we will crash into the zombies. I just want to crash into them."
Su Yuan stared at the group of zombie dogs in the front, gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and crashed directly into the zombies.
Ah! Dugapang and the old madman were so scared that they screamed desperately.
Even armored vehicles can't play like this. The zombies in front are not just 1 or 2, but a huge group.
The zombies are as thick as a city wall. God knows if the car will overturn. Bang! Bang, 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 bang.
The armored vehicle first hit a zombie dog, and directly knocked it into a rag and flew into the air. Everyone in the car felt their bodies shake violently, followed by a series of crashes. Even through the thick armor plates, the sound still made everyone's heart ache. Some prayed for Buddha's blessing, and some prayed for God's presence. Facing such a group of corpses, everyone could do nothing but pray for God's blessing. At this time seemed to suddenly become very slow, and 1 second seemed as long and unbearable as a year. The windshield was soon covered with blood and minced meat, and the wiper speed was set to the fastest speed, which was useless.
Su Yuan's vision was seriously obstructed.
Looking out from the car, everything was blood red, as if driving on the Shura field. After all, the troop carrier is a troop carrier. If you look down from a high place, you can see that these two armored personnel carriers are like chariots that charged into battle in ancient times. With armor plates that can withstand grenade explosions, countless obstacles in front of them were knocked away and crushed. Whether it was zombies or mutants, nothing could stop this chariot. But the zombies in front were getting more and more numerous and denser, and the usually nervous Dugopang's face also became ugly.
What should we do? Boss, we can't get out.
If this goes on, the car will be forced to stop by the tide of zombies sooner or later.
Su Yuan growled, I know. Before he finished speaking, the zombies in front suddenly disappeared.
The car rushed out of the zombies, and it felt like coming to an empty square from a crowded train station. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the wheel suddenly slipped violently, and the direction was completely out of control in an instant.
The car spun around wildly, just like driving the car on the ice.
Everyone in the car felt dizzy and screamed desperately. If they were thrown out of the car, they would definitely fall and their brains would burst. The troop carrier slid out for a full 50 or 60 meters, and finally hit the green belt flower bed on the side of the road. Even though the troop carrier was extremely heavy and had so many people on board, it still flew up more than 3 meters high like a can being kicked off. Then the chassis turned upside down and fell heavily to the ground. They didn't die at the hands of zombies, but they almost died in a car accident. It can be seen that irregular driving makes relatives cry is indeed not just talk.
Everyone was beaten badly and stumbled out of the car.
Only then did I realize that the road was covered with a thick layer of moss-like fungi, the color of which was almost the same as asphalt. It looked like a layer of petroleum spread on the ground. When you step on it, the carpet will rupture and something like the mucus in aloe vera will flow out. Slippery and smelling like rotten fish intestines.
His grandma's. Dugopang covered his head and bared his teeth and cursed, what is this? Why does it look like shit? It's so disgusting.
Everyone stepped on the fungus carpet, their feet slipping constantly. Only by supporting each other can we barely stand firm. Su Yuan's head and feet were stuck in the car by the airbag, and he had to get out a little later. When he saw the fungus carpet on the ground clearly, his face turned ugly.
No wonder there are no zombies here, please stand still and don't fall. This thing is called crude oil carpet, and it eats meat.
Dugopang said, looking at their color, you can tell that they are definitely not the kind of beneficial plants that bask in the sun, drink water, and perform photosynthesis.
But this thing has no teeth, so how can it eat meat? Blanket Su Yuan was about to answer when he heard a series of rapid knocking sounds.
When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they saw a white commercial vehicle that had overturned more than 10 meters away from them. The sound came from there. Su Yuan told everyone to stay where they were and not to move.
He walked towards the overturned commercial vehicle carefully, step by step.
Every time he stepped very steadily.
That level of caution was like walking in a minefield.
Before they got close, they heard a man with a strange accent in the car groaning and shouting, "Help!
Hey! Young man talking outside, I'm here. Help! Help me!"
Looking at the track of the car before it overturned, it actually came from the same direction as Su Yuan and his friends. And this car, like Su Yuan and his friends, first slipped when it entered the area covered by the crude oil fungus blanket, and then hit several vehicles that were stranded on the road. Finally, it crashed into a heavy truck, causing the entire cab to be deformed and people were trapped inside. All the glass in the cab was shattered into spider webs, and the specific situation inside could not be seen from the outside.
Taiwan Novel Network. Su Yuan used his brute force far beyond that of ordinary people to force the car door open. He took a look inside and took a deep breath. This guy has such a long face.
There were two middle-aged men trapped in the cab, one of whom had the same face shape as Shu Horn, which was simply too long. When Su Yuan saw it for the first time, he thought it was a new type of zombie and almost slapped it. Shu Horn's face was stuck in the severely deformed cab. If the steering wheel was moved back 5 centimeters, he would be squeezed to death in the driver's seat. When he saw someone finally came to rescue him, he was overjoyed. "Ah! Thank you, young man. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been dead this time." The other man seemed to have been frightened and lost his mind.
As soon as Su Yuan got him out of the car, the guy screamed ah, jumped out of the car, and ran away desperately. Su Yuan's face changed immediately, and he shouted, "Stop! Don't run!"
But unfortunately, the man didn't stop at all. He and Shoehorn Face had been trapped here for half a day, and every second was extremely painful. Maybe he would be discovered and eaten by zombies in the next moment, so his spirit was on the verge of collapse. The man didn't run far before his feet slipped and he flew out. Then he rolled a long way on the ground, and countless fungal blankets were crushed by him, and mucus sprayed out and covered his body and face. The man was covered with smelly mucus, just like a bug that fell into glue. Su Yuan saw it and thought that this man was finished. If someone was covered with such disgusting things, he would subconsciously reach out to wipe it. But it didn't matter if he wiped it. The man's skin was like a ripe roasted sweet potato, and it fell off his body with a light wipe. The man's eyes were covered by the mucus, and he didn't see the horrible scene of the skin on his hands and arms melting. He seemed to be unaware of the pain. He first wiped his arms twice with his hands, and then wiped the mucus on his face. Suddenly, his whole face was like a soft mask, and his ears, lips, nose, and eyelids were all torn off. The flesh, blood, fascia, eyes and teeth under the skin were exposed to the air. There were a few timid people who saw this scene, and they immediately turned their heads away, not daring to look at the bloody and horrible scene. The sight of skin peeling off the flesh was too horrifying. No one expected that a person without skin would be more terrifying than a zombie. However, the more terrifying thing was yet to come. The man suddenly began to scratch himself with his nails, as if he was itching all over, and it was itchy to the bone. He was seen tearing his flesh and blood from his bones one by one, and even ripping open his belly. His heart, liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys and other internal organs all flowed out of his broken belly. During the whole process, except for the sound of flesh and blood separating, the man did not even scream. It seemed that he was not stripping off his skin and flesh, but taking off his clothes. This, Shoehorn's face turned green with fear, and he said with trembling lips, "Fuck. It's more disgusting than watching zombies eat people."
Doesn't he feel any pain?
Su Yuan shook his head and said, "No one knows except him. Once the juice of the crude oil fungus blanket touches the skin and flesh, it will immediately penetrate into it."
Then you all saw what happened next.
This thing will dissolve the blood and flesh that fall on the ground into juice and then absorb it.
That's why I said they eat meat. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Dugu Pang wailed with a bitter face, "Then we drank DDT and then jumped off the building, are we dead? There are fungus blankets everywhere around. I think this is no different from walking on the edge of a cliff. If you fall, you will die. Boss, do you have any tricks? Come up with a solution quickly. I'm about to pee my pants." Cheng Shui was more optimistic than Dugu Pang. She said, "No matter how powerful the fungus mat is, you still have to fall down to die. The tooth-leaved iron wire vine didn't kill us. As long as we are careful and don't fall down, we will be fine." Dugu Pang shouted, "It's easy for you to say that. Don't you see how big this damn fungus mat is? It's so slippery. 1 or 2 steps are okay, but if you walk too far and fall down, what are you doing, old man?" Dugu Pang suddenly screamed. It turned out that the old madman took out a drink bottle from somewhere and was squatting on the ground with the bottle to collect the mucus flowing out of the crude oil fungus mat. The old madman was fine at first, but he was frightened by Dugu Pang's sudden shout. His feet slipped and one hand actually pressed on the ground. Su Yuan secretly said, "Oh no, the old madman must not get into trouble." He was still counting on the old madman to exchange for a helicopter. So he jumped over and pulled the old madman up from the ground. At first glance, the old madman's entire left hand was covered with mucus. Moreover, the mucus was like a living thing, crawling along the old madman's wrist and onto his arm. Dugu Pang pulled out the mantis knife that Su Yuan had given him. "Seventh master is finished. If you want to survive, you can only become Yanghua. Please bear with it. This knife is very sharp, I guarantee it won't hurt much." When the old madman saw that the fat man wanted to cut off his hand, he would never agree, and immediately cursed the fat man for having a bad conscience. Dugapang felt that the old madman suffered this disaster because of his shout just now, and he was so anxious that he jumped up and down. "Dear Grandpa, please don't be reluctant. If you don't cut it off, you can't even become Yanghua, you can only be a mummy." Su Yuan stopped Dugapang, and at the same time, he chopped the vagus nerve of the old madman's neck with a knife, and the latter immediately fainted. Now the old madman is in a critical condition, and he must immediately find a lot of clean water to wash the mucus on his hands. Otherwise, it will take less than a minute for the old madman to be the same as the previous one. But where is the water at this moment? He thought that the old madman often took things out of his pocket, so he untied the old madman's backpack to see if there was any water inside. As a result, he saw a large piece of top-quality tree core wrapped in the god of wood blood. The tree core was very rich in water, and Su Yuan immediately broke off a piece and put it in his mouth to chew it fiercely. After chewing it, he spit it out and rubbed it on the old madman's arm. He was also trying his best. He just thought that the god of wood blood had the effect of resurrecting the dead, and the packaging bag of the god of wood blood, that is, the piece of tree core wrapped in the god of wood blood, should have some magical features. I saw that the black mucus crawled to the place where the tree core juice was applied, and immediately produced a strange chemical reaction with the tree core juice. The mucus gradually became diluted and transparent, and dripped down drop by drop. Su Yuan saw that the tree core juice could still resist for a while, and he was slightly relieved. Now everyone is in a weird situation that is both dangerous and safe. In places that the crude oil fungus blanket cannot cover, zombies and mutant dogs have gathered. They are surrounded on all sides. Unless everyone grows wings and flies away, there is no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. The countdown to death can already be calculated in seconds. The sky was getting darker and darker without anyone noticing, and the mutants' terrifying roars were getting closer and closer. Su Yuan cursed in his heart, if this person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will make his teeth ache. Once the sky is completely dark, many nocturnal mutants will begin to appear. If you are unlucky and encounter flying evil stars such as birds and bats, you will have a hard time. Seeing that the last ray of light in the sky is about to disappear below the horizon, darkness quickly enveloped the earth. Su Yuan's mood can't help but become a little impatient. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw a rusty fire staircase on the outer wall of a 5-story building not far ahead, leading directly to the roof. It is said that when God closes a door, he will open a window. This is indeed true. The stairs that Su Yuan saw at this time were like a person trapped in a sea of fire suddenly seeing a firefighter. "Fatty, you carry Master Chi on your back. Let's climb up the stairs." Su Yuan is now the backbone of the crowd. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the outer wall stairs more than 20 meters away. But this distance of more than 20 meters, covered with crude oil fungus blankets that corrode flesh and blood, although the distance is not long, it is like a natural moat. No one has the confidence to guarantee that they will not fall on this journey. Bai Ying was so anxious that she cried on the spot, what should I do?" From the first time Su Yuan saw Bai Ying, this woman was barefoot, and she has not found suitable shoes to wear until now. If Su Yuan had not reminded everyone that crude oil fungus blankets are dangerous, Bai Ying would probably be the first person to die under this kind of fungus blanket. "Fatty! Fatty, don't you like me? Can you carry me over?" Bai Ying shouted at Dugapang, "As long as you carry me over, I will be your woman in the future." Dugapang had just put the old madman on his back, and suddenly heard this sentence, and immediately looked embarrassed. According to his temper, brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes, but there are many people with missing limbs on the street, and I have never seen a few people who are naked and playing tricks. On one side is the old and cumbersome old madman, and on the other side is the beautiful young woman he has long coveted. Even if you use your toes to think about this multiple choice question, you know which side to choose. This fat guy wanted to throw the old madman aside when he was lustful. At this time, he subconsciously looked at Su Yuan. Seeing that Su Yuan just glanced at him lightly, Dugapang immediately shuddered, and his previous thoughts were immediately thrown out of his mind. Dugapang thought to himself that he could live until now, all thanks to Su Yuan. If I offend him. Bai Ying saw Dugapang hesitating, and it was related to her life and death. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red.
She didn't want to be stuck with mucus, and then tear her skin and flesh off her bones by herself.
That feeling is even more unacceptable than being bitten to death by zombies. Fatty, will you carry me?
If you don't, she cast her eyes on the people around her, looking at their cold faces, her heart was cold. Looking at the crude oil carpet on the ground, Bai Ying simply gave it a try. Fatty, as long as you carry me over, I will be yours tonight.
TSK. Isn't this embarrassing for Fatty? Dugopang sucked his teeth and said, I'm not a kangaroo. I can only carry one person at a time.
You wait for me to send Master Chi over first, and then come back to pick you up. Bai Ying stood in the car barefoot.
She panted hard while talking.
Seeing her like this, many men present couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and some were eager to move. They looked at Bai Ying from top to bottom, and first saw Bai Ying's little feet wrapped in torn black stockings. The stockings on her feet had been worn out long ago. You can see that although there are many stains on her feet, the places that are not covered by the stains are even whiter than many women's faces.
They are really white and tender.
The chubby feet are like carved out of white jade, forming a strong contrast with the black stockings. Moving the eyes upward, a pair of slender and straight legs are breathtakingly beautiful, making people want to rush over and grab them in their hands. Not to mention her hot body, and her appearance is not much worse than that of the big star Su Jejia. Seeing this, a man with a male dog waist and drooping eyebrows couldn't help it. After weighing it several times in his heart, he felt that it was worth taking some risks for such a beauty.
He licked his lips and asked Bai Ying, do you keep your word? Carry you over, and you will be mine today?
Bai Ying was happy at first, then a struggling look appeared on her face, and finally shook her head. She didn't say anything, but stared at Dugopang with her eyes. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a chilly wind blowing very abruptly.
Then, a violent whistling sounded in everyone's ears.
They turned their heads and saw Su Yuan's hands folded together. The air around him gathered violently around his hands. This was the first time they saw Su Yuan use his supernatural power so directly and up close. In the past, such a scene was only seen in special effects movies. After the air was compressed sharply, it became vaguely visible. A whirlwind like a dragon, accompanied by a piercing whistle, suddenly rushed out along the ground. Along the way, all the crude oil fungus blankets and those smelly and dangerous mucus were swept up by the strong wind. When the gust of wind passed, the black ground seemed to be split apart by a pair of big hands, revealing a straight passage leading to the stairs. The people around were stunned, and they all screamed, "Oh my God!
What did I see? Is this Moses parting the Red Sea? Superman! It's Superman!
Bullshit, can Superman control the wind?
This is a mutant."
In short, everyone present was in an uproar, saying everything. In just a few seconds, Su Yuan had jumped from their spiritual leader to a godlike existence. In fact, they were shocked on the one hand, but excited on the other. They were so happy that they couldn't even find the north to walk through the more than 20 meters of mucus-filled death road without risking their lives. The old madman was blown by the wind, blinked his eyes, and suddenly woke up. He jumped off the fat man and ran to the opposite side like a flash. The anxious look was like a thief who was chased by a dog after stealing a chicken. Everyone saw that the old madman's hand that was stained with mucus was swinging back and forth in an extremely weird and awkward posture when he ran. It didn't look like a human hand at all, but like an octopus's tentacle, as if all the bones in that hand were gone. It was dark at this time, and there were no street lights. Su Yuan was worried that the old madman would get into the zombie pile, so he flashed and chased after the old madman as he ran out. This old guy is mentally abnormal, and if you can't keep an eye on him, you don't know what kind of muff he will do. The blow that Su Yuan chopped on the old madman's neck was specially adjusted with force. According to estimates, the old madman should be unconscious for 1 to 2 hours. But after just a few words, the old madman woke up unexpectedly. This physique is almost the same as that of an ordinary primary extraordinary person. Building as I said before, the old madman ran no slower than Su Yuan. The two of them ran one after another and ran far away after a few ups and downs. The middle-aged man with a shoehorn face changed slightly when he saw that Su Yuan could control the wind. His eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking.
He suddenly shouted loudly, "Old Mother Diurii! Why don't everyone leave quickly? This rotten passage won't last long."
Others also discovered that the black mucus on both sides of the passage was slowly gathering back. Maybe in a few minutes, the passage would disappear, so they immediately rushed out.
Then, he reminded a group of street boys. "You can't run. You have to walk quickly step by step, otherwise the mucus stuck to the soles of the shoes will be thrown up and smeared on the body." After everyone was reminded by him, they also felt that it made sense. He quickly slowed down his pace and moved forward in small steps. The shoehorn face walked to Bai Ying, stretched out his hand to Bai Ying, and said, "Little beauty, I think the terms you just offered are very tempting. How about letting Uncle carry you on his back?" His accent sounded awkward, like a foreigner learning to speak Cantonese. Dugu Fat's face was ugly. He pushed away Shoehorn's hand and said, "You are the only one who talks a lot. How dare you compete with your fat man for a woman? My boss didn't have time to save you just now." After saying that, he directly picked up Bai Ying by the waist and put her on his shoulders like a sack. And he gave Shoehorn Face a slap on the back of the head very unhappily. When everyone rushed to the stairs opposite and relaxed, they realized that it was so dark that they couldn't see their fingers. In his ears, in addition to the violent breathing of the people around him, there were the roars of zombies and mutants in the distance. At this time, Su Yuan had chased the old madman to the top of the stairs, and saw that the old madman was about to jump to the top of the building. No matter how much Su Yuan called him from behind, the old madman ignored him at all. Su Yuan had an idea and shouted, "Master Qi! You dropped your money. 50 or 100? The old madman's eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but pause slightly in his steps. Just like this pause, Su Yuan took the opportunity to rush over and push the old madman to the wall. He took out his flashlight, shined it on the old madman's face, and asked, "Why are you running?" When the old madman saw Su Yuan turn on the flashlight, his old face suddenly became uglier than a gambler who lost all his pants. He actually opened his mouth and put the head of the flashlight into his mouth. Under the dazzling white light of the LED light, the old madman's cheeks immediately became like a red lantern. Almost at the same time that the old madman made this move, Su Yuan suddenly felt a tingling sensation like a ray of light on his entire back. A strong life and death crisis spread throughout his body in an instant, and Su Yuan felt that all the blood in his body gathered at the top of his head at this moment. Su Yuan has so much experience in dealing with various crises in the last days. He immediately took the flashlight out of the old madman's mouth and threw it in the direction behind him. When the beam of light flashed past, Su Yuan saw a dozen pale human faces the size of an average person's thumb, floating in the air less than 5 or 6 meters behind him. The face looked very similar to a human skull, and there seemed to be 2 furry tentacles growing on the top of the head. This picture only flashed in Su Yuan's eyes for less than a second, and then disappeared into the darkness. As the flashlight was thrown out by Su Yuan, the intense life and death crisis also inexplicably dissipated. Only the feeling of being surrounded by human faces lingers. Suddenly, a flame lit up from below. It turned out to be Dugu Pang who lit his extra-large stinky torch. When the stinky torch burns, the flame it emits is light black, so the torch's brightness is not that great. Even the lighting range of the torch was not as effective as the lighter he used to start the fire. Dugu Pang also discovered this problem, so he simply gave the torch to Bai Ying, preparing to hold the lighter with a free hand to prevent the flames from being blown out by the wind. The fire on his side had just turned on, and the old madman closed his eyes tightly as if he had seen something terrifying. It was as if by doing so, he could pretend that the flames didn't exist. When Su Yuan saw the old madman's reaction, he immediately reminded Dugu Pang, "Quickly put out the fire, there must be no light." He said this too quickly. Dugu Pang didn't seem to hear clearly, and raised his head and said, "Huh?" Su Yuan was very worried. He even felt that there was something in the darkness, rushing towards Dugu Pang. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound of poof. A bullet stuck close to the fat man's finger and hit the lighter with great accuracy. A large piece of flesh was torn off Dugu Pang's right hand by the bullet, and the pain made him scream like a pig being killed. Who fired the shot? If you have the ability, stand up. Judging from the sound, the shooter should be among the survivors,
but no one could see where the bullet came from. At this time, there were 2 more gunshots.
The gunfire sounded muffled, neither as loud as a normal gunshot nor as if it had a silencer.
On the contrary, it seemed that the muzzle of the gun was covered with something, otherwise the flash from the muzzle would not have been visible.
Su Yuan was shocked. His grandma's.
These people were obviously told not to pick up the search and rescue team's gun.
Where did this gun come from? This time, both bullets hit the torch in Bai Ying's hand.
Although the torch failed to be extinguished, Bai Ying was so frightened that she threw the torch away. The torches rolled down the stairs and fell to the ground. Immediately, a group of human faces with horns on their heads and wings on both sides rushed towards the torches.
Because the light was too dim, the white faces looked shadowy in the dim firelight.
It was vaguely visible that there were dark red patterns on the wings of that thing, like dried bloodstains. Everyone subconsciously held their breath and stared at those faces intently. There were so many faces that in a blink of an eye, the torches were extinguished by them. Suddenly, everything fell into darkness again.
What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for someone to invite you in?
Su Yuan grabbed the old madman with one hand and directly pulled open the half-closed door with the other hand. In fact, the doors from the 1st to the 5th floors were all half-closed, but if he didn't go in, no one dared to go into the building first.
Everyone came to their senses and hurriedly followed.
Behind the door was a corridor that could accommodate 4 or 5 people side by side. It was pitch black here, and visibility was even lower than outside. And as the door was opened, a stench comparable to that of an old-fashioned public toilet pit instantly filled everyone's face, and many people burst into tears. Fortunately, everyone was accustomed to the stench, and the smell outside the building was not much better anyway. But the further you go inside, the stronger the stench becomes. Especially when you are almost at the end of the corridor, the smell is so strong that you can't open your mouth. Then Dugupang pinched his nose and asked in a muffled voice, "This smell is almost as bad as a septic tank. Could it be that the toilet exploded?" As he was talking, he suddenly bumped into something. The thing seemed very light, and it immediately fell backwards after being hit. Dugupang subconsciously reached out to hold the thing, but when he grabbed the other party with both hands, suddenly all the hairs on his body stood up.
Boss! Boss, I seem to have bumped into someone. But something is wrong. How can this person be so light and hard? Dugupang suppressed his fear and touched upwards again. He first touched the other party's neck, then moved upwards, and suddenly touched nothing. There's not even a head. And the fracture on the neck was very smooth as if there was no head at all. Dugupang immediately pushed the thing out and reached out to take out his lighter. Then he remembered that his lighter was blown up by a gun. Quick! Hurry up and get some light. Something is wrong here. Taiwanese novel network. Su Yuan followed the voice of Dugupang and held him down, while whispering, "No one is allowed to make light without my permission. The faces of those people with wings outside are phototropic. It is not known whether the space here is airtight, so there can be no light. Also, everyone be careful. Don't touch the switch on the wall. If you don't want to die, do as I say." When he came in, Su Yuan found that the temperature here was much lower than outside, and he could faintly hear the sound of the air conditioner turning. It seems that the power supply of the mall was not paralyzed, so he asked everyone not to touch the switch on the wall. Otherwise, if the light was turned on, it would be a disaster. Dugupang's voice changed. He held Su Yuan tightly and said in shock, "Boss, whatever you say is what I will do. You have to protect me." Su Yuan patted Dugupang and signaled him to calm down. "Don't be afraid. Where is the person you are talking about?" "I threw him out." "He should be in front," Dugupang said, and his face suddenly changed. "Ah. No, why is there no sound of something falling to the ground? Can that thing fly?" The others were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Hearing Su Yuan and Dugupang's questions and answers, they felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. When people are afraid, they like to gather around the strong. Su Yuan's voice exposed his position, and everyone squeezed to his side for a while. The crowd pushed each other, and suddenly someone shouted, "I met one too." Ah! I have one too. Mine is even more weird. It's only the upper body, and the lower body is a stick. There's only a piece of clothing floating here, and there's nothing inside. Could it be that there's also a fundal blanket like outside, melting people's bones? Turn on the light, turn on the light. Suyuan shouted, don't turn it on. Do you need me to say it again? No matter how weird these things are, they can't do anything to you after all. Once the light is turned on, those faces will fly in, and you won't know how you died. Just pretend they don't exist, and keep moving forward. Whoever dares to turn on the light will be killed without mercy. Suyuan was not kidding. The 3 words kill without mercy were chilling. This shout had a significant effect, and the surroundings became deathly silent for a while. Then he slowed down his tone, keep going. Turn on the lights when you find a closed environment. But it's easier said than done. It's harder than climbing to the sky to deceive yourself that nothing exists in this environment. Everyone was extremely alert, always paying attention to the slightest movement around them, rubbing the ground with the soles of their feet, and moving forward inch by inch. Suyuan thought to himself that if anyone farted at this time, it would probably scare 1 or 2 people to death. It was just such a coincidence. What you think will come true? The old madman next to him raised his butt and let out a short, loud, and soul-stirring fart. It just so happened that the sound of this fart sounded very similar to the previous dull gunshots. Everyone thought someone had fired a gun, and the tense nerves finally reached their limit. They all screamed like crazy, and the team instantly became a mess. Suyuan wanted to find a corncob to plug the old madman's back door. It was useless to blame him at this time, so he could only slap the old madman in the face. The old madman looked aggrieved, and he argued convincingly, farts are the air in the stomach, how can we not let it out? Besides, this is not farting, it is the cry of the bottom, it is the breathing of the chrysanthemum. Duga Pang cursed, you exhaled, why didn't I see you inhale? The old madman said, aren't you inhaling? This sentence choked the fat man enough. Suyuan said helplessly, okay. You are the only one who can make such a big noise with a fart. I hope no one is scared to death. After being joked by the old madman, the sense of depression that lingered in everyone's heart suddenly faded a lot. After walking forward for more than 10 steps, Dugopang suddenly made a clucking sound from his throat. That was the stress reaction when a person was extremely scared. His muscles were stiff, and he couldn't even speak. He was only half a body behind Suyuan. When Suyuan heard the fat man's voice, he stopped immediately and asked him what was wrong. Oh my God! The fat man screamed strangely, as if he pushed something away with all his strength. Why am I always the unlucky one? I ran into someone again. Dugupang was so upset. He had just calmed down when he ran into this kind of thing again. As he pushed, the man immediately bumped into Suyuan's arms and was pinched by Suyuan. Suyuan judged from the feel of the hand that this was a person's calf. After pinching it again, the meat was still soft, not like the light and hard ones that the fat man had encountered before. In the darkness, he suddenly touched such a thing. Even though Suyuan was bold, he felt a chill from the root of his tail. At this time, Suyuan was still thinking in his heart that when time was up, he must collect source matter and crystal cores as soon as possible to upgrade his level. For him, he was a bronze 8-star extraordinary person with 3 superpowers a few days ago. But now he only has the strength of a primary 2-star, and he always feels constrained when encountering various situations. Suyuan grabbed the calf in his hand and shook it left and right. Immediately, he heard the creaking sound of the rope rubbing against a hard object above his head. He cursed inwardly. This person was most likely a person who could not bear the impact of the doomsday disaster and had a mental breakdown and hanged himself. This was another hanged ghost. Suyuan also felt something in the flesh of his calf while holding it. It felt like there were countless maggots under the skin, slowly wriggling. Suyuan was so disgusted that he quickly pushed his calf to the side and took 2 steps back. The hanged body staggered and bumped into the old madman next to him. The old madman didn't know what hit him, so after grabbing it, he rolled his arms and threw it out with all his strength. With this push, a series of collision sounds were heard above everyone's heads.
There was no telling how many hanged ghosts were on it in the dark, and the friction of the rope kept squeaking.
Boss. What is this? Let's turn on the light. If this goes on, I'll be scared to death.
Su Yuan raised his hand to cover his head and said lightly, "Don't worry, it's just a group of dead people hanging. There is no dead people in the world that can make people feel more at ease."
Hanging? Hanged ghost. In the crowd, I don't know which woman it was. Maybe she watched too many ghost movies.
When she heard this word, she was scared and stunned on the spot.
She actually turned on the flashlight of her mobile phone.
In the white light, 8 corpses were hanging above everyone's heads. There were men and women, and they all had long tongues. They knew what was wrong with their eyeballs, and only 2 black blood holes were left. When everyone suddenly saw this miserable scene, they were so scared that they quickly closed their eyes. The mobile phone with the flashlight on also fell to the ground at this time.
I don't know why the person holding the gun didn't shoot this time.
But if the gunshots didn't sound for a moment, people standing near the phone would worry about the possibility of being accidentally injured by the bullets. In fear, they kicked the phone far away. The phone bounced left and right between the stools, chairs and other obstacles that fell under the feet of the hanged people. No one knew whether it was broken or fell somewhere.
It disappeared all of a sudden. Su Yuan hated it so much that he was itching. Who turned on the phone just now? Stand up immediately.
Those winged faces moved silently and swiftly, and even he felt extremely difficult. But he was so tired of talking, but this group of people just wouldn't listen. However, the woman who turned on the phone knew that she was in trouble, so how could she dare to say anything?
At this time, someone whispered, "Isn't it just turning on a cell phone? It's not like turning on the light. Besides, didn't anything happen?" Humph. Su Yuan snorted coldly, "You are alive to talk here because nothing happened."
Then, Su Yuan thought about it and realized that it was not easy to find a safe environment in the dark with such a mob.
Maybe the further they go, the more trouble these people will make. So they just stay where they are. Anyway, the current situation is still safe.
Thinking of this, Su Yuan clapped his hands. "I reiterate for the last time that no one is allowed to turn on the lights or make light.
Those winged faces are very phototropic.
I don't care about your life or death, I just don't want to be implicated by you.
Now, you can rest here, eat and sleep as you like. But one thing is, no matter what you want to do, you must ask me first." Then, he didn't care what others thought, and pulled the old madman to the side.
After a person dies by hanging, all muscles in the body will become relaxed, including the sphincters of the anus and urethra. In other words, the area under the feet of the hanged man is no different from a toilet, and Su Yuan certainly won't stay in that place. He took advantage of the light that lasted less than 2 seconds to roughly scan the surroundings and vaguely saw that this was a large shopping mall.
Unfortunately, the lighting range of the mobile phone was limited.
In addition to seeing the shelves full of clothes within a range of 5 or 6 meters around, and a low-quality sofa for people to rest, there was nothing else to see. The old madman was annoyed by being pulled, and he shook his arms to break free from Su Yuan's hand. But the next second, after he was thrown onto the soft sofa by Su Yuan, the old guy immediately lay on it and refused to move.
The others didn't dare to move at first.
After standing at the feet of the hanged man for a long time, they finally moved their feet carefully, found a place they thought was safe, and sat down against the wall. After a while, whispers began to sound in the crowd.
Su Yuan was too lazy to listen.
He has never stopped since the end of the world came and he left home. Now that he can finally take a break, he can calm down and study the altar of the gods in his body. He can feel that there are countless secrets waiting for him to discover on this altar. And what he cares most about is how to use this thing.
It can't be placed in the body as a decoration, right?
Now that the altar of the gods has his soul mark, Su Yuan only needs to concentrate and calm down to sense the altar in his body that is dark and constantly rotating. While studying the altar of the gods, Su Yuan also deliberately freed up a hand to grab the clothes of the old madman to prevent him from running away again. In fact, what Su Yuan is most worried about is that the old madman turned on the light in a daze, so he kept pulling him to his side. As for the others, Su Yuan felt that he had said what he should say and reminded what he should remind. If someone else is asking for death, he will be too lazy to care. After a while, people came over to ask how Su Yuan got his ability.
And why he knew mutant plants such as crude oil fungus mat and tooth-leaved iron wire vine.
Su Yuan was concentrating on studying the altar, but he was annoyed by them, so he made up a reason and sent them away. Su Yuan had just made some progress in studying the altar of the gods when he heard someone calling his name in a low voice. The voice was not loud, but it was called over and over again, and it seemed very urgent.
Being interrupted at the critical moment, Su Yuan asked impatiently, "Who is it? If you have something to say, say it quickly. If you have to fart, fart quickly. I'm busy." "It's me, Su Jia."
In the dark, Su Jia bit her lip and said, "I can't hold it anymore, I want to go out to relieve myself."
Su Yuan thought, why do you have to report to me even for such a small matter?
Then he remembered that he asked them to ask him for permission before anything.
"It's so dark here, and it stinks. If any of you want to go to the bathroom, why don't you just do it here? No one can see you anyway." Su Jia was stunned. "Do it here? What else? You still want to go to the bathroom?
If you're not afraid of death, go find one as soon as possible."
How could she have suffered such grievances?
In the past, when she was filming on the set, there were at least 2 or 3 assistants around her to serve her tea and water. To exaggerate, someone would warm up the toilet seat in advance when she went to the toilet. Su Jia was surrounded by people. Even though she knew that she would not be seen even if she was wearing a bikini, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart, and always felt that there were dozens of eyes staring at her. At this time, Yao Hong beside her advised, "Hold it a little. Is life more important or face more important? In fact, I can't hold it anymore, or should we move to the side?" Hearing that someone was accompanying her, Su Jia felt a little better than before. She nodded immediately, gritted her teeth, and comforted herself in her heart that this was a different time and she couldn't care so much. She and Yao Hong held hands and walked a few steps to the side, touching the wall. But she didn't dare to go too far, so she only walked about 6 or 7 steps, and then rustled to unbutton her pants. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network Method G.Situation. I thought that these two people would step on both sides of the Yellow River, hold important documents, machine guns in front, and artillery fire in the back.
After a long time, Su Jia blushed and asked, "Sister, why are you not moving?" Yao Hong replied, "I'm too nervous. I'm almost hurt, but I can't get it out." Su Jia said, "Me too. Let's forget it and go back."
As she said that, she wanted to pull up her pants. Little did she know that there was a big hand in the dark, quietly touching her. The owner of this hand was unknown, but in this environment, he still had the mind to take advantage of women.
The man laughed obscenely, calculated the position accurately, and thought about how smooth Su Jia's skin would be.
When he heard that the 2 women were not released, he reached out his hand with lust. As a result, all he touched were dirty hands with the same idea as him. At the moment when Su Jia was about to pull up her pants, she didn't know how many perverts stretched out their dirty hands. They were all startled by each other and secretly cursed others as hooligans. Suddenly, Su Jia felt something bite her, and she screamed awe and fear. The water that she had tried to release for a long time suddenly gushed out like a spring at this moment. Not a drop was wasted, all given to these bastards.
She screamed miserably, and someone screamed even more miserably than her. A man's voice was heard shouting in horror, "How come this woman has a tail?"
"What tail?" Su Yuan stood up and asked with full vigilance, "Speak clearly. What tail?"
The man stammered, Su Jia has a tail behind her, a tail. It's furry, and it moves." Su Jia shouted in shame and anger, "You bastards, you are hooligans and slander people.
You have tails, your whole family has tails." The man shouted incoherently, "Really, you have to believe me. I will die if you lie to me. I really touched a tail." Su Yuan felt relieved when he heard Su Jia speak normally and should not be a mutant. His patience with this group of people has almost reached its limit. If he lets them continue to do this, he will be implicated by them sooner or later. Su Yuan squeezed out a sentence from his teeth, word by word, shut up. The strong murderous intent was like a bone-chilling cold wind, which made everyone silent. The man shut his mouth obediently and tried to get away from Su Jia by rolling and crawling. As soon as he crawled out a step, his arm was grabbed by someone. The person who grabbed his arm lowered his voice and said to his ear, "Brother, I also touched something with hair. But it's not a tail, it seems to be quite thick, I can't tell what it is. I just touched it a little bit, and it ran away." The man nodded quickly. "You touched it too? Do you think? Could Su Jia be a man?" What we just touched was actually, the man now found a soulmate, and the two of them squeezed together and described what they had just touched in detail. The more they talked, the more scared they became, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was lurking in the dark. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. During the 2 seconds when the phone was on, I saw an axe and the fire extinguisher on the wall. Let's take the axe. If something happens, we can have something to protect ourselves. Another person thought for a while. No way. Didn't the guy with superpowers say that we can't touch things randomly? At this time, another person came over and interrupted. Is it him? I think forget it. If something happens, we have to rely on ourselves. If I were him, I would use my superpowers to kill those people's faces, and I wouldn't hide here like a turtle. Several people spoke arrogantly, but they were actually afraid of being discovered by Su Yuan, so their voices couldn't be any lower. After discussing for a few more sentences, they stood up stealthily and groped to find the fire extinguisher on the wall. It was pitch black in front of them, and they couldn't see anything. They had to rely on their hands to feel. But they didn't notice that there was a button next to the fire extinguisher. I don't know who the three of them were. They slapped the button with one slap. When he felt something was wrong, it was too late. The piercing sound of the fire alarm instantly echoed throughout the 1st to 5th floors of the entire shopping mall. The fire alarm can not only alarm in the critical moment of fire, but also be used in the anti-theft system. Its sound has only two characteristics, harsh and very loud. Along with the fire alarm, there is also a blood-red warning light. The mall, which was already like a ghost land, was dazzled by the light, and with the 8 hanging corpses, the picture presented in front of everyone would make people's adrenaline soar if it was used to shoot a biochemical crisis, and it would not even need post-production special effects processing. Su Yuan didn't even have the mind to curse. He heard the roar of countless zombies coming from downstairs at the first time. He is a local after all. Although he is not familiar with this mall, he has been here once or twice. He knows that the first floor here is a department store supermarket, where daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, fruits and vegetables, chicken, duck, fish and meat are sold there. Before the end of the world, all such places are crowded with a large number of people who come to purchase supplies. Even if you use your prostate to think, you can guess that there must be a lot of zombies downstairs. And the alarm was not just in the mall. In the silent night, the noise could be heard from 3 blocks away. The situation got so bad in an instant. I was not afraid of the zombies being ruthless, I was just afraid of my teammates being stupid. Ghost-faced moth, even Su Yuan couldn't undo what had happened. And the person who triggered the fire alarm button knew that he had caused a big disaster. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, desperately hitting the alarm button, trying to turn off the alarm. As a result, he made a mistake in his haste and touched the switch of the lighting fixture. Everyone felt that the scene in front of them was suddenly bright, and the fluorescent lights in the quarter area of the 5th floor were all lit up at this moment. All this happened too quickly, perhaps less than a second. Su Yuan sighed in his heart. Su Yuan, are you unlucky for 8 lifetimes? It's only been a few days since the doomsday, how come you have encountered more bad things than in the past few months? The lights came on, and the mall immediately became like a beacon in the dark. What Su Yuan was most worried about still happened. You know, this is the 5th floor. A 5-story commercial building is taller than many 8-story residential buildings. The lights here can be seen very clearly from 2 miles away. I heard a dense sound like hail outside the window. The densely packed human faces were hitting the glass like crazy, and the number was countless. There were also a few gray-haired mice as big as rabbits on the ground, which were frightened by the sudden light and ran around. Almost in an instant, the glass was smashed into pieces, and a large group of human faces rushed in from all directions like a puff of black smoke. Su Yuan's eyes condensed. This time the light was bright and the light was sufficient. He finally saw what those winged human faces were. Oh no! It's the light-extinguishing ghost face moth. This is a mutant insect moth that will not actively attack people, but the deadly thing is that the scale powder on their wings is highly toxic and can cause blindness. If a person's eyes are contaminated with even a little bit of it, the blood vessels in both eyes will burst within 3 to 5 minutes, and he will become blind. The world after the end of the world is like the great explosion of life in the basaltic period. There are many types of mutant creatures like stars in the sky. The light-extinguishing ghost face moth is just a general term for a classification, not a specific creature. Just like people say monkeys, but golden monkeys, macaques, and capuchins are all monkeys. The same is true for the moth. Su Yuan is not a researcher. He just took a quick glance outside before, so it is normal that he did not recognize it. This moth with a human skull pattern on its back is not the most difficult one among the moths, and its size is not the most exaggerated, equivalent to the size of an adult's palm. But the bad thing is that the moth has a characteristic. What kind of face-shaped pattern on their backs represents which creature they will choose as the parasite to hatch the next generation. In other words, the moth with a human face on its back will lay eggs in the human body. It only takes a few hours for the eggs to hatch into larvae, hiding in the human body to eat meat and drink blood. During this process, the person is still alive and can clearly feel his internal organs, flesh and blood being eaten by the insects bit by bit. That kind of pain is more uncomfortable than slow slicing. The man who caused the disaster was so frightened that his lips turned pale when he saw that the light attracted so many big moths. He was trembling all over and couldn't even say a complete sentence. But he was not completely scared and knew to turn off the light immediately. As a result, he used too much force and slapped the light switch, which broke. Su Yuan cursed, "Fuck, are you a spy sent by the zombies?" The switch was broken and the light could not be turned off. This was undoubtedly a death sentence for everyone present. Su Yuan had been through many battles, and even at this time, he did not lose his composure. He didn't want to care about the survivors, but when he saw Dugu Pang, Bai Ying, Cheng Shuai and others, he felt that he couldn't put everyone in the damned category just because there were 1 or 2 idiots. Don't worry about the alarm and the light, lie on the ground quickly. Cover yourself with clothes, the more the better. The light-extinguishing ghost face moth looks for a parasitic host by sensing human body temperature. Their eggs need human body temperature to hatch. Zombies without body temperature are useless to them, and there is no need to expect the light-extinguishing ghost-faced moth and the zombies to fight each other to a draw. This is a clothing specialty area, with plenty of clothes. As long as you get into the pile of clothes and make the light-extinguishing ghost-faced moth unable to feel the temperature of people, you can temporarily escape. Su Yuan pulled down a whole row of hangers, and 50 or 60 pieces of clothes were like a thick quilt, and he piled them all on the old madman. At this juncture, the guy who was ridiculed by Su Yuan as a spy sent by the zombies, saw that the light switch was damaged and the alarm could not be turned off, and actually picked up a fire axe, intending to smash the switch and the alarm button to see if he could turn off these 2 deadly things. When Su Yuan saw him raise the axe, his blood ran cold. "Stop it! The switch cannot be smashed." At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Su Yuan raised his right hand, and the airflow gathered at his fingertips. He wanted to use his supernatural power to push away the idiot who swung the axe. If he had a gun in his hand right now, he would not hesitate to use a bullet to open the man's skull. Others showed horror on their faces. The moths that covered the sky and sun like locusts filled everyone's vision. They flapped their wings, and the dust-like scales scattered like snowflakes, flashing strange light under the light. It looked beautiful and spectacular, but it contained deadly danger. Bang! Su Yuan's energy flow was a step too late after all, and the fire axe hit the wall switch of the lighting lamp hard. Su Yuan's breath was choked, and he thought, "It's over." A large group of shining electric sparks, accompanied by a crackling sound, burst out from the broken switch. The circuit was short-circuited by this axe. All the lights, including the piercing fire alarm bell, went out at the same time as the sparks flashed.
The surroundings fell into darkness again. The spy panted and grinned, ha. Ha, it's finally turned off. Got saved. Got saved your grandma's leg. Su Yuan was so angry that he cursed. Do you know what will happen if the mall loses power? Someone said unconvinced. Then what do you think will happen? Do you want us to lie on the ground and wait for death like you said? That's right, if you can't protect us, don't give orders. Why should we listen to you? Su Yuan pulled the old madman out of the pile of clothes and thought, what do you think I want to care about you? You can do whatever you want. It's hard for the Bodhisattva to save the damned ghost.
Seeing that Su Yuan stopped talking, those people began to panic.
What will happen if the mall loses power? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Suddenly, all the emergency lights in the mall lit up.
And there was only one way to turn them off at the same time, that is to find the trip switch and restore the power supply to the mall. This was obviously impossible.
Lighting a candle in a toilet is asking for shit. Lighting a lamp at night in the end of the world is even more like asking for death.
Su Yuan pulled up the old madman, called Duga Pang and Cheng Shui and others around him, and took them to run away.
Don't think that you can be a superhuman and have superpowers, and you can kill people in all directions. Elephants can be bitten to death by ants, let alone facing so many light-extinguishing ghost moths alone. Moreover, the lights will soon attract more mutant creatures. Once their eyes are blinded by the scale powder, even Su Yuan can only regret it. Fire system, fire system. When I am promoted to a black iron level superhuman, I will get a fire system superpower no matter what.
Su Yuan missed the fire system superpower in his previous life. It has been less than 2 days since he acquired the Qi attribute ability, and there are too many ways to use it that he has not had time to comprehend. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network, but if he now has the fire attribute ability that he is very familiar with, Su Yuan can even challenge it beyond his level, because he has bronze 8-star level fire experience in his head. Even if it is the lowest level fireball technique, he can use it with power comparable to Uchiha Madara's Hawa extinguishing. However, the more ideal, the more skinny the reality. Now, Su Yuan can only imagine in his mind the scene of killing the insect swarm in 1 second. The lamp-extinguishing ghost-faced moths gather in the light to mate. When they complete the great harmony of life, it is time to find humans to be childcare nannies. Encountering such a guy, it is no wonder that the 8 people hanged themselves. Perhaps they tried to escape from here before they died, but were blocked by the crude oil fungus mat outside and could not leave. Then they encountered the light-extinguishing ghostface moth, and saw with their own eyes the tragic scene of their friends and colleagues being eaten from the inside by countless maggots. Moreover, the eyeballs of the 8 people disappeared, with only 2 black blood hanging on their faces. I think they were poisoned by the scale powder of the ghost-face moth's wings. At this time, the lights in the mall were bright, and there was no need to run around like a headless fly. Su Yuan led a few people around him and ran towards a room with a half-open door. There were 3 big characters on the door of the room, finance room. The area of the finance room is usually not too large, and because it is located in a remote corner of the mall, the space is relatively closed, which is an ideal hiding place that cannot be more ideal. The people who targeted the finance room were not just Su Yuan's group. There was another group that also chose the finance room as a place to hide, and it was even closer to the door than Su Yuan. The leader was the middle-aged man with a shoehorn face. Seeing Su Yuan also running towards this side, he not only did not wait for Su Yuan to come, but closed the door without hesitation. Thanks to Su Yuan's quick eyes and hands, he rushed over and held the door tightly. Shoehorn Face is just an ordinary person. How can he compare with Su Yuan in terms of strength? The door was immediately opened halfway. Shoehorn Face was like a beast that was forced into a corner and was about to go crazy. He roared and grabbed the door and refused to let go. At this time, 4 men who ran into the finance office with Shoehorn Face appeared. While cursing loudly, they rushed over to help Shoehorn Face pull the door. Damn it, Lei Lamu. Get away, okay? You go hide somewhere else. Otherwise, the bugs behind will rush over. In order to prevent theft, the finance office is equipped with a heavy anti-theft iron door. If it was a wooden door, it would probably have been broken by these two forces. In fact, it would not take more than a few seconds for Su Yuan, Dugu Pang, and others to go in, but they were unwilling to wait even for these few seconds. Suddenly, a round object was thrown out of the finance office by the shoehorn face. Su Yuan looked back and his face suddenly changed wildly. Grenade! As soon as he saw this thing, he immediately kicked the grenade. Then he flew up and threw the old madman under him. There was a loud bang and smoke and dust. Su Yuan felt a heat on his back, and more than a dozen shrapnel tore his flesh and blood and penetrated deeply into his body. His eyes turned red in an instant. How long has it been? How long has it been since he suffered such a big loss? Su Yuan stretched out two fingers, inserted them into the flesh of his thigh without changing his face, and clamped the shrapnel directly out. The wound began to heal rapidly under the effect of the god of wood blood. If there was no god blood, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die this time. It was obvious that the grenade came from the same direction as them. Maybe it was picked up from the rescue team members who died at the entrance of the Galaxy Hotel. In this case, the person who fired the gun in the dark was also the one with the shoehorn face. Dugu Pang fell to the ground and felt that all the bones in his body were broken. His ears were buzzing and he could not hear anything. He shook his head hard and found that there was another person lying beside him, half of his body was pressed under him. It was Bai Ying who had been following him. Bai Ying's neck was cut by the shrapnel, leaving a long bloody wound. The warm blood quickly covered a large area like a stream. She tried to reach out to the fat man, her mouth opening and closing, as if she wanted to say something. But Dugu Pang couldn't hear anything. He panicked and covered the wound on Bai Ying's neck with his hands. Blood spurted out from his fingers again, and he couldn't cover it. Dugu Pang's feelings for Bai Ying couldn't be called love. According to his own evaluation, he was the kind of person who liked every girl he met, and the final result depended on whether the other party liked him or not. But it was true that he had a good impression of Bai Ying. He even thought about finding a safe place to live with Bai Ying. Now watching Bai Ying die tragically beside him, Dugu Pang felt that the blood in his body was burning. He had only one idea in his head, which was to press the shoehorn face on the chopping board, cut it into pieces with a knife, and then fry, roast, cook, and deep fry it all. At this time, Cheng Shui exclaimed, "Come and see the old man's hand." His hand, the old madman had been knocked unconscious by the explosion, and his injured right hand was now injured again. The back of his hand was also cut by shrapnel, leaving a 1-inch long cut, and a yellow-brown liquid like snot was flowing out. And the number of the light-extinguishing ghost-faced moths above his head was so large that it was like a dark cloud, and the light was blocked by them. Many of them had finished mating and began to swoop down to find living people to parasitize. The moths came fiercely and scattered everywhere, and they could not be killed. The poisonous scale powder like billowing smoke was carried by them, and anyone who touched it would become blind. Person Su Yuan didn't know whether the blood of the wood god had any effect on this poison, and he didn't dare to take the risk. For the time being, he didn't have time to pay attention to the shoehorn face. He hurriedly took off the arm guard of the bone armor zombie on his arm and put it on the injured arm of the old madman. Then he pulled up the old madman and Bai Ying, whose neck was bleeding, and turned to run to another door farther away. Everyone was running away frantically. Some people accidentally fell down, and immediately stood up and continued to run, not daring to stay on the ground for a moment. Before the swarms of moths had time to embrace the nanny hotbed of their next generation, the scale powder like thick smoke had already covered the sky and the sun and drowned them. People kept falling to the ground, covering their eyes, rolling and screaming loudly. That scene was like 100 spirited young men holding a bag of cement, dancing at the head of the village at the same time. When Su Yuan and his friends finally arrived at the door of the second room, they encountered exactly the same situation as before. The door was ruthlessly closed by several survivors who ran there first. One of the people looked back at Su Yuan before closing the door. It was a look that was as if they were avoiding him as possible, looking at him like a plague god. In their eyes, Su Yuan, who had saved them, seemed to be non-existent. They only cared about the moths that were following Su Yuan and getting closer and closer. Taiwan Novel Network. Su Yuan was not the kind of to-be youth who thought that if everyone gave a little love, the world would have a better tomorrow. He had expected this ungrateful scene in front of him, and he would even feel uncomfortable if something like this didn't happen. After all, the end of the world he was familiar with was a world where people eat each other. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, mobilized his remaining little mental power, and stretched out his hand to grab the void in the direction of the window. The invisible and immaterial air was immediately controlled by an equally invisible force, turning into a gust of wind that blew behind him. The strong wind drove back the lamp-extinguishing ghost-faced moth and the poisonous scale powder that were chasing closely behind. Su Yuan picked up the old madman and Bai Ying again and looked for the next hiding place. Several people who were about to be covered by the poisonous scale powder finally got a chance to breathe under this strong wind. They ran away in a hurry to find a place to hide, including Lu Xianguang. He shouted to Su Yuan gratefully, "Thank you, thank you. You are such a good person, a great person. Get out." Su Yuan was anxious. "Who are you scolding? I'm not a good person." In Su Yuan's impression, he has never seen a good person get a good reward. Usually, the end of a bad person is extremely miserable. So, doing good things is okay, but being a good person is not. At this time, there is no place to hide around. Is it going to be here today? Lu Xianguang wiped the cold sweat from his face, pointed to the corner, and said, "Over there. Run over there, there is a secret door." Su Yuan looked in the direction Lu Xianguang pointed, and there was nothing on the wall except wallpaper. But Lu Xianguang's tone was very firm, and after he finished speaking, he took the lead and ran over. At this time, there was no other place to go, so he simply trusted Lu Xianguang once. At least, Lu Xianguang would never joke with his own life. So Su Yuan led people to follow, and did not forget to pull 2 clothes from the shelf and put them on the old madman and Bai Ying's heads to prevent them from being blinded by the poisonous scale powder. I saw Lu Xianguang groping on the wall for a while, and then I don't know what mechanism he touched, and the bare wall suddenly cracked. Then, a secret door hidden behind the wallpaper opened. This turned out to be a well-hidden dark room. Everyone was saved from death and hurried in. When the secret door closed, everyone collapsed on the ground, limp as noodles. Some people hugged each other, crying and laughing, feeling lucky that they had escaped again. That damn shoehorn. If I had known he was such an ungrateful person, you shouldn't have rescued him. Dugu Pang gritted his teeth and cursed Shoehorn Face for being ungrateful. Su Yuan patted Dugu Pang on the shoulder. It was useless to be angry now, there would be plenty of opportunities to make Shoehorn Face regret it in the future. He counted the number of people and found that there were only 6 people hiding in the room, including himself, the old madman, Cheng Shui, Dugu Pang, Lu Xianguang, and Bai Ying, whose life and death was unknown. He walked over and kicked everyone except the old madman and Bai Ying. It's not time to rest yet. Find something to plug all the gaps. Everyone jumped up again as if their butts were on fire. Fortunately, there was no window in this room, so they only needed to pay attention to the vents and door cracks. Lu Xianguang also turned on the mobile phone lighting. The room was about 4 meters wide and 7 meters long, with a huge double bed in front of everyone. A few steps forward, the ground was filled with all kinds of canned food, dehydrated vegetables, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and a large number of bottled mineral water piled to the roof. Rich people really know how to have fun. Lu Xianguang shouted excitedly, holding up his phone and walking a few steps forward. There was actually a freezer. It was full of quick frozen dumplings, cold fresh steaks, pork, chicken, duck, and fish. Further forward, there was a small bathroom with a shower and a bathtub. At this time, even the bathtub was filled with various biscuits and chocolates, as well as many snacks that girls like to eat, and there were several bags of rice. There were even more than a dozen boxes of alcohol blocks and a set of kitchen utensils with pots and pans. At the end of the room, there is another secret door. What on earth is this place? Su Yuan asked Lu Xianguang. It's so hidden here, how did you know? Lu Xianguang chuckled, opened a box of chocolates and took a big bite, and answered vaguely, this is a child without a mother, it's a long story. When I was Ding Yufu's driver, I often took him out to have affairs. The extravagance of rich people is something that a poor guy like me dare not even think about. Once at a group sex party, the owner of this mall became friends with that bastard Ding Yufu. The two of them boasted about their glorious deeds of having sex with women together. Mr. Liu, the boss of the mall, boasted to Ding Yufu that his wife was a tigress, so he built a secret room behind the office of the general manager of his own mall, where the secretary could do the work when there was something to do and the secretary could do the work when there was nothing to do. He also brought Ding Yufu here for a visit. That was when I knew there was such a good place here.
See the other door at the end of the room? That's the general manager's office. That old pervert left 2 secret doors inside and outside the room to prevent his wife from blocking the way. There is also a surveillance screen over there, so that when he plays with women here, he can also keep track of the situation in the office at any time. Lu Xianguang said as he lifted the double bedboard, only to see that the inside of the bed box was divided into several large grids. One of the grids was filled with the elves that all men know, and it looked like there were at least a few hundred boxes, with ultra-thin, threaded, spiked, wolf-toothed and other varieties. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Circled M. Su Yuan even saw the words luminous written on many elves' packaging boxes. There was also a line of small words next to it, just like a narrow alley under the night, a touch of faint moonlight, guiding you in the direction of happiness. A picture immediately appeared in his mind, a fat and big-eared bald man, holding a small insect that emitted a faint green light in the night. Su Yuan shook his head and felt that this picture was really eye-catching. I quickly looked at something else to relieve myself, but in the next box there were all kinds of thin role-playing suits, which were so light that the bikini tailor would cry. In addition, there were whips, handcuffs, and blindfolds. Cheng Shui's pretty face was red, so red that it almost bled. Next to it was a pile of all-encompassing aphrodisiacs, delay sprays, and many potions and pills that I couldn't name. There were also several cameras, laptops, etc., and it was estimated that the movies stored in them were not normal movies. Dugu Pang sucked his teeth and asked, "Did this guy make his fortune by selling porn? What are these things? It's too outrageous. By the way, do you know how many secretaries this boss Liu has?" As the fat man spoke, he reached out and grabbed a bunch of small elf umbrellas and stuffed them into his pocket. Su Yuan said, "Take more if you like. When we have a safe shelter in the future, the elves will be hard currency comparable to real gold and silver. We can exchange them for food, water, and even guns and cannons. They can be spent as money." When Lu Xianguang heard this, he also hurriedly used his shoulders to support the bedboard and put a lot of small umbrellas into his pockets. Even Cheng Shui blushed and pursed her lips, and took a few embarrassedly. Su Yuan roughly checked the various supplies stored in the room and guessed that this might be a small shelter prepared by Boss Liu for himself and his mistress. Because there were rumors that aliens were going to invade the Earth before the end of the world, everyone was buying and hoarding. It was not surprising that the boss of the shopping mall kept some for himself. Maybe Boss Liu, in addition to these supplies, also prepared a lot of beautiful girls, and wanted to continue to live happily here. Now all these things are cheap for Su Yuan and his friends, enough for them to consume for a long time. Su Yuan found a small basin, filled it with water, and then pressed the old madman's hand into the water to soak. The old madman didn't know when he had woken up, but he became confused, always half asleep and half awake, and his body was terribly hot. He didn't speak or move, his eyes were dull and lifeless, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Su Yuan took out the top-quality tree core, smacked his lips, and finally stuffed the tree core into the fat man's hand. Chew. After chewing it, spit it into the water, and apply some to Bai Ying's wound. If you are lucky, maybe you can save her. Dugapang's face darkened. Bai Ying's aorta has been cut open, there is no hope. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at him. What are you looking at? If the aorta was cut open, can the person still breathe now? When Dugapang heard that Bai Ying could still be saved, he immediately shook his cheeks and hugged the tree core and grunted to work. As he chewed the tree core, he inevitably swallowed part of the juice in the core. He immediately felt that what he drank was not tree juice, but nectar. A cool and dry feeling slid down his throat to his stomach, and then quickly turned into warm currents that spread throughout his body. In a trance, he felt that his fat body was a little tighter. Dugapang was shocked.
Compared with this piece of tree core, the ones they had chewed before were just cabbage stalks. He was big and strong, and his mouth was a circle bigger than that of ordinary people. He dyed the water in the small basin green with 2 bites. Then he hurriedly chewed another bite, mashed it into a paste in his mouth, and carefully applied it to the wound on Bai Ying's neck. The blood that could not be stopped immediately. The paste was applied, and the effect was actually better than the hemostatic gel. At this time, Bai Ying had fainted due to excessive blood loss. She exhaled more than she inhaled, and her breath was weak. Su Yuan walked to the side, unbuttoned his clothes, and found that scabs had begun to form near the wounds. It is estimated that in 10 minutes, these wounds will be closed. It is just that the shrapnel embedded in the flesh is more troublesome and needs to be picked out piece by piece. Su Yuan found Cheng Shui and asked her to help remove the shrapnel on his back. Fortunately, Cheng Shui had experienced the process of making the stinky torch twice, and her nerves were much tougher than before, and she was fully capable of this task. Moreover, Cheng Shui and the others were no longer surprised by the various strange conditions on Su Yuan. Even if Su Yuan was blown up by a grenade and acted like nothing happened, they didn't think there was anything wrong. Every time a shrapnel was taken out, Su Yuan cursed the 18 generations of the shoehorn face in his heart. When this deep physical therapy was completed, Su Yuan wanted to find a set of clothes from the bed box and the wardrobe to change his clothes that were full of holes, but found that none of them were decent, so he had no choice but to give up. At this time, he also discovered a disadvantage of the god of wood blood, that is, rapid repair of the body would consume a lot of life source in his body. The result is that he is now very hungry, very hungry. Fortunately, everything is lacking here, except for food. He immediately thought that the alcohol cubes could be used to fry the beef in the freezer. If you eat one piece of this safe meat, you will lose a piece. If you want to eat meat in the future, you can only go out with a knife to hunt mutant creatures. Su Yuan Kai set up the pot and lit the fire. Cheng Shui came over and said, "Let me do it. You have been protecting us all this time. How can you do it yourself for such a small matter?" Just like a gentle and virtuous little daughter-in-law, she quickly tore open the plastic package of the steak, put it in the pot and concentrated on frying the beef. Su Yuan sat on the ground next to him, holding a box of ready-to-eat canned fish in his hand, eating and looking at Cheng Shui. He could see that Cheng Shui's movements of frying meat seemed a bit clumsy. She was obviously not the kind of girl who was good at cooking, but she was very attentive. In the end times, if you want to rely on others, you must prove your worth. The old madman can change planes, Dugapang obeys Su Yuan Yen, and the transparent Lu Xianguang also finds such a hiding place for everyone at critical moments, and also checks door cracks and vents from time to time to prevent the lights-out ghost-faced moth from getting in. Cheng Shui is also proving in her own way that she is not just a waste, even if she does some trivial things. In fact, Cheng Shui knew very well that the world had changed. Her classmates, friends, and even her parents had met with misfortune. She didn't want to die, and she was even more afraid of becoming a zombie that was neither human nor ghost. She squatted opposite Su Yuan and showed her perfect body curves to Su Yuan without any hesitation. If Su Yuan asked her to take off this dress, she would not refuse. How many people would accompany her for money without her liking her? Now she was fighting for her life, and everyone had only one life. Even if something really happened with Su Yuan, she was much nobler than those who sold their bodies for money. Everyone has read novels and TV dramas about the end of the world. You can guess what the weak will encounter in such an environment without experiencing it yourself. She was very glad that Su Yuan was not the kind of person who treated the weak as non-human. From the time they met until now, she had never seen Su Yuan make conditions to anyone. Perhaps Su Yuan's attitude towards people was a little cold, or indifferent. But if a stranger can do this, what else can you ask for? Maybe Cheng Shui was thinking too much. She didn't notice that the beef was burnt. When she smelled the burnt smell and found something was wrong, the steak that should be eaten medium rare had been cooked to 15, and it was almost burnt if it was fried any further. Cheng Shui's heart was suddenly panicked. If she couldn't even do this, what if Su Yuan hated her or disliked her? Thinking of this, she quickly raised her head to look at Su Yuan, and was shocked to find that Su Yuan was no longer opposite her. At this time, Su Yuan was leaning his ear against the door, listening to the movement outside. Lu Xianguang and Dugopang both stuck out their butts and looked at Su Yuan eagerly.
What's it like? What is that squeaking outside?
Not only squeaking, I also heard a lot of people smacking their lips.
It's scary.
Su Yuan raised his finger and signaled them to shut their mouths. After listening for a while, he frowned and said with a somewhat ugly face, "It should be some kind of bat. The one smacking his lips is not a person, but a bat preying on the moth. It seems that there will be a lot of fun tonight."
Dugopang touched his chin and asked in confusion, "Isn't this a good thing?
Bats eat all the moths, and then at dawn, they all go back to find a place to sleep.
We should do what we should do." Su Yuan laughed dumbly. "What are you thinking about? Bats eat moths, is there nothing to eat bats?"
I can tell you that although our Qingzhou city is not small in area, it will not take a year for this city to be covered by jungle, and it will be a three-dimensional jungle. In a normal jungle, the plants at least grow on the same ground plane. But this is a city, with high-rise buildings next to each other. Everywhere you can see now will be covered with all kinds of dangerous plants in the future. Cities that once supported millions of people will become a paradise for mutants. When the end of the world comes, it is not the most terrible thing that humans turn into zombies. What is really terrible is that the food chain of the entire planet will be reshuffled, and it is no longer us humans who are firmly at the top of the food chain, but countless mutants. We will return to the prehistoric era, struggling to survive in the cracks, and we may become feces in the stomachs of other creatures at any time. You still expect bats to help us clean up the light-extinguishing ghost moths. I am afraid that these bats will attract stronger predators. At that time, sheep will eat grass, tigers will eat sheep, and they will be more fierce than each other. Dugopang, Lu Xianguang, Chang Shui and others were pale and trembling with calves after hearing Su Yuan's words. Dugopang fell to the ground with a plop, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Then won't we be trapped here to death? Su Yuan shook his head. No.
There will be a heavy thunderstorm in 13 days. At that time, we can take advantage of the heavy rain and sneak out of the city directly.
If we can successfully reach the military station outside the city, it will be even better.
During this period of time, it is just right for Qi Yi and Bai Ying to recuperate. However, after 13 days, the danger outside will be far from what it is now.
You must be mentally prepared. What's the smell? Su Yuan sniffed. My beef.
He threw the last piece of fish in the can into his mouth and rushed to the frying pan. Cheng Shui screamed ah, and was at a loss and kept saying sorry to Su Yuan, asking Su Yuan to give her another chance, and she promised not to mess it up again. Dugopang stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan, pushed Cheng Shui aside, and said disdainfully, "Your cooking skills are too trendy.
Do you know who your brother is? A top chef. A male god in the cooking world.
Stay aside and watch me show off my skills to the boss." He looked around, pulled a women's vest over his head and wrapped his hair up. Let's not talk about the cooking skills, just the style is quite good. In less than 3 minutes, a medium-rare steak was brought to Su Yuan by the fat man. Originally, Dugopang had prepared a set of rhetoric, wanting to talk about the cooking method and details of this steak. Although the ingredients are ordinary, the more ordinary the ingredients are, the more they can reflect his skills as a top chef.
As a result, Su Yuan took it, sipped it clean in 2 mouthfuls, smacked his lips, and said, "It tastes okay. Keep going, don't stop." Dugopang didn't expect Su Yuan to eat so fast.
Usually when he was the chef at the Galaxy Hotel, the guests would chew slowly and savor the flavor. For a customer like Su Yuan who ate 2 steaks at a time, he was really caught off guard. He hurriedly called Cheng Shui to help him, and the two of them worked together. Finally, the speed of the steak coming out of the pot kept up with the pace of Su Yuan's eating. Seeing that the time was almost right, Dugopang smiled and approached Su Yuan. "Boss, how do you know so much? It seems that you know all kinds of mutant creatures? And your special ability, can you teach me?" Lu Xianguang also came over and asked, Yes, and how do you know that there will be a heavy rainstorm in 13 days? Are you a hidden great yin and yang master who can predict the future?" Su Yuan laughed and said, "No wonder you are so attentive, it turns out that you were thinking about this." But he didn't plan to tell them how to use the God's Altair now.
First, he didn't trust them enough.
Once he cultivated an enemy for himself, it would be more trouble than gain. Secondly, even if he told them the information about the altar of the gods, there was no altar available here, so it would be useless.
So instead of telling them now, it's better to observe them for a while. After confirming their character and loyalty, it would not be too late to tell them this huge secret.
As for why he knew that there would be a severe thunderstorm in 13 days, did Su Yuan need to tell them that he had traveled back from 9 years later and had taken advantage of the heavy rain to escape from the city?
Damn it, who would believe it?
So Su Yuan once again resorted to the method of taking care of the left and right. He looked at the time, made an estimate in his mind, and murmured to himself, it should be almost done. The emergency lighting installed in the shopping mall lasts about 60 minutes.
Once the time is up, the light immediately becomes very weak.
When the lights outside dimmed, Su Yuan stood up suddenly. You guys stay here, I'll go out for a while.
Dugu Pang said anxiously, it's so dangerous outside, what's the urgent matter that we can't wait until dawn before going out?
I can't wait. Su Yuan shook his head and said, if you wait until dawn before going out, you might get run away by someone with a shoehorn face.
I won't destroy him today.
I will write the character Su upside down. If you dare to pull the hair out of a tiger's ass with a shoehorn face, you should be prepared to be bitten to death by the tiger. He told everyone to step back and stood in front of the door leading to the boss's office. At this time, after an hour of rest and a large amount of food, Su Yuan's dried-up mental power finally recovered, enough to fire another, overpressure explosion. Even if there are mutated creatures blocking the door, there is no need to be afraid. As for the danger Dugu Pang and the others were worried about, Su Yuan also had a plan in mind. Not all mutant creatures' first attack targets are humans. They are also living creatures and have their own food chain.
This is like a jungle full of jackals, tigers and leopards, but not all rabbits are dead.
As the saying goes, birds have their own ways, and animals have their own ways. With 9 years of experience in the apocalypse, it was not impossible for Su Yuan to go out alone at this time. The secret door opened, but there was still darkness in front of him. But in the middle of the field of vision, there is a gap as high as one person, with a faint blue light shining through. Lu Xianguang said that the secret door in the CEO's office was set up in a filing cabinet. You also need to push open the filing cabinet door to really see what's going on outside. Su Yuan tightened the remaining half of the mantis knife in his hand and did not rush out. Instead, he put his eyes on the crack of the door and quietly looked out. It turned out that the faint blue light came from a tropical fish ecological tank more than 2 meters long. The light may come from the fish tank's own battery, so that the fish tank cannot maintain oxygen supply and temperature during a power outage. 3 humanoid shadows were slowly wandering in the spacious and empty boss's office. As soon as Su Yuan smelled the rotten smell, he knew that these 3 were zombies and not living people. He pushed open the cabinet door with a creak, and the zombies immediately roared and ran towards him. To Su Yuan, the 3 zombies were like the difficulty of passing the first level of Super Mario. He solved the attack easily and happily. Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguan were immediately frightened when they saw Su Yuan encountering zombies as soon as he went out. As a result, before they could even take a breath, the short battle was over. Lu Xianguan saw that there was no fatal lamp-extinguishing grimace moth in the boss's office, so he stuck his head out to take a look. Suddenly, he pointed at one of the 3 zombies with a fat head and shouted, "He is Boss Lu, hey!" The 2 female zombies next to them are really good-looking. I haven't seen them before. They are probably the newly recruited secretaries of the old sex batch. When Su Yuan looked at Boss Lu's body, the picture of the green luminous bug immediately came to his mind, which made him sick to his stomach. Lu Xianguang squatted next to Boss Lu's body and groped for a while, then took off a bunch of keys from his belt. Then he turned around and rummaged under the boss's desk, and finally brought a box of Wayana handmade cigars to Su Yuan. He has seen Su Yuan smoking, and Bahana handmade cigars are the Maserati of tobacco. After finding such a good thing, he naturally thought of using it to honor Su Yuan. Su Yuan also felt itchy when he saw this thing. He took out one, and Lu Xianguang hurriedly lit it for him. He threw the rest back and divided it between Lu Xianguang and Dugu Pang. Lu Xianguan pulled out $100 bill from the drawer and lit it as a match to light a cigar. As a result, he choked and coughed. Just listen to him curse, damn it, I worked so hard for this thing before. Now it hurts my throat even if I light a cigarette. So he threw the money away and honestly lit a cigarette with a special cigar lighter. 3 grown men guarded the 3 corpses, sitting there puffing away smoke and enjoying this rare and pleasant time. Su Yuan remembered that Shoehorn Face's group broke into the finance room. They must be guarding the pile of waste paper in the safe now, staring with hunger. The tree course collected from the Tree of Chaos had long been thrown away in a panic. The situation at that time was so critical, who could care about that? Su Yuan thought to himself that maybe he should get down to business first and deal with those white-eyed wolves when he came back. Dugu Pang kept looking at the ornamental fish in the fish tank, and occasionally poked them with his fingers. Suddenly he screamed and took 2 steps back. Lu Xianguang hurriedly asked him what was wrong and could he not be so surprised? Dugu Pang pointed at a red-tail crown in the fish tank and stammered, It bared its teeth at me. Moreover, I saw that there seemed to be another mouth in the fish's mouth. It was scary. Kill me. Could it be that even the fish have mutated? Lu Xianguang also leaned over to take a look, but he stared for a long time without waiting for the fish to open its mouth again. There happened to be a scoop net on the top of the fish tank, so Lu Xianguang wanted to take the fish out to take a look. Su Yuan stopped him and said, Don't look, the fish has indeed mutated. In his previous life, he had seen someone accidentally fall into a river, and in less than 2 seconds, all the flesh and blood on his body was eaten away. People can still deal with mutant creatures on land, but once they fall into the water, even if they are extraordinary, they will only have a dead end. Su Yuan looked at a transparent glass on the wall of the office, wondering why the moths didn't fly over when they were lighting cigarettes and starting fires. Lu Xianguang said that this glass can only be seen from the inside out, and nothing can be seen from the outside in. It is said that Boss Lu specially asked someone to install it in order to find excitement in the office. Su Yuan waved his hand, Okay, you don't need to say it, I know what the excitement is. If Lu Xianguang continued to talk, he might think of the luminous insects again. He took 2 puffs of the cigar, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his feet, and asked Lu Xianguang and Dugu Pang to hide back in the darkroom. Then he held the broken knife and slowly pushed the door of the boss's office open a gap. The smell outside is fishy with a hint of spiciness. After taking a breath, you will immediately feel as if your trachea has been hit with a steel ball. Instantly, he regretted it. If I had known better, I should have kept the cigar and not thrown it away. At least it could neutralize the stench of the dog. Su Yuan stood quietly, carefully sensing the subtle vibrations in the air. He can achieve an effect similar to bat echolocation by sensing the air, and can paint a blurry picture in his mind. Although it is far less intuitive than what you can see with your eyes, it is still much better than blinding your eyes and not being able to see anything. Points, lines, surfaces, countless fuzzy lines gradually took shape in Su Yuan's mind. If the mutant creature is a fish, then what Su Yuan perceives is water. The surrounding walls and debris on the ground are the rocks in the water. Because he wanted to get hungry first, he temporarily changed his plan and planned to lure away the many mutated creatures in the mall. Otherwise, as he said, sheep eat grass and tigers eat sheep, attracting bigger guys, and things will become more difficult. He is familiar with the habits of various mutated creatures and knows that it is easiest to lure away the lamp-killing grimace moth. All he needs to do is create light. Su Yuan first roughly sensed the location of the nearest window, and then quickly lit a piece of alcohol. The moment the flames rose, he threw it out. With the light of the fire, a large group of black smoke like dimming moths rushed towards the alcohol block, followed closely by dozens of pheasant-sized bats. Su Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the dimming moths and bats in the mall now reach the first level, even if you give him 800 courage, he will not come out to seek death. Unless, like the mantis he catalyzed, he locked a large number of similar creatures into a narrow space and let them kill each other crazily and devour and evolve during the period when the apocalypse just broke out. Otherwise, there should be no first-order mutated creatures appearing in just 2 days before the end of the world breaks out. He threw 3 lit alcohol blocks one after another, attracting many mutated creatures away from the window and also providing lighting for himself.
It's now. Su Yuan took a deep breath and rushed towards the window like lightning. Without any pause, he jumped out. Of course he didn't intend to commit suicide by jumping off the building. The moment Su Yuan jumped out of the window, he grabbed the windowsill with both hands and used his strength to jump to the fourth-floor window. He was like a dexterous parkour athlete, jumping from the fifth floor to the ground in just a few ups and downs. He had already thought of a plan before he came out. Just leave a few hundred meters away from the mall and light a few cars on fire, and the group of moths with strong phototaxis will fly towards the light of the fire. Once they leave, the bats will follow them. Send these two plague gods away, even if there are still some left, it will be easy to deal with them. No matter how powerful a single mutated creature is, Su Yuan can still deal with it. But facing gregarious creatures like moths and bats, Su Yuan, who didn't have the ability to mass destruct, could only run away with his head in his arms. Su Yuan still remembered the approximate location of the crude oil carpet, and even if he couldn't see it, he could still stay away from those things by smelling the stench like rotten fish and shrimp. At this time, the moon was rising, and although it was not full of moonlight, it was still much better than the dark environment in the shopping mall. Su Yuan randomly selected a car that broke down on the roadside and slashed the fuel tank with a knife, causing gasoline to pour out immediately. Then he ran dozens of meters away, hid behind another car, lit the alcohol block and threw it. There was a loud boom sound, and the car was lifted more than 3 meters high by the airwave from the explosion of the fuel tank, and then fell heavily to the ground. The car body ignited a raging fire. The explosion and the sky-high flames not only attracted the grimace moths and bats, but also attracted the surrounding zombies. But Su Yuan was not worried. Anyway, there is no need to worry if there are too many deaths, and there is no need to worry if there are too many lice. Anyway, the area is already surrounded by zombies. No matter how loud the explosion is, what will happen? Half an hour later, Su Yuan finally turned back panting. He still took the exterior stairs. At this time, the fifth floor of the shopping mall was quiet, with no sound at all. His eyes were used to the darkness and he could barely see clearly. He found that the fifth and fourth floors were connected by 2 escalators. The 2 steel plates in front of the elevators had been removed. They should have been made by the 8 hanged people before their deaths. If a zombie climbs up, he will immediately fall into the elevator shaft. Su Yuan walked around again, confirmed that the environment was safe, and then went back to call Duga Pang and Lu Xiangguang out. He pointed to the door of the finance room and asked Duga Pang, that grandson with the shoehorn face is inside. It would be too easy to just rush in and kill him. Do you have any ideas? Duga Pang was so angry that his teeth itched. If it wasn't for her shoehorn face, how could Bai Ying be so seriously injured? Of course you can't kill him directly. Damn that white-eyed wolf, I won't give up until you pee out of him. And those people who are with him are not good people either. Lu Xiangguan didn't know the whole story. Seeing the fat man gnashing his teeth, he was a little confused. When he heard what Fatty said about shoehorn face, the group not only locked him and Su Yuan out, but even blew them up with grenades. He immediately joined Fatty in cursing shoehorn face. What I hate most is the bastard who locks people out. Ding Yufu locked me out at the beginning. If I hadn't been smart, I would have been fed to the zombies long ago. The 2 of them got together to discuss and came up with an idea to find something to block the door of the finance office and let shoehorn face starve to death inside. As a result, Su Yuan vetoed it. Su Yuan took the 2 of them and made a rope with a pile of clothes and pants, and made a noose at the other end of the rope. Then he threw the rope down the escalator to the 4th floor. After trying several times, he finally caught a zombie. The 3 of them worked together to hoist the zombie up, and then trapped the zombie's hands and feet and dragged it to the door of the finance office. During this process, the zombie screamed desperately, but Su Yuan and the other 3 did not say a word. Then the 3 of them did the same thing and got 3 more zombies, all tied up like dumplings, and placed them in front of the finance office and the other door that had locked them out at the beginning. Su Yuan asked the fat man to go back to the darkroom and get 4 pieces of fresh beef from the refrigerator, and then put a hanger on the zombie's head, so that the zombie's head would only tilt to one side, and the beef with blood was placed on the other side of the zombie's head. The zombie could smell the meat, but could not eat it, so it could only keep screaming and shouting.
After finishing all this, Su Yuan made a gesture to Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang. The three people quietly returned to the dark room. As soon as he entered the door, Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang gave Su Yuan a thumbs up.
Hi. It's really high. Ha ha ha. Boss, this trick of yours is amazing. I just heard those guys in the finance room whining in fear. They probably peed their pants. There are zombies roaring outside the door. If you give them 1,000 courages, they won't dare to break out. Just let them stay in fear. Yes, yes. Lu Xianguang hasn't had enough fun yet. He said with excitement on his face, when Fatty and I go there again later, we will definitely scare them into having 3 souls leave their bodies and 7 souls ascending to heaven. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Su Yuan nodded. He checked the injuries of the old madman and Bai Ying, and found that the old madman's body temperature had dropped slightly, and Bai Ying's breathing had become much calmer, and he felt relieved. This is also thanks to Cheng Shui's carefulness. Every once in a while, he would change the water for the old madman and feed Bai Ying some juice squeezed from the core of the best tree. You can go, but remember not to smash their doors with anything, lest they get scared and rush out like crazy. That wouldn't be fun. In fact, what Lu Xianguang and Dugu Pang were thinking was to find something to smash on the door, making them think it was a zombie hitting them. Now that I heard what Su Yuan said made sense, I could only think of other scary ways. As soon as I relaxed, I felt sore muscles all over my body. There was only one bed in the room, and although there were 2 patients, Old Madman and Bai Ying, lying on it, it wouldn't be a problem for 2 more people to get in there. However, Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang had a tacit understanding and left their position to Su Yuan. The 2 of them lay down on the ground, each holding a bag of snacks and eating, and fell asleep without knowing it. It was a dark sleep. When they were woken up by Su Yuan early the next morning, they both felt as if they had just fallen asleep. When I walked out of the darkroom, I saw a mess outside. The ground was covered with a layer of poisonous scale powder as thick as half a coin, and the 8 hanging corpses had been eaten by bats. Nothing was left. Su Yuan used the wind to blow for 5 minutes before cleaning up the scale powder. The mental energy accumulated all night has bottomed out again. Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang were looking for things to block the broken windows, while Cheng Shui lit a fire to cook, each busy with their own affairs. If it weren't for the huge crowd of corpses downstairs, people would simply forget that they are in a hellish apocalypse. The 4 zombies tied into rice dumplings were very dedicated and still roared tirelessly. I believe that thanks to their efforts, Shoehorn Face and others must have had a wonderful night. Time passed slowly in a dull manner. Apart from eating, drinking and sleeping, Dugu Pang and the others held a steel pipe as a red tassel gun and practiced stab, pierce, pierce, pierce. Even Cheng Shui is no exception. In addition to stabbing, 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 Cheng Shui also needs to learn how to use the mantis knife with Su Yuan. Originally, Dugu Pang had one, but when he saw that Su Yuan's mantis knife was only half cut, he insisted on returning his to Su Yuan no matter what. He also said that the mantis knife was a magical weapon in Su Yuan's hands, but it was no different from the watermelon knife in his hands. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. As a result, before he finished speaking, Lu Xianguang slapped him and covered his mouth, scolding him for not even being able to flatter him. At noon on the 3rd day, Su Yuan was sitting in the boss's office, with an egg floating in front of him. If you look carefully, you can see that the egg is surrounded by tiny streams of extremely fast air. It is these air currents that allow the eggs to float out of thin air. Dugu Pang suddenly opened the door and came in and told Su Yuan that there was something going on over there at Shoehorn Face. Su Yuan had long been bored, but when he heard this, he immediately became interested. He followed Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang, and the 3 of them quietly came to the financial room. I just heard Shoehorn Face say inside that if you continue to hide, you will starve to death, and you will risk your life if you come out. But the people inside seem to have different opinions, and some people are afraid to come out. What should we do? Su Yuan waved his hand and told Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang to hide first. He stood carelessly 7 or 8 meters away from the door of the financial room. After a while, I heard Shoehorn Face say from inside, "If we continue like this, we will starve to death sooner or later."
Anyway, we are all going to die, so we might as well rush out and fight.
You don't have to be afraid. Zombies are just a bunch of brainless lunatics, what can they do to us?
I have been a pirate for 10 years, and I have killed countless people. When you open the door later, no matter what is outside, just grit your teeth and rush out. If anyone dares to hold back, don't blame me for being rude. Su Yuan stood outside the door and could hear their heavy breathing. I saw the door of the finance room opening quietly through a narrow crack. Since all the windows were blocked by Su Yuan and the others, the light in the mall was very dim even during the day. But it was still enough for the people in the finance room to see clearly that the door outside was not a desperate situation with zombies as many as dogs and mutated creatures walking all over the ground as they had imagined. Perhaps due to human habits, when the people inside looked at the situation outside, they did not lower their heads and look at their feet. Naturally, they did not see the two Zunzi zombies that had been screaming for 3 days and 3 nights. Shoehorn Face and the others had barely slept for the past 3 days. Their nerves were tense all the time, fearing that something would break in and tear them to pieces. In addition, they hadn't even had water for 3 days. They had reached their physical and mental limits, otherwise they wouldn't have decided to fight to the death. They pushed the door open. 5 people with chapped lips, holding benches, chairs, and even computer cases in their hands, howled, cheered themselves up, and rushed out with their shoulders and hips lowered. But in an instant, they froze in place. The sound effect of the scream was stuck in their throats, and they were like 5 geese with their necks strangled. Bang! The computer case held by Shoehorn Face fell to the ground and hit his right big toe. He opened his mouth in pain and took a breath of cold air. He pointed at Su Yuan, his face uglier than a dead person. Fuck his mother. Are you a human or a ghost? In his memory, Su Yuan should have been killed by his grenade. He had been a pirate abroad, and most pirates were extremely superstitious. They believed that there were ghosts in this world, and ghost ships were always a long-lasting legend in the pirate circle. Su Yuan said nothing, but slightly tiptoed, and without taking a step, a strong wind suddenly blew around him, and his body floated forward flatly. Although it was called floating, Su Yuan's feet didn't leave the ground at all. Instead, he used his supernatural power to control the air behind him and pushed himself forward. The effect looked no different from the fierce ghosts in ghost movies. Shoehorn Face was afraid of ghosts. How could he notice these? This murderer actually knelt down with a thump and kowtowed to Su Yuan. He muttered a series of incomprehensible words, which seemed to be the language of Southeast Asia. Although I couldn't understand what he said, I saw that he looked like he was scared to pee his pants, so I thought it must be a plea for mercy. Seeing that Shoehorn Face was so scared, the other 4 people knelt on the ground and begged Su Yuan to spare them. Su Yuan frowned and shouted to Shoehorn Face, "Hey! What language are you speaking? Can you speak Mandarin?" This sentence sounded full of energy. How could it look spooky? Shoehorn-faced man was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of astonishment, and then his expression gradually became ferocious, and finally he became angry. Fuck! You! Are you alive? Ha ha ha! Dugapang and Lu Xianguan held their stomachs and laughed. Boss, did you see the bare look of shoehorn-faced man just now? Ah, I bet a spicy noodle, this grandson will be 100% scared to pee his pants. If you die and reincarnate, the boss will not die. Grandson, how are you? Have you been comfortable these days? Are you thirsty? Grandpa has been getting angry these days, and I have iced black tea for you to drink, and it will keep you full. Lu Xianguang also squeezed and said, Fatty, you don't have diabetes, right? It doesn't matter if you give them iced black tea, but don't let them taste the sweetness. Then, the two of them laughed again. At this point, even if shoehorn-faced man and others were stupid, even if they had half a ton of water in their brains, they knew that they were fooled by Su Yuan. At this time, he finally saw 2 zombies with their hands and feet tied up next to him, and immediately understood why he could always hear the zombies' roars for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days, every minute and every second was as difficult as a century. He thought of countless scenes of zombies breaking through the door and tearing them into pieces, and even thought of killing himself with a knife countless times. In the end, he was thirsty and hungry, and hallucinations often appeared in front of his eyes. Moreover, the finance office was pitch black, and sometimes he couldn't tell whether he was dead or alive. Now he suddenly realized that all this was actually set up by someone. Thinking of the mental torture he had endured in the past 3 days, the eyes of the shoehorn face suddenly turned red. He roared angrily and suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointing the black muzzle directly at Su Yuan, Dugupang, and Lu Xiangguang.
Dugupang and Lu Xiangguang panicked instantly, their faces pale. What the hell do you want to do? Put down your gun.
I'm telling you, shoehorn face. If you can't kill us all, you'll be the one to die. The others immediately clenched their fists tightly. They hoped that shoehorn face could kill Su Yuan, because then they wouldn't have to worry about being retaliated by Su Yuan. But shoehorn face didn't shoot for a long time. He swept the muzzle of the gun over Dugupang and Lu Xiangguang's heads one by one, and finally fixed on Su Yuan, who looked calm.
He looked gloomy and stared at Su Yuan. You bunch of dead losers, stinky bastards. How dare you play tricks on your father? You're fucked.
The words that shoehorn face said, after 3 days of thirst, sounded like 2 rusty iron sheets rubbing against each other. He took a few deep breaths and suddenly changed the subject. I blew you up once with a grenade before, and you played tricks and almost starved your father to death in there, so we are even. If you get out of the mall immediately, I can spare your lives.
Su Yuan smiled. What if I don't leave? Not leaving?
Shoehorn face shook the gun. If you don't leave, I'll send you away.
Okay, then come on.
Su Yuan walked over and put his forehead against the muzzle of shoehorn face's gun. Come on, shoot here. As long as you pull the trigger lightly, the skull will be opened in front of you.
The hand holding the gun with the shoehorn face shrank back, and he roared with a ferocious face, Ho! Do you really think I dare not shoot?
I will scare you to death if I tell you who I have killed. Ho is a curse word in Cantonese, which means to curse someone's whole family to death.
Su Yuan nodded. You just don't dare to shoot. Come on. Don't be a woman, shoot. Then he turned his head and looked at the people around him. What about you? Do you want him to shoot?
The people around him flickered their eyes, neither nodded nor shook their heads.
Suddenly someone stood up and said, Shoot. Damn it.
If we hadn't rushed out desperately, we would have been scared to death by them hiding in the house. Yes, look at the 3 of them, their faces are full of red light, they must have food.
Let them hand over the food.
The shoehorn-faced man slowly pulled his finger on the trigger, with a cruel grin on his face. You damn bastard, you'd better think it over before making a decision.
If your father moves his finger, your head will have to move.
Su Yuan took in the faces of these people and thought to himself, you asked for it. Then there was a pop sound.
Su Yuan slapped the shoehorn-faced man in the face.
The latter's eyes blurred, and he immediately felt that his neck was almost broken by this force. Half of his teeth flew out of his mouth, and blood gushed out.
He could even feel his brain swaying left and right in his skull.
The 180-pound shoehorn face turned 360 degrees in the air and fell to the ground like a broken sack. Su Yuan picked up the pistol that fell on the ground and disassembled it into parts with a few clicks. The magazine of the pistol was empty, without a single bullet.
Su Yuan sneered, Idiot! You dare to take out an empty gun to scare people? If there were bullets in your pistol, would you still carry the computer case for self-defense when you came out? Shoehorn face.
No, now he has an oval face. Su Yuan's slap directly turned half of his face from white to red, from red to purple, and finally to black and purple, and it was visibly swollen. The originally long and narrow shoehorn face was also beaten into the shape of a capital letter D. He struggled on the ground to get up, but his hands and feet were soft and uncontrollable, and he couldn't use any strength. Dugupang walked over and kicked him hard in the stomach twice, then turned back and asked Su Yuan, It seems that he has suffered from a late stage of cerebral thrombosis and is paralyzed on one side.
So, are you going to kill him?
As soon as these words came out, the 4 people who came out with shoehorn face shuddered violently. Comfortable, keep fighting. If shoehorn faces are the main culprits, then they are the accomplices. When they locked Su Yuan out of the door 3 days ago, they were very quick to close the door, and some of them had just persuaded them to shoot.
Everyone looked at Su Yuan involuntarily, not even daring to take a breath. Knowing that just one word from Su Yuan could determine their life or death. Su Yuan's expression was as cold as an iceberg, and the atmosphere was solemn, as if a mountain was weighing on everyone's chests. After a while, Su Yuan suddenly laughed. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Do you think I look like a bad guy who kills people without blinking an eye?" Shoehorn's face was dislocated, his mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't say anything he wanted to say. The other 4 people immediately accompanied the smiling face, nodded and bowed and said, "No, no, no, how can you be a bad person? If you hadn't protected us all the way, we might have died in the Galaxy Hotel. You are a good person, a very good person. We knew we were wrong, and we were so frightened by those moths that we closed the door. There are a lot of them, so just spare us and let us go." As they spoke, they fanned their mouths from side to side. Su Yuan's smile grew stronger. Suddenly his face turned serious and he shouted sternly, "You said you asked me to spare you, so I will spare you. How shameless am I? Now I know I regret it, it's too late. I, Su Yuan, never repay favors, but I don't want to be a farmer and a snake farmer. Whatever you do, you have to bear the corresponding consequences. On this point, you lock me up. You should have thought of it when you were outside the door. I can tell you very clearly that my character is to retaliate. No matter whether it is kindness or hatred, this is the case. If you want me to spare you, there is no way." Su Yuan sneered and called Dugu Pang and Lu Xiangwang to him. "Fat man, serve the hot pot." "Understood." Dugu Pang responded proudly. Then he and Lu Xiangwang returned to the darkroom through the boss's office, and soon brought out a pile of pots and pans. Although the vegetables are dehydrated, there is a lot of beef and mutton, which are placed in the basin like a hill. Just as the water was boiling, another door blocked by zombies opened with a creak, and 2 men and 2 women walked out, a total of 4 people with sallow faces, and Su Jejia was among them. They obviously heard Su Yuan's words and knew that there should be no danger outside, so they had the courage to come out. The place where they hide is a utility room, which is not even comparable to the financial room. After coming out, all of them had their heads drooped. Like the other 4 people, they swallowed hard with their smoking throats and peeked at the hot pot placed in front of Su Yuan. Lu Xiangguang scanned the area, but did not see Yao Hong's figure, and his face darkened slightly. But after thinking about it, he was relieved. He and Yao Hong didn't even have time for love, and their relationship was out of the question. If they died, they would die. More than 30 survivors escaped here, and it is not easy to still have half of them left. Anyone could die. If Su Yuan hadn't blown away the poisonous scale powder with the wind at night, Lu Xiangguang would have been among the dead. At this time, Shoehorn Face vomited away the blood in his mouth, and his body gradually regained consciousness. I saw him holding his chin with his hand and pushing hard. With a click, he pushed his chin back to its original position. Then he laughed out of nowhere, he. Su Yuanli ignored him. Dugu Pang rolled up his sleeves, picked up the steel pipe and walked over, raising his hand and giving it a stick. Are you laughing? Didn't the beating just make you feel good? Shoehorn Face touched the blood on his face, knowing that it was useless to beg for mercy, so he stared at Su Yuan and sneered, You are powerful. No matter how powerful you are, haven't you been able to save everyone? Where is the old man who follows you? Where is the girl with big breasts? Haha, are they all dead? Su Yuan's face turned cold instantly. Are you begging for death? Shoehorn Face's heart skipped a beat. He felt as if he was being targeted by a venomous black mamba snake when he looked at him. Sorry to disappoint you. Bai Ying's weak voice suddenly sounded. With a white cloth wrapped around her neck, she slowly walked to Su Yuan with Cheng Shui's support. Thank you, Su Yuan smiled. Bai Ying was finally out of the dangerous period. She only needed to eat a few good meals to replenish her blood, and she would be able to recover in a short time. There's no point in saying thank you. Living well is better than anything else. Su Yuan pointed to the fat man and asked Bai Ying to sit down and eat. When Dugu Pang saw Bai Ying awake, he immediately felt happy and quickly moved a stool for Bai Ying. Shoehorn's face was shocked, and he couldn't believe his eyes.
He paused for a moment, then said with a pinched neck, "Okay, this big-breasted girl is lucky, but that old man." Before he finished speaking, the old madman appeared in front of everyone like a gust of wind. He opened his mouth and let out a big sneeze, I thought, scolded and muttered, "Which grandson is missing me?" "Oh, it turns out he asked me to come to eat hot pot. Let me tell you something first. You can put anything in it. 10 million, don't put the coriander." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that although the old madman's right hand was still as soft as noodles, his overall complexion had improved a lot. If the old madman can't wake up, then he will have to make other plans for his trip to Tea Mountain. You, Shoehorn said you for a long time. Seeing the surprised look on Su Yuan's face, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "I'll fight you." Shoehorn Face roared, jumped up and rushed towards Su Yuan. At this moment, a strangely shaped broken knife stuck to the tip of Shoehorn Face's nose and nailed it hard on the cement floor in front of him. The blade vibrated and made a buzzing sound. Shoehorn Face was alert all over, and he kept his body in a diving posture and dared not move. He knew that Su Yuan did not swing the knife off, but the other party did it intentionally. If Su Yuan wanted to kill him, then this knife would not be nailed to the ground from top to bottom, but shot horizontally through his head. It was not until this time that he realized that the gap between him and Su Yuan was far beyond his imagination. Su Yuan, who threw the knife, was like a normal person. He picked up a piece of mutton and put it in the boiling soup pot. The red and white meat slices immediately curled and changed color, exuding a deadly and tempting aroma. Gulp! Except for Su Yuan and the others sitting next to the hot pot, all the rest of the people swallowed their saliva at this moment. Even they themselves were startled by the gulp sound. Before this, no one had ever thought that the sound of people swallowing saliva could be so loud. If you give them a bottle of water, you can even hear the sound of water splashing through their bellies. I wonder if you guys will eat it. It's not satisfying to eat it piece by piece. The old madman picked up the small basin of meat, picked it up with the tip of his chopsticks, and threw half of the basin of meat into the pot. These beef and mutton were cut very thinly. Even if so much was put into the pot at once, it would soon be cooked by the boiling soup. The strong aroma of meat drifted around with the steam, and the people on the other side immediately raised their noses and greedily inhaled the aroma of meat. Although the smell was good, the more they smelled, the hungrier they became. They stared at the steaming hot pot, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguan would occasionally pick up a large piece of meat, then hold it high and deliberately turn it around in front of them. When they stretched their necks and wanted to rush over to grab it, the meatball would be elegantly thrown into their mouths by Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguan. Su Yuan had almost finished eating, and suddenly hooked his finger at the group of people. "Do you want to eat?" The group of people nodded their heads like sewing machines, thinking, "Aren't you talking nonsense? We miss her so much, even more than Uncle Benchan misses An Hong." Su Yuan raised his chin and motioned them to look at the 2 escalators leading to the 4th floor. "I can give you a chance. Go kill 10 zombies, and you can get a compressed biscuit from me, 20 for a bottle of water, 30 for a bowl of broth." A brave man immediately asked excitedly, "How many do you have to kill to eat meat?" Su Yuan sneered, "Eat meat? Do you deserve it?" The man was immediately choked by this sentence and blushed, but he didn't even dare to fart. Su Yuan changed the subject, pointed at the bone arm guard on the old madman's arm, and said, "It's not impossible. If any of you can get something similar to this, you can eat meat and be full." The man gritted his teeth. When they came out of the finance office, they were ready to fight desperately. There was no need to hesitate. They stood up and turned around and left. As long as someone takes the lead, there will naturally be people who follow. In a blink of an eye, except for the Shoehorn Face and Su Jeja, the rest of the people present all walked towards the escalator. Although the conditions given by Su Yuan were harsh, it was a hope after all, which was better than starving to death. Shoehorn-faced man smiled contemptuously, "A bunch of idiots. Do you really think he would be so kind?" Everyone was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Shoehorn-faced man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "We all know what we have done. If you were him, would you be so kind as to give us food? He is clearly using us for fun." No.
Su Yuan looked into shoehorn-faced man's eyes and said seriously, "You are only half right. To be precise, you are the only one I use for fun."
Su Yuan put his hands behind his head and fell into the chair. Lu Xianguan quickly took out a cigar and lit it for him. He took a puff and blew out a smoke ring comfortably. Then he continued, "So, your quantity will be doubled. You need 20 zombies to exchange for something that others can exchange for with 10 zombies. Humph." Shoehorn Face spit out a mouthful of blood foam in his mouth with hatred, and said arrogantly, "Even if I starve to death, I will not ask you for food."
3 times.
Su Yuan stretched out 3 fingers. Shoehorn Face was so angry at Su Yuan's indifferent appearance that he trembled all over and shouted, "It's useless to multiply it several times.
I keep my word. If 5 times.
Shoehorn Face wanted to challenge, but there seemed to be a voice in his mind saying, "Shut up quickly, if you continue to offend, you will not get good results."
"Oh? You seem to have a lot of opinions?" Su Yuan smiled, "I am a very democratic person. Since someone disagrees with my method, then just pretend that I didn't say anything just now.
I decided to cancel the activity of exchanging zombies for food today." As soon as this was said, the group of people immediately became anxious and begged Su Yuan not to listen to the nonsense of the bastard Shoehorn Face.
"Listen to me."
Su Yuan sat up straight, looked at them fiercely, and said loudly, "I have never been a good person, let alone a charity.
Based on what you did, it would be okay for me to kill you all.
I have plenty of food here, I will give it to you if I want to, and I won't give it to you if I don't want to. If anyone dares to fart again, tomorrow's activities will be cancelled." A group of people nodded in great disappointment, not daring to talk to Su Yuan anymore, but turned around and stared at the Shoehorn Face with murderous eyes. If it weren't for him, everyone would at least have a glimmer of hope to get food, but now it's gone. Su Jejia suddenly ran over, grabbed the old madman's arm and begged, "Old man.
Do you still remember me? We were trapped together back then."
The old madman tilted his head and looked at Su Jejia. "Oh.
Of course I recognize you, you are Xiao Zhang." "What? Didn't the rescue team take you away?" Su Jejia didn't care about the old madman's rumors.
When she heard that the old madman still recognized her, she immediately said with a bitter face, yes, I am Xiao Zhang.
"I gave you my food back then.
I'm really hungry, and I haven't done anything to let you down. Please, give me something to eat, just a little.
I can sing and dance. How about letting me perform a show for you?"
"My appearance fee used to be at least 2 million, but now you just need to give me a cookie."
The old madman scratched his head. "What? 2 million?
We old guys who do scientific research work so hard and contribute to the country and society all our lives, but we are not treated as well as you who sings and dances?" Lu Xianguang pulled Su Jejia aside, grinning and said, "Beautiful lady, how about this, if you kiss me, I will give you a cookie."
"How about it? Really?"
Su Jejia's face lit up, and she stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Xianguang on the mouth. When she was filming, kissing scenes were nothing. Sometimes the director was not satisfied, and a kissing scene could make her mouth spit out her skin.
Lu Xianguang was stunned. He didn't expect Su Jejia to be so happy. He was not ready yet, and he felt like his lips were electrocuted.
In fact, Su Jejia had been thirsty for several days, and her lips were dry and astringent.
The feeling of kissing was not wonderful, but Lu Xianguang couldn't resist his imagination.
Damn it, this is not just any woman, but the dream lover of tens of millions of loser men. A goddess who can sell a pair of plain shorts at a sky-high price at auction. Rioting Lu Xianguang never dreamed that he would have such a day. For a moment, he was so happy that his nose was about to burst. "Here you go." He immediately took out a piece of compressed biscuits and stuffed it into Su Jejia's hand. Then he took out a bottle of mineral water and shook it in his hand.
"Do you want it? If you want it, this time I will kiss you." Su Jejia nodded, tucked the hair around her ears, and then raised her face.
Lu Xianguang felt his heart beating wildly, and all the blood in his body gathered towards the lower 3 roads.
He pouted his big mouth and stuck it up.
Just when he was about to stick out his tongue, Su Jejia turned her face and dodged. Lu Xiangguang licked his lips and felt that he was a little unsatisfied, but he still kept his word and gave the water to Su Jejia. He had just walked back 2 steps when another woman ran over. After Lu Xiangguang kissed Su Jejia, his taste suddenly became picky. Just like a person who has just finished drinking 1982 Lafite, he definitely doesn't want to drink draft beer that costs 30 yuan a bucket. He didn't wait for the woman to speak, and waved his hand with a look of disgust to tell her to go away. Go away. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? The woman also knew that her looks were not as good as Su Jejia's. She pressed her whole body against Lu Xiangguang's, and kept rubbing her most attractive part on Lu Xiangguang's arm. Brother, you can't just look at the face. Aren't women the same even if they turn off the lights? The key is to see who does the job better. Besides, what's the point of kissing? Let me have a full meal, and I'll let you do whatever you want. Slurp. Lu Xiangguang sucked his saliva. His heart was immediately moved when he heard the woman say that. He looked at the woman carefully and found that the woman was not ugly, and even quite attractive. Although her beauty and face are not as good as Su Jejia's, she has the unique charm of a mature woman, mainly coquettish and direct. Lu Xiangguang secretly glanced at Su Yuan, and saw that Su Yuan was looking at him with a smile, and he shuddered immediately. He thought that he was horny, and if Su Yuan was unhappy because of this, it would be more trouble than gain. Su Yuan could of course see that Lu Xiangguang was worried about him, so he gave Lu Xiangguang a look that all men knew. His bottom line is that he can't force women. As long as the woman is willing, he doesn't bother to pay attention. The flesh trade is for each to get what he needs, which can be seen everywhere in the end times. When the extraordinary rises, there are even beautiful little white faces who rely on their appearance to please the strong women to make a living. Lu Xiangguang was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily and pinched the woman's firm and tight gluteus maximus, and ran back to the darkroom to get food and stop the elves. Duga Pang and Bai Ying exchanged glances. Lu Xiangguang was surrounded by women on both sides, and he was blessed with good fortune. Su Yuan touched his face and wondered, damn it. How am I worse than these two? Why don't women come to me to exchange things? Am I too cold? Cheng Shui heard Su Yuan's whisper, and her eyes flickered. She pinched the corners of her clothes with both hands and glanced at Su Yuan secretly with the corner of her eyes. Cheng Shui hesitated to speak, and she couldn't say a word. Su Yuan looked at her in wonder. What do you mean by you and me? After eating, pack up and throw the leftovers downstairs for me and don't give them to them. After packing up, go back to the room and wait for me. Cheng Shui's heart jumped suddenly, and she subconsciously touched an elf hidden in her pocket, and her face turned red. Su Yuan was confused by her, patted his butt and stood up, feeling a little depressed. He picked up the broken knife, chopped off the heads of the 4 gloriously laid-off zombies, and threw them downstairs. The zombie tide outside has completely formed, and the zombies are next to each other. At first glance, it gives people the illusion of being at a superstar concert. The 4 corpses were thrown down and immediately knocked down a large area. The zombies suddenly became agitated, vying to bite the corpses that fell from the sky. They are like piranhas in the water. They usually stay together in groups and live in peace, but they will go crazy as long as they see blood. Once they go crazy, no matter whether they are the same kind or not, they will all be stuffed into their stomachs. The 4 adult corpses add up to at least more than 500 kilograms of meat, but for the countless zombies downstairs, it is not enough to fill their teeth. A male zombie with muscular body and as strong as a chimpanzee is particularly eye-catching. It stepped on the belly of the corpse, grabbed its thighs with both hands, and shouted loudly. 2 zombies of normal size rushed over to grab the meat, but it almost smashed their heads with a slap, and at the same time, it made a low and long huss sound in its throat. The zombies around gradually retreated, and a small circle of blank area suddenly appeared in the dark tide of corpses. The strong zombie stood alone in the center of the blank area, like the king of wolves. It smashed the corpse's head like a coconut. Suddenly, its body stiffened suddenly, as if it had discovered something delicious, and drank the brain in 2 gulps. Then it threw the empty skull, shook its body and knocked over several zombies, and snatched another head from another zombie's mouth. A few seconds later, the 3rd head was also snatched by it.
It seemed to be only interested in the brain, and completely disdained other parts of the corpse. Its already ridiculously strong body became even stronger. Its muscles swelled up like a balloon. Because of its overdeveloped muscles, its neck looked short and thick, like a barrel on top of its chest. On its highly festering face, in the middle of its eyebrows, a milky white crystal core slowly appeared. A first-order mutant. A true first-order mutant. In the 6 days since the disaster broke out, this is the first naturally evolved first-order zombie Su Yuan has seen. This naturally evolved first-order zombie is completely different from the inferior products that the GOD'S Altair tried to catalyze not long ago. It has explosive muscles and a height of more than 2 meters. Its skin is dark and shiny, and its toughness is comparable to that of an elephant's skin. In the end times, the naming principles for various mutant creatures are not much different from the principles that archaeologists use to name antiques and cultural relics. Just name it as simple and direct as possible. Corpse. Because this mutant zombie has brute force, tough skin and huge body, it is called elephant skin giant zombie. When Su Yuan saw the crystal core on the head of the elephant skin giant zombie, he was like a poor man seeing a gold nugget. His eyes lit up, and he wanted to jump down immediately. But the crystal core is not a big carrot in the vegetable garden, it grows on the head of the elephant skin giant zombie. It is impossible to run over and say to the zombie, "Brother, don't move, there is something on your face, let me help you pick it off." Su Yuan shook his head. Probably only an old madman could do such a thing. His way of thinking has always been simple and rough. Since he can't go down himself, he just needs to find a way to get the elephant skin giant zombie up. A mere first-level zombie, isn't it easy to catch? First, you need to get a rope. A rope that is long enough to hang down from the 5th floor and strong enough to hang up the elephant skin giant zombie. The rope used to tie up the 4 zombies before will definitely not work. According to his judgment, the rope must be at least 40 meters long and as thick as a cucumber. If you use wire as the rope core, first tear the jeans into strips and twist them into more than a dozen thin ropes, and then twist these thin ropes together. In this way, even if everyone is mobilized to twist the rope together, it will take at least tomorrow to twist the rope. It is estimated that by that time, the elephant skin giant corpse downstairs will have run away. Su Yuan pondered in his heart, should he take the risk? The degree of danger is no less than pulling out the teeth of a cobra with bare hands. It is not worth taking such a big risk for a first-level crystal core. After all, as time goes by, first-level mutant creatures will soon be everywhere. Just when he was hesitating whether to take action, Cheng Shui had already packed up the pots and pans. It was like holding a tractor in his heart, and his little heart was beating wildly, and he walked 3 steps forward and 2 steps back to Su Yuan. She bit her lip, and her mind was uncontrollably thinking about random things. Countless scenes flashed before her eyes. One moment she was pressed down on the bed by Su Yuan, the next moment she was bitten by a zombie and hid in the corner desperately waiting for the moment of mutation. If she hadn't met Su Yuan, what would she be like now? Was she trapped in the Galaxy Hotel waiting to die, or had she been filled with zombies long ago? Suddenly, a figure rushed into her like a hungry tiger. "Don't move! I'll kill you if you move." Her hair was grabbed tightly from behind, and a sharp piece of glass was pressed against her throat. The glass was so sharp that she didn't even feel the pain when her skin was cut and blood gushed out. Su Yuan certainly couldn't have heard such a big noise. He turned around and saw the shoehorn-faced man holding Cheng Shui's hair with one hand and holding a triangular piece of glass with the other hand, pressing it hard against Cheng Shui's neck. His face instantly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with indescribable brutality, just like a brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex provoked by a walking chicken. When the shoehorn face saw Su Yuan's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He tightened the broken glass on Cheng Shui's neck to put pressure on Su Yuan. He only needed to move slightly to end Cheng Shui's fresh life. "Pujiezi. Your girlfriend is in my hands now. Do you want her dead or alive?" Cheng Shui felt bad when she heard this. It turned out that the shoehorn face mistakenly thought that she and Su Yuan were lovers, so he kidnapped her to threaten Su Yuan. She really hoped that she was Su Yuan's girlfriend, and then Su Yuan would definitely come to save her, but in fact she was not.
She wanted to tell the shoehorn face, "You are wrong, he and I have only known each other for a few days, and we have no relationship at all." She looked at Su Yuan helplessly, and tears instantly burst out of her eyes. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said word by word, "Stop talking nonsense. Make your conditions." The tone was firm and unquestionable. This domineering attitude made it seem as if he was the one holding the hostage. He had spared the shoehorn face before because he had other uses for him. He didn't expect that he would be caught by this guy for a while. Now it seems that he is still too lazy. He thought that he had 9 years of experience in surviving in the apocalypse after rebirth, became the first extraordinary person in the world, and got a golden finger like a private altar of gods, so he was a little arrogant. He thought that he had so many superior conditions that others could not reach, and it was as easy as a child playing house in the early stage of the apocalypse. As a result, he overlooked one point, that is, no matter when, no matter in the early or late stage of the apocalypse, the most dangerous people are always people. He knew that the shoehorn face did this just to get food, and no matter how much he jumped, he could not jump out of his 5 fingers mountain. But in order to ensure Cheng Shui's safety, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, he could slap the shoehorn face into a real shoehorn. The shoehorn face saw that Su Yuan's reaction was completely different from the panic he expected. His arrogance was unconsciously restrained. He licked his lips, his facial muscles twisted, his eyes bloodshot, and said viciously, "My conditions are very simple. If you leave here, I will let her go." Before he finished speaking, Su Yuan sneered, "Dream on. There are corpses outside, and going out is to die. Do you think I will agree? Now I will give you 3 seconds to think about it and put forward your real conditions. Otherwise I can guarantee you that I will personally take out your intestines and strangle you with it." As soon as these words came out, even those people nearby who were so hungry that they were leaning against the wall to watch the excitement trembled all over, and felt a chill in their hearts. It's as if you close your eyes, you can see that extremely cruel scene. Shoehorn Face knew that Su Yuan had the power to control air, so he was always very afraid of Su Yuan. Especially when he saw Su Yuan acting like nothing happened after being blown up by a grenade, he had already classified Su Yuan in the category of mutants in his heart. He pondered for a moment, one thought after another racing through his mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I want half of your food. You have to move it to the finance room." "Okay." Su Yuan nodded. When Shoehorn saw Su Yuan agreeing so happily, he suddenly felt that the conditions he proposed were a bit too small. He thought for a while and then added, "I also want your broken knife that looks like an insect's leg." "No problem." Su Yuan threw the broken knife directly at the door of the finance room. Shoehorn Face quickly glanced at the broken knife, remembering the scene of the knife being deeply embedded in the cement floor, and his heart suddenly became hot. In his eyes, this broken knife is a magical weapon. He even believes that the value of such a weapon in the end of the world is far higher than that of a so-called girlfriend. No matter how good your girlfriend is, she is just a woman. As long as you can survive, isn't it easy to want a woman? Weapons that can be called divine weapons are rare. Shoehorn Lien said to himself, it seems that Cheng Shui's importance in Su Yuan's heart must be higher than he thought. When he thought of this, he wanted to put forward some conditions. "I also want to." Su Yuan didn't wait for him to finish, and snorted coldly, "Don't push yourself too far, my patience has its limit." This cold snort seemed to shake the entire mall. The shoehorned face felt a substantial murderous aura, which instantly enveloped him. The bone-chilling chill was like being dragged out of the warm bed for 9 consecutive winters and thrown into a lake filled with icy debris. Although there was a distance of 8 or 9 meters between him and Su Yuan, he had the illusion that he would be killed by Su Yuan at any time. Shoehorn Face retreated all the way to the door of the finance room, leaning against the thick anti-theft iron door of the finance room. The feeling of being killed at any time never diminished at all. It wasn't until Su Yuan walked back to the darkroom and his back disappeared from his sight that this strong sense of oppression eased slightly. 2 minutes later, Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguan pushed the freezer and walked out of the darkroom with anger in their eyes that they wanted to make their faces look like Kung Pao chicken. There are piles of survival supplies on top of the freezer. Shoehorn Face noticed that Su Yuan didn't show up, and a trace of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. Then he saw various instant cans, compressed biscuits, boxes of drinking water, instant noodles, alcohol blocks, ham sausages on the freezer. His eyes immediately widened. The amount of food was far beyond his imagination. He knew that since Su Yuan was willing to throw away the leftovers lavishly, it meant that the food would be sufficient to withstand their squandering. But he never dreamed that there would be so many. As soon as he saw these foods, he immediately fantasized about cooking a big pot of hot instant noodles with 10 ham slices in it. As soon as he thought about it in his head, he suddenly felt as if his stomach was on fire, and the strong hunger instantly overwhelmed his reason.
I'm Mr. Diulii. You two street boys, hurry up and don't play tricks with your father. Push the things over here quickly and get out of here. Damn it, fat boy, be careful with your movements, don't let the food fall. When the others saw so much food, their eyes seemed to have grown hooks. They all stood up and moved towards the food with their feet uncontrollably. Shoehorn's face screamed something bad when he saw this. These people didn't care about Cheng Shui's life or death. If so many people swarmed him, wouldn't he be working in vain for risking such a big risk to threaten Su Yuan? At that moment, he was jumping up and down in a hurry, cursing loudly and urging Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang to hurry up and push the food to the financial room. As soon as the pile of food was pushed to the door, he impatiently asked Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang to step back, and then he kicked Cheng Shui away. He ducked behind the security door and immediately locked all the locks. Are you okay? Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang helped Cheng Shui up. The latter collapsed and cried, partly because of fear, but more because he felt that he had caused trouble to Su Yuan. Where is Su Yuan? Where are they? Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang smiled at each other and looked at the closed door of the finance room in unison. Shoehorn's face turned around and threw himself into the piles of food. He tore open a bag of instant noodles and pinched it twice. He crushed the noodles into thin pieces and poured them directly into his mouth. He choked and rolled his eyes. Then he opened another bottle of canned beef and swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls. He was not eating at all, but stuffing it into his stomach. The food didn't even stay in his mouth and fell directly into his stomach. He had been hungry for a long time, and he didn't want to endure the horrible feeling that seemed to eat up his stomach for even a second. While crazily stuffing food into his mouth, he greedily moved away the things on top of the freezer, wanting to see what else was in the freezer. If the freezer is empty, then he will lose at least half of the goods received this time. He opened the lid of the freezer, and before he could take a look inside, a hand suddenly stretched out from the freezer and grabbed his wrist to open the cabinet. Suddenly, a shoehorned exclamation sounded in the finance room. Immediately afterwards, a series of short fighting sounds sounded. Then, there was the heart-rending scream of Shoehorn Face, with unparalleled madness and despair in his voice. It sounded like the wail of a beast that was forced to a corner. The thick anti-theft iron door also made a bang-bang sound when someone slapped it from the inside, but it soon became silent again. After a few clicks of the door lock, Su Yuan walked out with a shoehorned face like a dead dog. At this time, the shoehorn-faced left wrist was bent upward at an incredible angle, and the white bones penetrated the flesh and were exposed to the air. You know what? Su Yuan threw the shoehorn face on the ground, squatted in front of him and said, "You did me a big favor. This is really true. I don't even know how to thank you. From my side I just fell asleep and you brought me a pillow." The bones in Shoehorn Face's left wrist were completely broken, and he was covered in cold sweat from the pain. He was baffled by Su Yuan's words and had no idea what Su Yuan meant. But he instinctively felt that this would definitely not be a good thing. Su Yuan called Dugu Pang over, tied up Shoehorn Face with the rope he had used to tie up the zombies, gagged him, and hung him outside the window. Blood dripped from the wound on Shoehorn Face's wrist into the zombies below. The zombies instantly rioted, and all gathered under Shoehorn to fight for blood. The rubber giant zombie, which was originally some distance away from the building, also rushed over immediately. He was like a rhino that broke into a flock of sheep. He grabbed the zombies in front of him and threw them to the side. He raised his head and stared at Shoehorn Face hanging high. Blood dripped on his face, and he licked it with his tongue. The bloody red blood made him become extremely violent in an instant.
He raised his hand and jumped up twice, and his huge body shook the ground with a booming sound. However, it didn't have wings after all, and it wasn't the kind of zombie that could climb walls. It could only stand where the blood dripped and roared angrily. This was enough for Su Yuan. He just needed the elephant skin corpse to stay here and give him enough time to prepare the rope. Su Yuan threw out a box of mineral water and a dozen compressed biscuits, and shouted to the 7 people who had been staring at the food, 1 bottle of water and 2 biscuits for each person.
Do you see those clothes and pants?
Before dark, roll out a 40-meter-long rope with a diameter of more than 3 centimeters.
After you finish, you can have a full meal. If you can't finish it, we can definitely finish it.
Before he could finish his words, the 7 people were already rushing towards the biscuits and water like crazy dogs. As long as there is hope of getting food, no one will refuse any task no matter how difficult it is. Everyone, including Su Yuan, joined in the vigorous rope-rubbing action. The old madman watched for a long time and actually made a hand-cranked rope winder out of a pile of junk. This greatly improved their progress, and they finally made a rope that met Su Yuan's requirements before dark. Such a rope weighs as much as an adult. Moreover, if he wanted to use it to pull up the giant elephant skin corpse like a bull, it would not be easy for Su Yuan to do it alone. Fortunately, they have no shortage of manpower. As long as they pay a small price, maybe a piece of chocolate, maybe a bottle of can, someone will use all their strength to sleep with a woman for the first time. In order to make the rope tighter, Su Yuan soaked the rope in water again. When everything was ready, one end of the rope was tied to a reinforced concrete pillar in the mall, the other end was made into a looper, and then thrown downstairs. It took more than 10 minutes to finally get the rope around the giant elephant skin corpse. At this time, the shoehorned face, which had been hanging upside down all afternoon, was already taking in more air and less out. He barely had half a life left, and even his consciousness was a little blurry.
Pull! Su Yuan shouted loudly. Everyone was holding on to the rope tightly and pulling hard into their arms like a tug-of-war.
The rope tightened instantly, and an irresistible brute force came from the other end of the rope, as if what was trapped there was not a zombie, but a frightened whale. The giant elephant skin corpse roared crazily, a pair of big hands grasping the rope like iron pliers, and its legs seemed to have taken root on the ground. Su Yuan yelled, "Keep pushing. As long as our upward pulling force exceeds the weight of the giant elephant skin corpse, we can pull it up." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a loud clang coming from downstairs. I saw the giant elephant skin corpse freeing up one hand, smashing the windshield of a car next to it with one punch, reaching in and grabbing the car body firmly, and actually pulled the rope down bit by bit. The rope was straining on both sides, making a heart-wrenching squeaking sound.
Shoehorn Face was woken up by the loud noise.
He opened his eyes and saw that everyone was actually planning to pull up the giant elephant-skinned corpse. He was immediately frightened out of his wits. The rope was close to his body. If the giant elephant skin corpse was pulled up, he would be the first to have close contact with the giant elephant skin corpse. With fear in his heart, he subconsciously opened his mouth wide, and spit out the ball of rag that was stuck in his mouth. He screamed immediately.
"I am Dayuri I Lamu. Are you bunch of bastards looking for death? Let me go. Let me go.
You bastards are rushing to the street, and you will die a good death." He was yelling and struggling. The wound on the wrist that had just solidified was torn open again, and blood suddenly fell down like water. He couldn't care less about the pain at this time. Even if he fell and died, it would be better than watching the zombies getting closer and closer to him, and finally being buried in the corpse's mouth. The more Shoehorn Face struggled, the more blood flowed out, and a scarlet puddle quickly gathered on the ground.
The strong smell of blood was like neat bones thrown in front of a dog.
Driven by instinct, the giant elephant skin corpse actually let go of the car and lay on the ground to lick the blood. Suddenly, everyone felt the pull on the other end of the rope suddenly loosen. Su Yuan looked down from the windowsill and saw the giant elephant skin corpse's eyes staring straight at Shoehorn's face. He grabbed the rope with both hands and moved quickly like a stupid gorilla.
Climbing up. The giant elephant skin corpse has long legs and long arms.
It has 2 feet on the wall and is holding a rope in its hand. It climbs up as fast as a person running on flat ground. In the blink of an eye, the giant elephant skin corpse was less than 10 meters away from Shoehorn's face.
Ah!
Shoehorn Face looked at the giant zombie getting closer and closer, his whole body shaking like chaff. The intense fear made him almost wet his pants. If his bladder hadn't been empty and there was really nothing to pee, he would have been soaked in his own urine.
Ah! Don't come over. Don't come over. What a shame.
I don't want to die like this, who will save me? The giant elephant skin corpse was so fast that Shoehorn Face felt as if he could smell the stench from the zombie's mouth, and he could even see a few pieces of meat stuck in the teeth of the zombie. I saw the giant elephant skin corpse suddenly jumped up, flew towards the hanging Shoehorn Face, and reached out to grab his head. Shoehorn Face closed his eyes in despair, hoping that the giant elephant skin corpse would kill him first and then eat him. At least in that case, he would die more happily.
The giant elephant skin corpse was so heavy that it looked like a human-sized iron lump.
As soon as it grabbed Shoehorn Face's head with both hands, the string tied to Shoehorn Face's body couldn't bear the weight and broke into two pieces with a pop. Shoehorn Face felt like his body was sinking suddenly, and he was about to fall from the 5th floor and turn into a rotten watermelon. But at this moment, his feet were firmly grasped by someone, and his falling momentum was stopped instantly. Almost at the same time, all the bones in Shoehorn Face's body clicked. The head and spine were almost pulled out of the body by the weight of the giant elephant skin corpse.
His body below the neck instantly lost consciousness.
It is estimated that even if the cervical spine is not broken, it must have been severely injured. The person who caught him was naturally Su Yuan. I saw that the veins on Su Yuan's arms bulged, and he gritted his teeth and pulled upwards.
Dugu Pang, Lu Xianguan and others also grabbed Su Yuan's shoulders and pulled him back.
The bones of the Shoehorn Face roared again. If we measure the height of the Shoehorn Face now, it is estimated that it has grown at least 3 or 5 centimeters.
The elephant skin giant found that someone dared to snatch food from it, and immediately kicked the wall with both feet, and jumped up again with the force of Su Yuan's upward pull, and actually jumped directly from the window. Everyone took a breath of cold air. The size of this zombie is really too oppressive. Before looking down at it from the upstairs, I thought it was only a little more than 2 meters tall. Now it seems that it is almost 3 meters tall. If a bottle of mineral water is placed in its hand, it is just like holding a small bottle of WAHA calcium milk. At this moment, everyone felt that the blood in their bodies was cold. The body was shaking crazily, and there was a gurgling sound in the throat. It was so frightening that it couldn't even breathe. The same words came to everyone's mind: "We are dead." Ah, poof! Just when people thought they were going to report to God and his old man in the next second, a broken knife was as fast as a bolt of lightning. When the giant elephant skin corpse jumped in from the window and his feet had not even landed on the ground, from the lower part of the giant elephant skin corpse penetrated directly through its head from bottom to top. It looked as if the giant elephant skin corpse jumped onto the knife on its own initiative. The huge body of the giant elephant skin corpse shook violently like an electric shock, and then fell to the ground like a jade pillar pushing down a golden mountain, causing the ground beneath everyone's feet to tremble. The person who can grasp the timing of the sword so exquisitely is naturally Su Yuan. I saw him kicking the head of the giant elephant skin corpse with his foot, then pulling out the broken knife, and digging out the crystal core between the eyebrows of the giant elephant skin corpse with ease. It was a milky white crystal with a metallic luster, and there were a few traces of something that was either brain matter or blood hanging on it. Su Yuan wiped his face casually with his shoehorn, then raised the crystal to his eyes and looked at it carefully. Su Yuan still hasn't figured out the principle of crystal formation.
It has nothing to do with kidney stones anyway. If the old lunatic could regain his sanity, he might be able to figure out some ways. He only knew that if he wanted to survive in the apocalypse, he couldn't do without this little thing that made people both love and hate him. This small crystal can give ordinary people with unimaginable strange abilities. It can activate many ancient magic circles spread in myths. It can transform ordinary machines into surreal things that only appear in science fiction movies.
Arms.
It can be said that the energy contained in crystals is enough to change the world. And the world that Su Yuan lives in has actually been changed by this energy, becoming beyond recognition and becoming like a ghost. Su Yuan swiped his extraordinary badge at the crystal core,
showing that the crystal core contained 3 energy points. For today's first-level zombies, this is already a good number. At this moment, he suddenly found that the altar of gods, which had been silent in his body like scrap metal, was slowly turning. At the same time, the energy in the crystal core was quickly extracted by the altar of gods at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, all the energy in the crystal core was extracted, and the metallic luster on the surface also dimmed. Today's crystal nuclei look like glass everywhere. What's going on? Su Yuan was shocked and immediately closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world to check. In the spiritual world filled with gray mist, a milky white stream of light suddenly appeared on the altar of the gods, which was originally as dim as a piece of rusty copper, clinging to the surface of the altar and wandering continuously. Su Yuan looked carefully and was suddenly surprised to find that there was a slight change in the altar of gods. A small piece of extremely small rust has faded away, revealing its original dark golden mysterious luster. He even thought that he was dazzled because the area was so small that it was as if he had pricked the bus with a needle. Su Yuan confirmed it several times before he completely believed what he saw with his eyes. Su Yuan took a breath of cold air on the spot, and even couldn't help but uttered a curse word, "Holy crap! A first-order crystal core can restore such a small area? If you want to restore it all, how much will it take?" Energy point, he didn't even dare to think about that amount. I thought that monopolizing an altar to the gods would lead me to the pinnacle of my life, but I didn't expect that it would turn out to be a bottomless pit. If he had so many crystal nuclei, why would he need this broken altar? What a fool! I spent a lot of effort to get the crystal core, and you just swallowed it for me. You can't even give me any benefit, so what do I need from you? The altar of gods was still as silent as a dead thing, showing no reaction to Su Yuan's curses. Su Yuan was itching with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He took one last look at the remnant soul, which was so weak that it seemed as if it would dissipate in the next second. He exited the spiritual world angrily, and his consciousness returned to reality. The energy in the crystal core has been drained and it is completely turned into a piece of waste. Su Yuan threw it away, but the old madman rushed over, picked it up and put it into his pocket. He looked at the body of the giant elephant skin corpse again and became even more angry. Throw this pile of rotten meat out, tie up the shoehorn face, and continue tomorrow. When Shoehorn Face heard this, he immediately felt hopeless and immediately lay down on the ground and squirmed away like a worm. Come on the street. Just kill me with one knife. Early the next morning, Su Yuan walked out of the darkroom, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and suddenly noticed something was wrong. What exactly was wrong, I couldn't tell for a while. While he was frowning in thought, a young man in a black vest ran over with a smile on his face, nodded and bowed and asked, "Boss, you said yesterday that we would continue today. When should we start?" Huh? Oh, you said that? It depends on whether there are first-level zombies downstairs. Su Yuan was stunned and temporarily put aside his doubts. The man in the black vest said excitedly, yes, there are 3 of them. They are all the same as the big guy yesterday, and they are right downstairs. As he said that, he walked to the window with Su Yuan, and saw 3 giant elephant skin corpses wandering aimlessly downstairs. Su Yuan was not surprised. As time goes by, there will be more and more first-order mutants, just pray that there won't be the kind that can climb walls. Boss, yesterday we threw the body of the giant elephant skin corpse downstairs as you asked. In the blink of an eye, it was all eaten up by the corpses. When the man in the black vest thought of that scene, his face still turned green. He swallowed his saliva, pointed at the 3 newly appeared elephant skin giant corpses, and said, "These 3 eat the most. I remember the clothes on them." Su Yuan nodded, asked Dugu Pang to give each of them a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water, and told everyone to start in 10 minutes. Today Su Yuan decided to change the way of playing. After all, it was really dangerous to be jumped in by the elephant skin giant corpse like yesterday. It is better to kill the zombies outside, and then drag them up safely to dig crystal cores. Let this group of laborers eat first, so that they have the strength to work. Of course, all this is inseparable from the shoehorn face as bait. When Dugu Pang dragged the shoehorn face out, this guy screamed desperately like a pig being slaughtered.
Without saying anything, the fat man kicked the man with the shoehorn face hard at his weak spot, and cursed him in the same tone as the man with the shoehorn face. "You idiot, where is your prestige when you used grenades to blow us up? Are you afraid now? Hey, it's too late." Jumping machine shoehorn face begged for mercy. Please be kind and just kill me. It's too scary for you to play like that. I won't do it. I won't do it. Kill me." Su Yuan walked over and patted shoehorn face on the shoulder, smiling and said, "Don't worry, we'll change the trick today." "What trick?" Shoehorn face looked at Su Yuan with a wary face. "Don't you want me, your father, to be the bait? I tell you, street kid, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. You wait." Su Yuan sneered, "You'll know in a while." After a cigarette, the scene that Dugu Pang jokingly called the extreme brick jumping machine appeared. Shoehorn face was tied to the 40-meter-long thick rope, and he was lowered to a height of 5 or 6 meters above the elephant skin giant corpse before stopping. Shoehorn face's screams were so loud that they could beat the Qinghai Tibet Plateau by 8 streets, and there were several more cuts on his body. The blood that flowed out was just enough to stimulate the zombies to go crazy, but not enough to cause people to die from excessive blood loss. Then he swung left and right like a pendulum. The feeling of flying in the clouds and the possibility of falling into the zombies at any time frightened Shoehorn face to faint again and again, and was awakened by the roar of zombies again and again. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network, when all the nearby zombies were attracted by Shoehorn face and chased Shoehorn face madly on the ground. Su Yuan immediately asked everyone to take Shoehorn face back, and then changed the window to continue the previous action. The blood of normal humans has a fatal attraction to all mutant creatures. In addition to being driven by their hunting instinct, they chased and devoured humans because the blood and flesh of normal humans were extremely beneficial to their evolution, so they could make the zombies crazy for Shoehorn face. They raised their heads and stretched out their hands desperately to chase Shoehorn face. Wherever Shoehorn face went, they chased there, with only the piece of meat hanging on the rope in their eyes. They didn't notice at all that as Su Yuan asked everyone to change positions again and again, they had been led to the side full of crude oil fungus blanket without knowing it. When they found themselves in a desperate situation, it was too late. The 3 elephant skin giant corpses had thick skin and flesh, and could still support themselves in the highly toxic mucus of the crude oil fungus blanket for a while. As soon as those ordinary zombies came into contact with the crude oil fungus blanket, they immediately melted their flesh and blood like a snowman jumping into a hot spring pool. After all, the elephant skin giant corpses were first-order mutants. They actually overcame their instincts and stopped chasing Shoehorn face. Instead, they desperately tried to escape from the coverage of the crude oil fungus blanket. It was a pity that there were too many zombies chasing behind, like a mudslide, pushing them into the depths of the crude oil fungus blanket with an unstoppable momentum. Finally, 3 elephant skin giant corpses that looked like human tanks fell down in painful wails. Su Yuan waved his hand and asked everyone to take back the Shoehorn face that was only left with one breath. As the food disappeared, the corpses roared angrily for a while and returned to the state of aimless wandering. Su Yuan had already prepared a way to recover the crystal core. He made a flying tiger claw with iron wire removed from a dozen hangers. The flying tiger claw has 6 claw-like barbs, and the other end is connected to a long rope made of net wire. Then he used this thing to catch the head of the elephant skin giant corpse that was corroded by the crude oil fungus blanket and rotted at the touch, just like catching a doll. After consuming a few bottles of clean water to rinse the fungus blanket mucus on it, 3 first-level crystal cores were obtained. And from beginning to end, there was no danger. Only the Shoehorn face expressed strong protest and cursed Su Yuan as a cruel demon. As the saying goes, killing is not enough. Even a real demon would not torture an enemy who has lost his ability to resist. In fact, it was not just the Shoehorn face who thought so. Everyone present, except the old madman with a problem in his head, even Dugu Pang, Lu Shengguang, Chang Shui and others felt that Su Yuan's behavior was a bit inappropriate, but they just didn't say it. Su Yuan stood in front of the Shoehorn face, facing the latter's resentful and fearful eyes, with a calm face. After the top-grade tree core treated the old madman and Bai Ying, only a small piece as big as an egg was left, which he stuffed into the Shoehorn face's mouth. The Shoehorn face thought Su Yuan was going to kill him, so he just vented his anger before he died and cursed wildly. But before he cursed a few words, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The energy in the top-grade tree core was like the legendary 9-turn Great Rejuvenation Pill, which made his body recover at a crazy speed, and even the broken bones in his wrist were not so painful.
What do you mean? Don't think that curing me can change the fact that you are a cruel demon.
The shoehorn face regained some strength, squinting his triangular eyes and staring at Su Yuan.
He didn't believe that Su Yuan would be so kind. But if they can live, no one wants to die. He was desperate before because he couldn't see any hope of survival. Now that he has eaten the best tree core, his mind has become active again. Although his words are still tough, he dare not call Su Yuan a dead bastard or a dead loser. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. No, I think you misunderstood. I treated your wounds because I didn't want you to die so soon. After all, you are still useful. In fact, if you hadn't kidnapped Cheng Shui, I wouldn't have planned to use you as bait. You asked for it. If you can live forever, you will know what real cruelty is.
What I'm doing to you now is really insignificant compared to real cruelty.
Do you know what blood cattle are?
It means raising people like livestock and extracting their blood for drinking at regular intervals every day. There are also meat sheep, which means locking their upper bodies in small cages where they can't even turn over, with only 2 legs exposed outside.
When you need to eat meat, cut off a leg.
The reason why people are not killed and eaten is said to be because it is not easy to store after killing, so it is better to eat one fresh one. After saying 2 sentences, the shoehorn face turned pale. When he thought of those meat sheep watching their meat being cut off and eaten, he felt cold all over. Su Yuan was still talking to himself, his tone was flat, without any ups and downs, as if he was talking about where he got stuck in traffic on his way to work this morning, or which team didn't play well last night. And blood pot and old bone soup, just by listening to the names, you should know that they are eaten by children and the elderly. Compared with the strong young and middle-aged people, children and the elderly are undoubtedly the weakest of the weak, and the group most likely to be bullied.
These are just the aspect of eating. Do you know how terrible people's desires will be once they are not constrained by rules? People will become like animals.
Whoever falls in love with the opposite sex will pounce on them and do it without any resistance. It doesn't matter if she is the child's mother or the only child of some poor old man. After that, there are many more perverted things, such as digging out your child's bones to make a set of decorations, such as torturing people into puppets without emotions, such as cutting off men's penis. That's enough.
Stop talking.
Shoehorn shook his head fiercely, as if he wanted to get rid of all the things he heard in his ears.
If this world is going to be like you said in the future, then you might as well chop me up with a knife.
Others also felt their stomachs churning, and they shuddered deep in their hearts at what Su Yuan said. Especially when they heard Su Yuan narrate these extremely cruel things in a casual tone, they couldn't help but wonder what Su Yuan had gone through to cause so much anger among people and gods.
Su Yuan sighed. Obviously the things he just said were extremely bad memories for him.
Just listen to him continue to say to the shoehorned face, "You don't have to think about irritating me to give you a pleasure.
In fact, I don't want to kill you."
Most people in the apocalypse, it can even be said that 99.99% of people are selfish.
You can do anything to survive.
Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. You wanted to blow me up with a grenade at that time, but you did it just to keep yourself alive.
It's not a big deal.
You were able to kill me because of your ability, but if you couldn't kill me, you fell into my hands, then you can only accept your fate.
In my opinion, I completely understand your motivation for doing this.
When Su Yuan said this, his tone suddenly became sharp.
But I understand, but I definitely don't agree with your approach. People can do whatever it takes to survive, and they can struggle for their own lives, but they cannot lose their humanity. If a person abandons the bottom line of being a human being in order to survive, then he can no longer be called a human. Instead, he is a complete zombie, even worse than a zombie. The so-called zombies, these 2 words really refer to the Walking Dead that have lost their humanity. Compared with the Walking Dead, living people who have lost their humanity are indeed more terrifying than zombies. Su Yuan said this purely out of emotion.
He did not intend to teach these people any principles, and he was too lazy to teach them.
He has just obtained 3 crystal nuclei and is planning to take them back and study them carefully.
He simply left everyone alone, turned around, and walked towards the darkroom. But the speaker has no intention, and the listener has intention. These words fell into their ears and immediately set off huge waves in everyone's hearts. Everyone was silent. They couldn't help but wonder, if they were still trapped in the Galaxy Hotel without water or food, would they drink human blood and eat human flesh? Even if you can't do such a thing, is it possible for others to treat you like a blood cow or a meat sheep? Just thinking about it made them feel cold in their bones, and even breathing became a little difficult. Shoehorn's face turned blue and white, and no one knew what he was thinking. Son! Suyuan suddenly screamed and cursed angrily, "You bottomless pit, I only had time to take a look at the 3 crystal nuclei, and you sucked them all dry. That's 7 energy, click it." The bottomless pit he mentioned was of course referring to the altar of gods within his body. This time he was really angry. In his excitement, he slapped the wall next to him. A super pressure blast blasted a big hole in the wall with a boom. Ha! Suyuan rubbed his fingers. That feeling of something wrong is coming again. He threw another super pressure explosion, and the puzzled expression on his face became even thicker. He closed his eyes and carefully felt every subtle change in his body, hoping to find where the strange feeling came from. The energy in the body has not changed and is still at the level of a junior 2-star. There is no change in his superpowers, but he has become more able to control the air. But this is all thanks to his constant exploration and practice these days. There is no abnormality in the blood of the god of wood, it has been completely integrated with him. What went wrong? Suyuan sank his consciousness into the spiritual world and suddenly said, "Ah." It turns out to be spiritual power. The recovery speed of his mental power seemed to be slightly faster than before. Although there are not many, if you don't sense it carefully, you will almost never find it. Is it related to the fact that the altar of gods absorbed the energy of the crystal core? Suyuan suddenly became excited. He looked at the 4 milky white streams of light that kept wandering around the altar of the gods, and he was in a trance for a moment. Found it! So this is it. Suyuan's eyes suddenly condensed, and he discovered that the extremely small dark golden light spot on the altar of the gods, which was the place where the rust had faded, had indeed expanded a bit after absorbing 3 crystal cores. The dark golden light emitted from it seemed to contain some mysterious power that could affect his spiritual power. Even the lingering soul quietly floated closer to the altar of the gods. And it always rotates slowly with the altar, so that it is always facing the dark golden nut. The speed of mental power recovery is crucial to the strength of the extraordinary. In the most understandable terms, it is equivalent to the speed of the mage's mana recovery. Imagine 2 mages of similar strength fighting each other. The one on the opposite side will be out of fire after a few hits because of mental power exhaustion, while the mental power of this side will be consumed and recovered at the same time. There is no suspense about who will win or lose. This improvement is only a tiny bit at present. But don't forget that the area of the god altar that has been rusted away is not even a drop in the bucket compared to its overall area. If all the rust on the god altar is removed, Suyuan's mental power will be equivalent to unlocking the blue plugin, and he can kill a large group of people with just a normal attack. Suyuan thought of this, and a very obscene and evil smile appeared on his face. It's exciting just to think about it. Everyone looked at Suyuan's back in amazement. Seeing that he was gloomy in the previous second, and grinned like he had won 8 million in the next second, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a vigilant look on their faces. What's wrong with him? Is he going crazy? Shoo! Are you going to die? You dare to say that to him? Do you want to be a blood cow? No, he doesn't lack food. Bullshit! He doesn't lack food now, but who knows how long we will be trapped here. What if the food is eaten up? When everyone was thinking about it, they suddenly saw Suyuan coming back. They were shocked and quickly covered their mouths and stood at attention. Suyuan pointed at a pile of canned beef and swept his eyes across everyone's faces. I need blood. Who is willing to contribute a 200 cubic centimeters cup can get 2 boxes of canned meat.
Everyone cried out in their hearts, thinking, it's over. This guy is tired of ordinary food and really wants to drink blood. If he gets addicted to it, won't we definitely become blood cows? However, they thought too much. Su Yuan wanted blood, of course, to kill more first-level zombies. Now that he has benefited, he immediately has endless motivation to collect crystal cores. As the saying goes, there must be brave men under a heavy reward, and soon someone stood up and expressed his willingness to exchange. Moreover, 200 cubic centimeters of blood is not too much, and normal blood donation is also this amount. Losing 200 cubic centimeters of blood at one time has basically no effect on people. Someone took the lead, and immediately others followed suit. No one knew how much Su Yuan needed, and fearing that they would miss the chance to eat meat if they went too late, everyone rushed forward with their arms and sleeves rolled up. Duge Pang, Lu Xiangguang, Cheng Shuat, and Bai Ying had enough to eat and drink, but since Su Yuan needed it, they all contributed 200 cubic centimeters to show their support. Together with the other 7 people, a total of 2,200 cubic centimeters of blood was obtained. The specific gravity of blood is 1.05 grams per milliliter, and 2,200 cubic centimeters is about 5 kilograms. Su Yuan still felt that it was too little, so he added 10 kilograms of water to it, and finally squeezed about 100 cubic centimeters of his own blood into it. After his body merged with the blood of the god of wood, the color of the blood also changed. It was no longer bright red, but bright red with a hint of gold. If before his blood was added, the attraction of this bucket of watered blood to the zombies was 3 plus signs. Then after Su Yuan's blood was added, its attraction suddenly became 99 plus signs, reaching the height of the ceiling. Everyone looked at Su Yuan warily. By the time Su Yuan poured the blood into the cup, the group of people had already labeled him as a bloodthirsty devil, pervert, and were deeply worried about their future fate. Seeing that everyone looked wrong, Su Yuan asked in confusion, "Are you sick? Why are you looking at me like that?" Everyone immediately shook their heads like rattles, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "No, it's okay, take your time, take your time." At this time, Duge Pang, who was originally responsible for guarding the shoehorn face, suddenly ran over shouting. He was panic-stricken and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "No, it's not good, boss." The zombies downstairs suddenly went crazy when they smelled the blood. They rushed up like a pile of pyramids. Now they have climbed to the height of the 2nd floor. Su Yuan immediately asked someone to take the blood and run to the window to look down. The zombies downstairs piled up a slope with their numbers. The zombies behind pressed on the zombies in front and climbed desperately towards their window. Su Yuan's face changed, and he thought, when I used the shoehorn face to attract zombies before, I didn't see the zombies go crazy to this extent. Could it be because of his blood? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed impossible. He also bled a lot when he was injured by the grenade, so why didn't the zombies react so much at that time? Now is not the time to think about that. Duge Pang was so anxious that he jumped up and down, pulling Su Yuan's arm and asking what to do. Su Yuan raised the cup of blood in his hand and chuckled, "What to do? Stir." As he said that, he threw the full cup of blood downstairs, and a large piece of blood fell on the zombies like raindrops. The zombies suddenly became quiet. Then those zombies stained with blood instantly became the target of attack by other zombies. In order to swallow the blood, they often directly bite the bloody meat together. In the blink of an eye, the zombies splashed with blood were devoured clean. Once the zombies get chaotic, they are out of control, and even injured zombies will become targets of attack. They are different from the zombies in Resident Evil. They are more like the orcs created by the Lord of the Rings in the movie The Lord of the Rings. Once a companion is injured or food is scarce, they will start to devour their own kind. Although this mutual devouring can slow down their numbers, it can also make strong individuals appear among them. Their overall strength will not be greatly weakened. This is exactly the effect Su Yuan wants. He and the zombies are like making a 1,000-layer cookie. When a layer of plasma is sprinkled, a group of zombies will pounce on it. Then he sprinkles another layer of plasma, and another layer of zombies pounces on it. Duge Pang swallowed his dry throat. "Oh my god. This operation is too cool. If we have a blood bank in a hospital, wouldn't we be able to kill hundreds of thousands of zombies? Exaggerated. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at Dugo Pang. If you throw out all the blood in a blood bank, how many high-level zombies will appear?
Then the zombies will come to kill you. He threw the barrel of blood downstairs and asked everyone to block all the doors and windows, watch their faces, and wait for a big harvest tomorrow morning.
Time passed in a flash, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when Su Yuan said there would be a heavy thunderstorm.
The sky outside was as dark as the bottom of a pot, making it difficult to tell whether it was day or night. The heavy dark clouds seemed to be pressing down on the ground, and there was a faint smell of burning in the air. 3 days ago, the zombies near the mall were lured and killed by them. The crude oil fungal blanket benefited a lot, and the area expanded by more than 6 times compared with before, almost covering an area as large as more than a dozen football fields.
And Su Yuan's God Altair has also recovered about 1/3.
The amount of energy points consumed in this process makes Su Yuan have difficulty breathing when he thinks about it.
There are 3 layers of primary God Altair.
The bottom layer has been fully restored, but it seems to have encountered some bottleneck.
No matter how many first-level crystal cores are absorbed by the God Altair, it will not work at all.
Su Yuan guessed that the next level of God Altair may need crystal cores of the second level or above. But this also made him feel relieved. The God Altair no longer actively snatched his crystal cores, so that his extraordinary badge finally had 8 energy points in stock. According to Su Yuan's estimation, as long as he got more than 20 energy points, it would be enough for him to upgrade from the primary 2-star to the 3-star. Since there were no zombies to kill, Shoehorn Face finally got a chance to breathe and his body recovered slightly. He was like a venomous snake, patiently waiting for his chance. Suddenly, a figure quietly approached behind him, holding Su Yuan's broken knife in his hand. Best the shoehorn-faced man thought that Su Yuan felt that he had lost his effectiveness and was ready to kill him, so he was about to shout, but his mouth was suddenly covered by someone.
Hush! Don't make a sound, it's me, Lu Xianguang. You, aren't you the subordinate of Su Yuan, that loser? What are you doing? Fuck your subordinates. I'm loyal to him, but what about him? Damn it! He slept with my woman. Then Lu Xianguang gnashed his teeth and cursed, you know Su Jejia, right? She's the little beauty star. I saved food from my teeth and finally won the little beauty's heart, and she finally agreed to be with me. What happened? Su Yuan, that bastard, actually raped her.
I heard that you've been a pirate for 10 years and killed people without blinking an eye.
And you can't wait to kill Su Yuan, right? I'll let you go, but the condition is that you must help me get rid of Su Yuan.
Shoehorn Face lowered his voice, of course there's no problem with this, deal. Lu Xianguang nodded, immediately cut the rope that tied up Shoehorn Face with a knife, and stuffed a backpack full of food into his arms.
While stuffing food into his mouth, Shoehorn Face said vaguely, what did your uncle say?
That street kid is a hypocrite, he just said nice things. He pretended to be kind before in order to kill zombies. Now there are no zombies to kill, of course he will take off the mask.
But it's not that I don't keep my word, uncle. Su Yuan, that street kid has special abilities and is very tricky.
You go and lure him over first, I will hide in the dark and attack him.
If you ask me to fight him head-on, I will never do it even if I die.
Lu Xianguang smiled disdainfully and took out 2 first-level crystal cores to show Shoehorn Face.
Shoehorn-faced man asked in confusion, isn't this something that the street thief collected from the zombies? Why are you showing it to me?
Lu Xianguang said mysteriously, I overheard a big secret.
Do you know what this crystal core is used for? Shoehorn-faced man immediately said, how should I know this? You are such a long-winded person. Can't you just say it quickly?
But I guess that thing must be very useful, maybe more valuable than diamonds.
Bullshit. Lu Xianguang said contemptuously, what's the use of money in this world now? It's too hard to wipe your ass. Let me tell you, his supernatural power is obtained through the crystal core. Look. Lu Xianguang was seen holding 2 milky white crystal cores, shaking them quickly in front of Shoehorn-faced man's eyes and then taking them back. As long as you eat this, you will have superpowers like him.
Then I will step on him, play with his women, and let him call me boss. The shoehorn face suddenly lit up, and he stretched his neck and swallowed the food in his mouth. He didn't care that he was choking and rolling his eyes. He asked impatiently, "Is it true? Are you trying to trick me? Why are you telling me such a big benefit?" After all, he had experienced many ups and downs, and he actually raised a little alert at this time. Lu Xianguang said without thinking, "Of course I want to ensure that everything is safe." "If you fail to kill him in a sneak attack, won't he kill you in return? Let's each take one crystal core, and after eating the crystal core to gain superpowers, we will work together to kill him. After the matter is done, we will split the food in half. I only want Su Jijia and Cheng Shui as women, and the rest are yours." The shoehorn face pondered for a moment, with fierceness flickering in his eyes. "This is no problem. However, can I gain superpowers immediately after eating this crystal core? What kind of superpowers do I gain?" Lu Xianguang said, "I heard this too. It seems that you can gain superpowers by eating any crystal core. These 2 crystal cores are from the elephant skin giant corpse, and the superpowers should be strength and skin toughness." Just then, a series of footsteps came from far away. There was also Duga Pang's voice saying that he saw Lu Xianguang running towards the side, and then Su Yuan snorted coldly. Lu Xianguang and the shoehorn face looked at each other quickly, and they saw a trace of fear and strong fear in each other's eyes. Then I heard a woman sobbing and begging, "I beg you. You've already slept with me, please let Brother Lu go, he's a good man. I promise you I'll never have anything to do with him again, okay? I'll do whatever you want, just please don't do anything to Brother Lu." The voice was miserable, like a cuckoo crying blood. "It's Jia Jia. Su Yuan, you bastard, I'm going to kill you." Lu Xianguang stood up suddenly, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He swallowed the crystal core in one gulp, picked up the knife and rushed out. Shoehorn face quickly snatched another one from his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. I felt like I had swallowed a piece of glass, almost cutting my throat, and slapped my chest several times with my hand before I barely swallowed it. "Wait a minute, young man, don't be so impulsive. You don't kill people like this." The shoehorn face grabbed the furious Lu Xianguang. "Let's hold the door. Wait until the superpower appears and then go out to fight 2 against 1, isn't it better?" Lu Xianguang listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer, and said anxiously, "It's too late, I heard him say that the superpower will take at least a few hours to appear." The shoehorn face changed drastically, and said with shaking hands, "Oh. You poor boy, you've killed me this time. Hurry up and tie me up again, I don't want to be implicated by you." Lu Xianguang shook his head, "It's useless, you know his secret. Do you think he will keep you alive?" "Fuck." Shoehorn-Faced had been a pirate for 10 years, and besides eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, he had only learned to spell. When he met a strong enemy, he panicked. He slapped himself with his intact hand, forcing himself to calm down. "Then I have to attack his mother. Fight. Give me the knife." At this time, Lu Xianguang had already taken the lead, kicked the door open and rushed out. Shoehorn-Faced could only grit his teeth and follow. The mall was dark, and Su Yuan could only be vaguely seen walking towards the side more than 10 meters away. Su Jijia's clothes were messy, and she kept begging beside her. As soon as she saw Lu Xianguang appear, she suddenly hugged Su Yuan and shouted to Lu Xianguang, "Brother Lu, don't be impulsive. You should leave for something that is not worth it. Su Yuan wants to kill you. You should leave." Lu Xianguang also shouted, "Jia Jia, get out of the way. It's either him or me today." Then he rushed towards Su Yuan with a knife. Su Yuan waved his hand casually, and an invisible airflow sprayed like a cannonball, directly hitting Lu Xianguang's chest. There was a click. "Be so aggressive?" Lu Xianguang immediately shot back, and a large amount of blood mist spurted out of his mouth. Shoehorn Face suddenly widened his triangular eyes, sucked his teeth and shouted, "Damn. Do you have to be so fierce?" Su Jijia hugged Su Yuan's legs tightly and desperately told Lu Xianguang to run away. The voice was shrill, and there was 3 parts of reluctance, 3 parts of farewell and 4 parts of strong love in his eyes. Shoehorn Face looked at Su Jijia and Lu Xianguang in confusion. If you don't know, you would think that they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together and lived together forever. Otherwise, how could they have such a deep relationship? Could it be that true love is revealed in times of adversity, and that a couple is born out of desperation? The shoehorn-faced man pulled Lu Xianguang up and ran towards the exit of the outer wall stairs. Run quickly, young man. Have you ever heard of listening to people's advice and eating a full meal? As long as the Green Mountains are there will be no worries about firewood. When we have superpowers, it won't be too late to come back and take revenge. Su Yuan's face was gloomy, and he snorted coldly, saying, "Want to run? Let's see where you can run to." He kicked Su Jejia away and was about to chase him, but Su Jejia rolled on the ground for a few rounds, biting her lips and throwing herself on Su Yuan again. "Brother Lu, run quickly, I'll hold him back." Lu Xianguang and the shoehorn-faced man ran for their lives. They didn't run down the stairs one step at a time, but jumped down one level at a time. It was as if it was not Su Yuan who was chasing them, but a group of zombies. The two fell to the ground and looked back. Su Yuan, Dugu Pang, Cheng Shui, Old Crazy, Bai Ying and others all chased out. Su Jejia still hugged Su Yuan's thigh tightly like a leg pendant. Shu Horn couldn't help but say to Lu Xianguang, "Brother, you are really amazing. You can make a woman fall in love with you to this extent in just a few days. After you escape, can you teach me?" "Humph. That depends on whether you can escape first." Su Yuan snorted again. As soon as the voice fell, Shu Horn felt a strong wind blowing in his face, as if someone pushed him hard in the face. He knew that this was another supernatural power of Su Yuan. But it might be because the distance was too far, so it didn't produce any lethality at all. But this also scared him to death, and he ran away like a headless fly. At this time, Lu Xianguang grabbed him and pointed to the ground, indicating that if he took another step forward, he would be on the crude oil fungus carpet that could eat away bones and flesh, and he couldn't run fast. Shoehorn-faced man also knew how powerful this thing was. He licked his lips and stepped in with gritted teeth. "Go over there," Lu Xianguang pointed to a large truck not far away. Next to the truck was the armored personnel carrier they had driven before, but now the chassis of the personnel carrier was facing up, like a toad with its belly turned upside down. "There is a retreat route I have prepared over there. The key is in the car, and you can start it. And I have laid a layer of clothes on the road to that place, so you won't fall as long as you don't run too fast." Shoehorn-faced man took 2 steps forward and found that it was just as Lu Xianguang said. He was so happy that he wanted to hold Lu Xianguang's face and kiss him hard. He saw him holding up his thumb and shouting, "You are really good, damn it, you are quite thoughtful, and you have some of the style of your uncle me in the past. Then why don't we run? Wait for Su Yuan, that street kid, to catch up?" The two of them walked quickly towards the truck, one in front and one behind, stepping on the crude oil fungus mat. Suddenly, Su Jejia groaned, and Lu Xianguang turned around to look. He saw Su Yuan pinching Su Jejia's neck and threatening him, "Stop. If you take another step forward, I will throw her onto the fungus mat." Lu Xianguang suddenly stood still. His face was livid, and he pointed at Su Yuan, shaking with anger. "Are you still a human being? Where is the bottom line of being a human being?" The shoehorn face just looked back, without even stopping. He ran to the front of the truck and opened the door, and found that the key was indeed inserted in the car. He twisted it hard, and the engine roared suddenly. "Sorry, brother. Uncle, I won't play with you. We can escape one by one. It's better than both of us being caught by him, don't you think?" As he said, he raised his middle finger to Su Yuan again. "Pujiezi, I'm throwing Lei Lamu. Uncle, I will be back sooner or later." Then he stepped on the accelerator hard, and the truck rushed forward like a mad buffalo. At this moment, Su Yuan and Lu Xianguang, who were still on edge a second ago, actually laughed at the same time. The truck driven by Shoehorn Face rushed out for only 20 meters, and suddenly the body of the truck shook violently. The front of the truck was lifted high, and half of the chassis was torn off the car. Shoehorn Face broke the windshield on the spot and was thrown out of the cab. It turned out that the rope used to hang the elephant skin giant corpse was tied to the chassis of the truck, and the rope had been doubled together, from 3 centimeters in diameter to 6 centimeters, thicker than a person's wrist. At the same time, there was a loud boom sound, and finally a bang. The troop carrier with the chassis facing up actually turned over and turned up from the ground. Lu Xianguang cheered, laughed and said, "Beautiful. Damn, it's not in vain that we performed such a good show." Su Yuan also led people down from upstairs. I saw that each of them was carrying a lot of food and drinking water, and it was obvious that they had planned to do something at this time. Su Jiajia's face was also glowing. She high-fived Lu Xianguang, who was running over, and said with a shy smile, "Brother Lu, you are really a genius in acting. When I first entered the industry, I couldn't act as well as you." Lu Xianguang quickly said modestly, "Everywhere. They are all big stars. You taught them well, and the boss wrote the script wonderfully. I just did what I can do." "Okay." Su Yuan slapped Lu Xianguang on the shoulder. "You two were so devoted to the performance just now, and your voices are really loud. I don't know how many zombies will be attracted. If you don't leave, be careful of being attacked by the zombies again. Surround." As he spoke, he cut the rope with a knife and led the people onto the personnel carrier. After all, it's a war weapon. It doesn't matter if it rolls over on the ground, and it can jump far away with just a kick of the accelerator. And his timing was just right. As soon as they got into the car, thunder and lightning suddenly began in the sky, and the heavy rain poured down instantly, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Shu Horn's face was completely confused by what happened suddenly. His whole body was covered with the mucus of the crude oil blanket, and it felt like countless bugs as thin as hair were burrowing into his body. It wasn't until he saw Su Yuan and the others whizzing past him in a personnel carrier that he finally realized that he had been tricked by Su Yuan again. Thunder and lightning, and this time he not only played tricks on him, but also directly tricked him to death. Now his whole body is covered with poisonous mucus, and he can die in just a moment. His entire life flashed before his eyes like a movie. Suddenly he remembered that Su Yuan once said that the reason why he was not killed was because he was still useful. At that time, he thought that usefulness meant using him as bait to lure zombies. Now it seems that is not the case at all. It turns out that Su Yuan's ultimate goal is to use him as cannon fodder to drive up the heavy personnel carrier. Maybe the reason why the rope used to tie up the giant elephant skin corpse was made so long and thick was because it was ultimately used as a rope to tow the personnel carrier. It turns out that from the very beginning, I fell into someone else's scheme. And all of this started when he threw the grenade at Su Yuan. His consciousness became increasingly blurred. The highly toxic mucus seemed to have penetrated into my brain, and my whole body was itching unbearably. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed it, and half of his face fell off from his head. Me. Throw. Lay. Lao. Plan. Wow. However, his screams were completely drowned out by the sound of thunder one after another. Cheng Shui sat in the carriage and looked back, looking at the shopping mall where they had stayed for half a month, with a heavy expression on her face. She couldn't bear the thought of those people they had left in the mall. Su Yuan saw Cheng Shui's thoughts and said calmly, "Leaving some of the food for them is the utmost kindness. If you want to blame them, they themselves are to blame. I'm not a bad person, just because they encourage them to shoot with shame. If you hit me, I won't go too far even if you kill them." Cheng Shui shook her head hastily. I didn't say what you did was wrong, I just felt, leaving them there is no different from leaving them to die. It feels like we killed them." Su Yuan smiled. "What? Do I deserve it or owe them something? What does it have to do with me whether they die or not? I have no obligation to protect them." Dugu Pang grinned and reminded, "Sister, can you talk to the boss about this philosophy of life at another time? You are not afraid of affecting his driving. If you hit something again, ugh." The fat man was only halfway through his words when the old madman suddenly covered his mouth. Just listen to the old madman imitating the accent of the shoehorn face and say, "You damn fat boy, can you shut your mouth? Look at what's tied to that thing in front of you." Dugu Pang looked out with wide eyes. I saw lightning one after another, lighting up the outside brightly. He just glanced outside and couldn't help but take a breath and stammered, damn. It's bigger than 2 cars combined. Is it a mammoth?
Su Yuan had long noticed the anomaly ahead.
Hearing this, he glanced at Dugopeng in surprise. There's really something wrong with your eyes.
Whose mammoth doesn't even have hair on it?
That's a serious African elephant, but it's just mutated. It must have escaped from some zoo.
While he was talking, the troop carrier had already approached.
The elephants were so frightened by the thunder that they fell into a state of rage, not even looking at the personnel carrier in front of them. Instead, he shook off his big nose, smashed through the rolling shuttered door of the store as easily as overturning a child's toy, and escaped into the building.
Thunder is the great natural force of heaven and earth.
Every living thing has an instinctive fear of thunder and lightning.
Mutated creatures have a greater influence on their instincts.
Whether it is a zombie or a mutated creature, they will choose to find a place to hide under this thunderstorm. No one would come out to cause trouble for Su Yuan and others. After all, the purpose of their attack on humans is to hunt, but now they are almost scared to death by the crazy thunderstorm. Coupled with the pouring rain, their vision and hearing were greatly affected, and they would not react at all to the personnel carriers roaring past.
This is also the reason why Su Yuan chose this day to rush out of the city. The bus full of people was initially worried that mutated creatures and zombies would rush out.
Later, it turned into worrying about whether I would be struck by lightning. The thunder and lightning outside seemed to have never stopped since the first crack of thunder, so that they did not need to turn on the car lights to drive normally. However, as the heavy rain poured down, the water on the ground became deeper and deeper, reaching the height of a person's calf. When the troop carrier drives on the road, it is more like sailing a ship than driving a car. Suddenly, a big fat fish jumped on the front hood of the troop carrier. It flapped desperately twice and successfully jumped back into the water. Except for Su Yuan, everyone in the car turned green.
Because the big fish just now actually had eyes all over its head, it looked like a lazy toad.
The old madman was in high spirits and suffered from an occupational disease. He took out a small notebook from somewhere and concentrated on drawing the various strange creatures he saw.
Dugopeng's face turned pale, and he groaned and said, "Oh my God, how many monsters and ghosts are there?
That little thing just now looked so unique.
Damn it, I won't eat fish for the rest of my life." Su Yuan said nonchalantly, "This is nothing. The water gathered by this heavy rain will wash many creatures outside the city into the city. And there are many plant seeds in the water.
It won't take long, here will be it turns into a jungle with lush vegetation, and then all kinds of monsters are rampant."
Everyone leaned on the car window and looked out.
The skyscrapers on both sides flew by quickly. It was hard to imagine that this place was the most powerful proof of human civilization not long ago. It took hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years for humans to develop from eating raw meat and drinking blood to the current technological civilization, but in this disaster, it was destroyed overnight. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but be confused and afraid of the future. Due to the difficult road conditions, it took nearly 2 hours for the car to finally drive out of the edge of the city and enter the rural county road. Without the towering buildings in the field of vision, the depressing atmosphere in everyone's hearts suddenly became stronger. Fortunately, the road after leaving the city became very bumpy. The troop carrier is not a family car that considers comfort. Driving it is like sitting on the wheels of a tractor. Everyone was dizzy and had no time to think about anything else. Suddenly Su Yuan stepped on the brakes, and everyone was thrown up from their seats under the action of inertia. The people sitting in the front hurriedly asked Su Yuan what happened.
Su Yuan pointed ahead with an unpleasant look on his face.
It turned out that the bridge in front had collapsed due to the accumulation of water, so everyone had to change the route.
Su Yuan took out the map and compared it.
The route he took before was the closest to the military station. The bridge collapsed and the road was broken. The slightly worse route would pass through a village.
There are zombies in places where people live. Su Yuan knew that it was not a good idea to pass by the village.
But given the current situation, he had no better way. The changed route deviated from the main road, and the road conditions became more muddy and difficult to travel.
The fuel consumption per kilometer increased dramatically. People are unlucky.
Drinking cold water will make your stomach upset. When the car just drove to the vicinity of the village, the fuel tank was empty. And outside, dark clouds rolled and thunder roared, and the sky seemed to have a hole. Su Yuan immediately decided that he could not drive forward, and at least leave some fuel for emergency. So he found a relatively high place to stop the car and asked everyone to stay in the car. Wait until the weather clears up, go out to collect some fuel and set off again. This wait lasted until the evening of the next day. The car was stuffy and damp, and everyone was almost moldy and hairy from staying there. They got out of the car in the rain without waiting for the rain to stop. Dugapang took off his sweat-soaked clothes, suddenly knelt down in the rain, raised his hands to the sky, and opened his mouth to roar. As a result, Su Yuan kicked him to the ground. What are you doing with a plane? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? Dugapang looked at Su Yuan with resentment. Boss, haven't you seen The Shawshank Redemption? When Andy Dufresne escaped from Shawshank prison after going through untold hardships, he knelt in the heavy rain to vent his depression. It's not easy for us to escape from the city, so we should celebrate it, right? Su Yuan gave Dugapang a slap on the back of his head, thinking that the fat man should watch the movie To Live, in which the male protagonist was almost killed by zombies at home because of roaring. And he thought there was nothing to celebrate about rushing out of the city. The hardships of the end of the world have just begun, and the next step is the cruel road to survival. The most difficult problem facing them is enough diesel. If they can't find it, they can just change a car to deal with it, but they are reluctant to give up the armored personnel carrier that is like a mobile fortress. But soon they found that changing cars has become a luxury. The surroundings are as clean as a plate licked by a dog, and there is nothing with wheels. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. This time, he might have to drive number 11 with his legs and head to the military station with his head on his belt. The others didn't have the mood to joke anymore. As soon as the rain stopped, they all returned to the car, staring at the fuel gauge display while looking around for something to replace the car with wide eyes. Surprises always appear inadvertently. They turned a 90-degree turn and suddenly saw an old diesel pickup truck parked on the side of the road not far ahead. To Su Yuan and his friends, the tattered car body and mottled paint looked like the sexiest beauty winking at them. A group of people rushed to the pickup truck like their butts were on fire. They looked inside the car and found that there were no zombies or living people. They immediately rushed over to explore the mysterious hole. That is, they pried open the fuel tank cap and prepared to pump out the oil. The three women took advantage of this opportunity to go behind the green belt to relieve themselves. Suddenly, they heard a scream of awe. What are you screaming for? Did a zombie bite your butt or something? Su Yuan had checked when he got off the car. There were no zombies or mutants around. He guessed that these women might have been scared by the bodies that died on the roadside. He thought to himself while pushing aside the dense bushes in the green belt. Dugapang said to Lu Xiangguang with a lewd smile, let's move quickly. There are 3 white people over there. Damn! The screams don't seem to come from 3 people. It's 4. Why is there one more person? Su Yuan also noticed something was wrong. He stomped hard on the ground, jumped more than 2 meters high, and jumped directly over the bushes. In midair, he saw 3 women with their pants still hanging on their knees. Just a few steps away from them, a woman with disheveled hair, covered in mud and whose appearance could not be seen clearly was holding a broken bag in her arms and screaming desperately. It turned out to be a false alarm. Su Yuan frowned and shouted, a living person, why are you screaming? If you scream again, I will take off your pants. There is no doubt that this sentence is lethal to women. The 3 women immediately closed their mouths to cover their vitals. Only then did they realize that if their tops were not long enough, their trump cards would inevitably be exposed. Dugapang and Lu Xiangguan shook their heads with a look of disappointment, thinking that they would see some extraordinary spring scenery. As a result, at first glance, they looked no different from a row of cheerleaders in miniskirts. Su Yuan asked the woman, why are you hiding behind the green belt? Are you going to rob people? The woman waved her hands and said, no, I was just looking for something useful in the pickup truck. Suddenly I heard the noise of you driving over, and I was scared, so I hid.
Dugu Pang and Lu Shenguan removed the plastic tube under the pickup truck's wiper and inserted it into the fuel tank, but found that there was very little oil in it. It was estimated that it might not be enough even to make a plate of spicy tofu, and they were so angry that they cursed bad luck. The screams of the women just now did not attract zombies, which means that this place is still safe. Su Yuan asked everyone to rest here for 15 minutes, stretch their legs and feet, and eat something. If they really couldn't do it, they would have to risk going into the village to find Diesel. Going into the village meant that they would inevitably encounter zombies, which was the last choice they wanted to make besides abandoning the troop carrier. The woman who looked like a mud monkey suddenly said, "Are you looking for Diesel? I know where it is, but I can't tell you for nothing." As she spoke, her eyes were still fixed on the food in Su Yuan and others' hands. Su Yuan looked at the woman suspiciously. Because the woman was so dirty that she looked like she had rolled in a mud pit for 800 times, it was unclear how old she was. But her voice sounded like she was only about 30 years old at most. Food, Su Yuan didn't lack it for the time being. If he could exchange food for Diesel, it would of course be a happy thing for everyone. He raised his hand and threw a box of canned beef to the woman. "Can you talk now?" The woman immediately stuffed the can into the broken bag in her arms, but her eyes were still staring at the compressed biscuits in Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan waved the biscuits in front of the woman. One piece of information in exchange for a box of canned goods is already a huge profit. What else do you want? And you have to take us there in person. Who knows if you are lying to us? Canned food. The woman shook her head, a gleam of determination flashed in her eyes, but it was blocked by her hair. She dragged a battery scooter out of the bushes. On the back seat of the scooter, there was a 20-gene oil can full of Diesel. Dugu Pang screamed, "Damn it! Hey, sister, the Diesel you are talking about is not this can?" After all this fuss, it turns out that the oil in this pickup truck was pumped out by you. So if we had arrived earlier than you, this box of canned beef could have been saved. The woman said, "Of course not this can. I mean, I have a lot of Diesel at home, just follow me." Su Yuan saw that it was getting dark, so he asked the woman to put the scooter on the troop carrier, and then let the woman get in the car and asked her to be responsible for showing the way. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The woman did not refuse. After she bent down and got into the car, her expression was slightly stunned. Then, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, she touched here and looked there. After driving for about 2 kilometers, a 2-story building stood alone on the edge of an orchard. There were no other buildings around except this building. The building seemed to be quite old, and the paint on the exterior wall had cracked and fallen off in many places. The yard was full of weeds, and it seemed that it was usually neglected. But it might also be because the yard was too big and the owner couldn't afford to clean it up. However, Su Yuan was jealous of the 2 huge solar panels. This was a good thing. The woman asked Su Yuan to stop, then she took out the key, opened the gate, and ran to the building in a hurry. Less than a minute after entering the house, she came out again, holding another key, and led Su Yuan to a warehouse in the corner of the yard. In addition to a pile of car repair tools, there were 4 200-liter iron oil drums. When Su Yuan finally filled up the tank of the troop carrier with 10 cans of beef and 2 boxes of compressed biscuits as the price, it was already getting dark. The woman tried her best to keep them for a night before leaving, and Su Yuan also felt that it was unsafe to walk at night, so he nodded in agreement. Of course, the overnight fee was not cheap, and each of the 7 of them had a bag of compressed biscuits. Seeing the food brought out from the mall being sent out like water, Dugu Pang was distressed and took a breath, saying that the woman's price was too high, just like Sun Ernyang in water margin. Unexpectedly, the woman's face was bitter, saying that she knew she was greedy, but she did it for the children. When the disaster broke out, her husband was still working in a nearby labor camp, leaving her and her 4-year-old son behind, and never came back. She still had some rice and flour at home, but sooner or later they would run out, so she had to go out and search for supplies. But she didn't dare to run to the village, so she could only focus on the broken-down cars on the road. According to her, she had searched almost all the cars within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers. Su Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. It was indeed not easy for a woman to be alone with a 4-year-old child in the end of the world. today she met them. If she had met a group of bad guys with shoehorn faces, this woman would not only not get any food, but might even be robbed of money and raped. The woman arranged for them to sit in the living room, and then she washed her face and changed her clothes. Su Yuan then saw the woman's appearance clearly. She was a very ordinary woman in her 30s, with a common face that was hard to find in a crowd. Her skin was slightly dark, and she should have often served the orchard and done farm work. The woman poured each of them a glass of water and kindly reminded them that the water was free. There is a well in the yard, and 2 solar panels are enough to support daily electricity, so the water pump can still work. If Su Yuan and his friends need water, they can find something to fill it up and take it away. Then he asked Su Yuan and his friends if they wanted to eat boiled noodles or hand-rolled noodles. Dugu Pang asked very vigilantly, "Is it expensive?" The woman smiled naively and said, "Not expensive, 7 people can eat, 4 boxes of canned beef will do." Dugu Pang's face was immediately full of pain. He is a meat lover, and almost all the canned meat was brought out by him. Using meat to exchange for noodles, this business is a bit of a loss no matter how you calculate it. In the end, Su Yuan waved his hand and told the woman to do it, and asked the fat man to go back to the car to get 2 bags of cooked pig's trotters, saying that they were all for the children. The woman smiled again, quickly tied an apron and went to the kitchen to work. Su Yuan winked at Dugu Pang and asked him to go over and keep an eye on it. One must be on guard against others. If this woman really gives them some knockout drugs like Sun or Yang, it will be troublesome. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yuan looked at the furnishings in the living room. He noticed a family photo on the cabinet. In the photo, an old and a young couple smiled at the camera. There was also a fat little boy in open crotch pants in the middle. The woman in the photo was the one who made noodles for them, and the husband next to her looked like an honest man. There was a vague resemblance between her eyebrows and the old couple. It seemed that this was a photo of the couple and the child's grandparents. The woman cooked very skillfully, and Dugu Pang, a chef from a 5-star hotel, helped. After a while, a large pot of steaming noodles was served. When everyone saw the emerald green rapeseed in the noodles, their eyes were straight. Although they had good food for the past half-month, the vegetables they ate were always dehydrated. It seemed as if they hadn't eaten fresh vegetables like this for a long time. This time, the woman was generous for once. Seeing that Su Yuan and the others had left the noodles alone, she ate all the vegetables in a few chopsticks. She returned to the kitchen and served them a plate of pickled vegetables, including fresh shallots, lettuce, cucumbers, and green peppers, all grown in her own vegetable garden. Everyone was eating so much that they begged Su Yuan to take out some more food and asked the woman to stir-fry 2 plates of vegetables. Su Yuan had long been tired of compressed biscuits and canned beef, so he asked Dugu Pang to go to the car again and take out some chocolate, ham, and other things from his bag for the woman. This time, Dugu Pang cooked for everyone and served them a plate of fried eggs with garlic sprouts and a plate of stir-fried cabbage, which was really delicious. The woman also picked up her bowl and chopsticks to eat together. Su Yuan asked her why she didn't call the children out to eat. The woman said that the child was frightened and didn't dare to see strangers. She would serve a bowl to the child and bring it to the house later. As she said that, the woman quickly took 2 bites, found an empty bowl to serve one, and walked towards the bedroom in the south room. Su Yuan kicked Cheng Shui under the table, then glanced at the woman's back. Cheng Shui immediately nodded in understanding, stood up quietly and followed. I saw the woman holding noodles with a few pieces of canned beef on top. After she opened the bedroom door, she whispered slowly, "Son, mother has brought you food." Suddenly the woman's expression changed, and she saw Cheng Shui's shadow on the ground. He turned around suddenly, pushed Cheng Shui out, lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing here?" "You will scare my son." Cheng Shui reached out and took out a bag of Malinois chocolate candies from her pocket, saying that she just remembered that she had snacks on her and wanted to give them to her children. The woman's expression softened slightly. She took the marshmallow, urged Cheng Shui to leave quickly so that the children wouldn't see her, and then closed the door directly. After Cheng Shui returned, Su Yuanzhang looked at her. She nodded slightly to Su Yuan, then glanced behind her and saw that the woman had not come out yet. Then he whispered into Su Yuan's ear, "There is indeed a child, but the child was lying on his side on the bed, still covered with a quilt. I only saw his back. Su Yuan said softly. When the woman came back, Su Yuan pointed to the family photo on the cabinet and asked, knowingly, "Is that your husband? Are those at the back the child's grandparents?" The woman nodded, her face couldn't help but look a little sad. Su Yuan comforted, "Your husband may just be trapped, and he may come back suddenly one day. Is there any news about the child's grandparents? If the two elders are here, the three of you can easily raise a child together." Some. The woman looked at the family photo in ecstasy.
After a long time, she sighed and said, "The child's grandparents also work in the labor camp. I hope they are all still alive." When the woman said this, tears suddenly flowed out. She covered her face with her hands in pain and said, "If they are not dead, I really hope they come back soon. I really can't hold on alone." Dugupang interrupted, "Isn't the reform through labor farm a place where prisoners stay? Could it be that it was run by your family? Otherwise, why would you and your mother be working in the reform through labor farm?" The woman wiped her tears and said, "Is this strange? My father-in-law is a big leader there. Isn't it easy to arrange for his wife and son to go to work? My man is also the captain of the team. By the way, the diesel fuel I added to you, he got it secretly from the farm." Oh, Su Yuan suddenly stood up, "Sister, it's getting late. We are all sore and achy. Please arrange a place for us so that we can rest early." "Okay." The woman responded and led them up to the second floor. There are only 3 rooms upstairs. The 7 of you have to squeeze in. Su Yuan smiled and said, "It's already pretty good. It's more spacious than a car anyway, and it's not a permanent stay. We'll leave at dawn." The woman nodded, maybe because the topic just now was too heavy for her. She obviously had no interest in chatting for a while longer, so she went back downstairs after saying a few more polite words. Dugupang looked at the 3 rooms one by one and said to himself, "The boss and Cheng Shui are in the same room, Xiaobai and I are in the same room, Lao Lu and Su Jejia are in the same room, and the old madman is laying the floor in the living room. It's perfect." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuan slapped him on the head, "Your grandma's legs are perfect. Why are you messing with me here? Please be energetic tonight. Cheng Shui, you women go to bed first." "Fatty, Lao Lu and I stayed vigilant groups." "That woman, there is something wrong." "Hiss, no way?" Dugupang scratched his head, "What's the problem?" "I didn't see it." Su Yuan took everyone aside and lowered his voice and said, "The problem lies in that family photo." She said that her man was the captain of a team in a labor camp. "We can't verify this." But she also said that the children's grandparents all work there, and Grandpa is still a big leader. But have you ever seen a leader's hands covered with calluses, with tortoiseshell-like hard skin and cracks on the sides of his fingers, and cracks in the gaps? Got a black stain that can't be removed with washing? Everyone thought about it in their minds. I remember that in the family photo, the old man indeed put one hand on the woman's husband's shoulder, and raised the other hand to make a greeting gesture. But no one could look at it as carefully as Su Yuan, who was so abnormal that he paid attention to the details of other people's palms and fingers. Just listen to Su Yuan continue to say, "Also, if you have a 4-year-old child, do you dare to leave the child at home alone in this situation and go out to search for supplies by yourself?" Speaking of supplies, the woman told us personally that he had rummaged through all the cars within 2 or 3 kilometers of the area. You saw it when we came here. Apart from the pickup truck, we never saw another one on the road. As for the other direction, haven't you noticed that going forward from her house is a flat and straight road? You can see 5 or 6 kilometers away at a glance. Did you see any cars parked on the road? No one noticed this at all. Now after listening to what Su Yuan said, I thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed as Su Yuan said, there was only one pickup truck within 2 or 3 kilometers of the house. Think again, Dugupang pried open the fuel tank cap of the pickup truck at that time. If you were that woman, would you be kind enough to put the fuel tank cap back on after draining the gas? I guess it's possible that the pot of diesel in the woman's electric car was not taken out of the car by her at all. Instead, she brought it from home to add to the car. Lu Xianguang smacked his lips and said, "Hey, strange, even if you are right, why did she lie to us? Why did she lie to us? Su Yuan shook his head, frowned and said, I haven't thought of this yet, but there is one more thing that I find very strange. Everyone's heart beat faster due to Su Yuan's serious look, and they hurriedly asked him what he was talking about. Su Yuan's frown deepened. From the time we came in to the time we finished eating, we chatted for a long time. Why didn't that child make any sound? Even if the child was mute, he would eventually fart. 2 people? Don't even go to the toilet? Everyone knew that Su Yuan's fart was just a metaphor. It actually meant that children are naturally active and cannot stay motionless in the house for such a long time. At this time, Su Jia suddenly said, I also think that the woman's crying just now was a bit fake. It was very much like the crying scene performed by us actors for the plot. Dugupang cursed his mother and said, What did I say? This old lady is just a Sun Er Yang. Maybe she is secretly sharpening her knife right now and wants to make human meat buns out of us all. Everyone's face changed color when they heard the fat man's weird words, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Lu Xianguang came up with an idea. He said that they should tie up the woman first and let her go when they leave early tomorrow morning. Cheng Shui hurriedly said that this method would not work. What if a good person was wrongly accused? Besides, the woman had a 4-year-old child. If she was tied up, who would take care of the child? She, Su Jia and Bai Ying all felt that Su Yuan was a little too cautious. The woman had a half-grown child. As long as she was not crazy, she would never dare to have bad thoughts about so many of them. Everyone talked about it for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution. The old madman was carefree and didn't think about these things at all. He fell asleep as soon as he leaned his head on the pillow. Finally, Su Yuan decided to proceed with everything according to the original plan. The women went to bed, and he, Dugupang and Lu Xianguang kept watch in batches. Even if the other party really had bad intentions, how much could a woman like her do? Dugupang was an absolute hawk this time, and volunteered to take the first shift. He found a chair and leaned it against the door. In this way, as long as someone opened the door, the chair would slide. In order to prevent bad things from happening in his sleep, he secretly took apart a sweater in someone's closet, tied one end of the wool to the door handle, and the other end to his hair. Then he took Su Yuan's broken knife with full energy, thinking that if the woman dared to come up in the middle of the night, he would give her a hard blow. As a result, he waited until Lu Xianguang got up to change shifts, but the woman did not move. When Lu Xianguang was on duty, it was already around midnight. He took the wool from Dugupang, and soon fell asleep in a daze. I don't know exactly when, Lu Xianguang just felt the wool in his hand suddenly move, and he immediately opened his eyes with a start. I saw a figure standing in front of him in the dark, and he seemed to be holding a knife in his hand. Lu Xianguang thought something was wrong. He didn't hear the door opening. How did this person get in? He was so scared that he was about to scream, and then he heard the figure suddenly raised his finger and said hush to him. Lu Xianguang thought, what the hell are you saying hush for? Are you going to chop me and let me hold back and not make a sound? Just when he was about to shout desperately, the figure finally spoke. He heard the man take a deep breath first, and then asked, do you smell anything strange? It seems to be Diesel. As soon as the man spoke, Lu Xianguang immediately recognized it as Su Yuan's voice, and his heart, which was hanging in his throat, was immediately put down. He patted his chest and panted, saying, oh my God, I was almost scared to death by you. I thought that woman was going to cut me with a knife. Then he took a breath and shook his head, I didn't find any strange smell? Su Yuan said, no. It's definitely Diesel. Go wake everyone up. Lu Xianguang saw that Su Yuan didn't seem to be joking, so he didn't dare to neglect it and hurriedly woke everyone up. Because they were always worried that the woman had bad intentions towards them, everyone didn't take off their clothes when they slept. Now it was no trouble. In less than 10 seconds, everyone stood in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan asked Lu Xianguang the same question he had asked him just now, but everyone shook their heads and said they didn't smell it, and asked him if he was hallucinating. No, absolutely not. Su Yuan said firmly, just because you can't smell it doesn't mean I can't smell it either. You pack up your things, I'll go downstairs to take a look. It was only then that he realized that the people around him were just ordinary people, and he was the only extraordinary person who had been strengthened by the altar.
And the physical fitness of extraordinary people in all aspects is far from that of ordinary people.
Others can't smell it, which can only mean that their sense of smell is not sensitive enough. Su Yuan was seen holding a flashlight in his left hand and a broken knife in his right hand, walking down the stairs. Cheng Shui also reminded Su Yuan that if everything was normal, he must not scare the woman. If she saw him, he should say that he came down to the bathroom to pee.
Su Yuan raised the flashlight to indicate that he heard it.
As soon as he walked downstairs, the faint smell of diesel became stronger.
Su Yuan wondered if his sense of smell was too sharp, and he could even smell the diesel smell in the warehouse in the distance.
He shone the flashlight around and found nothing unusual, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart showed no sign of fading. He happened to walk to the door of the room that the woman entered when she brought food to the child, and Su Yuan thought he might as well open the door to take a look. If the woman and the child were both asleep, then it was really possible that he was overthinking. He put his hand on the door and pushed it gently, and the door creaked open with a palm-wide gap.
Su Yuan thought that this woman was really bold.
A bunch of strangers came to the house, and she didn't even lock the door when she slept, and she wasn't afraid of someone crawling into the bed in the middle of the night. He lowered the flashlight a little and shone the residual light of the flashlight on the bed. There was no woman on the bed. There was only a child facing the inside, covered with a quilt, with only a head exposed.
Su Yuan murmured to himself, did the woman get up in the middle of the night to pee, so she left the door open?
While he was thinking, he closed the door and backed out. Just in case the woman really went to the toilet and saw herself blocking the door when she came back. Stop thinking of yourself as a pervert coming to rob you.
At this time, the window suddenly became brightly lit.
The raging fire surrounded the entire two-story building in an instant.
Not good. Someone set a fire. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat.
He kicked open the bathroom door and wanted to tell the woman to grab the child and run away.
As a result, the bathroom was completely empty, not to mention anyone, not even a ghost.
Hiss, Su Yuan took a breath. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that while eating, he asked Cheng Shui to secretly follow the woman to see if there was really a child. At that time, Cheng Shui said that the child was lying on the bed with his face facing inward, and only the back of his head was visible. Why was it that when I looked at it just now, the child was still in the same posture? Is the child physically disabled or paralyzed in bed? At this time, Dugu Pang and others from upstairs also ran down.
As soon as they saw Su Yuan, they shouted, "No! I'm so sorry."
Then Sun Ernyang not only wants to make us into human meat buns, but also wants to let's just fucking turn us into roast suckling pigs. We saw it upstairs. It was she who set the fire, and it circled the entire building.
We were trapped by the fire. How is that possible? Su Yuanxin said that this was her home. How could anyone set fire to their own house?
Besides, her child is still in the house.
Even if she doesn't want the house, doesn't she also want the child?
Midnight Su Yuan immediately turned around and rushed to the child's bed, and opened the quilt. His heart suddenly clicked.
Damn it! This is actually a dead child.
The body was severely dehydrated, and no one knew how it died. There was no smell of corpse at all.
The dry and thin body made everyone feel sick.
They were even more terrified by the woman's deep scheming.
This time, everyone couldn't help but believe it.
The woman was indeed as Su Yuan expected, and she had been deceiving them from the beginning.
But I didn't expect the woman's means to be so vicious.
In order to kill them, she even set her own house on fire.
Dugu Pang shook his hands and shouted, "It's over.
Unless we have the 9 dragons fire covering journey to the west, we can wait to smell the fragrance of our own meat." Damn, this woman may have poured all the remaining 3 barrels of diesel around the house.
I don't know how cooked we will be.
As he spoke, the fire burned more and more vigorously with the wind.
The glass on the window was blown into pieces one after another.
A thick smoke wrapped in heat waves rushed in from the broken window, choking everyone and causing them to cough immediately. Then the curtains, furniture, and plastic ceiling panels all burst into flames. Everyone's eyelashes were singed, and the smoke was even more intense. Many people trapped in the fire were choked to death by the smoke before they were burned to death. Moreover, Su Yuan couldn't use his supernatural powers at this time, otherwise he would blow a gust of wind over and the fire would only burn more vigorously. Everyone was sweating in anxiety and didn't know what to do. Bai Ying is a university teacher. She organizes fire emergency drills with her students every year. Then she shouted, "Quick! Let's go and see if the fire has spread to the second floor. If not, you can take the risk of jumping out of the second floor window." "Yes, yes, yes. Jump out of the window. And you can wrap yourself in the quilt they just covered, and continue to rush out after landing. Jumping out of the window at least has a 50% chance of escaping, but staying here will only wait for death." At this time, the room was filled with thick smoke. Everyone covered their mouths and coughed as they rushed back to the second floor, but when they reached the window, they were stunned again. There was an iron railing outside the window for anti-theft. No one noticed this, and now it was too late. Seeing that their last chance of survival was also destroyed, several people felt anxious, their legs and feet went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Su Yuan kicked them up again. "We have escaped from a city filled with tens or millions of zombies. Are we going to die here? Stay calm. Even at the last moment, we can't give up easily." Su Jejia cried and said, "That's different, cough cough cough. Zombies at least don't plot against people, but the one who is harming us now is alive. This woman is so scary, she's better at acting than me." As they spoke, rolling heat waves kept coming. Everyone felt that the skin on their faces was about to be burned off. It seemed that they could only hold on for a minute or two in the fire before they had to report to the King of Hell. Su Yuan glanced at the anti-theft railing outside the window. The iron bar was a rebar thicker than an ordinary person's thumb. It was not impossible to cut it off with the sharpness of the mantis knife. But he had to chop it fiercely in front of the window in the face of the fire. Su Yuan knew that the walls of a two-story building like this were either made of red bricks or hollow concrete blocks. In short, it was much easier to destroy the wall than to destroy the anti-theft railing in the face of the fire. He vaguely remembered that the south wind was blowing outside today, so the north side should be considered the leeward side, and the fire was relatively small. Su Yuan stood in front of the north wall and stretched out his hands to press on the wall. There were 3 bang 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 explosions. The first one was the wall skin bursting, revealing the red bricks inside. The second one was the red bricks bursting, and the wall was twisted and deformed. The third one, the broken brick shot out like an explosion, and a hole big enough for 2 fat men to drill out at the same time was smashed out. Su Yuan shook his numb palm. 3 bursts of overpressure blasting were also a big burden for him. The situation outside the north wall was indeed more optimistic. The fire was not close to the wall, but was burning on the ground in the first floor at a slightly outward angle, and had not yet spread to the second floor. But the site was still filled with flames. Dugu Pang was so burned that his hair curled up, and he didn't dare to jump down. Finally, Su Yuan grabbed a quilt and stuffed it into the fat man's arms to force him to jump. He closed his eyes and made up his mind. He took a few steps and jumped out like a bear jumping off a cliff. Then it was Lu Xiangguang, who was also kicked hard on the butt by Su Yuan before he jumped out. The remaining women were weak. Su Yuan was worried that they would not jump far enough and would fall into the fire. He grabbed their collars and trouser waists, and threw them out with their heads and feet up. When everyone except the old madman was dealt with, the fire below had spread to the point where no one could stand at the entrance of the cave. Su Yuan threw the old madman to the ground, rolled him up into a quilt, and then jumped up with the quilt in his arms. The moment he passed over the flames, Su Yuan felt a sharp burning pain on his exposed skin. Even though he did not pass through the flames and was not directly touched by the flames, the temperature above the flames was unbearable for humans. It felt like his skin was broken by a steel brush and then covered with a layer of chili water. His whole body was burning and it hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. Su Yuan let the old madman out after landing. Everyone looked at each other. Everyone was smoked by the thick smoke as if they had crawled out of a chimney. Their eyes were bloodshot, and many people's hair was half burned by the fire. This was a thrilling and dangerous scene, but fortunately there were no casualties. Except for Su Yuan, the rest of the people were hit hard when they landed because they could not roll to relieve the force.
Everyone had broken skin. The next step was to settle accounts with Sun Yang.
The road to survival for everyone had just begun, and they almost capsized in the gutter of the same kind. They had been holding back their anger. How scared and desperate they were in the fire just now, how strong their hatred for Sun Yang was now. Damn it, if that woman hadn't always emphasized intentionally or unintentionally that she had a 4-year-old child, Su Yuan would not have subconsciously thought that the woman would not do anything crazy. At most she just wanted to steal the food they brought. I didn't expect that she was so vicious and wanted to kill them all right away. As soon as the woman saw Su Yuan and his men coming out from behind the small building, she trembled all over and stumbled back a few steps. Then she gritted her teeth, turned around and ran without looking back. How could they let her run away? 2 bricks flew over with a whoosh. One of them was too strong and flew past the woman's head, and the other hit the woman's right heel, making her scream "Aw" and fall to the ground.
Dugu Pang ran over and sat on the woman. If he hadn't held back, this but would have squeezed the woman's intestines out.
It is said that women under the mountain are tigers, but I see there are no mountains near your home.
Why are you so cruel? Ask yourself, we have been kind to you, right? You know how hard it is to get food now, but do we feel sorry for it? Are we reluctant to give it up? We are like a big shot who gave you canned food and biscuits. What about you? Damn it, you actually want to kill us. You even put the whole dead child on the bed to deceive our sympathy. Do you know how much trauma you have caused to my pure heart?
Dugu Pang asked, twisting his butt hard, pressing the woman to open her mouth and roll her eyes.
You killed that child, too, didn't you? Tell me. How many people did you kill? No.
The woman suddenly screamed like crazy when she heard the last sentence asked by the fat man.
I didn't kill him. It was his grandparents. Those 2 old bastards. They stuffed the thing into the chimney and suffocated it to death. Fatty Dugu sneered, bullshit, you're dying and still want to show off your fat grandfather? I don't believe what kind of grandparents would kill their own grandson in such a cruel way.
At this time, Su Yuan shook his head slightly. The situation was critical in the fire scene before, and he didn't have time to think about it.
Now I heard the woman say that the child was stuffed into the chimney and suffocated to death.
Maybe it's not a lie, but the truth. Otherwise, how could the child's body be dehydrated to that extent? No wonder there was no corpse odor at all. It turned out that it had been dried into a mummy.
You said that your grandparents killed your child, but what about the old couple? Did you kill them? Yes. I killed them. I want to avenge my child. The woman's expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. She gritted her teeth and said, I will go to the labor camp to find the child's father and ask him why he didn't come back. Why?
Su Yuan noticed that when the woman said that she killed the old couple, she glanced at the well in the yard. He raised his chin to Lu Xiangguang and pointed at the well and asked him to go over and take a look.
Su Yuan then asked, so, you set us on fire because you were interested in our armored personnel carrier?
The woman struggled hard for a few times, but couldn't crawl out from under the fat man who weighed more than 200 pounds. She simply didn't bother to work, and just lay on the ground, staring at Su Yuan with her eyes madly.
So what? When I met you, it was actually my second time to go to the pickup truck.
The pot of diesel on my electric bike was not taken from the car, but brought from home to refuel the pickup truck. But that car was too broken, and it would probably break down before it could reach the labor camp. At this time, you showed up, driving an armored personnel carrier.
This is God's arrangement, and even God is helping me.
When Dugu Pang heard this, he raised his buttocks about a foot high and sat down suddenly, pressing the woman's bones and joints to make a crackling sound.
Shameless. Our car is good, so we deserve to die, right? Why didn't you think of asking us to help take you to the labor camp? Ah, you want our car, just want to burn us all to death.
You are too vicious.
Even if God is blind, he will not help people like you. Don't stop me.
Let me jump up and give her a hard blow, and I will forget about her physical salvation. Lu Xianguang suddenly shouted, "Come here quickly, there is someone in the well." Everyone's face changed immediately, and they hurried to Lu Xianguang's side. At this time, the woman suddenly shouted desperately, and Su Yuan slapped her twice before she calmed down. Su Yuan's face was gloomy, and he sneered and said, "Do you want to shout and attract zombies or mutants? I advise you to give up this idea. If there are zombies nearby, they would have been attracted by the fire. Since they haven't appeared yet, it's useless even if you shout your throat out." Lu Xianguang was lying on the ground, stretching his arms to pull up an old man who was starving from the well. The old man didn't have any meat on his body, only a layer of wrinkled skin attached to his bones, and his whole body was wet. If the old man hadn't spoken, everyone would have thought that Lu Xianguang had fished out a zombie. Compared with him, the old madman could be regarded as a bodybuilding master. "Thank you, thank you. Thank you." The old man was so weak that he had to break his words into 8 pieces before he could finish them. He refused the compressed biscuits Cheng Shui gave him, struggled to stand up, and walked towards the woman with a complicated expression. During these few steps, the old man had to pant 3 times after taking one step, and it took him a long time to get in front of the woman. The woman looked at him with resentment, as if she wanted to shoot a knife out of her eyes to stab the old man to death. If Dugu Pang hadn't been pressing on her, she would definitely pounce on him and bite him. The old man lowered his head, his throat moved but he couldn't say anything, and finally he sighed deeply. "Yue Ying, you are too tired. Dad doesn't blame you. Your mother has already taken the first step to take care of Dong Dong, so she won't blame you. I didn't teach my son well. If I didn't learn how to raise a son well, I ended up in jail. If your mother and I hadn't taken care of each other, we would have died 2 years ago. You don't have to think too much about it. We don't blame you." As the old man spoke, he reached out to pull the woman. The thing that was smoked to death in the chimney was not Dong Dong, that was Dong Dong's body left in the world. His soul had already left the moment he turned into a zombie. Now Dong Dong must be waiting for us in heaven. You also come with me. Our family will live happily there. Xiangzi, don't go looking for him. He was sentenced to 8 years of hard labor. Even if he is not dead, he cannot come back. Su Yuan told Dugu Pang to stand up, but he didn't move too far away to prevent the woman from getting violent and hurting others. The old man looked at the small building burning violently in the fire. The red firelight made his deathly pale and ashen complexion look even more rosy. Surprisingly, the woman did not make any crazy moves anymore. Like the old man, she looked at the house in flames in ecstasy. As if it was a flashback before his death, the old man suddenly became more fluent in his speech and no longer out of breath when he walked. He took the woman and walked towards the raging home. He smiled and said, "Burn it, burn it. Burn it and it's all over. Maybe we can continue to live in this house when we get there. I built this house with my own hands. Yes. I still remember the scene of you and Shangzi's wedding here. It's been so many years." The old man suddenly stopped and said to the woman seriously and guiltily, "Yue Ying, I know that the fact that Dong Dong turned into a zombie is very exciting to you. It has been hard on you these days." Tears burst out of the woman's eyes in an instant, and she knelt on the ground with a pop, kowtowing to the old man. The old man waved his hand, walked calmly with a look of relief, and resolutely walked into the fire. The woman breaks down in cries. She turned around and kowtowed to Su Yuan and the others, then she jumped into the well. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and no one thought to stop it. Su Yuan is very sober. If he wanted to stop them, he could stop them. But he has experienced too much and seen too much, so he respects the choices of old people and women. For some people, dying the way they want is a relief compared to struggling in this cruel apocalypse. He asked Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguang to find hooks and ropes and fish out the woman's body from the well, along with the bloated body of an old lady. The 2 corpses were entangled together. It seemed that the woman was hugging the old lady's body tightly before she died, and she did not let go until she died, as if she was filled with infinite guilt. Su Yuan sighed, "If I had known this, why did I push the old couple into the well in the first place? Let's burn them in the fire,
so that their family can be in order. Chang Shui's eyes widened and she was confused. She didn't know that Su Yuan noticed something was wrong with the well after noticing the woman's eyes, and she couldn't understand why Su Yuan said that the woman pushed the old couple into the well. Su Yuan patted her and said, "If you can't think clearly, don't think about it. There are some things where not knowing is happier than knowing. The more you know, the more bored you will be with this fucking world." I don't know how many days the old man persisted in the well. The old lady's body was almost rotting, but he was still holding on. Maybe it was all because of his obsession. After Lu Xianguang threw away the body, he suddenly remembered that they all drank the water given by the woman last night and ate the food she cooked. Could it be that the water we drank and used was corpse water from the well? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he vomited loudly and almost had to take out his duodenum and wash it. Duga Pang asked about the situation, touched his nose and said, "Are you stupid? The woman doesn't drink the water herself? Doesn't she eat the food? I saw it yesterday when I was helping the kitchen. The water used is a water cylinder and a water tank. The water in it is definitely not the water in which corpses were soaked." Lu Xianguang's expression softened a little, and he was frightened for a while. He secretly warned himself that he must never eat or drink what others gave him casually in the future. Su Yuan removed the 2 solar panels in the yard and threw them into the car, then asked everyone to continue setting off. In Su Yuan's eyes, the value of this thing is comparable to that of a second-order crystal core. With it, the types of materials available will be greatly expanded in the future. After all, most of the products of human civilization are inseparable from electricity. Without this thing, many supplies cannot be used even if they are obtained. After this thrilling night, everyone's luck seemed to have bottomed out, and they actually traveled smoothly for half a day without encountering any danger. Just when everyone was feeling relaxed and even a little sleepy, Su Yuan, who was driving, suddenly took a few deep breaths and said, "Everyone, cheer up. There seems to be a situation ahead." Everyone knew that Su Yuan would never make a mistake, so they immediately increased their vigilance. And he grabbed the armrest next to his seat, ready to suddenly accelerate or stop at any time. After going up a steep slope, a huge and tragic scene suddenly appeared in the wilderness ahead. I saw roads and roads lined with corpses of zombies, including many strange mutant creatures. The turbid blood and tattered internal organs were soaked with the rain, forming disgusting puddles, and there were even many broken limbs floating on them. Because of the moisture of these natural fertilizers, the weeds in that area grew exceptionally green and tall, showing a strange vitality in this land full of death. As they got closer, everyone gradually saw that most of the piles of corpses had been killed by gunfire and explosions, and there were still traces of bombardment by heavy weapons such as howitzers in many places. Su Yuan slowed down the car and looked around. After finding nothing unusual, he stopped the car and planned to go out and take a look for himself. He asked Lu Xianguang to get into the driver's seat temporarily, while the others stayed in the car to prevent any accidents. Su Yuan was seen holding the broken knife, his waist slightly bowed, and his legs would always be retracted 3/3 of the time when moving forward. This forward posture would be very uncomfortable for ordinary people to use, but it can respond as quickly as possible when encountering unexpected situations. These were all things he had figured out by himself after 9 years of struggling in the apocalypse, and they had turned into muscle memory that was close to instinct. Now he likes this broken mantis knife more and more. Because the blade of this knife is hollow, it is very convenient for him to insert the knife into the enemy's body and inject compressed air into it. With this insidious move, the effect is equivalent to turning the original flat slash into a critical strike with a knife. Just cut a hole, and you can use compressed air to burst the enemy's body from the inside. Su Yuan stepped on the turbid blood and walked through the sea of corpses. He looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. The place was in a mess, and most of the corpses were white and swollen due to the rain. It seemed that some time had passed since the end of the battle. Judging from the number of corpses and wounds, only the military station that Su Yuan was going to have this kind of firepower. According to the map, it was nearly 20 kilometers away from the military station. He didn't see any uniforms among these corpses. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either the military station didn't suffer any casualties in this battle, but Su Yuan thought this was impossible.
The second possibility is that the firepower and manpower of the military station are overwhelming and even crush the corpses. After the battle, there is still time to calmly clean up the battlefield and collect the bodies of the dead soldiers.
No matter which of the two situations is good news for Su Yuan.
This at least proves that the current situation of the military station is very good.
As long as we join up with them, we won't have to worry anymore.
Su Yuan waved to the people in the car, signaling them that the alarm was lifted and they could get off the car and take a look if they wanted. However, this is not an ocean park. The stench of countless corpses soaked in sewage is not something that everyone can tolerate.
Only Su Yuan would be accustomed to this environment.
So everyone just stuck their heads out of the car to look outside, and no one got off the car. Su Yuan went around the battlefield for a full circle, but when he came back, he was full of doubts in his eyes. He saw from these corpses that many of them had reached the level of first-order mutants, but he didn't even pick up a crystal core.
Could it be that someone has now realized the value of the crystal core? Su Yuan subconsciously glanced at the old madman.
This military station belongs to the Xuanwu base. Since they can receive the task of rescuing the old madman, they may also receive the task of researching the altar of the gods. Otherwise, how could they collect and take away many valuable limbs and body organs of first-order mutant creatures? After a round of walking, he was covered in blood and stench, and didn't pick up anything.
Su Yuan was a little depressed. He thought he could get some free loot, but now he could only move on.
Not far ahead, he passed a labor camp prison with high walls and a large courtyard. At this moment, the prison gate was wide open, and no one could be seen from the car. Seeing the labor camp, everyone couldn't help but think of the woman from yesterday, and didn't know if the woman's husband was still alive. If her husband really didn't die, I don't know how she would feel if she returned home one day in the future and found that her home was destroyed. Maybe all the zombies and mutants nearby died on the battlefield they just saw.
Su Yuan and others successfully arrived at the military station they had been thinking about day and night.
When the military station appeared at the end of their sight, everyone's mood became excited. In their heads, they had already begun to imagine that the soldiers in the military station would warmly accept them, and would also arrange clean barracks for them, steaming hot meals, and armed guards. Since everyone had seen the powerful firepower of this military station in the previous battlefield ruins, everyone subconsciously felt that as long as they stepped into the gate of the camp, they could say goodbye to this desperate doomsday. Even if they just looked at the fluttering flag from a distance, they could give everyone a peaceful sense of security. But as the distance got closer, everyone's faces gradually changed from surprise to astonishment, and finally they were so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip out. It seemed that the military station had experienced an extremely tragic battle, and there were traces of battle everywhere like scorched earth. The collapsed buildings and walls were full of splattered blood, the ground was full of broken bones that had been eaten, and dense shells and craters. All this showed that this place had been attacked by mutant creatures, and the military station fell in the attack. 2 or 3 mutated zombie dogs were lying lazily on the ground, chewing bones that might have belonged to their former masters. When they saw a vehicle coming in, they immediately opened their mouths and pounced on it. But how could their teeth bite the armored plates of the troop carrier? Not only did they not cause any damage to the vehicle, but they broke their own bones and muscles, and were crushed into dog meat patties by Su Yuan's accelerator.
Dugu Pang and others said in disbelief. How? How could this happen? Where are the people? Where are the people in the military station? They have so much light and heavy firepower, how could there not be a single survivor left? Su Yuan frowned and said nothing. He drove the troop carrier slowly over the mess of broken bricks and tiles, heading deep into the military station. Many of the temporary fortifications and most of the vehicles and weapons made of steel structures were corroded to varying degrees, like broken fermented cheese, full of honeycomb-shaped potholes. An armored personnel carrier that was exactly the same as the one Su Yuan was driving crashed half of its body into the barracks. The part of the body exposed outside was severely rusted, and the armor plates were peeling off in large chunks, as if it had been abandoned here for hundreds of years. There were also many internal organs of unknown creatures hanging on it. Su Yuan lowered the window to a half-finger-wide gap, and immediately a choking smell like sulfuric acid blew in, accompanied by the fishy smell of steel rusting. Su Yuan drove the car and touched it lightly. The armored personnel carrier there broke into countless fist-sized pieces, splashing rust powder like thick fog.
There are many mutant creatures that can corrode steel, and Su Yuan could not tell what kind of mutant creature was responsible based on this trace.
Moreover, many mutant creatures were short-lived and did not continue in the apocalypse.
Many of them he had never even seen.
Su Yuan drove the personnel carrier around other places in the camp again, trying to find possible survivors.
As a result, the wreckage of a helicopter was seen on a training ground in the camp. It should have crashed just after taking off, and there was even an explosion when it crashed.
The entire fuselage was left with an empty frame and 2 broken propellers.
It seems that the search and rescue team member Lynx did not lie to Su Yuan. There really is a helicopter in the military station, but it's a pity that it can't be relied on now.
Dugu Pang's eyes are very sharp.
He suddenly pointed to a relatively intact building in the distance and shouted, "Boss, look over there.
There is an armory written on the wall of that house. Do you think if anyone is still alive, will they hide in it?" Su Yuan turned the steering wheel and said, "Let's go over and take a look."
Because they were not at the main entrance of the armory, they had to go around to the other side of the armory.
Damn it! The door of the armory is open.
Su Yuan honked the horn twice and waited for a long time, but there was no movement inside.
His heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly.
If there were regular troops inside, they would have pushed the troop carrier to the door. There is no reason for the people inside to ignore them, unless there is no one inside. Looking carefully, he suddenly found that all the display shelves in the armory were empty. Not only is there no one here, but there are no weapons.
Su Yuan muttered to himself, could it be that the people here did not all die in the attack, but left? If they left by themselves, then 9 out of 10 were heading towards the Xuanwu fortress.
Although Su Yuan had been to the Xuanwu base developed from the Xuanwu fortress in his previous life, the Xuanwu base at that time had a total of more than a dozen survival bases of various sizes.
Who knows where the Xuanwu fortress was in its earliest period?
In the apocalypse, large-scale invasions of mutant creatures into human bases often occurred, and the location of the bases changed frequently. The map found from the mountain cat only marked the location of this military station.
Teeth of the giant snake now, he couldn't even find anyone to ask where the Xuanwu fortress was. At this moment, everyone felt the car body suddenly shook. It was as if something lifted the car up and threw it to the ground. Since entering the military station, everyone's nerves were as tight as bowstrings. This sudden shock almost scared everyone to death.
At this time, the car was hit hard from behind. Su Yuan immediately shifted gears and accelerated, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. There was a loud bang, and the side of the car was attacked again. The whole car body was tilted and stuck in the door of the armory, unable to move. Everyone felt like a glass ball trapped in a tin can, and was dizzy and dazed by the continuous shaking. They were even more scared to the extreme, because they didn't even see what attacked them.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car quickly.
Su Yuan felt that the frame of the car was deformed. If he didn't get out, he might die in the car.
Dugu Pang shouted from behind, "No, the door can't be opened."
Su Yuan barely controlled his body balance, and rolled and crawled from the driver's seat to the back of the troop carrier, and kicked the door open. A huge snake like a dragon came out from nowhere.
The head alone was as big as an ordinary van.
It was not known how long it was. The snake scales showed a dark metallic luster, and the eyes were light yellow. If it didn't have horns on its head and claws under its belly, everyone would have thought it was a living dragon. At this time, the snake's head was raised high, and the naked eye could see the terrifying and explosive muscles, which were rhythmically moving under the snakeskin.
Maybe it would hit them in the next second.
Su Yuan jumped out of the car without hesitation and rolled to the side to avoid it. He increased his speed to the limit, and at the same time, he drew out his broken knife and slashed at the giant snake's body with all his strength. The blade slashed on the snake's scales, and it actually made a sound like metal collision. Each scale of the giant snake was as big as a plate for serving food, just like a layer of steel armor. Although this attack did not cause substantial damage to the giant snake, it successfully attracted its attention. Su Yuan only felt a strong wind behind him, and immediately jumped up subconsciously. He jumped more than 2 meters high, a black shadow, like lightning, pierced his soul and swept over. For a while, sand and rocks flew on the ground, and the hard concrete ground was plowed away by a layer of more than 30 centimeters thick in an instant. Su Yuan felt a chill in his heart. With such brute force and such a body size, could it be a Lord-level mutant creature above the 3rd level? Any guy who has anything to do with the word Lord is definitely a terrifying existence at the disaster level. Once you meet one, you can almost just close your eyes and wait for death. The giant snake was too big, and snakes always raise a part of their bodies. As a result, Su Yuan, standing on the ground, could not see the color of the crystal core on the top of the giant snake's head, and could not accurately judge its level. At this time, he had already seen clearly what had just swept under him, and it was actually the tail of the giant snake. Su Yuan took a breath and muttered to himself, "If I get swept by this, it would probably be no different from being hit by a 103,600 gene golden hoopstick." Everyone took advantage of the brief gap when the giant snake attacked Su Yuan and successfully escaped from the car. As soon as they saw the giant snake's huge body like a temple pillar, they felt their legs go weak on the spot, and their whole bodies seemed to be immersed in ice water. Everyone had a thought in their mind at the same time: how could there be such a big guy? I'm afraid that these people are not enough to fill its teeth. Dugu Pang was so frightened that his fat on his face trembled. He said bitterly, "We didn't check the almanac before we went out. We just said goodbye to Sun and Yang and met Bai Suzhen again. Unfortunately, this black giant snake is different from Bai Suzhen. It is obvious that it is not here to repay the Emperor's kindness by offering itself to him." Suddenly, it stopped moving, and its vertical pupils as big as pot lids locked onto Su Yuan. It seemed to want to see how brave the little thing that dared to attack it was. "What are you looking at? Can you kill me with your eyelids? You need to have eyelids to do that." Su Yuan roared to boost his momentum, and flew to pounce on the giant snake that was hundreds of times bigger than him. And he would swish, swish, swish 3 times in a row when he caught a place. The first 2 cuts hit the snake scales and sparks flew everywhere, and the third cut suddenly poofed and cut into the flesh of the snake. Su Yuan was stunned and immediately overjoyed. He instantly mobilized his special powers and injected air into the giant snake's body through the hollow blade. The skin and flesh near the place where the giant snake was stabbed suddenly swelled up like a balloon, and then bang, a blood pit as big as a washbasin burst out. Hiss! The giant snake felt pain and let out a hissing scream that shook the eardrums. It rolled up and hid the injured part under its body. At the same time, the snake's head retracted and released, and it crashed into Su Yuan like a derailed train. This attack was made by the giant snake in anger, and the movement was extremely fast. Su Yuan knew that if he was hit, even if he had the blood of the wood god, he would not be able to survive. He quickly dodged sideways and got under the troop carrier. He had just got under the car and had no time to stabilize himself. The giant snake had already followed closely like a shadow, and the snake's head turned an arc flexibly, and crashed into the troop carrier with a bang. The collision almost knocked the troop carrier apart. Su Yuan's face turned pale and he held onto the chassis of the car tightly without letting go. The giant snake bumped twice more, but Su Yuan seemed to be stuck to the chassis. There was no way to hurt him unless the car was turned over. Thanks to the fact that the car is now stuck in the doorframe of the weapons depot, the walls on both sides are made of solid reinforced concrete, which is half a meter thick. The car was stuck extremely firmly, and the giant snake couldn't knock the car over even after being hit by it several times. Suddenly it lay its head on the ground, tilted its head and looked down the car with one eye. As soon as Su Yuan turned his head, he saw an eyeball the size of a wheel sticking to the place where he could reach out. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Immediately, he became cautious, picked up the broken knife and stabbed it. It felt like a knife had been stabbed into a plastic bucket. First it broke through the tough outer skin, and then it went in without the handle with a pop. Because Su Yuan's strength was so great, even his arm was inserted into the giant snake's eye. Su Yuan secretly thought something was wrong. Before he could retract his arm, he was dragged out from under the car by the giant snake. The giant snake's eyeball was broken, and it was shaking its head and tail crazily in severe pain.
Su Yuan hung on the giant snake's eye like a small insect.
For a moment, the ground rumbled and trembled. The people on the ground who were running for their lives felt the ground shaking under their feet.
Those who didn't know thought it was an earthquake.
When they saw Su Yuan hanging on the giant snake's head, their hearts were shocked and their eyes were red. Knowing that if Su Yuan died, they wouldn't survive, so the guy immediately started rushing back. At this time, Su Yuan was shaken by the giant snake and his head was in chaos.
He couldn't even distinguish between east, west, north, south, up, down, left, and right.
He simply closed his eyes, inserted his other hand into the giant snake's eye, and then used all his powers.
Ah!
The next second, a howling wind suddenly whipped up around Su Yuan's body. Following the guidance of his mental power, the air rushed in crazily along the wounds on the giant snake's eyes, and was compressed to the extreme between Su Yuan's hands.
Boom!
In midair, a yellow-brown bloody waterfall appeared.
The giant snake's eyeballs split apart in an instant and deflated like a deflated ball. Boom! The broken eyeball was blown out directly from the eye socket.
You can see that the body of the giant snake has stiffened obviously, and there is blood oozing out of its nostrils and mouth.
Boom!
The third overpressure blast, Su Yuan was able to unleash all the attacks at once.
Amidst the giant snake's shrill wail, the blow directly cracked its skull.
A large amount of blood and gray-white liquid burst out from the eye socket and sprayed 5 or 6 meters away. It looked like the head of a giant snake, suddenly spurting out a fountain of blood mixed with brains.
Just then, the giant snake opened its bloody mouth and let out a heart-rending roar.
This roar seemed to squeeze all the air in his lungs out of his body. Su Yuan was the closest, and he felt a sudden sharp pain like needle pricks in his ears, and his vision went dark. Finally, the roar of the giant snake stopped. The huge snake body fell to the ground like a broken rope, twitching feebly.
Su Yuan gasped for breath.
The battle just now lasted only 10 seconds, but the level of danger exceeded the one with the Tree of Chaos. He wondered in his heart why he was so unlucky in his life and met all the weird guys. If this was the case in his previous life, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to hold it for 9 months before getting burped.
Fortunately, I am blessed with good fortune, so what will happen to you no matter how big you are? Not dead yet. He got up from the ground and wanted to climb to the top of the giant snake to see what level of mutant creature this guy was. But at this moment, Su Yuan suddenly felt an indescribable danger coming over him. Because he was right next to the giant snake's mouth, the distance was very close, and he could clearly see that the giant snake's mouth suddenly opened a gap. The next second, the muscles in the giant snake's neck suddenly contracted, and its mouth opened, revealing 2 spear-like fangs. I saw 2 lines of venom that looked like beer, spraying out from the fangs. At the same time, an indescribable pungent sour smell was introduced into everyone's nostrils. It felt like being punched in the nose by Tyson. When these liquids are sprayed onto the ground, a pile of yellow foam with a pungent smell will immediately appear on the ground. The concrete floor was immediately corroded with a fist-sized dent. The liquid sprayed onto the personnel carrier, and the scene was even more horrifying. The high-strength alloy armor plate, which was strong enough to resist howitzer bombardment, was corroded to the point of creaking as if it had been soaked in sulfuric acid under the venom. It seemed as if hundreds of thousands of years had passed in an instant. The hard steel decayed and oxidized in an instant, turning into powdery rust and falling everywhere. Su Yuan narrowly avoided the spray of venom, but this time the giant snake's venom attacked not just him. The giant snake raised its head and contracted its neck muscles violently, squeezing out the venom like a water gun. The target was actually the group of people running back. "Get out of the way!" Su Yuan yelled crazily, but the venom was in a line at close range. As the distance increases, it becomes a scattered fan shape. Not to mention Cheng Shui and the others, in that case, even Su Yuan couldn't escape before the venom hit him. There is no need to think about the consequences of being sprayed with venom that can instantly corrode concrete and high-strength alloys. It is probably worse than dying on a crude oil carpet. Seeing that everyone was about to die, Su Yuan roared, jumped up suddenly, and actually held the tips of the fangs with both hands, and blocked the 2 small holes on the fangs that sprayed venom with his flesh and blood body. Countless yellow foam immediately appeared on his hand, and the skin and flesh melted instantly like wax, which looked creepy.
Even so, Su Yuan still endured the severe pain that could make anyone collapse and go crazy. He took a deep breath and condensed the air in his mouth into a compressed airball like an air cannon and sprayed it out. Before the venom hit everyone's heads, the venom was blown forward a dozen meters away. When everyone watched the venom fly over their heads, corroding the ground behind them into a honeycomb-shaped pit, they realized that they had slipped past the gate of hell. In order to block the place where the venom was sprayed with both hands, Su Yuan inevitably stood in the giant snake's mouth. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the giant snake suddenly raised its head and swallowed him.
Boss! Su Yuan! Everyone's eyes instantly turned red.
Cheng Shui was seen chopping the giant snake's body with two mantis knives like chopping dumpling stuffing.
Dugu Pang also had a mantis knife. He stuffed the knife into the giant snake's mouth and tried desperately to pry it open.
But the snake's mouth was too tightly closed, and he failed after several attempts. He was anxious and chopped the snake's head with his knife. Lu Xiangguan, Su Jejia, Baiying and others who had no weapons picked up stones on the ground and smashed them. Everyone tried desperately to rescue Su Yuan, regardless of the fact that the giant snake could smash them into meat paste with just a sweep of its tail. But fortunately, the giant snake's skull was cracked by the 3-hit overpressure blast that Su Yuan inserted into its eye socket. The brain was leaking out, and it seemed that the nervous system was injured. Only the small part of its head could move, and the rest of its body could only twitch weakly.
This giant snake with one eye blinded now looked like a person with hemiplegia.
Although it wanted to slap these annoying little bugs to death, its body was out of control.
The old madman was also jumping up and down anxiously.
He circled the giant snake several times, and suddenly pointed at several places on the snake's body and shouted, "Cut, cut, cut there!
Cut where I point!"
It turned out that the scales in the places pointed by the old madman were less metallic than those in other places if you look closely.
They should be newly grown after the injury. Dugu Pang chopped it with a knife, and it was indeed very easy to cut the snake scales.
Everyone immediately followed the old madman's instructions and changed places to chop fiercely.
The smelly snake blood sprayed Dugu Pang's face. He didn't care, and he chopped and shouted, "Hurry up! Wait a minute, the boss will become poop."
Cheng Shui also shouted, "Be careful, be careful. Don't let Su Yuan not be digested by the giant snake, but be chopped to death by us." The 3 unarmed women also climbed onto the giant snake, grabbed both sides of the wound and tried to open the wound, so that the armed people could see the situation deep in the wound. Just as the wound on the giant snake was getting bigger and deeper, this guy suddenly desperately shook the only moving snake head, and even planned to drag the uncontrolled body to escape.
As soon as the giant snake moved, it immediately turned over like a dragon.
The snake head dragged its long body and crawled forward like crazy.
Its huge body stirred up gravel and mud all over the sky, and it rushed out in the blink of an eye at a distance of dozens of meters. The people hanging on it were caught off guard and were carried away by it. They quickly grabbed the snake's body and stabbed it blindly with their eyes closed. Dugu Pang cursed, "Want to run? You fucking spit out the person first. Otherwise, I swear, I will peel off all your skin to make a arrow."
Suddenly, a broken knife pierced out from the wound cut by Dugu Pang, and then the surrounding airflow rushed into the broken knife like being pulled by a black hole. Then, the body of the giant snake twitched violently, feeling like a loach thrown into a salt jar. And a series of low muffled sounds came from the body of the giant snake. The sound was like someone in a KTV room with a microphone on his butt, and then let out a series of loud farts. Even so, the giant snake still dragged its huge body and rushed out more than 20 meters away, plowing a deep gully on the ground before gradually stopping. At this time, Su Yuan struggled to crawl out of the wound, and his whole body was covered with the sticky body fluids in the giant snake's esophagus. When the wind blew, Dugu Pang and others who were standing at the downwind immediately covered their stomachs and vomited violently. They had never smelled a more disgusting smell than this, which could suffocate people to death directly through the sense of smell. If the giant snake had not sprayed venom at them before, but sprayed the contents of its stomach at them, I am afraid they would have been dead for a long time now. Even though Su Yuan had experienced many storms, his face was livid this time. He had vomited once in the giant snake's body, and he had long since vomited nothing. And he didn't dare to speak, because he was worried that as long as he opened his mouth, the mucus on his face would flow into his mouth, and he might as well die. So he could only jump off the giant snake with an expressionless face and walk back to the troop carrier to find clean water to wash his face. This calm look was immediately seen by others, who were shocked inside that their realm was far from Su Yuan. We were uncomfortable just by smelling it from a distance, but Boss Su was covered with poison and remained calm.
Sure enough, the boss is the boss.
There was some clean water and spare clothes in the troop carrier. Su Yuan washed himself and changed his clothes. But he could still smell the fishy smell on his hair.
There was nothing he could do about it. They were fleeing, not on vacation, so they couldn't even bring shampoo.
The alloy shell of the troop carrier had been corroded by the venom, and some places were even corroded with transparent holes. At this time, the injury on Su Yuan's hand had almost recovered. The muscles and blood vessels that were melted by the venom had also grown back. It was just that the newly grown skin was too delicate, like a newborn baby. The recovery ability of the wood god blood was getting more and more abnormal.
However, the price is that Su Yuan feels so hungry that he can swallow a cow.
He climbed onto the giant snake, peeled off a piece of snakeskin, and then lit a few alcohol blocks on the snake. He changed to a close-fitting dagger, cut off a large thin piece of snake meat, put it on the fire for a few times, and stuffed it into his mouth.
Although there is no seasoning, the taste of the snake meat itself is very tender. When the teeth bite on it, the taste is similar to eating frog meat, but it is more chewy and elastic.
Dugu Pang is a 5-star chef. Su Yuan's way of eating by sitting on the ingredients and eating one piece at a time stunned him. In his heart, he sincerely admired Su Yuan's strong nerves. At this time, he can still eat.
They are almost vomiting to death, okay?
Seeing Su Yuan eating with such relish, he was also craving for food. Slurp. How does it taste? Su Yuan was so hungry that he wanted to skip the grilling step and just lie on the snake and eat it with his mouth, so how could he have time to talk to him? He just picked up a piece of freshly grilled snake meat with the tip of the knife and threw it to Dugu Pang. After the latter caught it, he was about to say that he was just curious and asked, and he couldn't eat it even if he asked me to. But a faint fragrance suddenly penetrated his nostrils. This smell was not very fragrant or tempting, but it was very unique. It was a smell he had never smelled before, and he couldn't even compare and describe it with other smells. He tried to take a small bite with the tip of his teeth, and his eyes lit up immediately. The taste was secondary. When he put this bite of snake meat in his mouth, he actually had the urge to rush over and eat all the snake meat. Dugu Pang immediately stuffed the whole piece of snake meat into his mouth, and was about to join Su Yuan with his eyes shining. At this time, Su Yuan waved his hand to stop him and said, "You are not a superhuman yet. You can't eat too much of this kind of food containing a lot of source substances. Eating too much will cause mutation. Don't be afraid of becoming a zombie, you can try it."
What? This news was a bolt from the blue for Dugu Pang. He wailed, "One piece, and another piece is fine."
He drooled. The pain of looking at the mountain of meat in front of him but not being able to eat it made him unable to breathe. This feeling is like when you are on a diet and losing weight at a critical period, but your friends around you are eating sweet and sour spare ribs, crystal elbows, fried duck, soy sauce chicken bacon, etc. in front of you. Su Yuan thought about it and felt that the fat man was strong enough, so it shouldn't be a problem to eat another piece.
But other people can only eat one piece at most.
Before becoming a superhuman, eating some food rich in source substances can strengthen your physique in a subtle way. But if you eat too much, it will be like being exposed to radiation or pollution, and your body will mutate like cancer. So he pointed to the place next to him, and Dugu Pang, who didn't know that he could only eat one more piece, immediately climbed up happily. Su Yuan shamelessly cut off a piece of meat weighing 10 kilograms and handed it to Dugu Pang. The fat man was so moved that he burst into tears. He took it and put it on the alcohol block and roasted it carefully. When Dugu Pang felt that the snake meat had been roasted to the right degree with his professional vision and professional level, he was ready to eat it. The snake meat was suddenly snatched away by Su Yuan, and then only 1/10 of it was cut off, maybe even less than 1/10 of it, and returned it to him. Okay, Dugu Pang looked at the piece of meat in his hand. although it had shrunk so much. But this piece of meat was 5 or 6 times larger than the small piece he had eaten before, which was enough for him to eat. Taiwan Novel Network. As a result, Su Yuan's voice sounded again at an inopportune time. Divide your piece into 6 portions, give 1 portion to each of Cheng Shui and the others, and share them. When you become extraordinary people, I won't stop you from eating as much as you want. These days, Su Yuan has revealed some things about becoming extraordinary people to them. But that is a matter for the future after all, and now Dugupang just wants to eat a few more bites of meat. But for the sake of his own life and health, the fat man finally restrained himself. He obediently followed Su Yuan's instructions, divided the meat into 6 portions, and sent it to everyone. He ate one of the 6 portions first, and then Cheng Shui, Lu Xianguan, Su Zhezhe, and Bai Ying. When it was time to give it to the old madman, he looked around but couldn't find where the old madman was. Oh no! Oh no! Master Qi is gone again! Dugupang shouted, look for him quickly. I don't know where the old guy has gone to cause trouble again. At this time, an impatient voice suddenly came from the belly of the giant snake. Fatty, what are you yelling about? You can't even see a living person as big as me. No wonder Su Yuan said you have poor eyesight. Su Yuan is used to the old madman's elusiveness. This guy always disappears suddenly when the danger is just over and everyone is relaxed. Every time he causes more trouble to the tired people. But Su Yuan also found that the old madman's physique is very special. Although he is not a transcendent, he is far beyond the limit of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy to find death. I saw that the old madman quietly dug open the belly of the giant snake at some point, revealing the purple and blue narrow stomach inside. Su Yuan's face suddenly changed when he saw it. 7th Master, what are you doing? Don't touch it. When the others were wondering why Su Yuan was so panicked, they felt a gust of hot wind blowing. The hot wind was wrapped with a disgusting and rotten smell that was 100 times more disgusting than the most disgusting smell they had smelled before. It turned out that the old madman had cut open the stomach of the giant snake with a knife while Su Yuan was talking. A large amount of gastric fluid gushed out like a mudslide along with a large mass of things that could not be seen clearly, instantly drowning the old madman standing there. That feeling, that stench, it was like 1,000 public toilets exploded at the same time. Su Yuan jumped up suddenly with lightning speed, and jumped across a distance of 7 or 8 meters. When he landed, there was even a trace of silver light in his eyes, which proved that he was overloading his mental power. Even when he was fighting with the giant snake just now, he was not forced to this extent. Air should be invisible and intangible, but at this time, the condensed airflow has reached the level visible to the naked eye. I saw a gust of wind with Su Yuan as the source, blowing violently towards the turbidity ejected from the giant snake's stomach. The gust of wind swept past, carrying the stench that was enough to suffocate everyone to a distance. Wherever the gust of wind passed, even the weeds on the ground withered instantly. I don't know how much this giant snake has eaten, the turbidity ejected from its stomach is simply endless. The old madman was rushed out more than 10 meters away, and he barely stopped after hitting the wreckage of an infantry fighting vehicle. The old madman's face was black at this time. He stumbled to his feet, looking as embarrassed as he could be. He wiped his face, his expression twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. Goji, Goji, Goji. The old madman was covered with mucus, and every step he took, he would make a disgusting Goji sound when his feet touched the ground. He walked forward for more than 20 steps, and his face finally turned from black to red, and finally purple. His chest bulged, and it seemed that he couldn't hold back a breath, and then he rolled his eyes and fainted. 2 hours later, the old madman woke up slowly. He found himself lying in a pit created by a shell explosion. The pit was filled with clean water, and there was a water pipe on the side that continuously replenished the pit with new water. The other end of the water pipe was connected to the tap water pipe of a barracks, and the solar panels brought from Sun Air's mother's house were also set up to power the water pump. The old madman rubbed his eyes and found that the giant snake had rotted away and only a white skeleton was left. Large pieces of snake scales were scattered all over the ground, like ancient fossils dug out from the ground, without a trace of flesh. This scared the old madman to death. If he hadn't seen Su Yuan and others wearing gas masks and using sticks to dig something out of the mountain of turbid substances spewed out of the giant snake's stomach, he would have almost thought he had been unconscious for several months. So far, they have cleared out 62 ID cards, 7 or 8 lighters, a bunch of dagger handles, gun stocks, more than 20 walkie-talkies, more than a dozen tires, steering wheels, various shoe soles. These things have one thing in common, that is, the materials of these digestion residues are plastic, rubber and wood. All the steel parts have been digested cleanly, without even a little slag left. In addition, Su Yuan discovered something, that is, this giant snake seems to have fought with people in the military station. There are many traces of bullets on its scales, and several places look like they have been injured by grenades, and other weapons. Moreover, the information on the more than 60 ID cards shows that the average age of the owners of the ID cards is no more than 30 years old, and they should all be soldiers in the military station.
Su Yuan muttered to himself, well, it seems that this guy's main food is steel. There are too many things made of steel in the military station. No wonder this thing appears here.
Imagine, armored infantry fighting vehicles, personnel carriers, and even tanks, which one does not weigh several tons or even more than 10 tons? If the giant snake really survives by swallowing and digesting metal, and eats a car at a time, it is no wonder that its body size has grown to such an outrageous extent.
Dugapang put on his gas mask and said angrily, "Boss, you have searched them all. There is only the one you found, and there is nothing else made of iron."
He was talking about a black and reddish hollow iron pipe that Su Yuan was holding in his hand, as thick as an egg. Standing on the ground, the height just reached Su Yuan's eyebrows. This is the only steel product they found from the giant snake's stomach. It has a brushed pattern on the surface and is very heavy to buy. I don't know what kind of alloy this steel pipe is made of, but there is no sign of corrosion even after soaking in the giant snake's stomach. After Su Yuan heard this, his expression was very disappointed, but this result was also within his expectation. When he found the iron pipe from the giant snake's stomach, he had just pulled the iron pipe out of the giant snake's body. The giant snake's huge body immediately rotted and melted like cheese thrown into the stove. It seems that the power of the giant snake comes from this ordinary-looking iron pipe. Su Yuan studied for a long time but could not see that the iron pipe was special, but he found that after adding the fangs of the giant snake to the front of the iron pipe, it became a hollow spear that seemed to be tailor-made for him. So he immediately led a group of people, wearing gas masks that made it difficult to breathe, and rummaged through the disgusting pile of semi-digested food for a long time. Just because I want to find another iron pipe like this, so that I can pair it with another fong and become a little prince with 2 guns. But since he couldn't find it, he could only use the other fong as a dagger. Seeing that the old madman woke up, Su Yuan brought the iron pipe to the old madman and asked the intellectual leader in the team to identify the material of the iron pipe. Unexpectedly, after the old madman saw the iron pipe, his eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs, and he even acted rogue, planning to take the iron pipe as his own and refused to return it to Su Yuan.
Of course, Su Yuan would not tolerate the old madman's improper behavior.
He directly pressed the old madman to the ground and rubbed him, then took back what belonged to him. In this way, there is no need to expect to learn anything from the old madman. But looking at the old madman's reaction, I knew this thing must be a good thing.
As for the specific name, it doesn't matter to Su Yuan anyway.
He uses it to stab people, not for scientific research.
But Su Yuan couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart.
In the end, he had no choice but to use the second-order crystal core dug out from the giant snake's head to finally know the name of this metal. I saw the old madman cherishing the crystal core like Gollum holding the Supreme Lord of the Rings in The Lord of the Rings. After admiring it for a long time, he said to Su Yuan with a look of reluctance, "The material of this iron pipe is called Delamon alloy, which is a B+ superconducting metal material second only to yttrium-barium alloy. At present, it is known that any form of energy can operate well in it. It is very difficult to make. It needs to be built molecule by molecule using a molecular builder at temperatures close to absolute zero. It would take 2 years to build such a long and thick piece of wood, with the builder operating at full capacity." Su Yuan's mouth opened into an O shape, with a look of unknown severity on his face. He didn't expect this thing to be so rare. But if it falls into his hands, he can only use it as a gun barrel to stab people, so he is more concerned about the hardness and toughness of this thing. The old madman curled his lips and said, "The Rockwell hardness of Delamon alloy is 7.93 times higher than the so-called hardest alloy tungsten steel in the world, and its ductility, that is, toughness, is comparable to a two-dimensional carbon structure. What I'm telling you are all state secrets in the past. If you don't have the corresponding qualifications, you won't be able to understand them at all." Su Yuan nodded, feeling lonely after hearing this. These technical terms confuse him, but it looks like this iron pipe is awesome. As soon as he was in a good mood, he praised the old madman. "Master Chi is indeed a national treasure-level science and technology master, and his knowledge is vast."
Awesome.
Unexpectedly, the old madman didn't have any humility or reserve that a senior figure in academia should have, and he almost raised his tail to the sky.
"Oomph, this is nothing.
I once personally presided over a project and used this material to make a long-range laser cannon.
One shot can even scratch the moon."
Su Yuan smiled and said, "Old guy, just brag. If our technological level is really that high, can all the countries in the world fall apart without any ability to fight back in the face of the apocalyptic disaster?
Lift up your human cannon, come out. How many zombies haven't been wiped out in one shot?"
I saw the old madman looking at Su Yuan as if he was always looking at an idiot, with an expression that almost printed the word ignorance on Su Yuan's face.
"Are you stupid? Have you ever heard of the principle of conservation of energy? Do you know how much energy it takes to shoot that thing out? The entire city's electricity consumption for a month is not enough to last for half a second. Now where do you ask them to find it? Such a stable and sufficient energy supply? Energy. Energy.
When civilization develops to a certain level, the biggest problem it faces is energy." I don't know why, when the old madman said this, he suddenly looked deeply at the crystal core in his hand with an indescribable look, and then continued, "And do you think such a precise instrument can be operated by one person?
Without strict training, you can't even find the muzzle. Each of these operators is an important weapon of the country. Once one of them turns into a zombie, no one I couldn't find a substitute."
Su Yuan was speechless after being bombarded by the old madman. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly felt something was wrong. "I say, are you really crazy or pretending to be crazy?
Which madman is as logical and eloquent as you?"
The old madman rolled his eyes at Su Yuan and told him to go to the mental hospital to find out. Just when the two guys, one old and one young, were arguing, several people who were watching the excitement suddenly rushed into the armory with their stomachs covered.
Each of them had a blue face, raised their hips and abdomens.
Although their faces were extremely anxious, they still had to clamp their legs together, shake their heads and buttocks and take small steps forward. Then, a shocking puff sound came from the armory.
After a while, these people walked back slowly with bitter faces and holding the wall.
Dugu Pang rubbed his stomach and opened his mouth to say something to Su Yuan, but suddenly his face changed and he turned around and went back in a hurry. This scene would repeat itself every once in a while, until Su Yuan cleaned up the remains of the giant snake and used the intact scales to cover the outside of the troop carrier with a layer of snake scales. The group lay on the ground, gasping for breath, without the strength to move a finger.
This earth-shattering diarrhea almost killed them, and their buttocks were bruised.
Dugu Pang groaned without tears, "Diarrhea is not a disease, diarrhea can kill people."
"Boss, just trick me.
This must be caused by eating those pieces of snake meat."
Dugu Pang was right, it was really because they ate snake meat.
For ordinary people, the essence in snake meat is like giving 10,000-year-old ginseng to a tuberculosis ghost at one time.
It is normal for the body to be unable to bear it. This is not a bad thing.
What they pull out are all kinds of toxins and impurities accumulated in the body since childhood. After this physical transformation, their physical fitness will be greatly improved, and they will basically reach the physical fitness level of professional athletes. For example, Dugu Pang and Lu Xianguan used to panting like dogs when they walked up to the 10th floor in one breath. After this time, even if I jump to the 10th floor on one leg, my face will not be red and my heart will not beat. In desperation, Su Yuan had no choice but to drag them to the car one by one, preparing to leave here as soon as possible. Although this giant snake that suddenly appeared was only the second level, its size was unexpectedly huge. It was simply incomparable to the second-level magic flower mantis he catalyzed.
But snakes and mantises are two completely different creatures.
Their mutated levels can only prove their degree of evolution and have no reference to their strength. Who knows if this snake has any brothers or sisters? If another snake comes out, it will be impossible to find a solution even if it is crying. This time, if Su Yuan hadn't been swallowed by the giant snake by chance, with their current strength, it would be almost impossible to kill a naturally evolved second-order mutant. Therefore, Su Yuan felt that the 36 stratagem was the best strategy, so it was better to run away quickly. He spread out the map, but found that he suddenly didn't know where to go. Not only did they find no living person in this military station, they even found that all the useful supplies had been taken away. Coupled with the heavy rain a day ago, there was no trace left here. When he was at a loss, the old madman suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous location on the map and said, go this way, this is the Xuanwu fortress.
Su Yuan said in shock, you know the location of the fortress? Then didn't you tell me earlier? The old madman spread his hands innocently, you didn't even ask me?
Su Yuan rolled his eyes.
Why are you arguing with a lunatic? Isn't that making things difficult for yourself?
He carefully checked the location pointed by the old madman on the map, and was suddenly shocked to find that the location of Xuanwu Fortress was exactly the same as the direction he was heading to Jiangbei Province.
In this way, the destination is instantly clear.
There is no difference between sending the old madman to Xuanwu Fortress to reap benefits and going to Jiangbei to find his sister. He immediately started the troop carrier, put it into gear, stepped on the accelerator, and was about to leave.
However, he was shocked to find that the old man seemed to be seriously injured and could only move forward at a crawling speed. Even if he kicked the accelerator to the end, it was useless. Fortunately, except for the slow speed, everything else is normal. Especially after he personally added a layer of snake-scale armor to the personnel carrier, the vehicle's protective performance increased like a somersault. If he was asked to give up this car and get another one, he would be reluctant to do so. However, the advantage of slow speed is that sitting in the car is not so bumpy. After about 5 hours, they drove nearly 100 kilometers. The people in the car gradually regained their energy, and after replenishing some food and water, they became even more energetic. After driving forward for some distance, intermittent gunfire suddenly came from the distance, and occasionally there was the sound of grenade explosions that impressed him deeply. When everyone heard the gunshots, they thought they had encountered people from the evacuated part of the military station, and immediately followed the sound and rushed over. From a distance, I saw a small convoy, backed by a 6 or 7 meter wide river, struggling in embarrassment under the siege of a group of zombies. Most of these zombies are the most common junior zombies. They probably emerged from a nearby village or town. There are nearly 1,000 of them in a large area of Woyang. Looking carefully, there were 2 or 3 tall elephant-skin giant corpses among them. Su Yuan even saw a bone-armored zombie with white bone armor growing out of its limbs. Both types of zombies have unique shapes and can be distinguished at a glance. As for whether there are others that have reached the level of first-order mutants, we have to go deeper to see clearly. This human convoy looked different from the elite warriors they imagined. Not only did they fight in a chaotic manner, they even shouted in terror while fighting. There was no plan at all between advance and retreat, no effective defenses were built, and they didn't even know how to use the terrain. They just relied on good firepower to fight randomly. The old madman lay in the car and looked at it for a while and said, "Are these people soldiers? Why are they so weak?" Su Yuan also saw it at this time. While this group has decent firepower, their shooting accuracy is very limited. The number of zombies killed by stray bullets like a blind cat hitting a mouse is far more than the number of zombies killed directly after being targeted. This group of people fought and retreated, unable to withstand the kamikaze-like impact of the zombie horde. If this situation continues, they will retreat to the river in a few minutes and fall into a situation with no retreat. Once the zombies rush in front of them, the group's biggest reliance, guns, will completely lose the distance advantage. In close combat, the claws and teeth of zombies are more lethal than bullets. In the suburbs of relatively sparsely populated villages and towns, the side effects of shooting are much worse than in cities. It is not like in cities, where hundreds of zombies will be attracted by shooting.
Su Yuan saw that this group of people were shooting and throwing grenades, and there were no more zombies in sight, and he suddenly felt itchy. He had just upgraded his rifle to a new weapon, and was about to try the power of the Fang gun made of Delayman alloy and giant snake fangs, so he drove the turtle towards the battlefield. At this time, a bald man in the group saw Su Yuan in his car, and suddenly screamed with a pale face, cursing something, and pointed in the direction of Su Yuan and his people to let the people around him look quickly. As a result, there was a brief gap in firepower, and the zombies rushed in again. Su Yuan had no idea that it was their appearance that frightened the group of people to the point of peeing their pants. You know, he had covered the armored personnel carrier with a layer of giant snake scales, and from a distance, the vehicle looked like a huge monster sticking to the ground and moving forward. The bald man looked desperate and said a few words to the people next to him, which should be words that he planned to die with the zombies. Those people immediately showed unwilling, desperate, and crazy expressions. Seeing the zombies around them getting closer and closer, many people even raised their guns to themselves. At this time, they were suddenly shocked to find that the scaly monster that almost scared them to pee entered the battlefield and actually ran over the zombies directly. Countless zombies were crushed into meat paste, and a bloody passage paved with broken limbs and broken internal organs was left behind the monster. People screamed in astonishment and finally realized that the monster was actually a uniquely shaped vehicle. They thought they were going to die, but they didn't expect to survive from death. God actually sent reinforcements to rescue them. The result was of course happy, but unexpectedly, they saw a person suddenly drilled out of the monster and broke into the zombies alone. Damn! Is he looking for death? Just when they all thought that the man would be torn to pieces by the zombies in an instant, the man pulled out a strange long spear. As long as the spear head pierced the zombies would burst like balloons immediately. The man killed the zombies one by one, as easily as if he was sitting on the sofa and pinching bubble wrap, slaughtering the zombies alone. My God, what weapon did he use? The dragon-slaying sword? Kill one by one. The person next to him patted the person who spoke before. Are you stupid? He is holding a long spear. Ah, right. I know it is a long spear, but how can he do it like the promotional GG in the web game? One shot can kill a large area. Su Yuan himself was also surprised by the power of the Fang gun. He didn't expect that this weapon was so easy to use. Moreover, he found that although the Draman alloy did not have an amplification effect on superpowers, it could greatly improve the efficiency of superpowers. It used to take 10 points of mental power to compress the air, but now it only takes 7 points to do it easily and faster. Those people were so busy watching him show his power that they even forgot to shoot to resist the zombies. Su Yuan shouted to them from a distance, "What are you doing? Keep shooting." They just reacted and kept firing. The battle of iron and blood is the most emotional. Otherwise, the generals who charged into battle in ancient times would not be so admired. Seeing Su Yuan like a god of war in the zombies, those people were also excited. A few hot-blooded guys actually rushed towards the zombies with guns and screamed. Su Yuan caught sight of this scene in his busy schedule and had to remind them again, "Stupid, there are so many zombies that we can't kill them all. Follow my car and retreat." After he got off the car, Lu Shengguang, an experienced driver, took over the turtle and drove the turtle near the group of people. At this time, Su Yuan was basically sure that although this group of people were holding standard guns and wearing uniforms, they were definitely not soldiers in the military station, and their combat awareness was simply rubbish. The bald man seemed to be the leader. He gave Su Yuan a grateful look and quickly directed everyone to follow the turtle, using the turtle as a cover and rushing towards the side surrounded by the zombies. In this way, the area that the firepower needs to deal with is relatively concentrated, and the killing effect has been significantly improved. Even if a zombie rushed to the front, it would not escape the fate of being stabbed by Su Yuan's balloon. They fought and retreated, and finally came to a river beach with shallow water. Thanks to the powerful performance of the troop carrier, people climbed on the troop carrier and crossed the river directly to the other side. The zombies seemed to have a natural fear of water. They just stood by the water and roared angrily. Finally, they did not chase them. Everyone was alive from death, and all of them had expressions of surviving a disaster.
They looked at Su Yuan, as if they couldn't believe that a person could be so strong. In the battle just now, they also saw that Su Yuan's strength was not the long spear, but his ability to attack and defend like a fish in water in the dense swarm of zombies. He killed at least 80 zombies by himself, and the zombies didn't even touch a corner of his clothes. Su Yuan escorted them to the other side, said something to Lu Xianguan who was driving, and then jumped onto the roof of the car. Turtle turned the car head and rushed back to the zombies. Although it was called rushing, in fact, the speed was really not worthy of the word fast. Turtle returned to the other side with a grunt. Su Yuan flicked the tip of his gun and pointed at the most conspicuous elephant skin giant corpse in the group of corpses. The turtle crushed the group of corpses and moved over. After the Dryman alloy gun barrel and the giant snake fangs, the total length was nearly 1.5 times Su Yuan's height. Even if Su Yuan stood on the roof of the car, he could easily attack the target on the ground. The elephant skin giant corpse, which was obviously an elite monster in the group of corpses, roared and pushed away the ordinary zombies in front of it when he saw that someone dared to provoke it, and rushed towards Su Yuan with a shaking step. In fact, it is more likely that it realized that Su Yuan would be a nutritious dinner, so it opened its mouth excitedly. As a result, Su Yuan shot it in the throat from a high position, and then his body exploded like a basketball that was inflated too much. Ordinary zombies were blown to pieces with a bang, and basically you can't see the scene where the body is deformed by the air from the inside. The skin of the elephant skin zombie is tough, and its body can be seen to be deformed obviously before it explodes. The final explosion is also much louder than that of ordinary zombies. For the flying zombie heads, Su Yuan has already prepared a way to recover them. He reached his hand to his waist and threw out a long rope. The other end of the rope was equipped with the Flying Tiger Claw 2.0 version made of the 6 smallest teeth with barbs in the mouth of the giant snake. Before the zombie's head fell to the ground, he hooked it back with the Flying Tiger Claw. Then he pried off the crystal core, discarded the useless head, and then moved on to the next target. The 3 elephant skin zombies, who were tall and big and looked easy to poke, were quickly wiped out. The bone armor zombie, known as the defense equipment supplier in the early days of the end of the world, also received a box lunch. The 3 elephant skin zombies contributed a total of 9 energy points. With Su Yuan's previous inventory, the energy points in his hand finally reached double digits, 17 energy points. Maybe if he works harder, he can reach the primary 3-star extraordinary person. Just when Su Yuan was recovering the limbs of the bone-armored zombie that were blown off, 2 short figures suddenly jumped up from under the feet of the zombies and pounced on him ferociously. At this time, Su Yuan only had the rope of the Flying Tiger Claw in his hand, and did not hold the venomous fang in his hand. Everyone in the car couldn't help but sweat for Su Yuan when they saw this sudden scene. Su Yuan was not in a hurry, as if he raised his foot and kicked away the nearest one. Then he freed up one hand to pull out the fang without the gun barrel, and stabbed the second short figure into a skewer. Only then did he see clearly that the 2 things that were rushing toward him were actually 2 mutated teddy dogs. Su Yuan is good at everything, but he has a deep-seated dislike for teddy dogs. That was when he was in high school. Once, he and a girl he liked were walking in the park near the night market. At the critical moment when they were talking about you and me, he opened his mouth and the girl closed her eyes. Su Yuan's excited heart and the girl's trembling hands were about to fight, but his teddy dog suddenly hugged the girl's right leg. From then on, the girl who got Su Yuan would think of that embarrassing and suffocating scene again when she saw Su Yuan, so that the love between the 2 withered before it had time to sprout. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Su Yuan stabbed his fangs into the mutated teddy dog's body, turned it 180 degrees, and then threw it under the wheel. The fate of the other mutated teddy was not much better. Su Yuan didn't even want the crystal core on their head. Before the teddy had time to pounce forward, it was cut into 2 pieces by his gun. In the past, he was worried that Teddy was still alive no matter how annoying he was, and he had never done anything to abuse small animals. Now that we have arrived at the end of the world, of course we should kill everyone when we see them, and let go of the frustration in our chests. By the time he returned to the other side, the group of people had opened their mouths in shock, enough to hold their own fists.
Two leading men stood up and ran to Su Yuan, nodding and bowing to thank him for saving his life. The people behind him also waved. Su Yuan just nodded lightly, then unfolded the map and redetermined the route, preparing to continue his journey to Xuanwu Fortress. The rescue of more than 20 people was just a matter of convenience on the premise that he was sure that it would not put his own life in danger. I didn't expect that these people who were so desperate that their pants would fall off would be able to come up with anything good to thank him. At this time, the two men suddenly looked at each other with embarrassment. The bald man came up to Su Yuan with a smile on his face, handed Su Yuan a cigarette, and then said with a smile, "Oh, I'm so young, but I'm so skilled. Thank you so much for saving my life. Otherwise, all of us would have fed the zombies. Thank you very much." "That? I don't know yet." "Brother, your name is Su Yuan." The revived Su, the Yuan of the head of state. Su Yuan did not take the bald man's cigarette and asked casually, "If you have anything to do, just tell me." "I have to be on my way." The bald man coughed twice and said with embarrassment, "It turns out to be Brother Su Yuan. I really admire your name for a long time. The thing is, my brothers and I are all from the Rebirth Survivor gathering place 10 kilometers away. We went out to a nearby town this morning and wanted to get some food to take back. As a result, the gunfire attracted too many zombies and almost surrounded us. Half of the more than 50 of us died before we escaped here. If you hadn't come to rescue us, we would have been completely wiped out today." Su Yuan said, "A gathering place for reborn survivors? What, are the people in your gathering place all reborn? When did you all get reborn?" The bald man was stunned, wondering what kind of brain circuit this guy has. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, the word rebirth is the name our boss decided to give to the gathering place. He said it means we have regained a new life." "Oh, just keep talking." Su Yuan thought he had finally found his comrade, but he was so excited. The bald man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reorganized his thoughts, and then said, "Aren't we here to look for supplies? Although many people died, we didn't gain anything at all." He pointed to the two vans on the other side of the river. "Have you seen those two vans? One of them was filled with rice and flour. The other was filled with rice and flour. We found a supermarket and emptied the shelves. The carriage is packed." Su Yuan interrupted, "What does this have to do with me?" The bald man was stunned again. Everyone knows how rare survival materials are in the last days. He did not expect that Su Yuan would not react at all when he heard that there was so much food and supplies in the car across the river. Originally, he was hesitant before saying this, worried that Su Yuan would abandon them and take away the 2 carts of supplies if he found out. He even thought of possible countermeasures before finally deciding to speak out. Now it seems that the role of that countermeasure may be used as a condition to impress Su Yuan to help them. The bald man smiled awkwardly, "Well, it really has nothing to do with you. I just want to ask you if you can do us another favor? Help us get the 2 cars on the other side of the river to this side. If you agree, you will receive 20% of the supplies in the car as payment. I know this is not much, but we sacrificed more than 20 brothers to get the supplies here. If we go back empty-handed, or I brought too little stuff back, so I really can't explain it to the boss." Su Yuan shook his head and expressed no interest at all. If he wants rice, flour, supermarket goods, and the like, he can get them from any supermarket with his strength. The bald man took a deep breath. It seems that he has to use his trump card. He looked at the interior of the turtle and suddenly asked, "Brother, is this car an armored personnel carrier?" To be honest, although we wear uniforms and use standard firearms, we are not soldiers. These equipments are all picked up on the road. Did you pick up this car too? Su Yuan thought to himself, whether you are soldiers or not, I have already guessed it. The soldiers of our great China are not as bad as you. But the bald man was right about one thing. He really picked up this troop carrier on the side of the road. Where my car came from is none of your business. But you said that your equipment was picked up from the side of the road? Su Yuan looked at them and saw that each of them had a complete set of equipment with light ammunition, including long guns, short guns, and grenades. It's not unusual to find 1 or 2 guns, but it's a bit strange to find so many and so neatly arranged equipment at once.
This stuff is not cabbage on the roadside. Where did you pick it up? Did you steal it from the military station over there?"
The bald man was delighted, because he was afraid that Su Yuan would not ask. Since he asked, it meant that Su Yuan might be interested in the conditions he offered.
He rubbed his bald head and said, "Go to the military station to steal arms? How could we have the courage and ability? We really picked it up on the roadside. There are more in the gathering place, and what you see now is just a part. We also picked up a troop carrier like the one you drove."
"Really?" Su Yuan's eyes lit up, thinking that he could finally get rid of the turtle's crawling speed. He almost fell asleep while driving for the previous 100 kilometers. Immediately agreed, "Give me your troop carrier, and I will help you get back the 2 vehicles carrying supplies, and escort you back to the gathering place for free."
"No problem. Then it's settled. And you can rest assured, it's absolutely true."
The bald man was waiting for Su Yuan to say this, and he was overjoyed.
He patted his chest and said, "It's a pity that I'm not the boss of the gathering place. There are some things I can't decide. Otherwise, it's only right for me to hand over the troop carrier to you." Su Yuan frowned. Since the bald man is not the boss and his words are not trustworthy, what if their real boss slaps his butt and denies his promise after arriving at the gathering place? In that case, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Even if it's not difficult for him to get the car back from the opposite side, he doesn't want to be used as a gun. The bald man is in his 40s, and his ability to read people's expressions is not comparable to that of ordinary people, otherwise he would not be able to get the position of leader. He immediately noticed Su Yuan's concerns and swore, if the boss refuses to give the troop carrier to Su Yuan after returning, then even if he betrays the gathering place, he will get the troop carrier out and send it to Su Yuan. "Okay."
Su Yuan got down from the driver's seat, pulled out the Fong gun and waved it in front of the bald man. "Remember what you said. Otherwise, if I can't get the troop carrier, I'll drive you like a car." The bald man's face tightened. He didn't expect that Su Yuan, a young man with a delicate face, would make him feel like it would really happen when he said such harsh words, which was more like a gangster than him, an old gangster. Su Yuan also found that the bald man almost swore several times when he spoke, but he was forced to hold it back every time. And he always used the honorific you to address Su Yuan, making him seem like a civilized person. In fact, Su Yuan knew that this person was not a good person when the bald man blurted out, "I have heard of you for a long time," immediately after hearing his name. This kind of words are only said by people who are in contact with the underworld all day long. After all, he, Su Yuan, is not a big star like Su Jejia who has fans all over the world.
How could he be heard of for a long time?
Next, the bald man and his group had the honor to witness what Zhao Zilong of Changshan went in and out 7 times among 1,000,000 troops means. Su Yuan dragged out the unhooking device behind the troop carrier, ran to the other side of the river and knocked down a bunch of zombies, then hung the unhooking device on the chassis of the truck. After clearing the zombies that surrounded him, he got into the cab of the truck and drove across the river with the unhooking device. By the time they returned to the gathering place, which was only 10 kilometers away, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no way, the speed of the turtle was getting slower and slower, and it had turned from a turtle to a snail. For the last few kilometers, 2 trucks were still towing the troop carrier forward, and they barely arrived at a remote village with only dozens of households. The winding roads in the village, with green tiles, red bricks, and cobblestones, looked very old. It looked quite old, even so old that it seemed to be in a different era from the modern prosperous city. There were more than a dozen lush trees at the head and back of the village. As soon as the 3 cars approached the village, 2 sentinels poked their heads out from the wall of the first house at the entrance of the village. The bald man got out of the car. Standing under the headlights, his head was as bright as the headlights. He gestured to the 2 sentinels, then ran to Su Yuan and said, "This is our gathering place. When you go in, you have to be careful of a man named Lu Fangda. That guy doesn't get along well with our boss. We lost so many people this time, I'm afraid he will make trouble for our boss. Maybe he will talk about your troop carrier, don't take it to heart. We will deal with it." Su Yuan sneered in his heart. This bald man is very good at talking. When he arrived at the door of the gathering place, he said that the gathering place was not a monolithic entity. In addition to his boss, there is another person of great status. Moreover, the bald man deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words "your troop carrier." It implies that if Lu Fangda makes trouble, it will be him, Su Yuan, who will be affected. At this time, 2 sentries came out and untied 3 ropes tied to the trees on both sides of the road, and waved to the bald man to let him in. At the same time, one of them turned around and ran into the village, apparently to inform the leader. Sure enough, just as the bald man and Su Yuan parked the car in a yard, a man who was less than 40 years old but already had vicissitudes of life on his face came over with a group of people, smiling. "Ah, you are finally back. You actually brought back 2 trucks of goods at once, which is a cause for celebration." When the bald man saw this man, his face suddenly became happy. It can be seen that he was obviously relieved, and then he said very respectfully, "Hello, Brother Han. I am sorry for worrying you." At the same time, he winked at Su Yuan, hinting that this person was his boss. Han Liwa. Han Liwa had a square face and a wide mouth, and his eyebrows were black and thick, as if they were smeared with soot. His eyes were bright, and even when he smiled, he was a little fierce. He just nodded and swept his eyes across the yard. When he saw Su Yuan and others, his eyes froze slightly, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked around the whole yard and said with a gloomy face, "Baldy, so there are only so few people? Where are the others?" Baldy is the nickname of the bald man. He lowered his head, looked at his toes with an unpleasant expression, and stammered, We encountered 3 large zombies. The jeep we drove was overturned by them, and there were heavy casualties. The only ones who came back alive were the ones you saw." "Pa!" Han Lihua slapped the bald man hard in the face, making him spin 3 times on the spot, and half of his face swelled up instantly. "You went with 54 people, taking 90% of our guns and ammunition. In the end, you told me that half of your people died?" Before he finished speaking, Han Lihua slapped the bald man again. "How did you lead the team? Are you worthy of the brothers who went out with you with their heads high?" The bald man pursed his lips in shame and said nothing. The people who had survived with him hurried up to persuade him, "Brother Han, stop fighting. The captain doesn't want to do that. But you've also seen those very large zombies, with thick skin and thick flesh and great strength. If a jeep hits them, it's the same as hitting a tree." Taiwan Novel Network. Yes, Brother Han. We originally just wanted to find a remote store to get some food. Unexpectedly, as soon as the gunfire rang out, more than 1,000 zombies rushed out. We didn't even have time to move and escape, but Lao Lu's car was overturned by large zombies, and 5 of them died on the spot. Brother Baldy led us into the truck, fighting and retreating. We finally escaped from the town, and the group of zombies were chasing after us like a dogskin plaster. Later, we were blocked by a group of corpses and pushed to the river, and it was almost time to finish our fun. We were all so frightened at the time that we thought we were dead. They all talked about the situation at that time. Then he pointed at Su Yuan and said to Han Lihua, "Thanks to this little brother Su Yuan in the end. He single-handedly fought into a group of more than 1,000 corpses, and swept away a large area with his gun tip. We were all rescued by him." The bald man also nodded hurriedly and said, yes, Brother Han, you didn't see it. This little brother is simply the living Zhao Zilong of Changshan. He killed 7 in and 7 out among the corpses. This is not over yet. After he rescued us on the other side of the river, he took the initiative to go back to find trouble with the large zombies. You know how powerful large zombies are, right? They are not afraid of guns. But when he met the little brother, he was shot in the head one by one. When I saw how powerful the little brother was, I quickly begged him to help get those 2 trucks back. The little brother didn't even frown and killed us twice more before he towed our 2 trucks back. A group of people spoke with saliva flying all over the place, and did not hesitate to praise Su Yuan's words. On the one hand, what they said was indeed true. On the other hand, they described the danger of the corpse swarm and Su Yuan's ability in a more powerful way, so that they would not appear too incompetent. Han Lihua stood there and listened, his face uncertain.
He calculated silently in his mind.
Su Yuan first rescued people, then went back to kill the giant elephant skin corpse, and then went to drag 2 trucks.
Even if there were not 7 in and 7 out, there were 4 or 5 times. Humph. Exaggeration. Han Lihua snorted and raised his hand again.
The bald man hurriedly shrank his neck and hid behind Su Yuan. I'm not exaggerating.
I'm so awesome. No matter how much I exaggerate, I'm afraid you won't believe it.
Han Lihua sighed, put his hand on the bald man's shoulder, and shook it vigorously.
Do you think I want to hit you? Do you know how worried I am that you bastards went out all day and didn't come back?
I feel sorry for those dead brothers.
At this time, he looked directly at Su Yuan, stretched out his hand, forced a smile, and said, You're kidding me, thank you for saving my brothers.
Come on, call me old chopper, get up and let him prepare a table of hard food immediately. I want to thank this savior for my brothers. There's no need to eat.
Su Yuan looked at the bald man. Where's the troop carrier you promised?
Baldy approached Han Lihua and told him the conditions he had for asking Su Yuan to take action. The latter nodded silently, smiled and said to Su Yuan, 20% of the supplies is okay, brother, you deserve it.
But you have to eat this meal no matter what, otherwise others will think that I, Boss Han, do not understand etiquette. Regarding the troop transport vehicle, we will get to the dinner table later. Let's talk again. As he spoke, he waved to the people behind him.
Immediately, someone respectfully agreed and walked out of the yard quickly. At this time, the courtyard door suddenly creaked open from the outside, and a man in his 40s, covered in tendons and flesh, walked in.
I heard there's a new guy here. Why didn't you send someone to call me? Don't you think you're taking me, Lu Fonda, seriously now?
The voice was loud and steady, and what he said was clearly not polite at all, even a little aggressive. But when people listen to it, it sounds like a big brother next door asking you if you have eaten dinner.
The smile on Han Lihua's face disappeared immediately. He folded his arms and snorted coldly, as if he didn't want to cause trouble with Lu Fonda in front of Su Yuan. After pondering for a while, he said dryly, Didn't I just find out about this?
I was about to send someone to call you, but you came here by yourself.
I also want to thank Brother Lu for saving me an errand.
You're just in time, come to my place. Let's sit for a while, and then we can take care of our little brother. One characteristic of this village is that everything is big. Each of the red brick buildings is as spacious as a school classroom.
20 people can sit in one room without feeling crowded.
Several tables were pushed together, with a few empty seats between Han Lihua and Lu Fonda. Each held 2 women in his arms and sat across from each other. The bald man with half his face swollen stood cautiously behind Han Lihua. Su Yuan and Lu Xianguang sat across from them, with several plates of peanuts and melon seeds on the table. Everyone has a glass of boiled water in front of them, drinking it neither salty nor bland. Lu Fonda snapped his fingers at the younger brother behind him. After a while, a very pretty beauty in her early 20s, with waist-length hair, wearing a light blue skirt, was brought in.
Lu Fonda winked in Su Yuan's direction.
The woman bit her lip, walked gently to Su Yuan and sat down, looking very reserved.
Lu Fonda said to Su Yuan, How is it?
This girl is pretty, isn't she? She is the best here. Her surname is quite rare, her name is Bailaru, she was rescued outside a few days ago.
She was driving a limited edition BMW at the time.
I don't know how much that junk cost, but I didn't think it was very practical. Such an expensive car only had 2 seats, the driver and the co-pilot. You can tell by looking at her tender skin and tender flesh that she is an eldest lady who has been pampered since she was a child.
So at first she was as stubborn as a donkey, thinking that this was still a civilized society.
After being starved by me for a few days, she became honest after taking care of her. He saw Bailaru sitting like a piece of wood next to Su Yuan, grinning and scolding, If you keep a dead face on me again, be careful and I'll kick you out.
Give me a smile now.
Bailaru immediately shivered like a frightened kitten. Her already fair and translucent skin suddenly turned pale. She panicked and grabbed Su Yuan's hand and stuffed it into her skirt. When Lu Fonda got angry, even the women sitting next to him and Han Lihua were frightened and trembling. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with displeasure.
He was very annoyed by Lu Fengda's attitude towards women. What kind of ability was it to be angry with women?
He patted the woman's soft and boneless hands, indicating that she didn't need to be afraid.
Then he said to Lu Fengda and Han Liwa, "Don't you want to see my gun?"
"Old Lu, go to the car and get my gun, and call Fatty and Cheng Shui to come over for dinner."
Lu Xianguang hummed and got up. Lu Fengda laughed, glanced at Han Liwa, and said, "Boss Han, this is your fault. How can you entertain people like this? You didn't even know that there was someone in the little brother's car, and the little brother had to send someone to call him?"
Han Liwa looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't think so in his heart. To be honest, he knew that the bald man was not a person who talked nonsense. When he heard the bald man say that Su Yuan could enter and exit the corpse group as easily as taking something out of a bag, he was also nervous. Taiwan Novel Network. Circled M. It is said that it is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. If a person with such strong fighting power really came to the gathering place, it might be a good thing for others. But as the boss, his status will inevitably be affected. He felt that since Su Yuan asked his people to get off the car now, it meant that he was still a little afraid of them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, and his mind became active. He used water instead of wine, raised the cup to Su Yuan, and said with a smile, "It is indeed my fault, big brother, I will punish myself with a cup. When you come here, you should treat it as home, no need to be polite. If you don't like this woman, Lao Lu has many more. After dinner, I will accompany you to Lao Lu's women's nest to pick anyone you like. Just take anyone you like back to have sex with." In front of Su Yuan, Lu Fengda and Han Lihua behaved more restrained, not as unscrupulous as usual.
Lu Fengda joked, "Boss Han knows how to behave. It's really a good plan to use my people to do favors. But you are wrong about one thing. Brother, you are so fierce in fighting, how can one woman be enough? I will treat you tonight, brother, why don't you live among women?"
Su Yuan noticed that when the women in the room heard Han Lihua and Lu Fengda talking about them as if they were objects, the expressions on their faces were only numb and desperate. While talking, Lu Xianguang had already returned with his people. Following behind him were Dugu Pang, Old Crazy, Cheng Shui, Bai Ying, Su Jejia and a group of people, who filed in one after another.
Han Lihua and Lu Fengda looked up and were stunned. Han Lihua even dropped the peanuts that were brought to his mouth on the ground, and stood up from his seat. His eyes swept over the faces and bodies of the three women, Cheng Shui, Bai Ying, and Su Jejia, and the gleam in his eyes became brighter and brighter like the engine of an airplane taking off. Hiss! Han Lihua took a breath. "This, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Su Jejia who acted in the movie, right?" Su Yuan nodded lightly.
Han Lihua clapped his hands suddenly, gave Su Yuan a thumbs up and said, "Awesome.
Awesome. No wonder you look down on the women we gave you, it turns out that everyone around you is top-notch. Even a beauty like Su Jejia has been taken into your arms. I admire you.
You are not old, but you have already fulfilled my lifelong wish."
Su Yuan frowned. What does that mean? Could it be that Han Lihua has some thoughts about Su Jejia? Is he her crazy fan and possessive maniac?
Lu Fengda observed Su Yuan's expression and hurriedly asked the people who came in to sit down while explaining to Su Yuan, "Don't get me wrong, Boss Han has no other intentions.
He is nothing special, just special. He is particularly lustful,
the kind that can't move a step when he sees a beautiful woman. So the men here are led by him, and the women are under my control, so that they won't be taken away by him." Boss Han also realized that he had lost his composure, scratched his head and sat down angrily, and rubbed the woman next to him hard in annoyance, pinching the woman so hard that she moaned and shivered all over. Bailey Rowe, who was originally sitting next to Su Yuan, stood up at a loss at this time, looking at Lu Fengda helplessly and fearfully.
Su Yuan's own women have all arrived, so where is the place for her to sit?
And in terms of appearance, except for Bai Ying who is only a little big, Cheng Shui's cuteness and Su Jejia's goddess aura are not comparable to her. Han Lihua felt a little embarrassed when he saw that the woman he sent out was outdone, and glared at Bailey Rowe fiercely.
"You shameful thing, why are you still standing there and getting in the way?"
Bailey Rowe seemed to know what the consequences would be if she was kicked out, and she was extremely frightened, shaking all over, and her face turned a little paler.
Su Yuan was a little curious. He even wondered if this woman would turn transparent if she was frightened a few more times.
Bailey Rose suddenly knelt down for Su Yuan. Her smooth forehead pressed against the rough ground. She didn't cry or scream, but silently prayed that Su Yuan would keep her. Su Yuan's heart softened, and he smiled and said, "Boss Han, don't just stare at a woman's face." As he spoke, he pulled up Bailey Rose's little hand. "Look, I think her hands are very beautiful.
Her skin is as white as snow and as soft as frost, and as soft as boneless and beautiful.
Very unique. Come, sit next to me and let me take a good look." When Lu Fangda heard Su Yuan say this, his expression froze. But since Su Yuan was willing to keep Bailey Rose, it was because he was giving him face, so he didn't say anything. He laughed and muttered the two sentences Su Yuan had just said. "The skin is as white as snow and as soft as boneless and beautiful," he said with his eyes wide open. "Well, I didn't expect you to be a cultured person, but I can't say this little word. If I were to say it, I would only say, oh my god, she looks good." In fact, Su Yuan also racked his brains and came up with these two words. He is essentially a rough man, and he dislikes the literary set the most.
But it must be said that this set is sometimes very intimidating.
Han Lihua subconsciously stretched his neck and looked at Bailey Rose's hands twice, but he didn't think it was very beautiful or special.
He couldn't help scratching his head again, thinking to himself, is my level of playing with women so much worse than others?
The first thing he looked at when looking at a woman was that she had to have a pretty face and a big bun. Everything else was the same in his eyes.
Han Lihua smiled. Brother Su has good taste and vision.
Just as he was trying to find something to say, a 60-year-old man wearing an apron knocked on the door and brought in 4 dishes on a tray. Han Lihua introduced that the old man who brought the food and used to run a small restaurant in the village, and occasionally went to the countryside to help people organize some wedding and funeral banquets. His cooking skills are very good, which is why he got the nickname Old Kitchen Board. These 4 dishes include bacon fried cabbage, bacon stewed tofu, dry fried bacon, and steamed bacon, which is simply a gathering of bacon. If there were only a few people like before, these 4 dishes would indeed be a very good meal for the current environment, even if the dishes were monotonous with only bacon. But with the addition of 5 people including Duga Pang who came in later, more than a dozen people eating 4 dishes seemed very stretched.
It was not enough to eat it all. When people get old, they will become very shrewd.
The Old Kitchen Board saw that there were more wolves and less meat. No, there were more people and less food. He hurriedly said to Han Lihua, "Wait a minute, there are still dishes to be served.
Please enjoy first, the rest will be served in a few minutes." Han Lihua nodded in appreciation. In fact, he knew in his heart that he only gave the old chef so many ingredients tonight, so how could there be any dishes left? The old chef said this just to save his face. Su Yuan pouted at Dugu Pang, who followed the old chef out with familiarity. The 5-star chef is definitely not a lie.
In less than 5 minutes, 3 hot dishes and 2 cold dishes were served. One cold dish was made by Dugu Pang using potatoes and cabbage that were already in the kitchen, just to show off his knife skills. The other dish was cut pig ears. This, like the other 3 hot dishes of braised pig's trotters, roast chicken, and canned tuna, were all stocks they brought out from the mall, and there were not many left. The braised pig's trotters, roast chicken, and canned fish are all cooked food. They are ready to eat after unpacking. They can be put into the pot and heated up before being served. As soon as these dishes were served, a series of neat swallowing sounds suddenly rang out in the room.
Han Lihua and Lu Fangda felt their faces getting hot. They couldn't beat Su Yuan in fighting zombies, women, and even dishes and cooking.
After a long time, this meal seemed like Su Yuan was treating them.
"Ha, I haven't eaten bacon for a long time. Today is the first time to eat meat." Su Yuan smiled, "I won't be polite."
At this time, the bald man quietly stopped the woman next to Han Lihua and told her not to take the bulk liquor. Then he ran to the yard, took a box of Wuliangya from the truck, and put it on the table.
This is what they exchanged their lives for today.
He knew that Boss Han liked this, so he loaded it on the truck himself. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the men at the table were toasting each other. The women who accompanied them were only responsible for picking up dishes and pouring wine. They were so greedy that their eyes were about to fall into the plates, but they didn't dare to eat even a bite.
This is the rule here. Women can't use chopsticks before men finish eating.
Han Lihua suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Su Yuan's gun yet, so he immediately brought up the topic again.
Su Yuan pointed to the Fang gun standing in the corner and said, "Haven't you been looking at it for a long time? This is the gun." Han Lihua and Lu Fangda's faces changed immediately.
They both thought that Su Yuan used the kind of Gatling gun that was known as the Life Harvester with blue fire. Otherwise, how could it be possible to sweep a large area? Under the influence of alcohol, they said with a fake smile, "Brother Su, are you kidding us? What is this? This red rope is a red tassel spear. You just used this thing to kill 7 zombies in and 7 out?" The two shook their heads together. "I don't believe it. If it's true, then you're a god, aren't you? Unless you do it again and let us see it with our own eyes." Su Yuan smiled faintly, with a look of doubt. Dugu Pang didn't have as good self-restraint as Su Yuan. He stood up after slapping the table, and said with eyes that were not eyes and mouths that were not mouths, "Open your bird eyes and look. What is the tip of this spear made of? It's a snake tooth. Think about it again, how big a snake can grow such a long tooth? Our boss has killed such a big snake, killing a few zombies is nothing. Also, you have been hesitating for a long time. Are you going to give us the armored personnel carrier you promised us?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. There was a sound of bolts being pulled outside the room, and 5 or 6 guys with live ammunition kicked the door open with a bang and rushed in, pointing their guns at Su Yuan and Dugu Pang. These were all Boss Han's confidants, who stayed by his side to protect his safety. Boss Han frowned, his eyes swept across Dugu Pang and Su Yuan's faces, and finally took a deep look at the scary fangs on the Fang gun. The bald man next to him blinked and winked at him desperately. Han Lihua put his hands on the table, leaned forward, and stared at Su Yuan. "Brother Su, is this how you discipline your men? When we talk, does he have the right to interrupt?" Su Yuan took a sip of Wolianye as if he didn't see anyone pointing a gun at him. "This thing is spicy and has a taste of wine yeast, but when it slides into the throat, the spicy feeling makes people feel that they are living a real life. What the fat man meant is also what I meant." Su Yuan put the wine glass on the table and reached out to grab the barrel of the Fang gun. The people present immediately felt a bone-chilling chill instantly piercing their bodies. That feeling was like lying naked on a blade. Han Lihua's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, "Damn it. What this guy said is true. He really used this gun. Are there really ruthless people like Zhao Zilong in this world?" His face froze instantly, and a large amount of cold sweat fell down from the corners of his eyes. Brother Su is still too young. I just wanted to make a joke with you." Han Lihua pretended that nothing happened, turned to his men who rushed in with guns and cursed, "Who let you in? A bunch of blind people, look at Brother Su's men, and then look at them yourself. Get out of here, you bunch of idiots." After scolding his men, Han Lihua sat back down, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead without leaving a trace, then raised his glass to Su Yuan and said, "Is it an armored personnel carrier?" "No problem. You have saved so many of my brothers. Even if you ask for an arm, let alone a car, I won't even frown." "Well, it's too late today. Let Lao Lu arrange for you to rest. Didn't he say he wants to treat you? Tomorrow morning, I will take you to see the troop carrier at dawn." Lu Fangda also nodded. "Don't worry, before we come to dinner, I told those girls to clean themselves up. I will definitely make good arrangements for Brother Su tonight." Family Su Yuan stood up and said calmly, "Thank you very much." Han Lihua and Lu Fangda had no intention of continuing to eat. When they saw Su Yuan standing up, they both stood up to see him off. Lu Fangda led Su Yuan and his party to a courtyard with a main house and 2 side rooms. "The place has just been tidied up, and the sheets and bedding are all ready. You can rest assured." Lu Fang pulled Su Yuan and said, "You have to come with me." "Brother, I said I wanted to treat you. You have to give me this face. I have beauties of all types, including fat, thin, and thin. I guarantee your satisfaction." Joke. A ruthless man who could carry a spear and kill everyone in and out of a group of corpses was someone he had to win over at that time. Now, let alone asking him to treat guests and play with women, even asking him to let his wife out for Su Yuan to sleep with, he would not have any objection. Reaching out to avoid hitting the smiling man, Su Yuanzhang was worried about how to reject Lu Fangda, but he saw that Beileru had been following him.
Su Yuan, hugged by Liru, smiled and said, "Women have to be careful. What's the difference between having a double or a threesome with others?
I appreciate my brother's favor, but having her tonight is enough. I find her quite pleasing to the eye."
Lu Fangda gave Su Yuan a thumbs up.
"Naching, it's not that I'm stingy, brother.
But your self-control is very valuable.
As the old saying goes, a young man doesn't know how valuable sex is, and he sheds tears when he comes and goes.
Only with moderation can you be happy. It's amazing. When I was young, if only I had the self-control like you."
He turned to Beileru and said, "Serve me, little brother Su, this is your last chance."
Beileru nodded quickly. After Lu Fangda left, Su Yuan randomly chose a room to stay in.
It was indeed clean and tidy inside as Lu Fangda said. The power system in the village had long been cut off, so candles were prepared in the room.
Just as Beileru lit the candle, Su Yuan blew it out in one breath.
This is a suburb.
Who knows if a mutated creature with strong phototropism like the lamp-killing grimace moth will come over. When we were eating just now, we just lit candles.
In this unnecessary situation, Su Yuan felt that it was better to be more cautious. When Beileru saw Su Yuan blowing out the candles, she thought she was going to do something about it now, so she resigned herself to unbuttoning the back of her skirt.
Su Yuan stretched, threw himself on the bed, and asked Beileru, "Do you know how to massage?"
"Ah."
Beileru was stunned. Su Yuan asked again, and then she reacted and said carefully, "I don't know how. But I used to go to SPA a lot and was often pressed by others. I can give it a try."
Beileru's voice sounded very refreshing, just like the spring breeze blowing through the wind chimes hanging in front of the window. She clumsily unbuttoned Su Yuan's clothes and trousers, and secretly glanced at Su Yuan's boxers through the moonlight outside the window. Her little heart suddenly skipped a beat. Beileru quickly said that the wind was so strong, maybe the window was not closed tightly, and then pretended to run and patted the window. Dugu Pang and Lu Xiangguang, who were hiding outside the window and listening to the wall, thought they had been discovered, so they jumped up and ran back to their house with their tails between their legs. The two black shadows jumped up and immediately startled Beileru. She said, "Oh my God," and threw herself onto Su Yuan's back. Su Yuan suddenly smelled a woman's unique body fragrance that penetrated his nose, and his long hair was scattered on his face, making him itchy.
"Which country's massage technique are you talking about? Just shoot it flat?"
Beileru glanced out the window in fear, and happened to see the two bastards Dugu Pang and Lu Xiangguang opening the door and entering the house. Knowing that it was just a false alarm, I felt relieved. Just listen to her stammering, this is, I don't know which country it is from, but it will be very comfortable anyway."
"Oh, then you continue."
Su Yuan twisted his body so that he could lie down harder. As soon as Su Yuan moved, Beileru felt as if his whole body was on fire. She was glad that Su Yuan was face down now. She quickly sat up, spread her legs and straddled Su Yuan's body. He put his two hands on Su Yuan's back and pressed it randomly, his smooth skin pressed against Su Yuan's, and the atmosphere in the room was a little charming for a moment. After a while, Su Yuan tilted his head and asked her, "How many days have you not eaten?" Beileru thought that Su Yuan thought she was using too little force, so she gritted her teeth and pressed harder.
As a result, her stomach rumbled at an inappropriate time.
She replied sheepishly, 3 days, but it's not like I haven't eaten anything at all. My appetite is very small, and what others eat is enough for me for a day. I secretly hid a few apples, but I haven't eaten them yet."
Su Yuan asked again, "Why don't they give you food?"
Beileru was silent for a while, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Yuan pointed to the pans he threw aside. "I have compressed biscuits in my pocket, and they are all for you.
Take them and eat them."
Beileru quickly said to Su Yuan, thank you, you were so kind, shut up. You can say whatever you want about me, but don't say I'm a good person, because I really am not." Bailaru was so excited that she was about to burst into tears, but after hearing this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yuan had 2 packs of compressed biscuits in his pocket, each with 2 pieces. Bailaru took out one of the packs and put it in her mouth to chew. She wanted to keep the other pack, but she found that there was no place on her body to put things. After Bailaru finished eating, she felt that her stomach was not as uncomfortable as before, and her strangeness towards Su Yuan also faded a lot. She lowered her head and returned to Su Yuan, ready to continue the unfinished massage. Without thinking much, she sat directly on Su Yuan. As soon as she sat down, she immediately found something wrong and stood up as if she had been electrocuted. It turned out that Su Yuan had turned over without knowing when. Su Yuan took a breath. You should watch it carefully. Do you want to kill me? Bailaru panicked and knelt down and kowtowed again. Su Yuan waved his hand. He hated people with weak knees, whether they were men or women. Okay, who did you learn this from? Kneel down and kowtow at every turn. If kowtow works, why don't you kowtow to the zombies? Bailaru straightened up, knelt down next to Su Yuan, and said, I learned it from the people here. I think this is how they beg for mercy from those who are more powerful than themselves. Does it work? Bailaru shook her head. I don't know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Then why don't you let yourself become more powerful, so you don't have to beg for mercy? Su Yuan thought for a while and then said, now it's not like before. In the past, many people couldn't break the barriers between classes no matter how hard they tried. I heard Lao Lu say that when they found you, you were driving a limited edition BMW? In the past, many people might not be able to afford that kind of car even if they worked hard all their lives. But it's different now. As long as you pick up weapons and dare to fight, it's no problem to drive one car and throw another. Do you understand what I mean? If you want food and live with dignity, you can only go spell. Bailaru lowered her head. I'm afraid. I've seen zombies eating people, and I'm afraid of being eaten by them. Then you are not afraid of being eaten by Han Liwa and Lu Fengda? Look at yourself, they have eaten your dignity, and you are staying in a stranger's bed. As long as I am willing, I can do it for you, and I don't care whether you are willing or not, and I don't need to take any responsibility. Bailaru nodded, then immediately shook her head. I am willing, I am willing. They said that if I can't serve you well, they will drive me out of the village or drag me into a chicken coop. Su Yuan asked in confusion, what is a chicken coop? Bailaru explained, the chicken coop is a big house, and the most unpopular women here will be thrown there. Those men who go outside to find food can sleep with the women in the chicken coop without paying. What? Su Yuan cursed Lu Fengda in his heart. He was just planning to take me to the chicken coop? Bailaru shook his head and said, no. The women there are all bad-looking or old and lustful. How could Brother Lu take you there? Bailaru smiled bitterly, her smile full of self-deprecation. He wants to take you to a place where good-looking women like me live. Here, if anyone wants to sleep with us, they need to pay. The money can be food, ammunition, medicine, as long as anything of value will do. Having said this, Bailaru quickly defended herself. I'm still clean and haven't accepted guests. They didn't give me food just because I refused to accept guests. Su Yuan asked, am I not a guest? What's the difference between you sitting naked on my bed and receiving a guest? Bailaru was silent, and after a while she said, you are different. I heard them say that you are very powerful, more powerful than everyone here. So I think, if I want to take it, I would rather take you. And they value you very much. As long as you touch me, they will never touch me again. Then I will find a way to stay by your side. It is better to be slept with alone than to be treated with a box of penicillin. It's better to have a handful of bullets at your disposal. Yes, I understand. Su Yuan nodded and moved to the side to make way for Bailaru to lie down. Then he turned his back to her and said, it's very late, close your eyes and go to sleep. Bailaru was stunned and asked in disbelief, what do you mean, you don't plan to touch me? Am I not pretty enough? I know I can't compare to Su Jia in terms of fame, and I can't compare to the one who looks like Battle Angel Alita in terms of cuteness, but I'm really clean. I've only had one boyfriend in my life. We broke up 3 years ago. Su Yuan said without looking back, this has nothing to do with whether you are clean or not.
I only drink safe milk.
In the last days, people are unpredictable and cannot help but be careless.
This woman was arranged by Han Liwa and Lu Fangda. Things like hiding thunder in the crotch and poison in the vagina are not just something you see in TV series.
The 9 years of apocalyptic experience in his previous life had told him with bloody facts. Many times, many strong men are often overturned in the hands of seemingly weak women. Men use force to deal with the apocalypse, and women use scheming to deal with men. Su Yuan couldn't help but shudder when he thought of those strong men who once dominated the world but died on a woman's belly in the end. He would rather face zombies and mutated creatures with his head in his hand than a woman scheming. Although Belaru said that she wanted to use his power to protect herself from other men, but people were separated from each other, and who knew what her real purpose was. When it comes to women, Su Yuan's aim is to drink breast milk only if it is safe.
Belaru on the side was stunned.
She didn't believe that there was really a man in the world who could not eat any meat that was put into his mouth.
After a long silence, she took 2 deep breaths.
The expressions on his face changed one after another, and finally he seemed to have made up his mind. She suddenly hugged Su Yuan from behind, and at the same time stretched out a hand to grab the Su family. At this moment, she suddenly felt an invisible but qualitative force appearing between her and Su Yuan's bodies without warning, pushing her away like a pair of powerful hands. Su Yuan turned over and sat up, with a cold light flashing in his eyes as he stared at Belaru gloomily. Belaru suddenly cried, as if all the fear that had been accumulated in her heart for so many days was vented at this moment. She cried pitifully, raising her fist and hitting Su Yuan's chest again and again.
What should I do to make you hit me? Isn't it enough for me to beg you?
I just want to find someone to rely on. I don't want to be ridden by thousands of people and slept with by thousands of people. She felt terrified just thinking about the experiences of those women. Especially the women in the chicken coop, their status is not even as good as that of the ladies. At least the ladies have the freedom to choose whether to accept customers or not, but they have been deprived of everything and have become a tool for some people to vent. Belaru kept begging Su Yuan, please, take me, I have no way out. If he finds out tomorrow morning that I haven't been touched by you, he will definitely throw me into the chicken coop. Okay, Su Yuan sighed, and while speaking, he slapped Belaru, hitting her so hard that tears were about to fall out of her eyes. Belaru screamed in pain.